She signed a marriage contract to save her family's shipyard. He offered her silence and separate rooms in exchange for his ambitions. But walls couldn't keep their emotions apart. What happens when a secret threatens to destroy everything they've built? Harbor of Vows, a web novel, Billionaire-CEO Romance. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The salt wind off the harbor carries the sound of bells from Santa Catalina, but Ynez Almava does not look up from her grandmother's hands. They lie crossed over the silk lining of the casket, thin and still, the knuckles swollen from decades of gripping railings and signing checks and refusing to let go of anything she loved. The hands that signed the papers Ynez is not yet seen. The funeral parlor smells of wax and flowers and the particular damp that seeps through every limestone building in Plata Kallias. Mourners fill the pews behind her, their murmurs a low tide of condolences she has already forgotten. Someone touches her shoulder. She does not turn. "You should sit, señorita." Tia Elena's voice, careful and wet. Ynez shakes her head once, small enough not to be seen. She stands at the casket until her knees ache, memorizing the way the lace collar sits against the dark cloth, the silver brooch shaped like a ship's wheel, the stillness that looks like peace but feels like abandonment. Abuela Martina made the deal on her deathbed and told no one until the papers were already drafted. Now the funeral director clears his throat. The service is waiting. Ynez limps to the front pew and takes the seat marked for family alone. No brothers, no father, only cousins who smell her grief like blood in water and wait for the estate to crack open. The priest speaks. She does not hear a word. Afterward, the Almava family lawyer intercepts her at the door before she can reach the car. Eduardo Melgar has served the family for 32 years, long enough to know where the bodies are buried, literally and financially. He steers her away from the dispersing crowd with a hand at her elbow, gentle but firm, the way you steer someone who might bolt. "Your grandmother left instructions," he says. "I need you to come to my office before the reception." Ynez pulls her arm free. "The reception is in 2 hours. I'm still wearing black." The instructions are time-sensitive. He holds her gaze with the practiced patience of a man who has delivered bad news to 3 generations of Almava women. "Please, Ynez." The please gives her pause. Eduardo never pleads. What kind of instructions? The kind she did not trust to paper until her signature meant nothing. Eduardo's office smells of old leather and older secrets. Ynez sits in the chair across from his desk, her funeral dress pressed against her thighs, the fabric rough and dark. She has not eaten since yesterday. Her hands are steady on her knees only because she is holding them still by force. Eduardo slides a folder across the desk. The cover is blank, but it is thick as a palm. "The debt on Almava Shipyards," he says, "as of this morning, is no longer held by Banco del Puerto." Ynez's stomach drops. Who bought it? Renvoss Maritime Holdings. The name lands like a fist against stone. Kallias Renvoss. The man who buys ports the way other men buy watches. The man who dismantles failing shipping lines and rebuilds them under his flag, efficient and cold and utterly ruthless. He can't do that. She hears the crack in her own voice. The yads are not even worth what we owe. There's nothing to acquire. He did not acquire the debt to acquire the yards. Eduardo opens the folder. Inside, the pages are dense with legal language and numbered paragraphs. He purchased it to forgive it. Ynez stares at him. "I'm sorry." She shakes her head. "Forgive it. Why did a man like Renvoss forgive $8 million in debt?" Eduardo does not answer. He slides the folder closer, his finger pointing to a clause buried near the bottom of the first page. She reads the heading. Marriage contract. The words blur and snap back into focus. She reads them again, then again. Each time she expects them to change. They do not. Abuela Martina negotiated the terms herself, Eduardo says quietly. She contacted Renvoss 3 weeks before she died. She offered him the Almava name, and he offered to clear the debt and provide capital to stabilize the shipyards. The marriage is a 5-year contract. After that term, the yards are released to you free of all encumbrance, and you walk away with a settlement worth $2 million. Ynez pushes the folder away. Her hand trembles against the edge of the desk. No, I know this is a shock. No! Her voice rises. She put this in motion while I was sitting beside her bed, holding her hand, and she did not tell me. She planned to sell me to a stranger, and she let me believe she was dying in peace. She was dying in peace. Edmardo's voice is soft but steady, because she knew you would be protected. Protected. Ynez laughs, short and sharp, with no humor in it. I am 29 years old. I am a naval architect. I have spent 10 years learning how to build and maintain vessels that carry millions of dollars in cargo across open ocean. And my grandmother's final act was to trade me like a cargo berth. There is more. She can feel it in the weight of the folder, in the way Eduardo does not meet her eyes. What else? Eduardo turns to the last page. The signature line waits at the bottom, bare. There is one condition she could not negotiate. Renvoss insisted on it. He pauses. He needs the Almava bloodline to qualify for the Saint Brigid Harbor Charter. Without the charter, the marriage loses strategic value. If you do not complete the contract term, the debt is reinstated and the yards revert to Renvoss for immediate liquidation. Ynez's pulse hammers in her throat. The charter. The old institution that grants legitimacy to operators with verifiable heritage lineage. Kallias Renvoss has the empire, the capital, the aggressive reach. But he lacks the name. He lacks the history. Her grandmother gave him that history in exchange for a married granddaughter and a dying shipyard. Sign it? Nina's voice is flat. Or the yards die today. Or the yards die today, Eduardo confirms. She sits in the leather chair. The room is silent except for the clock on the wall and the distant sound of harbor traffic, the horns of freighters moving through the channel, the machinery of a city that runs on cargo and contracts and old families clinging to what remains. The folder sits between her hands. Cold paper. Cold term. A 5-year prison dressed in legal language. Every instinct tells her to stand, walk out, and let the yards burn. Let Abuela Martina's bargain die with her body. Let Kallias Renvoss find another name to buy. But the yards are all she has. Not the name, not the Almava fortune, not the family portraits in the hall of the old house. The slips, the dry docks, the smell of rust and paint and salt, the sound of steel under stress, the language of ships that she learned before she learned French, before she learned which fork to use at the chamber dinner, before she learned that a woman's value is measured by the marriage she makes. The yards made her, not the family. If they die, nothing in her life will have been real. Ynez picks up the pen. The metal is cold against her fingers. She flips to the signature line and presses the nib to paper. She does not read the terms again. She does not need to. She is signing away the right to choose her own life, and she does it for a place that will probably never love her back. The pen scratches across the page. Ynez Almava. The letters dark and final. She sets the pen down. Now what? Eduardo closes the folder. The civil ceremony is at 4 o'clock. Mr. Renvoss's car will collect you from the reception. Ynez stares at him. Today? He wants the ceremony today? He does not want to give you time to change your mind. He does not want to give me time to breathe. Eduardo says nothing. He does not need to. Ynez stands. Her legs are steady, which surprises her. She buttons the black jacket over her dress. The fabric still carries the incense from the funeral. Tell his driver I will be ready. She walks to the door with her back straight and her face still. But at the threshold she stops. Something cold slides through her chest. A question she has been running from since she saw the marriage clause. You said Abuela contacted him, that she offered him the name. She turns. What did he say when she made the offer? Eduardo hesitates. The pause lasts long enough to mean something. He said he would need to meet you first, to confirm you were worth the bargain. Ynez feels the words land like a blade between her ribs. He met me? 3 months ago, at the Chamber of Commerce Gala. He asked you a question about the ballast reconfiguration on the Valparaiso tanker. You answered without looking up from your drink. The memory snaps into place like a bad photograph. A tall man in a dark suit, a voice she dismissed as a board executive making conversation. She gave him 4 sentences on lateral stability and forgot his face the moment he walked away. He was testing her, and she passed without knowing she was being tested. Ynez's hand tightens on the doorframe. The wood grain digs into her palm. The crescent scar from a workshop blade a pale line against the pressure. 4 o'clock, she says. I will be ready. She does not wait for his answer. Outside, the harbor wind hits her face, salt and diesel and the low gray sky of a city that never stops working. The black car waits at the curb, gleaming and patient. A man in a driver's uniform stands beside the rear door. He does not smile. Ynez walks toward it. She is still wearing her grandmother's funeral dress. The fabric is black, the same black she will wear to the civil ceremony in 3 hours. Black for the dead, black for the bride, black for the name that bought her a sentence instead of a future. The driver opens the door. She stops 1 step away. The air is cold. The harbor lights are beginning to flicker against the dusk. Somewhere across the bay, a ship sounds its horn, long and low, mourning and departure in the same note. Ynez Almava gets into the car. She does not look back. Chapter 2. The car moves through the city like a black seal sliding through harbor water, quiet and inevitable. Ynez watches the streets of Puerto Calais blur past, limestone facades giving way to glass towers, old money yielding to new. The funeral feels like a different day already, a memory she is still wearing. The driver says nothing. The partition is up. She is alone with her reflection in the tinted window, a woman in black with hollow eyes and a future that belongs to someone else. She digs her nails into her palm. The crescent scar burns. The courthouse appears on the waterfront, a brutalist slab of concrete and narrow windows where civil ceremonies happen without music or flowers or witnesses who care. A crowd clusters at the steps, cameras, reporters, the harbor press corps that smells a story in every merger. Of course. Kallias Renvoss does nothing in private. The car stops. The driver opens her door. The air hits her face, cold and salt-stung, and the cameras pivot toward her like a single, hungry eye. Ynez steps out. Her heels click on the concrete. She keeps her face still, her spine straight, her hands loose at her sides, every inch of her trained to show nothing. Ynez, over here. Is it true you signed today? Did your grandmother arrange the marriage before she died? Are you being forced into this, Miss Almava? Is this a rescue or a sale? The questions land like small stones. She does not flinch. She does not answer. The driver clears a path through the press, one arm raised, and she follows him up the steps, past the cameras, past the shouted names, past the hunger in their voices that wants her broken or saved. She is not sure which. The courthouse doors close behind her. The silence swallows the noise. She stands in a hall of pale marble, fluorescent lights, the smell of floor wax and old paper. A security guard checks her 499 without looking at her face. A clerk points her to a side room. Wait there. Mr. Renvoss will join you shortly. The room is small, beige, windowless. A table, 2 chairs, a single filing cabinet. No flowers, no witnesses, no illusion that this is anything but a transaction. Ynez sits. She folds her hands on the table. She counts her breaths. She does not know what she expected. A registry office on the harbor that smells like industry and bureaucracy, where marriages are stamped like cargo manifests. This suits the bargain better than lace and organ music. The door opens. Kallias Renvoss steps inside and the room seems to shrink. He is taller than she remembers from the Gala, or maybe she was not paying attention then, dismissing him as a board executive who asked about ballast while she was nursing a drink and a grudge against her family. Now she sees him clearly. Dark suit, no tie, the collar open at the throat. Black hair cut sharp at the temples. Eyes the color of harbor water under cloud, gray-green and unreadable. A face built from straight lines and controlled expression, handsome in the way of something designed to withstand pressure. He looks at her the same way she looked at the contract, assessing, calculating, weighing cost against return. Miss Almava, Mr. Renvoss. His mouth tilts just slightly, not a smile, more like an acknowledgement that they are both performing the same script. I appreciate your punctuality. I appreciate that you bought my family's debt and forgave it without demanding the yards. The words come out sharper than she intends. She does not soften them. He does not react. I expect this arrangement will be easier if we are honest with each other. Then let me be honest. I did not choose this. I am here because my grandmother left me no alternative. I will fulfill the terms of the contract. I will appear when and where you need me. I will say the right things to the right people. But I will not pretend this is a love match, and I will not be grateful for being bought. She holds his gaze. The air between them feels tight, charged, the kind of tension that precedes a storm or a collision. He holds her gaze back. The gray-green eyes neither soften nor harden. They simply watch. I would not want you to pretend gratitude, Miss Almava. I find it tedious when people perform feelings they do not have. She blinks. That is not the answer she expected. The contract requires your presence and your cooperation, he continues. It does not require your affection. I will keep my side of the bargain if you keep yours. The debt is cleared. The yards remain yours to operate. On paper, you are my wife. In practice, you are my partner in a business arrangement that happens to involve a marriage certificate. He says it so calmly, so reasonably, as if this is the most natural negotiation in the world. And what do you get? She asks. Access. To what? To a name that opens doors my money cannot unlock. The Saint Brigid Harbor Charter. The heritage bloodline that separates old dynasties from new fortunes. The thing his empire needs but cannot buy. She knew this. The contract had made it clear. But hearing him say it without pretense or apology feels like being appraised at auction in real time. So I am a key, she says, a very expensive key with my grandmother's signature. You are a person I am marrying to achieve a specific goal. That does not mean I intend to treat you as an object. What does it mean? He steps closer, not close enough to crowd her, but close enough that she catches the scent of salt and something clean, expensive soap or sea air clinging to his coat. It means I will not lie to you. I will not promise things I cannot deliver. I will not pretend this is more than it is. He pauses, and I will not let anyone treat my wife as a target, even if that wife married me under duress. The words land somewhere in her chest, unexpected and warm, and she immediately resents them. You barely know me. I know that you answered a question about ballast stability on the Valparaiso tanker without looking up from your drink. I know you worked 15 years in a business your family never let you run. I know you are standing here in your grandmother's funeral dress because you would not give the press the satisfaction of seeing you change your clothes for your own wedding. She says nothing, because he is right about all of it. The door opens again. The clerk appears, middle-aged, indifferent, holding a folder. Mr. Renvoss, Miss Almava, we are ready for you. Kallias gestures toward the door, after you. She walks past him, close enough to feel the heat off his body, close enough to notice that he does not step back to give her more room. The ceremony room is as bare as the waiting area. A desk, a registrar in a gray suit. No flowers, no music, no guests. 2 witnesses she does not recognize. Court employees pulled from their coffee breaks to watch strangers trade vows. The registrar reads the civil script in a flat monotone. Legal terms, standard phrasing. Nothing about love, nothing about honor, nothing about till death do us part. Just the contract, stamped and witnessed and recorded. Do you, Kallias Renvoss, take Ynez Almava to be your lawfully wedded wife? I do. Do you, Ynez Almava, take Kallias Renvoss to be your lawfully wedded husband? She looks at him across the width of the registrar's desk. Gray-green eyes, still face. A man who bought her name and will discard it in 5 years. I do. The registrar signs. Kallias signs. Ynez signs, her hand steady, her name dark on the page where it will be filed and recorded and made permanent. I now pronounce you husband and wife. The witnesses clap once, politely, then leave. Ynez stands in the barren room, still wearing her grandmother's funeral dress, now Mrs. Renvoss on paper and nowhere else. Kallias turns to her. The car is waiting. I will take you to the house. She follows him out of the room, down the marble hall, toward the doors that open onto the press and the cameras and the city that will now watch her as his wife. Outside, the questions hit again, louder, sharper. Was this a love match or a business deal? How long have you known each other? Did the Almava family arrange this before the funeral? Will you be living together? Kallias stops at the top of the steps. The cameras flash. He turns to her, and for a moment, the noise fawns away. He leans in, close enough that his lips nearly brush her ear. His voice drops to something private, almost gentle, a thread of sound meant only for her. I will keep my side if you can keep yours. The words are a promise, a warning, a door she can choose to open or leave sealed. He pulls back. His face is unreadable again. He takes her elbow, light and formal, and guides her down the steps. Ynez was beside him, the cameras blazing, the city watching, the contract sealed. And she has no idea what she has just agreed to. Chapter 3. The car climbs the coastal road, leaving the city lights strung below like cargo on a dark tide. Ynez presses her palm flat against the leather seat, feeling the engine hum through the frame, feeling the distance grow between the courthouse and wherever Kallias Renvoss lives. She does not ask where they are going. Pride keeps her silent. The road curves through a gate she does not see opened, up a gravel drive that turns to smooth concrete, and then the house appears. Glass. Walls of it, stacked and angled, cantilevered over the harbor like a ship's bridge suspended mid-plunge. Lights glow from inside, warm and intentional, but the structure itself seems to float, weightless, barely touching the cliff it grips. The car stops. The driver opens her door. Kallias is already out, walking toward the entrance without waiting to see if she follows. She takes that as permission to keep her distance. Inside, the house opens into a single vast room. The harbor spreads below like black silk stitched with the running lights of freighters at anchor. The ceiling soars. The furniture is low, clean, expensive in a way that does not announce itself. Everything designed to make the view the only thing worth looking at. A woman stands waiting. 40-ish, polished, dark hair pulled back, hands clasped at her waist. She inclines her head with professional warmth. Mrs. Renvoss, I am Sabine, Mr. Renvoss's chief of staff. I oversee the household and coordinate his schedule. If you need anything, please ask me directly. Ynez registers the title. Mrs. Renvoss. It lands like a stone dropped into still water. I need to know where I am sleeping, she says. Sabine does not blink. Your rooms have been prepared. May I show you? Kallias is stopped near a low table by the window. He pours himself water from a decanter, does not drink, just holds the glass and looks out at the water. I will show her, he says. Sabine disappears soundlessly. Ynez is alone with her husband in the glass house, the harbor spreading beneath them, the silence pressing in. He sets the glass down without drinking. The east wing is yours. I occupy the west. We share the common spaces when necessary and avoid them when we do not. She follows him through a corridor that opens onto a bedroom larger than her apartment. A bed that could sleep 4. Windows that face the water. A door that leads to a private terrace. Your bathroom, your closet, a sitting room adjacent if you prefer privacy for reading or work. She stands in the center of the room, arms at her sides, not touching anything. There is no lock on this door. He glances at the handle. I will have one installed by morning. That is not what I meant. I know. He waits. She watches his face, searching for the mockery, the condescension, the subtle performance of power that every man who ever controlled her family's business used when they spoke to her. She finds none. I need rules, she says. Then name them. Separate bedrooms, locked doors, a schedule so I know when I am required to appear in public and when I am not. No staff entering my rooms without my permission, and I want access to the shipyards without needing to ask. He considers each point like a document being reviewed. The bedrooms are already separate. The locks will be installed. Sabine will give you a schedule of required appearances by the end of the week. No staff will enter your rooms without knocking first, and the shipyards are yours. I will not interfere. He pauses. Anything else? She did not expect him to agree to all of it. The ease of his consent unsettles her. When you want to speak to me, send a message through Sabine. I will respond within the day. A reasonable boundary. He tilts his head. I will expect the same courtesy. Of course. Silence. The harbor wind presses against the glass. I will leave you to settle, he says. He turns, walks to the door, pauses with his hand on the frame. The studio at the end of the hall. It was a storage room. I had it cleared. If you need a workspace, it is yours. Before she can answer, he is gone. She showers in a bathroom that smells of salt and clean linen. The water is hot, endless, a luxury she did not ask for and does not know how to accept. When she comes out, wrapped in a robe she found folded on the counter, she opens the closet. Clothes hang inside. Black, gray, navy. Simple lines, fine fabric, nothing flashy. Her sizes, her style. She did not pack anything. She left her apartment this morning in her grandmother's funeral dress. She owns nothing here except the ring on her finger and the name she did not choose. She dresses in the simplest thing she finds, a dark sweater and trousers, and tells herself she will return everything once she retrieves her own belongings. The house is quiet. She moves through the hall, following instinct, and finds the studio at the end. The door is open. She steps inside. The room is modest by the standards of the house. One wall of windows facing the harbor. A drafting table, new, adjustable, with proper lighting clamped to the edge. Shelves empty and waiting. A stool with adequate back support. And against the far wall, a wooden table. She stops. She knows this table. The scarred surface. The one corner where the finish wore away from years of her forearm pressing against it while she drew. The slight warp in the left leg from the time Mateo dropped it moving yards. Her table, from her grandmother's study. The one place she was allowed to work as a girl before the men decided her drawings were a hobby and her questions were an inconvenience. It has been repaired, the leg straightened, the surface sanded and resealed. But the old marks remain, the ink stains, the faint burn ring from the coffee she spilled at 17, mapping hull lines until dawn. She touches the edge. Her fingers tremble. She does not know how he found it. She does not know when he moved it. She does not know why he would bother. She leaves the studio and returns to her room and closes the door behind her. The lock has been installed while she showered. She turns it. The bolt slides home with a solid click. She lies down on the bed, still in the borrowed sweater, still in the borrowed trousers, and stares at the ceiling and listens. The house settles around her. The harbor breathes against the cliff. Somewhere in the west wing, a floorboard creaks. She does not sleep. She hears him before she sees him. The hallway. Steps. Deliberate. Unhurried. Fabric shifting. The near silent pad of bare feet on wood. The steps stop. Outside her door. She holds her breath. The lock is engaged. The door is solid. He cannot enter unless she lets him. The silence stretches. She imagines him standing there, hand raised, deciding. She imagines the shape of his knuckles against the wood, the weight of his palm, the words he might say if he speaks. Nothing. A breath. A hesitation that feels like a held question. Then the steps resume, moving away, fading down the hall. She lies in the dark, heart hammering, and does not know whether she is relieved or disappointed. She only knows that in this house of glass and silence, she heard him stop at her door, and she does not know why. Chapter 4. Edmund Falca arrives at breakfast. Ynez finds him standing at the glass dining table when she comes down, a black leather portfolio open in front of him, coffee cooling in a cup he has not touched. He is lean, silver at the temples, dressed in a suit that costs more than the table she slept on as a girl. His smile is professional. It does not reach his eyes. Mrs. Renvoss, he inclines his head. I had hoped to catch you before the day unfolds. She stops at the edge of the room. Mr. Falca. Edmund, please. He gestures to the chair across from him. I know you had no warning of this meeting, but the documents are time-sensitive, and Mr. Renvoss prefers that his legal counsel handle the details directly. The documents. She sits because standing feels like waiting for a blow. The prenuptial agreement, among other instruments. He turns the portfolio toward her. She sees stacked pages, colored tabs, a binder clip holding a sheaf thick enough to suggest every scenario has been mapped. Mr. Renvoss asked me to walk you through the terms so there are no surprises. No surprises. She nearly laughs. The entire marriage is a surprise. Edmund pulls the first document free and sets it between them. His voice is calm, clinical, the voice of a man who has explained ruin to people who did not see it coming. The core structure is straightforward. During the 5-year term, you receive a monthly allowance deposited into a private account. Quarterly draws for the shipyards are authorized against a dedicated line, provided you submit expenditure reports by the 15th of the month. At the conclusion of the term, the yards transfer to you free of encumbrance, and you receive a settlement of $2 million. She has heard this. Eduardo told her the same numbers, but hearing them from Edmund, laid flat on this glass table between the harbor light and his silver pen, they feel different. They sound like a valuation, a price per year, a calculation of her worth in quarterly installments. And if I break the contract early? The debt is reinstated with accrued interest. The yards go to immediate liquidation. The settlement is forfeit. You leave with nothing but the clothes you arrived with. She keeps her face still. I know the penalties. I want you to understand them. Edmund leans back. His eyes are pale, washed out, hard to read. There is a clause in Section 14, subsection A, that you should study carefully. If at any point during the term your conduct results in material reputational damage to Renvoss Maritime Holdings, or to Mr. Renvoss personally, the board reserves the right to petition for dissolution. That petition, if granted, triggers the same penalties as early breach: the debt, the liquidation, the forfeiture. She holds very still. Material reputational damage, that could mean anything. It could mean a public scandal, a legal liability, a pattern of behavior that undermines the charter application. He says it without inflection, or anything the board decides qualifies. I advise you to keep a low public profile, avoid interviews, avoid arguments, avoid giving anyone a reason to question Mr. Renvoss's judgment. She wants to point out that she did not ask for this marriage, that she is the one who was traded, that his client bought her name and her future in a single transaction. But she knows that argument is useless here. Edmund Falke did not draft the contract to be fair. He drafted it to be airtight. And if Mr. Renvoss is the one who causes the damage, that is not how the clause is written. He turns another page. Section 17 covers your obligations regarding the charter process. You will be required to attend heritage verification interviews, provide documentation of the Almava lineage, and participate in board presentations as requested. Your cooperation is not optional. Cooperation is not optional. She heard those words and signed anyway, because the alternative was watching the yards die. But hearing them now, spoken by a man who treats her name like a line item, she feels the weight of every signature she has given in the last 48 hours. And if I refuse to cooperate, then the board may consider you in breach. He closes the portfolio. I recommend you do not test the language. I wrote it specifically to resist reinterpretation. Silence. The harbor wind presses against the glass. Somewhere in the house, a clock ticks. Nene keeps her hands flat on the table. Is there anything else I should know? Edmund studies her. The pause stretches long enough that she feels his assessment like a physical touch. Mr. Renvoss has structured this arrangement with considerable care. He has given you access to capital, workspace, and legal protections that exceed what the contract strictly requires. That is his prerogative. He stands, straightens his cuffs. But you should understand that I advised him against it. She meets his eyes. I am sure you did. This marriage is a calculated risk. You are the variable he chose to accept. If that variable destabilizes the equation, he will need to adjust, and I will be the one advising him on how to adjust decisively. The threat is precise, clean, entirely deniable if anyone asks. Edmund Falke does not need to raise his voice. He has already built his case in Section 14, subsection A, waiting for the day someone decides to use it. He nods once. Sabine will have your schedule by noon. I recommend you review the full document set before signing the ancillary forms. If you have questions, direct them through Mr. Renvoss's office. He leaves. The portfolio stays on the table, thick with pages, patient as a trap. Sabine finds her there 20 minutes later, still staring at the closed binder. Ynez does not hear her approach. She only becomes aware of the presence when a cup of tea appears at her elbow, the steam curling up in the morning light. "He has that effect on people," Sabine says. Her voice is even, unhurried. "Mr. Falke prefers to be the most uncomfortable person in the room. It gives him leverage." Ynez wraps her hands around the cup without drinking. "He told me the marriage is a risk, that I am the variable, that if I destabilize anything he will advise decisive adjustment." "He would." Sabine pulls out the chair across from her and sits, composed, unruffled. The polished surface she presented yesterday has softened slightly. Not familiarity, just something less rigid around the edges. Mr. Falke has been with Mr. Renvoss for 15 years. He has seen every attempt to manipulate, exploit, or undermine the company. He treats new people as threats until they prove otherwise. It is not personal. It feels personal. It is intended to. Sabine lifts her own cup. "Tell me what else he said." Ynez recites the clauses, the quarterly reports, the reputational damage language, the mandatory cooperation, the dissolution petition. Sabine listens without interrupting, and when Ynez finishes, she sets her cup down carefully. "The reputational damage clause is standard for a contract of this value," Sabine says. "It is written broadly so the board has discretion. But the board is Mr. Renvoss. He controls the vote. The clause exists to protect him from external pressure, not to give Edmund a weapon against you." "That is not how Edmund presented it." "Edmund presents everything as a weapon." Sabine's mouth curves. "It is part of his charm." Ynez looks at her. "Why are you telling me this?" The question hangs. Sabine meets her gaze without flinching. "Because you are going to need allies in this house, and I would rather you know which information is meant to arm you and which is meant to disarm you." She stands. "The schedule will be on your desk by noon. I recommend you start with the charter briefing. It is the one document that explains why you are here." She leaves the same way she arrived, quiet, precise, leaving only the tea and the implication behind. Ynez sits alone in the glass room. The portfolio sits in front of her, closed. The tea grows cold. She thinks of Edmund's pale eyes, his voice without warmth, the careful architecture of clauses built to contain her. She thinks of Sabine's measured kindness, the way she offered information like a key without explaining which lock it fits. She thinks of Kallias, the man who gives her a restored drafting table and a locked bedroom door and a schedule she did not choose, the man who watches from across the table and says nothing while his lawyer dismantles her. She opens the portfolio. The charter briefing is on top. She pulls it free and begins to read. She is still reading when the tea turns completely cold, when the harbor light shifts from morning to noon, when Sabine returns with a tablet and a murmured reminder about lunch. She reads through the meal. She reads through the afternoon, under the glass roof, in a house that does not feel like hers. And somewhere in the small hours of the same day, when the house has gone dark and the harbor lights ripple across the water below, she walks to the window and presses her palm against the cold glass and thinks about the footsteps that stopped outside her door last night. He has not come tonight. She does not know if that is better or worse, but she knows one thing now that she did not know this morning. The man who married her has built a fortress around himself. And every document she signed, every clause Edmund enumerated, every line of the charter briefing she read until her eyes burned is another stone in that wall. If she wants to reach him, she will have to learn the architecture first. She pulls out her phone and types a message to Sabine. Schedule the charter briefing. First available slot. She sends it before she can change her mind. And waits. Chapter 5. The black car waits at the gate. Ynez sees it the moment Sabine's driver rounds the last curve of the access road. A Renvoss sedan parked 50 meters from the chain-link fence, engine off, tinted windows catching the morning glare. She does not slow her stride. The gate is unlocked. She pushes through, and the sound of salt-rusted hinges cuts across the empty yard like a greeting she did not know she had missed. The shipyards smell the same. Salt, oil, wet concrete. The deep, metallic breath of dry dock and waiting steel. It hits her in the chest before she can brace for it, and for a moment she is 22 again, standing on this same cracked pavement while her father told her she could observe but not touch, could learn but not lead. She keeps walking. The main shed looms ahead, corrugated iron streaked with rust trails, one of the bay doors half cranked open. Beyond it, the dry dock sits empty, drained, the hull of a mid-sized cargo vessel propped on blocks like a beached whale. No workers, no crane activity, no voices. The silence is the worst part. You came back. Mateo Sands steps out of the shed's shadow, wiping his hands on a rag that was once white. His face is weathered, creased, the kind of skin that has spent 40 years in salt air and welding flash. His eyes are the same as she remembers, sharp, tired, watching her like he is calculating whether she arrived whole. "I told you I would," she says. "You told me a lot of things." He stuffs the rag into his back pocket. Some of them even turned out true. She follows him inside. The shed is worse than she expected. 3 of the welding stations are cold. The overhead crane sits motionless. Tools hang on pegboards in neat rows, untouched for weeks, maybe longer. The floor is swept clean, which means Mateo swept it himself. "You are running this place alone," she says. "I am keeping it alive." He gestures at the empty stations. "The men still have families. They need hours. I send them out when I can, repair work on the smaller boats, patch jobs for the fishing fleet. It is not the same, but it puts food on tables." "The debt is gone. The debt is gone," he repeats, "but the reputation is not, and the equipment is not, and the buyers who smell blood do not care which bank holds your paper." He leads her to the office. It is the same office she remembers from childhood, the same steel desk, the same corkboard covered in faded photographs, the same calendar from 3 years ago still pinned to the wall. The only difference is the paperwork, stacks of it. Invoices, inspection reports, insurance forms, letters from suppliers demanding payment schedules. Mateo watches her flip through them. "The yard needs refit," he says. "Dry dock pumps are failing. The crane motor needs replacement. The electrical in the main shed is held together with tape and stubbornness. The bank froze the operating line when they heard about the debt transfer. We have been running on cash flow from the patch jobs and whatever I can squeeze out of my own accounts." "You used your own money?" "It is my yard too." He says it flatly, without sentiment. "I have been here since before you were born. I am not going to watch it die because the banks lost faith." Ynez sets the papers down. She looks at the corkboard, at the photographs, at the faded image of her grandmother standing beside a newly launched hull, the same proud tilt to her chin that Ynez saw at the funeral. Only alive, only real. "I married him," she says. "I know. I did it to save this place." "I know that too." Mateo pulls out the chair behind the desk and sits, heavy, the way a man sits when his knees have carried too much weight for too long. "The question is, what happens now? Because the yard cannot wait 5 years for you to finish a contract. It needs capital now. It needs work now. It needs someone to tell the suppliers that Almava Shipyards is still open for business." Ynez looks at him. "I am going to tell them." "With what authority? You signed a marriage contract. Your name is Renvoss now." "My name is Almava." "On paper it is both." He does not say it cruelly, just true. The suppliers do not know which one to trust. The bank does not know which one to bill. The men do not know who gives the orders. Ynez feels the weight of it settle across her shoulders. She walks to the window. The yard stretches out below, gray concrete, rusted rails, the empty, dry dock like an open wound. Beyond the fence, the harbor glitters, indifferent, full of ships that do not belong to her. And beyond the gate, the black car still waits. "Who is in that car?" she asks. Mateo comes to stand beside her. He does not need to look. He already knows. "Renvoss Security," he says. "They have been there since the debt transferred. 3 days now. Different car, each shift, always black, always parked just outside the fence. They do not approach, they do not interfere, they just watch." "Watching for what?" "For anyone who shows up to make trouble, for anyone who shows up to make a deal. For you, probably." He pauses. "Or maybe they are watching to see how long it takes before the yard collapses without help." Ynez presses her palm flat against the glass. The car does not move. She thinks of Kallias, the man who gave her a restored drafting table and a locked bedroom door and a schedule she did not choose. The man who controls the board vote and the reputational damage clause and the timing of every move she makes. She thinks of Edmund Falcus' pale eyes, the way he warned her about destabilizing the equation. She thinks of Sabine's measured voice, telling her the charter briefing would explain why she was brought into this marriage. "I need to see the books," she says. "The real ones, not the summaries you send to the bank." Mateo studies her for a long moment. "You sure you want to see how bad it is?" "I need to know exactly what I am fighting for." He nods once and crosses to the filing cabinet against the wall. The lock clicks open. He pulls out 3 ledgers, thick, worn, held together with rubber bands and years of use. "The red one is the truth," he says. "The black ones are what I show the auditors." Ynez takes the red ledger. She opens it. The numbers hit her like a wave. Debts she did not know about. Supplier balances months overdue. Equipment leases that were never fully paid. A line of credit from a secondary lender that her grandmother must have taken out without telling anyone, at an interest rate that borders on predatory. She reads line by line. The yard is not just failing. It has been failing for years, held together by her grandmother's stubbornness and Mateo's loyalty and the small miracles of patchwork accounting. And now it is hers. Every corroded bolt, every unpaid invoice, every worker who trusted the Almava name to mean something. She closes the ledger. "I need to go to the dry dock," she says. Mateo does not argue. The air outside is worse than she remembered. The salt sits on her skin within minutes, the wind carrying the smell of low tide and diesel. The dry dock gate looms ahead, the immense steel door that holds back the harbor when the basin is drained for hull work. She walks to the edge and looks down. The concrete floor is empty. The hull blocks sit in their positions, waiting for a ship that may never come. Rust stains run in vertical streaks down the walls. The pump housing at the far end shows a fresh patch weld, recent, crude but functional. Mateo's work. She turns to thank him, and that is when she sees it. The black car has moved. It is no longer at the gate. It is inside the yard now, parked 30 meters from the shed, engine running, the driver's side door opening. A man steps out. Tall, dark suit. Not the uniform of a security guard. Ynez's pulse kicks once, hard, before she recognizes the face. Not Kallias, not Edmund. Someone else, someone she has never seen before, but his eyes find her immediately, and the way he walks toward her says he knew exactly where she would be. Mateo steps forward. "Can I help you?" The man does not look at Mateo. He looks at Ynez. "Mrs. Renvoss." His voice is smooth, unhurried, the voice of someone who has delivered bad news before and learned to enjoy the silence afterward. "I was told I would find you here. My name is Dominic Vela. I represent a consortium interested in acquiring the assets of Almava Shipyards." Ynez feels the words land like a blade. "The yard is not for sale." "With respect," Vela says, smiling, "everything is for sale. It is just a matter of the right price and the right pressure." He pulls a card from his jacket and holds it out. "When you are ready to discuss terms, call me. The offer will not stay open forever." He leaves the card floating in the space between them. Ynez does not take it. Vela turns, walks back to the car, and drives out through the gate without looking back. The yard is silent again. Mateo picks up the card. He turns it over, reads the back, and his face goes hard. "Ynez." She takes the card. On the back, in small print, a single line. "Enclosed by mandate of Section 14, subsection A." She stares at it. Edmund Falcus clause, the reputational damage clause. The one that can dissolve her marriage and trigger full penalties if she destabilizes the equation. And now there is a buyer at her gate who knows exactly which clause to cite. She looks up. The black car is gone. But at the fence, another one is already pulling into position. Chapter 6. The black car at the fence does not move. It sits there, idling, tinted windows reflecting nothing back. Ynez stares at it long enough for Mateo to step beside her. "You want me to call someone?" She thinks of Kallias, of Sabine, of the distance between the glass house and this rusting yard. No. She folds Vela's card into her pocket, the weight of Section 14, subsection A burning against her thigh like a brand. The black car stays at the fence as she walks back to the shed. It stays as she collects the red ledger. It stays as Mateo locks the gate behind her. It follows her all the way to the glass house. She does not tell Sabine. Not yet. Not until she understands what kind of weapon she is holding. Sabine arrives at 9 the next morning with garment bags and a tailoring team. "The first round of appearances," she says, setting a tablet on the kitchen counter. "Board introduction at headquarters this afternoon. Media opted study tonight. And the harbor gala." Ynez looks at the garment bags. Black, navy, pearl gray, structured lines, expensive fabric that does not whisper luxury but announces it in controlled tones. "I have clothes. You have clothes that say you are an architect," Sabine says, not unkindly. "These say you are Mrs. Renvoss. They are different languages." She unzips the first bag, a dress in deep charcoal, cut high at the neck, falling to the knee with a clean architectural line. No embellishment, no softness. It looks like a suit that forgot it was supposed to be a dress. Ynez touches the fabric. It feels like armor. It is. Sabine holds her gaze. Some rooms require a different kind of protection. The fitting takes 2 hours. Ynez stands on a low platform in the dressing room while the tailor pins and adjusts. The charcoal dress is first, then a navy sheath with a single gold clasp at the collarbone, then a black gown for the gala, long-sleeved, backless in a way that suggests more than it reveals. Each piece fits like it was built for her body. She stares at herself in the mirror. The woman looking back is polished, controlled, elegant. She does not recognize her. "You look like you belong in his world," Sabine says, reading her silence. "That is the point. Yes, but that does not mean it has to feel like a costume." Ynez turns, catches something in Sabine's expression. Not warmth, exactly. Recognition. "You have done this before," Ynez says. "Helped someone step into a life they did not ask for." Sabine's pause is barely a breath. "I have been in rooms where I was assessed like a line item. The trick is learning to assess them back before they realize you are watching." She says nothing more. But when she hands Ynez the shoes, she does not call them part of the uniform. She calls them strategy. Renvoss Maritime Headquarters rises 23 stories above the working harbor, all glass and steel and the kind of architecture that does not apologize for its cost. Ynez walks through the lobby in the charcoal dress and heeled boots Sabine chose. Her hair is pinned in a knot tight enough to pull at her scalp. A security badge waits at the front desk, pre-printed with her name. Ynez Renvoss. She still does not recognize it. Sabine leads her to the executive floor. The elevator opens onto a wide corridor lined with conference rooms, glass-walled, each one filled with men and women in expensive suits who look up when she passes. She feels their eyes like pressure on her skin, measuring, categorizing, assigning value. She holds her spine straight and walks. The boardroom is at the end of the hall. 8 men and 2 women sit around a table the color of dark water. They rise when she enters, but the gesture feels rehearsed, a courtesy extended to a trophy rather than a colleague. Kallias stands at the head of the table. He looks at her for a moment longer than the room expects, then he nods. "Gentlemen, you have met Mrs. Renvoss." The introductions blur. Names she will not remember. Handshakes that last a second too long or too short. Eyes that slide over her face and settle on her throat, her wrist, the gold clasp at her collarbone, counting the cost of keeping her. She answers their questions. Yes, she is familiar with the shipyard operations. Yes, she understands the charter requirements. Yes, she is committed to supporting Mr. Renvoss's strategic objectives. The words taste like chalk. It happens in the break between formalities. Kallias steps into the corridor with Edmund Falca and 2 board members she recognizes from the charter briefing documents. Their voices drop. She catches only fragments. The verification interviews are scheduled for next week. The Heritage Committee is requesting additional documentation. If there are gaps in the record, we need to address them before Cosima raises the question publicly. Cosima. The name lands in Ynez's chest like a stone. She turns, intending to retreat to the conference room, but a board member catches her eye through the glass. A man with silver hair and a signet ring who does not look away when she meets his gaze. He holds it. Then he smiles, slow, the smile of a man calculating how much she is worth to his portfolio. Kallias turns, follows the line of her gaze, sees the silver-haired man. Something in his expression shifts. A coldness that was already there sharpens into warning. He cuts the conversation mid-sentence. "We will continue this tomorrow." Edmund starts to object. Kallias does not look at him. He walks to Ynez. "You are done here." It is not a question. She should argue, should insist she can stand in a room full of hostile eyes without needing rescue. But the corridor is too bright, the air too thin, and she is still wearing the charcoal dress that feels like armor she did not choose. "The gala is tomorrow night," Kallias says. "Sabine will have your schedule by 7. His voice is dry, professional, the voice of a man delivering a memo. But his eyes stay on her face a breath longer than the words require. "The gown," he says, "is black." She does not ask how he knows. Sabine is waiting in the lobby. Ynez opens her mouth to speak, but her phone vibrates against her palm. A message from an unknown number. "You looked well in the boardroom. Standing next to him almost makes you look like you belong there." Almost. She reads it twice. No signature, no sender. But she knows. The black car at the fence, Veril's card. The smile of the man in the corridor. Someone is watching from inside the fortress. She looks up. Sabine is already reading her face. "Who is it?" Ynez does not answer. She locks the phone and slides it into her pocket, where Veril's card waits beside it, 2 edges cutting into the same wound. The gala is tomorrow night, and someone wants her to know she is not safe inside her own marriage. Chapter 7. Sunlight cuts through the glass wall before she is ready to face it. Ynez opens her eyes to a room still unfamiliar, to walls that do not smell of salt and old paint, to a ceiling that does not creak when the harbor wind pushes against it. She lies still for a moment, orienting herself by memory rather than sight. The glass house. Kallias Renvoss. The contract. Her phone sits on the nightstand where she left it last night, screen dark, Veril's card tucked beneath it like a secret she has not decided whether to keep. The anonymous message is still there, waiting every time she looks. "Almost makes you look like you belong there." She swings her legs out of bed and dresses in yesterday's clothes because she has not yet learned where Sabine stores the extras. The noise reaches her before she reaches the hallway. A low rumble. Movement. The scrape of something heavy being dragged across wood. She follows the sound past the kitchen, past the sitting room where she drank tea alone last night, to a door she assumed was storage. It stands open now. Men in work boots carry equipment inside. A light fixture dangles from the ceiling, newly hung. A long table is being positioned beneath the window. Ynez stops in the doorway. The room is long and narrow, with a wall of glass facing the harbor. The morning light floods it, white and clean, falling across a drafting board already set at the correct angle. Shelves line the far wall. Some are empty. Some already hold rolls of tracing paper, boxes of pencils, a steel ruler, a weighted triangle, the tools of a trade she has spent her life learning. Her breath catches. A man in a dust jacket looks up. He is older, with the hands of someone who has spent decades building things. He wipes his palm on his thigh and extends it. "Mrs. Renvoss, we were told to set up in here. Hope the light works for you." She cannot find words. She steps inside. The floor is new. The walls have been freshly painted. The drafting board is not the cheap kind, the one she used in university. It is the proper kind, with a parallel rule and adjustable tension, the kind that costs more than most people spend on furniture for an entire room. "Who ordered this?" The man blinks. "Mr. Renvoss, this morning. Said to have it finished by midday." Kallias. Not a gift delivered with ceremony, not a performance of generosity meant to be witnessed, just instructions given to workers while she slept, a room transformed into a space she did not ask for, but that fits her like a second skin. She runs her fingers along the edge of the drafting board. The wood is smooth, unscarred, new. It is not her grandmother's table, but the precision of the gesture, the fact that he noticed she worked from cramped temporary surfaces, the fact that he did not tell her, The fact that he simply did it rattles her more than any jewel could. She finds the table on her way back to her room. It is propped against the wall outside her door, wrapped in a canvas tarp tied with rope. A note is taped to the top, written in a hand she does not recognize. "This came from the yard earlier this week. Mr. Renvoss asked us to repair the leg before delivery. Apologies for the delay. J. Quintana, Woodworks." Ynez stares at the note. Then she pulls the canvas free. It is her grandmother's table. She would know it anywhere. The scar on the left corner where Mateo dropped it in 2003. The faint ink stain near the center shaped like the coast of Chile. The burn ring from the night she worked through a storm and left a hot coffee cup too long in the same spot. But the leg that had been warped for years, the leg that made the whole surface wobble unless she slipped a folded napkin beneath it, is straight. Repaired, not replaced. She touches the wood. The grain is the same. The old marks are still there. Someone took the time to fix what was broken instead of buying something new, and the care in that choice, the attention, makes her chest tighten. No one has ever done this. No one has ever looked at what mattered to her and chosen to restore it instead of replace it. She stands in the hallway with the table against her hip, the canvas crumpled at her feet, and feels something crack open behind her ribs. For a long moment, she does not move. The workers have finished. The house is quiet. Through the glass at the end of the corridor, the harbor stretches flat and silver under the mooring sun. Container ships lined up at the docks like patient steel beasts waiting for their cargo. She should go find him. She should thank him, but the words feel too small, too ordinary. A currency that cannot carry the weight of what he has done. She carries the table into her room instead, sets it against the wall where she can see it from her bed, and stands there breathing until her hands stop shaking. The message comes at noon. She is in the new studio, sitting on the floor with her back against the wall, surrounded by rolls of tracing paper she has not yet opened. The light is good. The room is silent. She should be working. Instead, she is thinking about the table, about the leg that no longer wobbles, about the fact that Kallias had it brought here this week, before the Gala, before the boardroom, before any of it. That he arranged for it before she stepped into Renvoss Maritime headquarters and felt the eyes of strangers measuring her worth. Her phone buzzes. She picks it up, expecting Sabine with schedule updates. The message is from an unknown number. "The table looks good in its new home. Hope you enjoy the studio. We are watching closely." Her blood turns cold. She reads it twice, 3 times. Her thumb hovers over the screen, tempted to reply, to demand to know who is sending these messages, to force a confrontation she is not ready for. But she does not reply. Instead, she looks at the door of the studio, still open to the hallway. Someone is inside the house. Not just inside the fortress, inside the glass house. They know about the table. They know about the studio. They are watching from closer than she realized. Chapter 8. The tracing paper unrolls beneath her palms, the first clean sheet she has touched in months that belongs to no one but her. Ynez works standing. The new drafting board sits at the perfect height, angled just enough to catch the harbor light without glare, and she hates how perfectly it suits her. Hates that he measured her before she knew she was being measured. The pencil moves in slow arcs, sketching the dry dock layout from memory. The pumps that fail every 3rd cycle, the crane rail that needs replacement, the electrical shed where Mateo keeps a fire extinguisher within arm's reach because the wiring hums hot, even when the yard is dead. She knows every weakness. She has carried them in her head for years, the same way she carried the names of every ship her family built, the same way she carried the weight of a surname that opened doors but never let her sit at the table. But this is the first time she has drawn solutions instead of problems. A revised pump housing, cheaper to retrofit than replace. A crane motor from a decommissioned freighter, reconditioned half the cost of new. A dry dock rotation schedule that maximizes repair revenue without the full crew complement the yard once needed. The ideas come faster than she can capture them, lines bleeding into notes, bleeding into calculations, and she loses track of time the way she used to as a girl in her grandmother's study, bent over blueprints with a mechanical pencil and the smell of salt drifting through the window. She does not hear the footsteps. When she looks up, Kallias is standing in the doorway. He is still in the same suit from this morning, charcoal, no tie, collar open at the throat. He holds a sheaf of papers in one hand, loose, unbound, the edges curling where he has folded them back. She does not know how long he has been watching. How deep is your dry dock at spring tide? The question lands like a stone dropped into still water. No greeting, no acknowledgement of the room, the table, the fact that he transformed an entire space while she slept. She straightens. 14 meters at the sill, 16 at the inner wall. And at neap, 12.5. He nods once, not impressed, not disappointed, just processing, slotting the number into whatever mental architecture he is building. That gives you clearance for a Panamax haul at low tide, he says. Barely. I know what it gives me. The words come out sharper than she intends. She is still holding the pencil, still standing at the board he built for her, still aware that he entered her grandmother's home, found the table, arranged for its repair, and said nothing. He steps into the room. Not far, just past the threshold, enough to cross from hallway to studio, from observer to participant. Your crane placement in the western slip is wrong. She blinks. Excuse me? The rail you sketched runs parallel to the dock face. That works for a yard that services standard shipping, but you are not designing for standard shipping. You are designing for survival. He sets the papers on the edge of her drafting board. They are her notes. The ones she left in the sitting room last night, scattered across the coffee table. Rough estimates for equipment costs and labor projections she never expected anyone else to see. He has been reading them. You calculated refit costs based on current haul traffic, he says. But the yard's competitive advantage is custom repair, not volume. If you rotate the crane axis 15 degrees, you gain access to the inner repair berth without extending the rail. The layout change costs material for 3 new supports. The alternative costs an entirely new rail system. She stares at him. The pencil is still in her hand. She has forgotten she is holding it. You read my notes. Your figures are conservative. Your labor projections are honest. But your spatial logic is defensive. You are designing for what you can afford instead of what the yard needs. Heat climbs her neck. I am designing for what exists. The yard has no credit line, no operating capital, and a secondary loan I did not know about until 3 days ago. I cannot afford ideal. You cannot afford to waste time on layouts that will need revision in 18 months when you finally admit the old P&H crane is not salvageable. The words are flat, technical. He could be discussing a shipping schedule or a quarterly report, but he is talking about her crane, the one she argued to keep when her grandmother wanted to sell it for scrap. The one she rebuilt by hand over 3 summers, learning weld technique from the yard's old foreman, burning her forearm on a live line because she refused to wait for the electrician. She sets the pencil down. 18 months assumes I will still be here. His eyes hold hers. Gray-green, steady, the same color as the harbor at dusk when the light goes flat and the water turns opaque. Where else would you go? The question carries no threat, no edge. It sounds like genuine curiosity, as if he truly cannot imagine her choosing to leave the shipyards, as if the offer he made when he bought her debt assumed she would stay. She does not have an answer. He picks up the top sheet of her notes, turns it toward the light, squints at the margin scribbles she made at 3 in the morning when sleep would not come. Your secondary loan projection is dated 3 months after your grandmother's first stroke. He sets the paper down. She knew she would not see the yard recover. She took the loan to buy time she did not have. Ynez's chest tightens. She should have told me. She should have trusted you. He says it like a fact, not a judgment. But trust is expensive when you have been trained to manage a loan. She does not know if he is talking about her grandmother or himself. The room feels smaller than it did a minute ago. The harbor light still pours through the glass. The tracing paper still waits for her next line. But the air has changed, charged with something she cannot name and does not want to examine. Why are you here? She asks. To tell you the car leaves for the Gala at 7. Sabine will have your schedule by 5. You could have texted. I could have. He does not move toward the door. The silence stretches, fills the space between them, and she feels the weight of the anonymous message still sitting on her phone. The knowledge that someone inside this house is watching, that the table he restored is beautiful, and the studio he built is perfect, and none of it feels safe. Is there anything else? He holds her gaze for a beat longer than necessary. 15 degrees, he says. Rotate the crane axis, you will see. Then he turns and walks out, leaving her alone in the studio with the pencil, the plans, and the terrible certainty that he understands her ambition in a language no one has ever spoken to her before. Chapter 9. The black backless gown moves like water against her skin. Ynez stands in the Gala lobby with Sabine at her shoulder, watching the chandeliers throw light across a room full of people who have already decided what she is. A merger, a rescue, a name sold to the highest bidder. The harbor stretches beyond the terrace windows, black and silver under the moon, and somewhere out there the shipyards sit empty, the dry dock pumps failing, the crane she rebuilt rusting in salt air. She belongs to neither world now. Breathe, Sabine says quietly. They are looking because you are new. By midnight they will be looking because you stayed. Ynez exhales, lifts her chin. The gown is cut deep in the back, held by a single clasp at her nape, and she feels the exposure like a wound she chose. No armor, no hiding, just the line of her spine and the Almava name pinned to her like a target. She walks in. The row parts around her the way water parts around a hall. Old families, harbor board members, port authority executives, women in jewel tones and men in tailored black, and every single one of them turns to measure the new Mrs. Renvoss with the same calibrated smile. She shakes hands, repeats names, lets Sabine's voice guide her through the current. Admiral Renvoss, retired harbor master. His wife handles the Heritage Committee archives. Lena Ostos, Port Logistics Council. She voted against the charter expansion last year. Philip Toro, cargo brokerage. His father lost 3 ships to the same insurer your grandmother used. Each name lands like a stitch. She files them away. But her eyes keep searching the room for Kallias. She finds him across the terrace, surrounded by men in darker suits, talking with his hands still. His head tilted in that way that means he is listening more than speaking. Gray-green eyes catch the light. He has not seen her yet. A woman steps into her path, silver-black hair cut sharp at the jaw, lean build, anchor signet ring on her right hand. Cosima Peelan. Mrs. Renvoss? The name lands like a challenge. I wondered if you would come. Ynez holds still. I was invited. Of course you were. The charter board extends every courtesy to candidates' spouses. Cosima's smile does not reach her eyes, even when the spouse is the candidate. The implication settles between them like sediment. I am not sure I follow, Ynez says. No? Cosima tilts her head. Then let me be plain. Your grandmother spent 40 years keeping the Almava name clean enough to trade. She married it off to a man who needed a bloodline the way a ship needs a flag. A pause. But flags can be changed. Bloodlines can be tested. And ceremonies do not launder what is already sunk. The room hums around them. Glasses clink. Someone laughs near the bars. Ynez feels the words land in her chest like cold water. She could answer, could defend, could list the contracts her grandmother fulfilled, the crews her family employed, the wages paid across decades of declining profit. But she has learned something in the past week. People like Cosima do not want answers. They want proof that you flinch. So she does not flinch. If you have a question about the Almava record, Ynez says, I am sure the Heritage Committee will accept your submission during the verification process. Cosima's smile sharpens. Polished, she says. He trained you well. The insult is precise. It reduces Ynez to a puppet, a wife who learned her lines from the man who bought her, and she is about to absorb it. She is about to nod, excuse herself, and walk away with her spine straight and her dignity intact. Then Kallias is there. She does not see him approach. She only feels the shift in the air, the way the space beside her fills with his presence, and then his hand settles at the small of her back, warm through the open fabric of the gown. Cosima. His voice is calm, pleasant, the same tone he uses to discuss quarterly reports. I see you have met my wife. I was just telling her how much the harbor has changed since the Almava yards were active. Has it? Kallias tilts his head. The water looks the same to me. Salt, steel, The same current that carried your husband's ships out of the old Pelona dry dock before the family sold it to cover the 87 losses. The air freezes. Cosima's smile does not move, but something behind her eyes goes flat. That was a long time ago, she says. It was, but the harbor remembers. Kallias' hand stays at Ynez's back, steady, anchoring, the same way it remembers that the Pelone fleet survived the '92 recession because Almava hulls carried cargo your family could not insure on their own. He says it like a footnote, like a fact so obvious it barely merits mention. But the room is gone still around them. Cosima's signet ring catches the light as her fingers tighten on her glass. Generous of you to recall, she says. I recall everything. Kallias' voice drops half a degree, including that my wife's grandmother never asked for repayment when she wrote that guarantee. She considered it professional courtesy, something old harbor families extended to each other when the water turned against them. The silence stretches. Cosima looks at him, looks at Ynez. Then she smiles, and it is colder than anything she has said tonight. Mrs. Renvoss, she says, and walks away. Ynez cannot breathe. The room is still watching, but the attention has shifted, diffused, and she feels the moment loosen as conversations resume around them. Kallias' hand does not leave her back. You did not have to do that, she says. I know. She turns to look at him. His face is unreadable, but his jaw is tight, and she realizes he is not calm at all. He is furious. Controlled, banked, deliberate fury that he aimed at Cosima like a blade and sheathed the moment she walked away. She is going to remember that, Ynez says. Good. Kallias, she sits on the charter board. I know who she sits with. He meets her eyes. And I know what she was trying to do. She wanted to see if you would break alone so she could report back that the Almava line has no spine. Did I pass? His hand presses once, briefly, at the base of her spine. You did not give her the satisfaction of flinching. His voice drops. That is not passing. That is survival. He steps closer. The heat of his body cuts through the Gala air, and she smells salt and cedar and something sharp beneath it, something that has nothing to do with the boardroom. Ynez. She looks up. There are things I did not tell you about this marriage, he says. Things I should have told you before the ceremony. The words land like stone. What kind of things? He holds her gaze. The chandeliers burn behind him, and the harbor stretches dark beyond the terrace, and she feels the weight of every secret he is about to drop. The charter is not the only reason I needed the Almava name. A pause. Your grandmother knew. She agreed to the marriage on one condition. His hand is still at her back. The room still hums around them, but the world has narrowed to his face, his voice, the thing he is about to tell her. She made me promise I would tell you the truth when I was ready. Ynez's pulse hammers. When will that be? Kallias looks at her for a long moment. Then he steps back, and the cold air rushes in where his body was. After the Gala. Chapter 10. The black car hums through Puerto Calais at a speed that feels like escape. Ynez sits against the leather, her spine rigid, the backless gown pressing cold against her skin where his hand rested. She can still feel it. The weight of his palm at the small of her back, the heat that spread through the silk, the way the room disappeared around them when he stepped into Cosima's attack. You should have warned me, she says. Kallias does not look at her. His profile cuts against the city lights sliding past the window. Hard lines, controlled jaw, the same face he wears in boardrooms. Warned you about what? The ambush, the history, the fact that you knew exactly what wound to open. I did not know she would corner you, but you knew she would try. He turns. His gray-green eyes catch the street glow, unreadable as harbor depths. I knew she would test you. I did not know she would use the Almava sinking as a blade. Ynez's stomach tightens. The Almava sinking. 3 words that carry the weight of something she has never fully investigated, something her grandmother never spoke about, something the old harbor families mention in lowered voices. What's sinking? Kallias is silent for a beat. 2. Ask me at the briefing, he says. Tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock. I'm calling a charter strategy meeting. You are changing the subject. I am scheduling the subject. The car turns onto the cliff road. The harbor opens below them, black water scattered with the lights of moored freighters, and Ynez watches the city shrink in the window, feels the altitude rise in her ears. Your hand, she says. What about it? You kept it on my back the entire time, even after she walked away, even after you finished with her. The car slows. The gates of the glass house slide open. It was a performance, Kallias says. Was it? He does not answer. The garage opens beneath the house, smooth concrete and soft light, and the driver parks and kills the engine. The silence rings. Kallias gets out first. He does not wait for her, but he does not walk ahead either. He stands by the open door, one hand on the frame, watching her rise from the leather seat. She steps past him into the elevator. The doors close. The glass house wraps them in light and shadow. The harbor spread below like an argument for silence. Ynez walks toward the east wing, her heels sharp against the heated floors, and she can hear him behind her, matched, step for step. I do not need to be defended, she says, not turning. I know. Then why did you do it? She stops at the threshold of her hallway. The light is dimmer here, softer, and she turns to face him. He stands 3 feet away. His jacket is still buttoned, his tie is still precise, but something in his face has shifted. The controlled mask thinned at the edges. Because she aimed to wound, he says, and I will not let her touch what is mine. The word lands like a match in dry grass. Ynez's breath catches. What is yours? The silence stretches. Kallias steps closer. One step, then another. His hand lifts, and she watches it move through the air between them like something separate from him, something acting on its own will. His fingers brush the clasp of her necklace. The chain is twisted, he says. You have been pulling at it all night. She has, without realizing it. Her fingers have been working the catch, worrying the clasp, while her mind churned through Cosima's words and his defense and the weight of the Almava's sinking he mentioned like a stone dropped in a current. You cannot reach it, he says. It is not a question. He knows. He noticed. He was watching her fingers. The clasp clicks free. The necklace slides off her skin, and his fingers trail along the line of her neck, following the chain down, a whisper of contact that stops at her collarbone. She stops breathing. His eyes are on his own hand. On the place where his fingers rest against her skin, the heat of him radiates through the thin air between them, and she can smell cedar and salt and the faint, clean starch of his shirt, and his hand is not moving away. Kallias? His name comes out unsteady. He looks up. His eyes are dark. The harbor water gray has gone almost black, and she sees the tension in his jaw, the muscle jumping beneath the skin. I should not have done that, he says, but he does not move his hand. You did not ask permission, she says. No. A pause. Would you have given it? The question hangs between them, heavy as the tide. She wants to say yes. She wants to say no. She wants to tell him that she does not know what she wants, that she has spent the last 8 years learning to want nothing, that the only safe answer is silence. But his hand is still at her collarbone, warm and unmoving, and she has not stepped back. I would have asked, she says, what you wanted in return. His jaw tightens. Nothing. Nothing is not a price I trust. The table was not a price. The studio was not a price. This is not a price. Then what is it? He looks at her. The air between them feels charged, ready to ignite. Proof, he says. Of what? That I am still capable of wanting something that has nothing to do with the Empire. His hand falls. The absence is immediate, cold. She feels the ghost of his fingers on her skin, and she hates how much she wants it back. Tomorrow, he says. 8 o'clock. The East Conference Room. He turns and walks away. She watches him go. His steps are measured, deliberate, the same controlled gait he uses in every room. But she sees the tension in his shoulders, the way his hands curl at his sides. He stops at the corner of the hallway. Ynez. She waits. The reason your grandmother took that loan, he says, not turning around. The reason she made me promise to tell you the truth. The world goes still. She was trying to protect you from something she knew was coming. He turns the corner. The hallway is empty. Ynez stands alone in the dim light with the necklace dangling from her fingers, and his heat still warm on her skin. And she understands that the marriage contract was never the only thing she signed. She signed herself into a war, and she is only beginning to learn who the enemy is. Chapter 11. The East Conference Room smells of coffee and fresh bond paper. Ynez arrives at 7:58, her hair still damp from a shower that did nothing to settle the night's residue. The necklace lies in her jewelry case. She did not put it back on. Kallias is already at the table. He looks up when she enters, and she watches his eyes move across her face, searching for something she does not want to name. "Good morning." "Morning." She takes the seat across from him, leaving 2 empty chairs between them. The board packet sits at her place, bound in silver clips, thick enough to break a wrist. Edmund Valka arrives at 8:01 with a junior associate carrying a laptop. He does not greet Ynez. He opens the packet and begins extracting pages before his jacket is off. "Cosima has filed a formal records inquiry," Edmund says. "She wants the full Almava safety declaration archive for the period 1985 to 1995. Kallias does not react. His pen is uncapped. He writes something in the margin of a document. That is expected. Expected and actionable. She is not fishing. She knows what she is looking for. Let her look. She will find it, Kallias. The room contracts. Ynez feels the weight of the unfinished sentence, the thing Edmund will not say in front of her. "What will she find?" Ynez asks. Edmund looks at her for the first time. His pale eyes hold nothing. "Records your grandmother should have archived but did not." That is vague enough to mean nothing. It is precise enough to mean I cannot tell you. Kallias sets down his pen. "Edmund, I am protecting your interests. The charter is the objective. Everything else is noise." The associate opens the laptop. The screen glows pale blue. A spreadsheet appears showing dates and document numbers, gaps highlighted in red. Ynez opens her packet and begins reading. The charter requirements are dense. Heritage verification, continuous operational lineage, a clean safety record for the period of charter eligibility, financial solvency certification, board approval by 2/3 majority. Cosima sits on the approval committee. She can block with a single sustained objection. Ynez turns the page and finds the safety declaration section. The pages are numbered, the box is checked, the signatures dated. It looks complete on first glance. But she notices something. The subsection labeled Casualty Disclosure 1985-1995 is present, but the attached records are missing. The tab is there, the divider is labeled, but behind it the page reads, Records withheld pending internal review. That should not be there, Ynez says. Edmund stops flipping pages. "Excuse me?" The casualty section divider. She slides the packet across the table and taps the tab. "That is not a standard header. Your team created a placeholder because the records are not in the file." The associate looks at Edmund. Edmund looks at Kallias. "Tell me what that means," Ynez says. Kallias stands. He walks to the window. The harbor stretches below, gray and flat under morning cloud. "It means Cosima is not the only one searching for those files." "Who else?" He does not answer. The associate clears her throat. "Mr. Renvoss, the media desk flagged something 30 minutes ago. An inquiry from Lucien at the Puerto Calais Sentinel. He is requesting access to the Almava shipping casualty records under public interest provisions." Edmund's face goes still. "That is not a coincidence," he says. "It is not a coincidence," Kallias agrees. Nia's phone vibrates on the table. She turns it over. A message from an unknown number glows on the screen. "The safety records are gone. Do you know why? Ask your husband what he removed." Batra, her chest tightens. "Who is Lucien Batra?" Edmund looks at her with something close to pity. "An investigative journalist who has been circling the Port Authority for 6 months. He smells a story, and he thinks the Almava name is the headline." The phone vibrates again. Another message. "I have the packet. They blocked the files this morning. If you want to see what your grandmother hid, meet me at the Port Authority Annex. Noon. Alone." Nida does not look up. She slides the phone face down. "Nida." Kallias has turned from the window. His eyes are on her. He saw the vibration. He saw her read. "Who is messaging you?" "Shipyard updates," she says. The lie tastes like copper. He holds her gaze for 3 seconds. Then he nods slowly, the way a man does when he knows he is being lied to and is deciding whether to press. Edmund, finish the packet review without the casualty section. I will handle the Batra inquiry. Kallias, I will handle it. Edmund closes his mouth. The associate types something. The laptop screen goes dark. Ynez picks up her packet and stands. I will review the remaining sections in my office. She does not wait for permission. The hallway is empty. Her heels echo against the marble floor. She walks past the security desk with the badge reading Ynez Renvoss still clipped to her lapel, past the glass doors, past the receptionist who smiles without seeing her. She pushes into the stairwell and stops. Her hand shakes as she unlocks the phone. The messages are still there. The journalist, the noon meeting, the implication that someone inside Renvoss has been removing records that belong to her bloodline. She scrolls up and finds the anonymous thread. The words stare back at her. We are watching closely. 2 separate watchers, one inside the house, one at the newspaper, and between them, a gap where the truth about their family's safety records should be. The stairwell door opens behind her. She turns. Kallias stands in the doorway, his face unreadable. The Batra inquiry is not about the charter, he says. Then what is it about? Your grandmother's loan, the secondary one. The lender is using the safety records as collateral access. Batra picked up the legal filing this morning. The words hit like cold spray. The lender has my grandmother's safety records? Has them, or had them removed. I do not know which yet. She stares at him. And you were going to tell me this when? When I knew which it was. That is not your decision to make. It is my decision if I am the one trying to protect you from a trap I do not understand. Protect me. She steps closer. You do not even know what you are protecting me from. No. His voice drops. But I am trying. The silence between them is raw, unfinished. She thinks of the chain at her collarbone, the heat of his fingers, the way he said mine and meant something she still does not have language for. Then tell me the truth, she says. All of it. Not after the gala, not when you are ready. Now. He looks at her. The harbor light catches his eyes, gray-green, the color of deep water. If I tell you now, he says, you will not be able to unlearn it. Good. There is a reason your grandmother hid the truth from you. The same reason she took the loan, the same reason she traded you to me. Tell me. He steps forward. His voice drops so low she feels it in her chest. Because the Almava sinking was not an accident. It was covered up, and your grandmother knew that if it ever surfaced, the name would be worth nothing. Not for the charter, not for the yards, not for you. The words land like a sentence. Ioana stands in the stairwell with the phone still warm in her hand, Batra's message waiting, the charter packet heavy under her arm, and Kallias 3 feet away with the truth finally breaking through the surface. I need to know, she says. He holds her gaze. Then I will show you. He extends his hand. You and I are going to the Port Authority Annex, noon, and we are going to find out what your grandmother buried before she died. She should ask more questions. She should demand every detail before she agrees to walk anywhere with him. But his hand is open, and for the first time, she takes it. Chapter 12. The glass house feels too quiet for what she carries. Ynez stands at the kitchen island at dawn, coffee cooling in her hand, the Port Authority Annex meeting still hours away. Kallias left at 6 for a call he would not explain. She told him she needed air and drove to the yards instead. The Almava gate is unlocked when she arrives. Morning fog sits low over the dry dock, softening the rusted edges, the collapsed hose reel, the crane she rebuilt by hand and can no longer afford to power. The yard smells of salt and stalled time. Mateo emerges from the main shed, wiping grease from his hands. You are early. I could not sit still. He nods, like that explains everything. They walk the perimeter together, past the empty slipway, past the paint locker where the door hangs crooked on its hinges. He tells her the pump repair will hold another month if they are careful. He does not ask about the marriage. She does not offer. The black sedan arrives at 9, It parks outside the fence with the engine running, doors closed, windows tinted so dark she cannot see inside. Ynez watches it from the dry dock edge, her hand going still on the railing. Mateo sees it too. "Company," he says. The rear door opens. A man steps out. Mid-40s, tailored suit that costs more than Mateo's monthly wages, polished shoes that have never touched a shipyard floor. His smile is practiced, forgiving, the expression of someone delivering bad news in a velvet case. He walks to the gate and waits. Mateo looks at her. "I will handle it," she says. She crosses the yard, gravel grinding under her boots. She stops on her side of the gate. He does not reach for the latch. "Mrs. Renvoss." "I am not Mrs. Renvoss here." His smile does not flicker. "Forgive me, Miss Almava. I represent a group that has been watching the yard situation with great interest." Watching. "We understand the debt situation, the operating freeze, the difficulty of maintaining a facility of this size without adequate capital reserves." "Who is your group?" "A consortium of private investors who believe in preserving harbor heritage. We would like to make an offer for the property." "The property is not for sale." "The operating line is frozen. The secondary loan has been called for collateral review. The yard cannot run on pride alone." He tilts his head, sympathetic, surgical. "We are offering a clean exit, full assumption of outstanding liabilities, a fair price for the land and the dry dock. You walk away with your head held high." Ynez feels the words land like measured blows. He knows about the secondary loan. He knows about the freeze. He knows exactly how much she cannot afford to refuse. "The yard is not for sale," she repeats. "Miss Almava, I said no." He holds her gaze for a long moment. Then he reaches into his jacket and pulls out a cream-colored envelope. "Take it. Read it. The offer expires in 72 hours. He slides it through the chain-link fence and walks back to the sedan without waiting for her answer. The envelope sits on her palm, heavy with unearned mercy. She does not open it. Mateo is watching from the shed door. She crosses to him and holds out the envelope. "Burn it." He takes it without comment and drops it into the welding bench's scrap bucket. A moment later, a match hisses, and the paper curls into ash. 72 hours, Mateo says. 72 hours to find a miracle. She stays at the yard through the morning, walking the sheds, checking the tool inventory, running her hand over the dry dock gate that Mateo says has held through worse because someone kept reinforcing the hinges. She takes measurements for a repair plan she cannot afford. She pretends the clock is not ticking. At 11:30, Mateo's phone rings. He answers, listens, says nothing. When he hangs up, his face is strange. "That offer. What about it?" "It is gone." She stops mid-stride. "Gone how?" The consortium withdrew. Full pullback. No explanation. No counteroffer. He looks at her with something between wonder and wariness. "Someone killed the deal while we were standing here." The silence stretches. Ynez thinks of the Renvoss security car that watched the gate for 3 days. She thinks of Kallias saying, "I will not let her touch what is mine." She thinks of the way he studied her crane layout, the way he read her ambition like a language he already spoke. She knows whose hand moved in that silence. She does not know whether to feel grateful or claimed. "I need to go," she says. She drives back toward the glass house with the harbor on her left and the noon light breaking through the fog. Her phone sits in the passenger seat, dark, waiting. At a red light, she picks it up. 3 messages. One from Sabine. "The Annex Records request has been provisionally approved. Kallias cleared the path. He is waiting for you at the administration building." One from Batra. "Your husband just called off my source's dogs. Interesting time. Are you coming or not?" One from the anonymous number. She opens at last. "Sending buyers away is brave. Let us see if you are brave enough to find what he buried." The light turns green. Ynez locks the phone and presses the accelerator, the harbor flashing past her window, the truth waiting at the annex like a door she is no longer sure she wants to open. Chapter 13. She finds him in the East Wing study, standing at the window with his back to the door, the harbor spread below him like a negotiation he has already won. The glass house is silent. No Sabine, no staff, just the 2 of them and the salt light and the weight of what he did without asking. He does not turn. "The consortium withdrew," she says. "I know. Did you make them withdraw?" A pause. His reflection in the glass is unreadable. I made it clear the yard is not available for acquisition. She feels the words land like a second set of hands on the envelope she burned this morning. Grateful and claimed. The two feelings twist together until she cannot tell where one ends and the other begins. You should have told me. He turns now, face composed, gray-green eyes steady, the same expression he wears in boardrooms. Would you have accepted the help if I had asked first? No. Then we agree on the outcome. That is not the same as consent. He says nothing. The silence is worse than a defense, because it means he knows she is right and will not concede it. Ynez steps into the room, the heels of her boots clicking against the polished concrete floor. She is still wearing the clothes from the yard, the smell of salt and rust clinging to her sleeves. You keep making decisions for me, she says. The studio, the table, the security car at the gate, and now this. You call it help, but you never ask if I want it. I did not build an empire by asking permission. Then do not pretend this is a partnership. His jaw tightens, the first crack in the composure. It is not a partnership. It is a contract. And in the terms of that contract, I am allowed to protect my investment. The word lands like a slap. Investment. She feels heat rise up her throat, pooling behind her eyes. She will not let him see it. Is that what I am? You know what I meant. I know what you said. She turns toward the door, heart hammering against her ribs, because if she stays one more second, she will either scream or break, and she will not give him either. Ynez. She stops. Look at me. She turns back, slow, deliberate. His face has changed. The boardroom mask is gone, replaced by something raw, less certain. That was not the word I wanted. Then choose a better one. He crosses the room, 3 steps, 4. He stops close enough that she can smell the cedar and salt on his skin, close enough that she has to tilt her chin up to hold his gaze. I killed the deal because I will not watch them take the last thing you have left. The yard is not yours to protect. It is not the yard I am protecting. The words hang between them, fragile and impossibly heavy. She stares at him. Her throat is tight, her palms damp, her heart a live wire she cannot contain. Then what are you saying? I am saying I do not know how to stop wanting to keep you safe. She should step back. She should name this for what it is, another form of control dressed in tenderness, another way for a man to decide what she needs. But his eyes are not calculating. They are open, uncertain, waiting for her to decide whether to stay or walk. Kallias, tell me to stop and I will stop. The offer is honest. That is what makes it unbearable. She thinks of the anonymous text burning in her phone. Let us see if you are brave enough to find what he buried. She thinks of her grandmother's loan, the missing records, the cover-up that has been waiting for her like a trap she walked into blind. She thinks of all the reasons she should not trust him. And then she thinks of the drafting table, the leg repaired instead of replaced, the way he measured her ambition instead of her compliance. How do I know you were not burying something else? The question lands like a blade. He does not flinch. You do not. Not yet, but I will show you. When? Now, tomorrow, as long as it takes. She searches his face for the lie, finds nothing but the same raw uncertainty she heard in his voice when he said he still wanted something beyond the empire. One condition, she says. Name it. Stop protecting me without telling me. I would rather face the truth than be sheltered from it. He holds her gaze for a long breath, and then he nods. Agreed. The word should settle things. It does not. They are still standing too close. The air between them has changed, charged with something that has no place in a contract negotiation. You are still wearing yard clothes, he says. I was not aware I had to dress for your approval. You do not. I was only noticing. The observation is so ordinary, so unguarded, that it undoes something in her chest. She should step back. She should end this conversation before it becomes something neither of them can take back. Instead, she says, You noticed the crane placement? I noticed everything about your work. Why? Because it tells me who you are when you think no one is watching. She cannot breathe. His hand rises slowly, giving her time to step away. She does not move. His fingers brush the collar of her jacket, the touch so light it might be accidental. It is not accidental. "Tell me to stop," he repeats. She should. She should say the words and walk out of this room and lock the door and pretend this moment never happened. But she has spent her whole life being careful, being dutiful, being the woman who does not ask for what she wants. She is so tired of being careful. "Do not stop." His eyes darken, and then his hand is at the nape of her neck, warm and steady, and he is pulling her toward him with a slowness that feels deliberate, reverent, as if he is giving her every chance to change her mind. She does not change her mind. When his mouth meets hers, it is not gentle, it is not careful. It is the collision of everything they have been holding back, the anger and the want and the terror of being seen, all of it crashing together in a single, devastating kiss. Her hands find his chest, gripping the fabric of his shirt, pulling him closer. He makes a sound against her mouth, low and rough, and the vibration travels through her like a current. She has never been kissed like this, like she is not a transaction, like she is chosen. His hand slides into her hair, tilting her head back, deepening the kiss until there is nothing left but the taste of him and the heat of his body against hers, and the terrifying, thrilling knowledge that this changes everything. When they break apart, they are both breathing hard. His forehead rests against hers. "I did not plan this," he says. "Neither did I." "Are you sorry?" She looks at him, at the man who bought her debt, who restored her grandmother's table, who killed a deal without asking, who looked at her crane layout and understood her ambition like a language he already spoke. "No," she says. "I am not sorry." His thumb traces her jawline, soft and wondering. "Then we have a problem." "What problem?" "Because I want to do that again, and I do not think I will stop at one." She feels the heat rise in her chest, desire and fear tangled so tight she cannot separate them. "Then do not stop." He kisses her again, slower this time, and the world outside this room, the consorium, the anonymous texter, the missing records, all of it fades to static. They have crossed a line. There is no going back. Later, when she is breathless and trembling and pressed against the window glass with the harbor glittering below, his phone buzzes on the desk. He ignores it. It buzzes again, and then hers vibrates in her pocket, 3 sharp pulses, the same pattern as before. She pulls it out, still pressed against the cold glass, his hand resting on her hip. The anonymous number, 1 new message. "He kissed you. Interesting choice. You should know he is not the only one with secrets in this house." The warmth drains from her body. Kallias sees her face change. "What is it?" She looks at the message, looks at him. The Watcher was in the room. The Watcher is always in the room. Chapter 14. She wakes before dawn. The ceiling is still unfamiliar. The walls still smell of paint and clean glass. But the body beside her is warm and real, his arm heavy across her waist, his breathing slow and even in the dark of the East Wing study where they never made it to a bed. She should move. She should think about the text still burning in her phone, the Watcher who saw everything, the promise of transparency he made and the secrets he still has not told her. Instead, she watches the gray light creep across the harbor and feels the weight of his arm like an anchor. His eyes open without warning. He does not startle. He looks at her the way he looked at her crane drawings, careful and reading, cataloging every detail. "You are awake," he says. "So are you." "Could not sleep." She understands. The same reason she is awake, the same fear that moving will break whatever fragile thing they built in the dark. His hand moves to her hip. A question. She answers by not pulling away. An hour later, they meet in the kitchen. She is in a cream sweater and tailored pants, her hair twisted into a knot so tight it pulls at her scalp. He is in a charcoal suit, every button fastened, every line precise. Neither of them mentions the study. "Good morning," she says, and the words come out clipped and formal like she is addressing a stranger. "Morning," his voice matches hers. She pours coffee. He reads something on his phone. The silence between them is polite and hollow and terrible. Sabine enters at 7:45, takes one look at both of them, and says nothing. Ynez is grateful for the silence until she realizes the silence is confirmation. Sabine saw it too. "Mr. Renvoss," Sabine says, her voice carefully neutral. "Edmund Falca is waiting in the East Conference room. He rider only for the briefing." Kallias' jaw tightens. The briefing is at 8. He wanted to review the materials beforehand. He is concerned about the annex records request. The mention of the records pulls Ynez back to the surface, the missing files. The noon appointment with Batra that she never kept because the kiss consumed the afternoon and the watcher consumed the night. "I need to go to the annex today," she says. Kallias looks at her. The mask is back, smooth and unreadable. "We will discuss it at the meeting." Discuss it. Strategy. Timing. What we say and who we say it to. She wants to argue. She wants to demand answers now, in this kitchen, with no audience and no armor between them. But Sabine is still present, and the watcher may be watching. And the one thing she learned from the text last night is that every private moment in this house is a performance for an invisible audience. "Fine," she says. "The meeting." She walks into the East Conference room at 7:58. Kallias is already seated at the head of the table. Edmund stands by the window, a tablet in one hand, coffee in the other. His pale eyes track her entrance with the precision of someone calculating angles. "Mrs. Renvoss," he says, "I heard you had an eventful evening." Her blood goes cold. Does he know? Did his source tell him about the kiss, about the watcher, about any of it? "The gala was certainly memorable," she says, keeping her voice flat. "I had not realized the Poloni family held such strong opinions about Almava history." Edmund's smile does not reach his eyes. Cosima Polone holds strong opinions about everything. That is what makes her dangerous. Then we agree on something. Kallias gestures to the chair beside him. She takes it because the alternative is to stand and let Edmund see her hesitate. The briefing is mechanical. Charter timeline, heritage verification schedule. The committee will interview Ynez in 48 hours, and the board will vote on her eligibility within the week. Edmund presents the timeline without inflection, but his gaze keeps drifting to the space between Ynez and Kallias, the careful foot of air they have left between their chairs, the way neither of them looks at the other directly. "Why is your strategy associate not present?" Edmund asks. Kallias does not blink. "I changed the agenda, without consulting me. The charter strategy is my concern, not yours." Edmund sets down his tablet. "The charter strategy is the only reason this marriage exists. If that changes, I need to know." The words land like a slap. Ynez feels them. She watches Kallias register them. "If what changes?" she asks. Edmund turns to her, and his smile is thin as a blade. "I am simply advising Mr. Renvoss to keep his priorities clear. The charter has a deadline. Emotional attachments do not." Kallias stands. "The meeting is adjourned." Kallias. "Adjourned, Edmund." Edmund gathers his tablet slowly, deliberately, letting the silence stretch. He looks at Ynez one last time, and she sees something in his expression that she cannot name. Pity, or calculation, or both. He leaves. The door clicks shut. The room is very quiet. "You should not have to hear that," Kallias says. "You cannot control what people say about me. I can control what happens in my building." She stands, moves to the window, looks down at the harbor. The water is gray today, choppy, with whitecaps forming near the breakwater. A storm coming. "Edmund is right about one thing," she says. "What?" "The charter is the only reason this marriage exists. We should not forget that." She feels him come up behind her, close, but not touching. "Is that what you believe?" "I believe we made a contract. Everything else is a complication." "Is that what last night was? A complication?" She turns to face him, and she sees the crack in his mask, the raw uncertainty beneath. "I do not know what it was," she says. "I only know I cannot afford to let it become a weakness someone can price." He holds her gaze for a long moment, and then he nods, slow and heavy. "Neither can I." He leaves her at the window, and the room feels colder without him. Her phone buzzes. She checks it, heart hammering. The anonymous texter. He is right to be careful. So are you. But careful does not keep you safe. Come to the old harbor master's office at the annex. Alone. I left something there that Kallias does not want you to find. She reads the message twice. The watcher knows about the briefing, knows about Edmund's warning, knows about the careful distance they tried to create. And now the watcher is offering her a door. She looks at the door Kallias walked through. She thinks about his promise of transparency, his agreement to stop protecting her without telling her. But he is still protecting her. She can feel it in the way he avoided the annex question at the meeting, the way he let Edmund dismiss her inquiry without answering it. How much is he still keeping from her? She types a reply. What is it? 3 dots appear immediately. Proof of what he buried. Find it before he does. Chapter 15. Rain hits the windshield before they clear the harbor bridge. Ynez watches the droplets blur into sheets, the glass house disappearing behind curtains of water. The storm came faster than the forecast promised, gray sky collapsing into black by mid-afternoon. Kallias drives with one hand on the wheel, the other braced against the center console. His jaw is tight. We should turn back, she says. The yard has 2 dry dock gates that have not been tested in 5 years. If the surge breaches the outer slip, the whole basin floods. She knows this. She has been calculating the same risk since the first gust rattled the car. The shipyard gates loom through the rain, rusted and streaked with old salt stains. Kallias pulls through the open fence, parking beside the main office where the Almava name still hangs above the door in faded letters. The wind hits her the moment she steps out, cold and salt-thick, pushing her sideways. She grabs the doorframe. Kallias is already at her side, hand on her elbow, steadying. They move inside together. The office is dark. Power flickers, holds, flickers again. The single bulb above the drafting table casts a weak orange glow across stacks of receipts, spare part catalogs, and the old plans she has been revising for weeks. Kallias locks the door behind them. Renvoss security will have the perimeter, he says, but this yard is not covered by my systems. So we are on our own, until the storm passes. She turns on the flashlight from her phone and sets it on the table, the beam casting long shadows across the room. The rain on the roof is a constant drum, punctuated by gusts that rattle the window frames. The gates, she says. I should check them. Already done. I saw them when we pulled in. They will hold unless the surge climbs another 3 feet. How do you know the height tolerance? I read your plans. She looks at him. In the dim light, his face is all angles and shadows. You read my structural plans? I read everything you leave on your desk. He says it simply, without apology, and she does not know whether to be furious or unsettled or something else entirely. That is not an invitation. Ynez, we are trapped in a shipyard office during a storm. If you want to fight about professional boundaries, we can, but I would rather not spend the next 6 hours proving you can still surprise me. She turns away, because he is right, and because she does not want him to see the effect his words have on her. The power dies. The bulb goes dark. The hum of the building vanishes, replaced by the raw sound of wind and water. She stands still, letting her eyes adjust. The flashlight from her phone is still on the table, casting a narrow cone of light across the room. I will find candles, she says, though she does not move. There is a toolbox in the corner of the main shed. I saw it when we walked in. That was hours ago. Then I will get it. No. The word comes out faster than she intended. The yard is dangerous in the dark. You do not know the layout. She hears him move closer, his footsteps careful on the wooden floor. Then we go together. She picks up the phone flashlight, and the beam catches his face, gray-green eyes steady in the dark. Fine, she says, but stay behind me. I know where the trip hazards are. They move through the office door into the main shed. The space is cavernous, the roof high and corrugated, the rain hammering so loud it feels like being inside a drum. The smell of oil, rust, and salt thick in the air. The beam sweeps across the P&H crane, the old hull blocks, the welding stations gone cold. The toolbox is against the far wall, exactly where she remembered. She crouches, opens it. Candles. A lighter. A small oil lamp. Enough. What else is in there? She shines the light inside. There is a ledger she does not recognize, bound in dark leather, wedged beneath a set of wrenches. She pulls it out. The cover is worn, the spine cracked. She opens it, and the first page shows handwriting she knows, her grandmother's. The entries are dates, figures, and names she does not recognize, payments, receipts, notes in the margins in a cramped, careful hand. "What is it?" Kallias asks. "I do not know," but her hands are shaking. She tucks the ledger under her jacket, grabs the candles and lighter, and stands. "Let us go back to the office." They return through the rain-swept shed, the wind clawing at the gaps in the walls. Back in the office, she lights a candle and sets it on the table. The flame flickers, casting dancing shadows. The ledger sits between them. "Are you going to open it?" he asks. "Not here, not now." "Then why did you take it?" She meets his eyes across the candlelight. "Because I think my grandmother left it here for me to find. And I think whatever is in it is why she took that loan." She opens the ledger. The first entries are mundane: equipment purchases, maintenance logs, names of suppliers, and payments made. But halfway through, the handwriting changes. Smaller, tighter, and the dates line up with the loan. She reads the first full entry and her blood goes cold. August 12. Met with representative of the Palloni Family Trust. They know about the 1987 casualty. They have proof. They are willing to keep it quiet for now, but the price will increase. I have no choice but to secure additional funds. She looks up. Kallias is watching her, his expression unreadable. "Did you know about this?" "No." "The Pallone family was blackmailing my grandmother." He says nothing. She reads the next entry. September 4. Cosima Pallone sent a letter directly outlining the terms of silence. She wants the charter seat her father was denied. She wants my support on the board. She wants blood. The candle gutter. Rain pounds the roof, and Ynez realizes the war she thought she was fighting has been running for decades, and she has only just found the battlefield. Chapter 16. She reads the line again. She wants blood. The candle flame trembles, and Ynez watches the words blur and sharpen, as if her grandmother's handwriting might rearrange itself into something she can bear. Kallias has not moved. He stands across the table, one hand resting on the back of the chair, his silhouette painted in orange light. "How long?" she asks. "I do not know what you are asking." "How long did she pay them?" He is silent for a moment. "I only learned of the loan after her death. The buyer at Banco del Preto sent me the complete file before the transfer. There were references to the trust payments, but no details. Your grandmother kept her accounts close." "Not close enough." Ynez closes the ledger. The leather is warm from her hands. "She hid this in a toolbox, in a shed, in a yard she knew I would come back to. She wanted me to find it. Then she trusted you to know when the time was right. Or she was too afraid to tell me herself." The rain shifts. The sound changes from a steady drumming to something harder, gusts driving against the corrugated roof like fists. Kallias straightens. "There are emergency supplies in the back office. I saw a cabinet earlier." "You cataloged my shipyard during a storm." "I look at every room I enter." He says it without apology. "It is not a habit I can turn off." She watches him move toward the back door, his footsteps certain in the dark. The flashlight beam cuts a path, and she follows because the office feels smaller now, the ledger heavier. The back office is narrower, more cramped. A filing cabinet, a shelf with canned goods and bottled water, a box of crackers and sealed packets of instant coffee. Kallias takes the supplies down with quiet efficiency. He sets them on a low table, the only flat surface, and opens a can of beans with a pocket knife she did not see him draw. "You carry a knife?" "Always." She sits on the floor, her back against the wall, the ledger beside her. The candle she brought gutters on the table between them. He hands her a cracker with beans spread across it. She takes it. Their fingers do not touch, but the space between them feels thinner than it should. They eat in silence. The food is bland, but the warmth of it settles in her chest, and she realizes she has not eaten since morning. "My father called me the Almava name with legs," she says. Kallias stops chewing. I was 12. I heard him through the door of his office. He was arguing with my grandmother about the yard succession. He said I was good for photographs and social appearances, but no shipbuilder would take orders from a girl who looked like she belonged at a cocktail party. She takes another bite. He was not wrong. I did not know how to weld yet. I could not read a structural load chart. But I learned. He was wrong, Kallias says, to measure you by a single season. He measured me by my mother. She left when I was 4. Pretty, social, useless. He saw her every time I put on a dress for a harbor event. She sets the cracker down. I spent 15 years proving I was not her, and I never asked if I was allowed to be someone else entirely. The rain fills the silence. What did your father want you to be? She asks. Kallias's hand pauses over the can. He wanted me to be satisfied, he says slowly. He worked at a container depot, manual dispatch. He came home with his hands split from the cold and his back locked from lifting, and he told me, every night, that if I could earn enough to not hurt, I would have won. And did you? I earn enough to never hurt. His voice is flat, but I learned too late that the rooms I bought entry to still smell me coming. They see the money. They take it, but they do not forget that my father's hands were raw. She looks at him. In the candlelight, his face is harder to read, the shadows cutting across his cheekbones, his jaw. Is that why you need the charter? The charter is a door that money alone does not open. He meets her eyes. I have spent 20 years building an empire, but Poita Kallias still treats me as a visitor with good credit. The Almava name opens doors I could not force. And now you are married to a disgraced name that paid blackmail for 30 years. I am married to you. The words land between them like something heavy dropped in still water. She looks down at her hands. The crescent scar on her palm catches the light. You do not know me, she says. I know you rebuilt a crane by hand over 3 summers. I know you have a burn scar on your left forearm from learning to weld. I know you draft dry dock repairs at 4 in the morning because no one else will do them. He does not look away. I know you hid your face in your grandmother's shoulder at the funeral, and I know you walked into the courthouse 3 hours later without crying. Her throat tightens. That is not the same as knowing someone. It is a start. The candle dips, the flame shrinks, then catches again. She thinks about her grandmother, writing those entries in secret, about the weight Cosima has been carrying, the seat her father was denied, the blood she demanded, about the 1987 casualty, whatever it was, that gave the Polonies leverage for decades. I am going to find out what happened, she says. The 1987 casualty, the cover-up, every name in that ledger. I know. And if it destroys the Almava name completely, I am still going to find out. He holds her gaze. Then I will help you. She wants to believe him. She wants to believe that his offer is not another form of control, that he is not cataloging her secrets the way he cataloged the emergency cabinet. But the candlelight is warm, and his voice is steady, and outside the storm rages against a building her grandfather built. She takes another cracker. Tell me about the first room that took your money, but not your name. He exhales, a sound almost like a laugh. The Harbor Club, 2008. I had just closed the acquisition of a dry dock the size of this yard. I thought I had arrived. I walked in wearing a suit that cost more than my father's annual salary, and the doorman asked me to use the service entrance. What did you do? I left. He picks up the water bottle, unscrews the cap. And I bought the building 3 years later, tore down the old entrance, built a new one, wider. Did that feel like winning? No. He drinks. It felt like proving I could spend money on a wound. She watches him. The candle casts a shadow across his temple, and she sees, for the first time, the exhaustion he carries behind the straight lines of his face. What would feel like winning? She asks. He is quiet for a long moment. Then he looks at her, and his gray-green eyes catch the flame. knowing someone looks at me and does not calculate what I am worth. The rain pounds, the candle burns, and Ynez realizes she has been calculating his worth since the moment she met him, but not in the way he means. She has counted his moves, his motives, his risks. She has not counted him. She does not know what to say, so she does not say anything. They finish eating in the flickering dark, and when the last cracker is gone, Kallias sets the empty can aside and leans back against the wall. The storm shows no sign of stopping, but the silence between them has changed. Later, when she cannot sleep, she opens the ledger again. The entries blur. Her eyes are heavy, and the candle is low. But one detail catches her attention. The entry for September 4 does not end with Cosima's demands. There is a postscript, written smaller, as if her grandmother added it after. I told her the charter seat was not mine to give. She said she would take it anyway. She said blood would settle the debt if the board would not. She mentioned an old filing cabinet in the harbor master's annex. She said the records would surface whether I paid or not. Ynez reads it twice. The cabinet in the harbor master's annex. The watcher told her to go there, said there was evidence there that Kallias did not want her to find. But Cosima Pelone mentioned it first, which means Cosima has known about the annex records for years, which means the thread at the harbor master's office is not just about what Kallias buried. It is about what Cosima Pelone has been holding over her grandmother for decades. And tomorrow, as soon as the storm clears, Nin is going to find out exactly what is in that cabinet. Chapter 17. The storm breaks sometime in the hour before dawn. The rain does not stop so much as relent, the hammering on the corrugated roof softening to a steady drip. Gray light seeps through the salt-filmed windows, revealing the office for what it is, a room held together by habit and neglect. Ynez sits cross-legged on the floor, the ledger open in her lap. Her neck aches, her eyes burn. She has read the grandmother's postscript so many times the words have lost their shape. Kallias stands at the window, watching the yard emerge from the dark. His shirt is wrinkled. His hair is no longer sharp at the temples. He looks like a man who has spent the night on a concrete floor and does not regret it. The rain is easing, he says. Not enough to leave. Enough to move. She closes the ledger and rises stiffly. The candle has burned to a shallow pool of wax, the flame guttering. Kallias turns from the window. His gray-green eyes find her in the dim light. There is a warped plan in the main shed, he says. The one for the dry dock gate. I noticed it last night. The seal has lifted at the fold, and the notations are nearly illegible. If the measurements are off by even a centimeter, the gate will not seat properly. She blinks. You noticed that last night? In the dark? I looked. He says it simply, as if inspecting ship plans during a storm is ordinary, as if cataloging the condition of her yard's engineering drawings is something he does without thinking. She crosses the room without meaning to. She stops in front of him. The space between them is small enough to measure in inches. Which fold? She asks. He holds her gaze. The lower right quadrant, where the steel thickness is marked. She knows that plan. She has worked on it for weeks, trying to calculate the exact tolerance needed for the new gate hinges. The seal has been lifting for months. She has been meaning to reprint it. She has been meaning to do a lot of things. I could show you, he says. His voice is low. His hand rises, stops short of her arm, hovers in the air between them. She should step back. She should say something clipped and formal, restore the distance they spent the night crossing. She does not step back. Show me, she says. He leads her through the main shed, past the silent crane and the dark offices, to a corner where a drafting table stands under a bare bulb. The plan is pinned in place, the edges curling from humidity. Kallias stands beside her. His shoulder brushes hers. He does not apologize. The error margin here, he points to a faint pencil line. If you follow the original steel thickness, the gate will bind on the lower track within 6 months. She leans closer. He is right. Accounts for to re-espied another era-concluding desistance. She can see it now. The flaw in the existing measurement. The way the hinge plate would seat at the wrong angle. Who drew this? She asks. Your grandfather, 1994. She stares at the handwriting. She knows that hand. She grew up watching her grandmother write orders in the same sloping script. It was never built, Kallias says. The gate was patched instead of replaced. The plan was shelved. How do you know that? Because I asked. He turns his head. Their faces are close. Close enough that she can see the flecks of darker gray in his irises, the fine lines at the corners of his eyes. I asked about every plan on your desk, he says. Every sketch, every note. I wanted to understand what you were rebuilding. Without telling me? Yes. She should be angry. She should call it surveillance dressed as interest. But she is too tired, too raw. And the truth is, no one has ever wanted to understand her work that badly. Kallias. I know. His hand rises again. This time it does not stop. His fingers brush the curve of her jaw, feather-light, as if he is asking permission she has not given. She does not pull away. The air between them goes still. He leans in. She feels the heat of him before his lips find hers, a breath away, almost touching. A crash echoes through the shed. Ynez jerks back. Kallias's hand falls. They both turn toward the sound. The main office door swings open, pushed by a gust of wind. A metal file cabinet stands against the far wall, its bottom drawer forced open, hanging crooked on its tracks. Ynez did not open that drawer. She crosses toward it. The drawer is corroded, the lock mechanism broken, the metal bent as if someone pried it open with a crowbar. Inside, there are no files, only a single manila envelope, yellowed at the edges, the paper dry and cracking. She lifts it out, no label, no marking. She opens the flap. Inside is a single sheet of paper, typewritten, dated 1987. Reference, sealed casualty file No. 87-3. Classification, Harbor Authority Restricted Contents. Incident Report, Crew Statements, Cargo Declaration Amendments. Status, withheld pending review. Standing. Below the text, in handwriting she recognizes from the ledger. They buried it in the annex. I let them. Forgive me. Ynez reads the line 3 times. The grandmother wrote this. The grandmother knew where the records were hidden. The grandmother knew, and she let the truth stay buried. And she wrote this confession. And she hid it in a cabinet someone else has already forced open. Kallias stands behind her. She feels him reading over her shoulder. Did you know? She asks. No. Did you know she wrote this? No. She turns to face him. The envelope is light in her hands. The paper is thin enough to tear. Someone was here, she says. Someone forced that drawer open. They left this for me to find. Kallias's jaw tightens. He looks past her, at the open door, at the rain still dripping from the eaves. Whoever it is, he says, they wanted you to have it now, tonight. Ynez looks down at the grandmother's handwriting. Forgive me. She has barely begun to understand what forgiveness might cost. Chapter 18. The glass house appears through the rain-soaked morning like a ship emerging from fog. Ynez watches it grow larger through the windshield, the envelope tucked against her ribs where she has held it since they left the yard. Kallias drives with one hand on the wheel, the other resting on the gear shift, his profile unreadable. Neither of them has spoken since they locked the shed. She should shower. She should sleep. She should open the envelope again and read the grandmother's words until they stop feeling like a wound. Instead, she stands in the entry hall, dripping onto the marble, and cannot move past the first step. Kallias stops beside her. He does not touch her. I need to make calls, he says. Go! His jaw tightens. He wants to say something else. She can feel it in the way his weight shifts. The fraction of a second he hesitates before turning toward the west wing. She watches him walk away. The envelope is warm against her ribs. The shower runs too hot. She stands under the spray until her skin stings, watching the shipyard grime swirl down the drain in dark ribbons. The grandmother's handwriting glows behind her closed eyes. They buried it in the annex. I let them. Forgive me. She presses her palms against the tile. Forgiveness is not the question yet. The question is, what got buried? The question is, who forced that drawer open and left the envelope for her to find in the dark, knowing Kallias would be standing behind her? The question is why the grandmother wrote that confession but never spoke it aloud. Ynez turns off the water. The silence in the bathroom is absolute. She finds Sabine in the kitchen, arranging flowers that must have arrived during the night. White lilies, delicate, expensive. Sabine does not startle. She turns slowly, taking in Nana's damp hair, the dark circles she has not bothered to hide, the borrowed yard jacket she is still wearing. "You look like you slept on concrete," Sabine says. "I did. Kallias told me." Nana's waits. Sabine does not offer more. "He canceled everything this morning," Sabine continues, her voice neutral, as if reporting weather. "The 9 o'clock with the Port Authority, the 11 o'clock with the Finance Committee, a lunch that was booked for 3 weeks. Nana's chest tightens. Why? Sabine's hands move through the flowers, adjusting a stem, then another. "He said you needed to get home safely." "That's not. He does not do that for anyone, Nana's." The name lands like a test. Sabine has never used it before. Always Mrs. Renvoss. Always the formal distance of someone who knows her place in the hierarchy. Nana's holds her gaze. "I did not ask him to." "I know." Sabine sets down the last stem. That is why it matters. She moves past Ynez toward the door, then pauses. "There is coffee, eggs, whatever you need." "Sabine." Sabine turns. "The anonymous messages," Ynez says. "Do you know anything about them?" Sabine's expression does not change. Her stillness is the stillness of someone who has been asked this question before and has already decided her answer. "I know you received them," she says. "I know they started after the board meeting. I know whoever is sending them has access to this house. That is all? That is all I can say." She leaves. The kitchen door swings shut behind her with a soft click. Ynez stands alone among the white lilies, the envelope still pressed against her ribs, and realizes Sabine's answer told her everything she needs to know. Sabine knows more than she is saying. Sabine has always known more. She finds Kallias in the East Wing study, phone in hand, tie loosened, his collar open at the throat. He looks up when she enters. "Sabine told you," he says, "that you canceled everything." "I did not want." "I know what you did not want." She crosses the room. The envelope is in her hand now. She has not let go of it since the yard. "We need to talk about this," she says, holding it up. He looks at the envelope. His gray-green eyes trace the yellowed edges, the cracked paper, the absence of any marking. "I know. Not about what is in it, about what I am going to do with it." His gaze lifts to hers. "What are you going to do?" She can hear what he is not asking. "Are you going alone? Are you going to the annex without me? Are you going to trust the Watcher's instruction over mine?" "I am going to the annex," she says. "Today." He does not argue. He does not tell her to wait. He does not offer to come. "I know," he says again. She waits for the objection, the deflection, the careful corporate reasoning about timing and optics and what the charter committee will think. It does not come. "Then you know I am going alone." His jaw tightens. The muscle jumps once, twice. "That is your choice," he says. "It is." She turns toward the door. Her hand is on the handle when his voice stops her. "Ynez." She does not turn around. "Whatever you find," he says. "I meant what I said at the yard. I will help you, even if it costs me everything." She closes her eyes. Even if it costs me everything. She wants to believe him. She wants to believe that the man who canceled 3 weeks of booked meetings to make sure she got home safely is the same man who will stand beside her when the truth comes out. But the grandmother's handwriting is still burning in her memory. "I let them. Forgive me." And somewhere in the glass house, someone is watching. She opens the door. "I will be back before dark." She does not hear his answer. She is already walking. Chapter 19. The glass house is too quiet. Ynez lies in bed, the ceiling a pale expanse of reflected harbor light. She has been back for hours. The annex yielded nothing she did not already know. The old harbor master's office was emptied, cabinets gaping, surfaces dusted clean. Someone had been there first. She told Kallias when she returned. He stood in the study doorway and did not say, "I told you so," did not say, "I could have come," did not say anything at all except, "I am sorry." The words were useless. The fact that he did not try to make them useful was not. Now the clock reads 11:47 p.m. Her skin itches with the day's salt and the day's failure. Her grandmother's handwriting loops behind her eyelids every time she closes them. "Forgive me." She cannot sleep. She cannot stay still. She pulls on the yard jacket she still has not returned. The canvas is rough against her arms, familiar in a way nothing in this house is familiar. She pads down the stairs, barefoot, past the silent kitchen, past the white lilies Sabine arranged that morning, past the glass doors that open onto the terrace. The night air hits her like a reprieve. She does not plan where she is going. Her feet take the stone path down from the cliff edge, toward the curve of the bay where the working harbor lights flicker through the dark. The water is black glass, split by reflections of buoys and moored vessels. The air smells of diesel and salt and something older, the iron tang of wet ropes and hulls. She reaches the boardwalk. Empty at this hour. The restaurants are shuttered, the benches wet with sea mist. She walks to the railing and grips it, letting the cold burn her palms. She does not hear him approach, but she feels him. Ynez. His voice is low, stripped of the polished command he wears in boardrooms. She turns. Kallias stands 10 feet away, barefoot, wearing nothing but a dark shirt and trousers, his hair still damp, as if he stepped out of the shower and followed her without thinking. How did you know? He moves closer, stopping at the railing beside her. I did not know. I could not sleep. I came down here and you were already here. She looks at him. The city light catches his face in angles, sharp cheekbones, the hollow beneath his jaw, the gray-green of his eyes made darker by the night. You followed me. I followed the path. He pauses. I did not plan to find you, but I am not surprised I did. She turns back to the water. The silence stretches, not uncomfortable, but full. Full of everything they have not said in the days since the storm, since the cabinet, since the annex. I keep thinking, she says, that if I could just find the right piece of paper, the right file, the right date, I could undo it. I could make her choice make sense. Your grandmother's? Yes. Kallias does not offer comfort. He offers truth. Some choices do not make sense. They're just walls we build to survive what is coming. She looks at him sharply. Is that what this marriage is? A wall you built? He meets her gaze. It started as one. And now? The question hangs. He does not answer immediately. He turns to face the water, his hands gripping the railing beside hers, close enough that she could touch him without reaching. Now I do not know what it is. I only know it is not a wall anymore. She watches his profile, the controlled line of his mouth, the tension in his shoulders he cannot fully hide. I have spent my entire life, she says slowly, being competent, being useful, being the person who does not need anything. My father taught me that needing something made you weak. My grandmother taught me that needing someone made you a liability. And you believed them. I lived it, she exhales. I walked into this marriage ready to perform dignity and ask for nothing. I thought that was how I would survive it, by not wanting. He turns. His eyes find hers in the dark. And now? She holds his gaze. The word catches in her throat, not because she does not know the answer, but because saying it aloud makes it real. Now I want. I want things I did not plan to want. I want a marriage that is not a performance. I want a future I chose instead of one I was traded into. I want? She stops. What? You, she says. I want you, not the charter, not the name, not the protection. You. The air between them changes. It is not the charged heat of the study, not the unexpected tenderness of the storm night. It is something quieter, more dangerous. A door opening with no lock on the other side. Kallias does not move toward her. He stays at the railing, his hands still gripping the metal, as if he needs the anchor. Say that again, he says. But this time, look at me. She turns fully, faces him. The harbor light traces the line of her throat, the hollow of her collarbone beneath the borrowed jacket. I want you, Kallias. His breath catches. She sees it, the barely visible crack in his control. Why? His voice is rough. Why now? Why not the first night, or the morning after, or when I told you I would help you even if it cost me everything. Because I needed to stop being afraid that wanting you meant losing myself. She steps closer, close enough to feel the heat of his body through the salt air, close enough to see the pulse beating at the base of his throat. I am not a bargaining chip, she says. I am not a name you use for a charter. I am a woman who has spent her entire life being useful and has never once been asked what she actually wants. His eyes are dark, unreadable. So I am telling you, before I lose my nerve, before I talk myself back into safety. He lifts one hand from the railing, slowly, giving her time to pull away. He does not touch her face. He touches the collar of her jacket, the worn canvas, the edge of the fabric she borrowed from the yard. You wore this all day, he says. You did not take it off when you came back from the annex. I did not want to. Why? Because it smells like the yard, like work, like something that belongs to me. He lets out a breath that is almost a laugh. You are the most unmovable person I have ever met. Is that a compliment? It is the truth. He lifts his gaze to hers. I do not give compliments I do not mean. She believes him. The night is silent except for the water lapping against the pier, the distant hum of a generator on a moored vessel, the sound of her own heartbeat pressing against her ribs. I want to be very clear, Kallias says. If you are choosing this because you think it is what the marriage requires, or because you think I expect it, stop. He stops. I am choosing this because I am tired of being safe, she says. I am choosing this because you are the only person who has ever looked at my work and wanted to understand it instead of use it. I am choosing this because when I am with you, I do not feel like I am being calculated. She reaches up. Her fingers brush his jaw, the sharp line of it, the slight roughness of evening stubble. Is that enough? He does not answer in words. He covers her hand with his, presses it against his face, closes his eyes. The gesture is not possessive. It is something more intimate. It is a man allowing himself to be held. Yes, he says. That is enough. He opens his eyes. They are the color of the harbor at dusk, dark water catching the last light. Ynez, yes. Are you sure? She does not hesitate. I am sure. He kisses her. It is not like the first kiss, angry and consuming. It is not like the interrupted moment in the shed, tender and incomplete. It is slow, deliberate, a question and an answer in the same breath. She tastes salt, sea air, him. When they break apart, the world has tilted. The harbor lights blur. The night feels different, as if the air has changed temperature. Walk with me, he says. She nods. They walk along the boardwalk, barefoot, side by side, their hands not quite touching. The silence is different now. It is not the loaded silence of strangers sharing a house. It is the silence of two people who have said the thing that needed saying and are letting it settle. At the end of the pier, he stops. I need to tell you something. The shift in his voice makes her turn. I told you the charter was not the only reason I needed the Almava name. Her pulse quickens. I know. I promised your grandmother I would tell you the truth when the time was right. His jaw sets. I think that time is now. The wind lifts off the water, cold and sharp. Kallias, he shakes his head. Not tonight, he says. Tomorrow, before the heritage interview. But I need you to know that I am going to tell you everything, even if it changes what you just said. She studies his face, the tension in his jaw, the guarded look he cannot quite hide. Then tell me tomorrow. He searches her eyes. You will still be here? Yes, because of the contract. She steps closer, enough to feel his breath. No, she says, because I chose this. The words hang in the salt air, fragile and real, and then her phone buzzes. She does not want to look. She wants to stay in this moment, on this pier, with the choice she just made still warm on her tongue. But she looks. The message is from an unknown number. She filed the evidence tonight. By morning, everyone will know what the Almava name really means. Ynez's blood turns cold. What is it? She does not answer. She turns the phone toward him. Kallias reads the screen. His face does not change, but something behind his eyes goes still. Cosima, he says, not a question. Ynez stares at the message. The words blur and sharpen. By morning, everyone will know. She looks up. Beyond Kallias, beyond the pier, the city glitters, indifferent. The harbor breathes its slow, ancient rhythm. And somewhere in the dark, Cosima Palone has already set the fire. Chapter 20. The text on her screen glows like a wound in the dark. She filed the evidence tonight. By morning, everyone will know what the Almava name really means. Ynez reads it twice. The words do not change. She feels the pier beneath her feet, the cold air against her skin, but none of it feels real. Only the words. Kallias takes the phone from her hand, reads it himself. The silence stretches long enough for the harbor to breathe twice. Come inside, he says. Not a deflection, not a plan, just the simplest thing. Come inside. She follows him. They leave their shoes by the door. The glass house is dark except for the kitchen light Sabine left on. Ynez walks through the hallway without turning on anything else, and Kallias follows without asking where she is going. She stops at his bedroom door. Not hers, his. She turns. I do not want to be alone tonight. It is not an invitation. It is a confession. He looks at her for a long moment. Then he opens the door and steps aside. The room is nothing like she expected. No cold minimalism, no corporate precision. The bed is unmade, the sheets rumpled from the night before. A book lies open on the nightstand, a glass of water. Small evidence of a man who lives here when no one watches. I know, she says, that everything is about to change. Ynez, I know Cosima has already lit the match. I know by sunrise the name I gave you will be worth less than the paper it is printed on. She steps closer. But I meant what I said on the pier. I chose this. I choose you. Before the scandal, after it, regardless of it. His jaw tightens. You do not know what I am going to tell you tomorrow. I do not care. You should. No. She holds his gaze. I should not have to earn the truth to earn the right to want you. I want you now, with whatever you are carrying, with whatever comes at dawn. He does not move. His face is unreadable, but his hands are not steady. Tell me to stay, she says, or tell me to go, but do not stand there protecting me from a choice I have already made. The silence stretches. Then he reaches out. His hand finds her face. His thumb traces the line of her cheekbone, slow, deliberate, as if memorizing the shape of her. Stay, he says, and his voice breaks on the word. She steps into him. Her hands find his shirt, the fabric bunched at his waist, and she pulls him toward her with a gentleness that surprises them both. He kisses her like a man who has been holding his breath for months and has finally been given permission to exhale. They undress each other without urgency, button by button, hem by hem. Each piece of fabric removed feels like a layer of armor they no longer need. His hands on her skin are warm, calloused at the edges, and she realizes she has never been touched like this. Not with curiosity, not with reverence. He lays her on the bed and follows her down, bracing himself above her on one arm. The other hand traces from her shoulder to her hip, a slow survey of territory he wants to learn, not claim. Tell me if I will. He kisses her throat, her collarbone, the burn scar on her forearm, deliberate and soft, as if he has been wanting to do that for weeks. She arches into him. When they join, it is not a collision. It is a slow concurrency, a rhythm they find together, each movement a question answered by the other's body. His breath against her neck, her fingers in his hair. The world beyond the glass house falls away until there is only this room, this bed, the sound of their breathing rising and falling like the tide. Afterward, they lie tangled in the sheets, his arm around her waist, her head on his chest. The harbor lights cast silver lines across the ceiling, and she can hear his heartbeat beneath her ear, steady and real. Ynez. Thank you. She lifts her head. For what? He does not answer for a long time. When he does, his voice is quiet. For wanting me, not what I can give you. She presses her palm flat against his chest, directly over his heart. I always have. He pulls her closer and she lets herself be held. She wakes to gray light and the smell of coffee. The bed is empty beside her. The sheets are still warm. She finds him in the kitchen. He is standing at the counter in a white shirt with the sleeves rolled, pouring coffee into 2 mugs. Morning light falls across his face, softening the sharp lines, and he looks younger, lighter. "You are staring," he says without turning. "You are worth staring at." He turns. The corner of his mouth lifts, then his phone rings. The sound cuts through the quiet like a blade. Kallias looks at the screen. His face changes. The lightness drains out of it in a single exhale. He answers. "Falke." A pause. His grip tightens on the phone. "Slow down. Say it again." Ynez watches his jaw harden. His eyes go flat. The transformation from the man who held her an hour ago to the man who built an empire by never flinching. He listens. His knuckles go white. "When?" he says. Another pause. "How many inquiries?" The kitchen feels smaller. The morning light looks different now, harsher. "I will be there in an hour." "No, do not touch it yet. I want to see the filing myself." He ends the call, lowers the phone, stares at the counter. "Kallias?" He looks up. "Cosima filed a formal charter objection at 6 this morning," he says. "She has attached casualty records, sworn testimonies, and a request for immediate suspension of the Almava heritage designation, pending investigation." Ynez feels the words land like stones in her chest. How bad? He meets her eyes. She has already called the press. Chapter 21. Kallias lowers the phone, stares at the counter. The kitchen holds the silence like a held breath. Morning light falls across the granite, the coffee mugs, the space between them that was tender minutes ago and is now something else entirely. Ynez moves toward him, her bare feet on the cold floor. The white shirt she pulled on, his shirt, hanging loose on her shoulders. "Tell me what you know." He does not look up. "Cosima has been pressing the Harbor Authority for archived casualty reviews for 6 weeks. I knew she was gathering something. I did not know she had enough to file." "You knew she was digging?" "I knew she was circling." He finally lifts his head. His eyes are the color of harbor water in shadow. The Almava fleet had a vessel loss in 1987, a cargo freighter, the Santa Clara, lost with 8 crew off the Punta Negra shelf. The name lands like a stone dropped into still water. Ynez has heard it before, whispered at funerals, written in the margin of her grandfather's old logbooks. A ship she never asked about because no one ever offered an answer. What about it? The official finding was weather-related. Heavy seas, structural failure in the port bulkhead. The crew was declared lost, the insurance paid out, and the file was closed. But Cosima says something else. She says the bulkhead failure was known before sailing, that the repairs were deferred because the Almava fleet was cash-strapped that quarter, and the owners chose to risk the crossing rather than lose the charter rate. Ynez feels the words settle into her chest like cold lead. That is not proof. That is accusation. Cosima has sworn testimonies. 2 former dock supervisors, a cargo inspector who retired in 1990. She claims they signed statements saying the damage was reported and the captain was told to sail anyway. The kitchen tilts. Nenny grips the edge of the counter. "My grandmother. She was not CEO then. Your grandfather ran the fleet, but she was on the board. She signed the quarterly financials. If the prosecution can show she knew about the deferred repairs and approved the sailing to protect the quarter's cash position, she would never." Kallias does not answer. The silence is worse than any denial. "You do not believe that?" "I believe she loved you enough to hide a truth that would destroy everything you inherited. I believe she took a loan she could not afford to keep someone silent. I believe she wrote, 'Forgive me,' in her own hand." He pauses. "I believe she was capable of making a choice she could not undo, and then spent 30 years trying to outrun it." Ynez wants to argue, wants to throw the coffee mug at the wall, wants to walk out of this glass house and find her grandmother's grave and demand the dead speak. Instead, she stands very still. "How long have you known about the Santa Clara?" "Since before the wedding." She blinks. "Before?" "Your grandmother told me. She said that if I wanted the Almava name, I needed to know what it carried. She did not give me details. She told me to ask you when the time was right." His jaw tightens. "I asked Falke to investigate instead. I wanted to know what we were walking into before I asked you to carry it with me. Falky knows. Falky knows everything. That is his value and his danger. Ynez turns toward the window. The harbor stretches below, blue and indifferent. Boats moving, cranes swinging, the world continuing as if 8 men did not drown 37 years ago because someone decided a cargo rate was worth more than their lives. If Cosima has testimonies, she says slowly, and she filed them this morning, then by noon the press will have the story. By tonight, every regulator, every lender, every board member will know the Almava name is attached to a finding of negligence, or worse. Yes, and Section 14, the reputational clause. Falca has already drafted the notice. She turns. He is preparing to invoke it. He is preparing for every outcome. Kallias holds her gaze. That is his job. It does not mean I will let him, but he is right. The words leave her mouth before she can stop them. She feels them land in the air between them, ugly and true. If the charter is suspended, if the heritage designation is revoked, then the marriage has no value to you. The Almava name becomes poison. Every contract Renvoss has tied to the charter will be at risk. Every partnership that depends on your legitimacy. I know what is at stake. Then you know what you should do. He crosses the kitchen in 3 steps. His hands find her face, tilting it up, forcing her to meet his eyes. I told you to stay. I meant it. Kallias, will they stand up in the years because there is a devil agents? I did not spend 6 weeks watching you rebuild a shipyard in your sleep. Did not stand in a storm while you read your grandmother's ledger. Did not hold you while you slept on my chest, so that I could cut you loose the first time the cost got real. His voice is low, controlled, but she can feel his hands trembling against her jaw. I know what the charter means. I know what I built to get here. I know Falky has a clean exit drafted and ready, but I am not taking it. You cannot know that yet. You have not seen the filing. You have not measured the damage. I know you. She shakes her head. You know the version of me that fits inside your house. You do not know what my family did. You do not know if I knew. You do not know if I cannot shape the words that would name her darkest fear. That somewhere in her grandmother's careful silence, in the ledger's omissions, in the money that kept the yard alive for 30 years, there is a stain she cannot wash off because it is in the blood. If Cosima can prove the Almava family knowingly sent 8 men to die, she says, then I am not worth saving. I am the liability Falky says I am. I am the thing that sinks your empire. Kallias drops his hands, steps back, looks at her with an expression she cannot read. You think that is what I see when I look at you? I think it is what you will see when the headlines hit. He reaches into his pocket, pulls out his phone, taps the screen once and holds it up. She reads the notification. A press alert from the Kallias Herald. Charter Board investigates Almava Shipyards over 1987 casualty allegations. Renvoss maritime declines. Comment. The headline is already written. The story is already moving. The machines of public judgment are already spinning. She looks from the screen to his face. The interview, she says. The Heritage Committee meeting. It was supposed to be today. It was supposed to be today, he agrees. It has been postponed indefinitely pending the investigation. The word lands like a door slamming shut, indefinitely. Not cancelled, not dismissed, held open, waiting for a verdict that may never come. Ynez lowers her gaze to the floor. I should go. Where? I do not know. Somewhere that is not here. Somewhere the cameras are not already waiting. Kallias does not stop her when she turns. He does not follow when she walks toward the bedroom to find her clothes, but she hears him say, very quietly, as she reaches the doorway, Ynez. She stops. I meant what I said in the dark, every word. She does not answer. She keeps walking. Chapter 22. The shipyard gate is locked when she reaches it. Ynez stands with her hand on the rusted chain, the metal cold and damp against her palm. The morning sun cuts low across the dry docks, throwing long shadows from the idle cranes. No cars on the access road, no press yet, just the hollow sound of wind moving through empty sheds and the distant groan of a freighter horn beyond the breakwater. She digs the key from her pocket. The lock resists, then gives. Inside, the yard feels different without Mateo's presence. The silence is heavier. The buildings seem to lean inward, as if they know what is coming and are already bracing. She walks past the main shed without stopping. The office where she found the sealed file. The drafting table where her grandfather's dry dock plan still sits. The one Kallias studied in the dark. The one with the error margin he caught that she had missed. Everything is still there, waiting for a future that may never arrive. She stops at the edge of the dry dock and looks down at the empty basin. The old Ynez crane she rebuilt by hand stands silent overhead, its boom angled against the sky like a question mark. A voice behind her says, "You look like someone who just lost a war she didn't know she was fighting." She turns. Lucien stands 20 feet away at the edge of the shed's shadow. He wears a dark jacket, unzipped, and holds a slim leather folder in one hand. His posture is careful, unhurried, as if he has been standing there a long time waiting for her to arrive. "How did you get in?" "The fence is loose behind the old paint shed. Has been for years. Your foreman knows about it, but he is the only one who checks." "Mateo let you in?" "Mateo told me to leave. I waited anyway." She looks at the folder. "You read the casualty file." "I read what was left of it. Someone got there before me, but they missed a piece." He taps the folder. "A cargo inspector retired to Malaga in 1990. Kept his own notes. His daughter found them after he died and did not know what to do with them until my piece on the Port Authority audits ran last month. She contacted you. She contacted me because she wants to know if her father was part of something she does not understand." Ynez feels the weight of the morning settle across her shoulders. The press alert, the postponed interview, Falca's drafted exit notice, and now this. What does she have? The original loading manifest for the Santa Clara's final voyage, signed by her father. The cargo was overweight by 17%. The bulkhead strain calculations in the official report were adjusted to show the cargo was within safe limits. She stares at him. Adjusted by whom? That is the question she wants answered. Lucien opens the folder. He pulls out a single sheet, yellowed, covered in typed figures and handwritten annotations. He holds it up so she can see the margin. There is a name there. She recognizes the handwriting. The same slope, the same pressure on the downstrokes, the same careful precision she has seen in 100 notes, 100 invoices, 100 letters. Her grandmother's hand. Ynez takes the page without asking. Her fingers feel numb. The paper is brittle at the edges, creased where it has been folded and unfolded many times. The annotation reads, "Adjust bulkhead strain to W2 standard. Original figures will delay departure by 72 hours. The client has already extended credit for this run. Confirm with Harbor Master. MAMA, Marina Almava." "This is not proof she knew the ship was unsafe," Lucien says quietly. "This is proof she approved an adjustment to the paperwork so the ship could sail on schedule. Whether she knew the actual condition of the hull is not in this document, but it is in the testimonies Cosima filed. Cosima has 2 dock supervisors who claim they reported the bulkhead cracks to the loading office 3 days before sailing. If your grandmother saw those reports and still authorized the cargo adjustment, it is no longer about paperwork. It is about knowing and choosing anyway." Ynez looks up from the page. "Where is the daughter now?" "Malaga. She wants to stay out of it. She gave me the document because she trusts me to use it carefully." "And are you using it carefully?" "I am showing it to you before I publish. That is as careful as I get." She hands the page back. Her hand is steady, but the steadiness costs her. "You said someone got to the casualty file before you. Who?" "I do not know, but the person who cleared the annex also knew what to take. They did not leave anything useful." "This was the only copy that existed outside the annex system. Someone inside Renvoss, or someone inside the Harbor Authority, or someone inside your family." She feels the words hit, inside your family. She thinks of Dahlia, the half-sister she has not spoken to in 3 years, the one who knows things, the one who always seemed to be standing just outside the frame of every family photograph, watching. "I need to sit down." Lucien gestures toward the shed. "I will wait." She walks into the office. The cabinet is still open, the drawer still hanging. The grandmother's ledger is still in the toolbox where Kallias helped her lock it away. She sits on the floor. The same floor she sat on last night reading her grandmother's secrets by flashlight. The page Lucien showed her is burrowed into her mind. Adjust bulkhead strain to W2 standard, MA. The handwriting is unmistakable. A shadow falls across the doorway. She looks up, expecting Lucien. It is not Lucien. Dalia Vergil stands in the open door, a coffee cup in one hand, her expression bright and dangerous. "Hard morning?" she says. Ynez does not answer. Dalia takes a step inside. She looks around the office with casual interest, taking in the open cabinet, the papers, the evidence of a long night. "Saw your journalist friend lurking outside the fence," she says. "Thought I would come see what he dug up." "How long have you been watching the yard?" "Long enough." The words hang in the air. Dalia takes a sip of her coffee and smiles. "Before you ask, no, I did not take the annex files. I have my own copies. Kept them warm for a decade, waiting for the right moment." "You have had the records this whole time." "I have had pieces of the records, enough to know the story, enough to know who else knows it." She tilts her head, enough to know Cosima did not get those sworn testimonies from dock supervisors. "She got them from me." Ynez feels the room tilt. "You gave her the evidence?" "I gave her what she needed to force the investigation. She wants the truth. I want the truth. We just want different things from it." "And what do you want?" Dalia's smile sharpens. "A seat at the table? The one your grandmother never offered me. The one you have been standing in front of my whole life." She sets the coffee cup down on the desk. "Read your grandmother's ledger again, Ynez. The parts you skipped. The parts about the company's share structure, about who was left out of the inheritance, about the daughter who was never acknowledged." Dalia takes a step closer. "I am not the enemy. I am the one who was erased." She turns, walks out of the office. Ynez as her footsteps cross the yard, light and unhurried, and then the scrape of the gate opening and closing. Lucien appears in the doorway. "Who was that? My half-sister? The one who has been feeding Cosima?" "Apparently." He looks at the empty doorway, then back at Ynez. "There is more in this folder," he says. "Things that will not help you. But I want you to see them before I publish." "Show me." He steps inside and closes the door behind him. Outside, the wind shifts, carrying the sound of a distant siren. Somewhere in the city, the story is already moving. Lenders are already making calls. Regulators are already opening files. And Dalia is already gone. But Ynez sees her again, one last time, through the office window as she crosses the access road. Dalia stops, turns, looks directly at the window, and raises a hand in a small, mock soldier gesture her grandmother used to make before leaving the room. The gesture that always meant, "I know something you do not." Chapter 23. The door clicks shut behind Lucien, but the silence he brings into the office is worse than the words Dalia left hanging in the air. Ynez stays on the floor. Her legs will not hold her yet. Lucien does not push. He sets the folder on the desk, pulls the single page from his jacket, and places it beside the folder. The margin note faces up. "Adjust bulkhead strain to W2 standard, MA. I need you to tell me if that is her handwriting," he says quietly. "You already know it is." "I need you to say it." Ynez looks at the looping M, the sharp A that cuts right instead of left. The same hand that wrote "Forgive me" in the confession envelope. The same hand that kept the ledger. It is hers. Lucien nods. He does not write it down. He does not need to. The confirmation is already locked in his memory. "There is more," he says. "But you need to understand what you were looking at first." He pulls the second page from the folder. A cargo hold diagram. Cross-section of the Santa Clara's number 2 hold, with hand-drawn markings in the margins. The inspector's daughter sent this too. Her father drew the damage profile the morning before the Santa Clara sailed. He noted the bulkhead crack at frame 72, starboard side, approximately 14 inches running vertical from the bilge keelson. Ynez takes the page. Her eyes move across the lines automatically, reading the diagram the way she reads every ship drawing. 14-inch crack at frame 72, starboard. That is not a fatigue fracture. That is impact damage. Something hit that hull. Did he note what caused it? Grounding. 3 weeks earlier during a night berthing at Manta. The harbor log shows the Santa Clara made contact with an uncharted shelf off the loading pier. No official report was filed. Ynez feels the pieces locked together. Damage at Manta. No report. Then the cargo was overloaded. Then the bulkhead calculations were adjusted to make the numbers fit. Not weather, not negligence. A sequence of decisions. Her grandmother's hand on the cargo adjustment. He knew, she says. The inspector knew the hull was compromised. He suspected. He could not prove it without the harbor log. He retired to Malaga and took his notes with him because he did not trust the official file to survive. Did he tell anyone? He told his daughter on his deathbed that the Santa Clara was sent out with a wound that would not hold. Ynez closes her eyes. 8 crew, 8 families, 8 men who trusted the ship they boarded would bring them home, and her grandmother's handwriting on the document that made the numbers say safe. There are copies of these notes? Just the originals. The daughter wants them returned after publication. She wants to bury them with him. Did you publish? End of the week. Unless something changes. Nothing is going to change. Lucien watches her for a long moment. You understand what this means for you, he says. Not a question. I understand. If the charter board sees this before you have a chance to respond, the investigation will not be the worst of it. There will be criminal referrals. I know. Your grandmother is dead. She cannot defend herself. The public will not care about context or pressure or whatever led her to make that choice. They will see the signature and decide she was guilty. Ynez opens her eyes. She was guilty. The words land between them like a dropped tool. Lucien does not argue. I am sorry, he says. So am I. She stands. Her legs hold. She walks to the desk and looks down at the diagram, the manifest, the margin note that proves everything Dahlia implied, everything Cosima will use, everything the press will print. You said there was more in the folder. There is. Show me. Lucien pulls out a 3rd page, a photograph this time, grainy, black and white, taken at a dock somewhere in the heat of a southern summer. Ynez recognizes the woman in the photograph immediately. Her grandmother, younger, maybe 40, standing beside a man in a harbor authority uniform, both of them looking at a clipboard. The man is holding a pen. The woman is pointing at something on the page. The date stamp in the corner reads, August 1987, 1 month before the Santa Clara sailed. Where did you get this? The inspector's daughter found it in his lockbox. He kept it for the same reason he kept the notes. He wanted proof that someone from the company was present when the cargo adjustment was discussed. Ynez studies the image. Her grandmother looks calm, focused. The same posture she had at her drafting table, the same way of holding her head when she was solving a problem. She does not look like a woman making a decision that would kill 8 men. But she is. She is standing in that photograph, pointing at numbers, and the numbers are wrong. When did the inspector know? He suspected the same night the Santa Clara missed its check-in. By the time the search was called off, he was certain. And he never came forward. He was a cargo inspector. He had a pension, a family, and a mortgage. The company that employed him had contracts with Almava Shipyards. He told his daughter, and he took his notes to Malaga, and he waited to die. Ynez sets the photograph down. He was braver than my grandmother. Lucien does not answer. Outside, the wind shifts again. The distant siren has faded. The yard is silent. I need to see Dahlia again, Ynez says. She will not want to talk to you. Then she should not have come here. She picks up the photograph. I am keeping this. It is the only copy. Then you should have made a second one before you showed it to me. Lucien holds her gaze for a moment, then nods. I will make a copy before I publish. You keep the original. Thank you. Do not thank me. Thank the inspector's daughter. She is the one who trusted me with her father's secrets. Ynez slides the photograph into her jacket pocket beside the grandmother's confession envelope. She walks out of the office. The yard is empty. The wind is picking up, carrying the salt smell of the harbor. The loose fence gate swings slowly, metal scraping concrete. Dahlia is gone. But she left something on the hood of Ynez's car. A single sheet of paper, folded once, held in place by a small stone. Ynez picks it up. The handwriting is unfamiliar. Neat. Precise. You are looking at the wrong document. Check the Santa Clara's crew manifest. One of the names is not a stranger. She reads it twice. The wind tugs at the paper's edge. Lucien steps out of the office, sees her standing at the car, and walks over. "What is that?" Ynez hands him the note without answering. He reads it. "Who left this?" "Dahlia." She is still watching. She never stopped. Ynez folds the note and puts it in her pocket beside the photograph. "Can you get me the crew manifest?" "Already have it. I did not bring it because I did not think it mattered." "What if it does?" Lucien is quiet for a moment. "I will bring it to you tonight. Where will you be?" The question lands like a weight. Where will she be? Not the glass house, not the shipyard, not anywhere the cameras are waiting. "I will find somewhere. If you want to see it before I publish, meet me at the Harbor Authority archive. Midnight. I have after-hours access." Midnight. He nods, then turns and walks toward the loose fence, disappearing between the gap in the panels. Ynez stands alone in the yard. The wind shifts again. She looks down at the note in her hand. One of the names is not a stranger. The words sit inside her chest like cold water. She is not sure she wants to know which name. Chapter 24. The first notification comes while Ynez is still standing at her car. Dahlia's note folded in her pocket beside the photograph. Her phone buzzes. A news alert from the Port do Kallias Herald. Charter Board receives evidence of historical fraud at Almava Shipyards. Formal investigation opened. She reads the headline twice. The words do not feel real. Then the notifications begin to stack. A text from Mateo. "Turn on the television." A text from Sabine. "Where are you? Do not answer any calls." A text from an unknown number. "The fire you were warned about. It is burning now." Ynez looks up. The yard is still empty. The gate still swings. The Mourning still moves forward like nothing has changed. But something has. She can feel it in the weight of the phone in her hand, in the way the air seems thinner, in the low hum of a city waking up to a story that will not die by evening. She opens the Herald article. The report is thorough. Cosima did not file a simple objection. She filed a dossier. Sworn testimonies from 2 dock supervisors who claim bulkhead cracks were reported before the Santa Clara sailed. A cargo inspector's statement about deferred repairs. Financial records suggesting the Almava board approved cost-saving measures that bypassed safety protocols. And a photograph. Ynez stops breathing. The photograph from the article is not the one in her pocket. It is older, grainier, taken from a different angle at a different dock, but it shows the same thing. Her grandmother, standing beside a Harbor Authority official, pointing at a clipboard. The caption reads, "Marina Almava, then board director of Almava Shipyards, at a dockside meeting weeks before the Santa Clara's fatal voyage, according to sources familiar with the investigation." Ynez's hand drops to her side. She has spent her whole life defending the Almava name, and now the name is a crime scene. The second notification arrives before she can process the first. A text from a blocked number. Not the watcher, a different sender. Loan called for immediate review. Repayment terms accelerated. Collateral assessment scheduled for 48 hours. Ynez reads it coldly. The secondary loan, the one her grandmother took to pay the Polonies for silence. Now that the silence is broken, the loan is being called. She wonders if Cosima arranged that too. She wonders if it matters. The third notification is from Lucien. They are running the story on every channel. I held off publishing the manifest. The inspector's daughter is terrified. She did not expect this to move so fast. Ynez types back. Neither did I. She pockets the phone. She should move. She should leave the yard before the cameras find her, before someone recognizes her car, before the reporters who are already swarming the harbor gates figure out where she is. But her feet do not move. She stands beside the car, one hand on the door handle, and watches the yard that has been in her family for 3 generations. The P&H crane she rebuilt by hand. The dry dock gate her grandfather designed in 1994. The shed where her grandmother hid the ledger. She wonders how much of it was built on lies. Her phone buzzes again. "Mateo, they are outside the gate. Cars, cameras, do not come out. I will hold them." Ynez looks toward the main gate. Through the iron bars she can see movement, dark shapes, glint of lenses. They found her faster than she expected. She gets into the car, locks the doors, and sits in the driver's seat with the engine off. The air inside the car is still. The photograph in her pocket presses against her ribs. She should call Kallias. She should tell him where she is. She should ask for help. but she is tired of asking for help from people who want something in return. Instead, she calls Lucien. He answers on the first ring. I need to see that manifest. Tonight. Midnight. Harbor Authority Archive. Move in earlier. I cannot. The building is closed until then. I have to use my press credentials to get after-hours access. Then meet me somewhere else. There is a pause on the line, a long one. There is a place, Lucien says slowly. The old customs house at the South Pier. It has been empty for years. The lock is broken, no cameras. I know it. 8 o'clock. I will bring the full file. 8. She ends the call. The car is still. The yard is still. The morning light through the windshield has turned hard and white. Ynez sits in the driver's seat and watches the cameras at the gate. She watches them the way she once watched the hull of a ship she knew was too damaged to save. With clear eyes. With no hope left that someone else will fix it. She thinks about the photograph in her pocket, about her grandmother's handwriting on the manifest, about the names she is going to read at 8 o'clock. One of the names is not a stranger. She starts the car. The engine turns over and the noise of the yard fills the cabin. She shifts into gear and drives toward the side gate, the one Mateo showed her years ago, the one that opens onto the access road behind the dry dock. She takes it fast. The car bumps over gravel, scrapes past a rusted container, and emerges onto the service road without a single camera catching her face. She does not know where she is going. She only knows she cannot stop moving, because if she stops, she will have to think about what comes next. And what comes next is a funeral for a name that was already dead before she was born. Her phone buzzes twice more before she reaches the first intersection. She does not look at it. She drives. The city passes in fragments. A bridge, a traffic light, a billboard for Renvoss Maritime Holdings. She looks at the billboard and sees Kallias's face, his gray-green eyes, his controlled expression, his promise that he meant every word he said in the dark. She presses the accelerator harder. She is not ready to hear his voice. Not because she is angry, because she is afraid that if he is kind to her now, she will break. And she has spent too many years building walls to let them fall in a car on a highway with nowhere to go. At 8 o'clock, she will meet Lucien. She will read the crew manifest. She will find out which name Dahlia wanted her to see. Then she will decide what kind of woman she is going to be. The one who inherited guilt, or the one who chooses what comes next. Her phone buzzes again. This time she glances at the screen. A text from an unknown number. The inspector's daughter is dead. Car accident, 40 minutes ago. Ynez slams the brakes. The car skids to a stop in the middle of the empty road. She stares at the words until they blur. Then she calls Lucien. He does not answer. Chapter 25. The air in Kallias has changed overnight. Ynez feels it through the car window as she drives, a quality of light that does not belong to the same city. The morning is still white and hard, but the streets are not empty anymore. A news van idles at the junction near the Harbor Authority building. Another one blocks the access road to the old customs house, where she was supposed to meet Lucien. She pulls over and kills the engine. Her hands are shaking. She calls Lucien again. The phone rings 6 times and goes to voicemail. His voice sounds recorded weeks ago, lighter, before any of this started. This is Lucien Batra at the Borca Kallias Herald. Leave a message. You are not answering. She pauses. The inspector's daughter, I know. I need to know if you are alive. She hangs up. The car interior is too quiet. She can hear her own breath. She looks at the news van. A reporter in a blue blazer is standing outside it, talking into a camera. The building behind them is the Harbor Authority. The charter board is inside. She should be inside too. The Heritage interview was postponed, but the investigation is happening now, without her, in rooms where her name is being read like a charge sheet. Instead, she sits in a car on a side street, watching the news van, and realizes she has no idea what to do next. Her phone buzzes. Sabine Qatari. Do not answer any calls. Do not talk to anyone. I am sending a car. Ynez types back. Where is Kallias? The response takes 3 minutes. In a room with Edmund and the charter board. He will call when he can. Ynez stares at the screen. She should wait. That is the sensible thing. She should wait for the car, wait for Kallias to call, wait for someone to tell her what to do. But she has been waiting her whole life. She puts the car in gear and drives. The glass house is visible from the coastal road, a shard of light on the cliff. Cameras are already gathered at the security gate. Ynez does not slow down. She takes the road that runs below the cliff instead, the old service road that leads to the harbor side of the property. She has never used it before. She is not sure it still opens. At the bottom of the hill, a rusted gate blocks the path. She gets out. The padlock is old. She tests it once, then picks up a rock from the roadside and strikes the shackle twice. The lock cracks open. She pushes the gate. It swings inward with sound like the end of something. The path climbs through scrub grass and loose stone. The house above her is visible only in fragments, a corner of glass, a straight line of roof, but she does not go up. She stops where the ground flattens, at a spot that overlooks the harbor. The water is gray. The cranes are still. The container yards hum with machinery. She cannot hear from here. She sits down on the dry grass because her legs will not hold her, and watches the water the way she used to watch it as a girl, when the harbor meant something other than debt and dead men on a manifest. She does not cry. She has not cried since her grandmother died, and she is not sure she has tears left for the dead anymore. The phone rings. Not a text. A call. Kallias. She answers. Where are you? His voice is stripped of its usual control. It sounds like something ground down by use. Below the house, the old service road. Stay there. I am coming down. Kallias. A pause. What happened? She asks. The charter hearing is suspended indefinitely. He says it flatly, as if he has already accepted it. The board voted this morning. There are not enough votes to proceed until the investigation concludes. And the investigation? Cosima has the testimonies, the manifest photograph you found, the inspector's notes. She has everything except the girl who died last night, and that looks worse than the evidence. Lucien is not answering. I know. She closes her eyes. What about Section 14? She asks. Edmund wants to invoke it. And you? A long silence. I told him I would burn the contract before I let him use it against you. She hears him before she sees him. Shoes on loose stone, breath slightly short from the climb. He emerges from the scrub path in a dress shirt without a tie, sleeves rolled, and he looks nothing like the man she married. He looks like someone who has been in negotiations for hours and lost. He sits down beside her without speaking, and for a long moment they both watch the harbor. In the distance, a container ship moves past the breakwater, slow and enormous, too big to stop even if it wanted to. There is more, Kallias says. Tell me. Cosima is not the only one filing evidence. The harbor authority has received a second complaint, anonymously filed. It names the harbor official in your grandmother's photograph. Ynez turns to look at him. The official is dead, he says. He died in 2005, but his estate is being subpoenaed for correspondence records. Who filed it? Anonymous. That word again. It will not stop here, Ynez. This is not a single scandal. It is a cascade. Every piece of evidence leads to another review, another subpoena, another headline. The charter board will not touch the Almava name again. Not for years. Maybe never. She watches his face. He is not telling her this to hurt her. He is telling her because he promised not to hide anything anymore. What about you? She asks. What about me? If the charter is dead, your empire takes the hit. Your investors, your reputation. You built everything on this. I know. Why are you not angry? He looks at her then, and his gray-green eyes are the color of the harbor water, opaque and full of depth. I am angry, he says, but not at you. They sit in silence until the sun moves past its zenith and the wind shifts and the container ship disappears behind the breakwater. Then Ynez's phone buzzes again, a text from a number she does not recognize. You are looking for the crew manifest. I have it. Old Customs House. Midnight. Come alone. She reads it aloud. Kallias takes her phone and reads it himself. We are not going alone, he says. If they see you, they will run. Then I will stay out of sight. She takes the phone back. Whoever you are, she types. Why should I trust you? The response comes immediately. Because I watched your grandmother sign the cargo adjustment. I was there, and I am the only person left who knows which name on that manifest is yours. Ynez stares at the screen. Kallias reads it over her shoulder and says nothing. The wind off the harbor is cold now, and the afternoon light is already dying, and somewhere in the city, the news vans are still broadcasting her grandmother's photograph to a world that has already decided she is guilty. At midnight, she will go to the old customs house. She has no reason to trust the text, but she has no reason not to, either, because the only truth she knows for certain is that her grandmother wrote, "Forgive me," in her own hand, and 8 men died, and one of them has her name. She gets to her feet. Kallias stands beside her. I am coming, he says. No, you are staying out of sight until I tell you otherwise. That is not the same as staying behind. She looks at him. He is the one thing in her life that was not inherited. She nods. Fine, if this is a trap, you stay out of it. I cannot promise that. She almost smiles. Neither can I. They walk back up the path, toward the glass house, toward the cameras, toward whatever comes next. The paint is still fresh on the shipyard gates, and she cannot see it from here, but she knows it is there, because Mateo sent her a photograph an hour ago, and the black paint running down the iron bars looks like a wound that will not close. Someone wrote Almava in capital letters across the gate, and then they crossed it out. Chapter 26. The morning light is wrong. Ynez stands at the kitchen window of the glass house, coffee cooling in her hand, and watches a news van park at the bottom of the cliff road. It does not attempt the gate. It just sits there, waiting, like the rest of the city. She has not slept. Kallias is in the east wing, on the phone with Falke for the 3rd time since dawn. His voice carries through the walls, low, controlled. The tone he uses when he is losing ground and refusing to show it. Sabine appears in the doorway without sound. There's a car at the service entrance. Press? Yard foreman, Mateo. He says he will not leave until he sees you. Ynez sets the coffee down. The mug clinks against the marble, too loud in the silence. Mateo stands beside a rusted truck, arms crossed, face carved deeper by the morning light. He looks at her the way he always has, direct, unflinching. You need to see it, he says. See what? He gestures toward the truck bed. A tarp covers something flat and rectangular. Ynez walks over, lifts the corner, the gate. The iron bars is cut clean through. The word Almava still visible in black paint, half the letter still bleeding downward. But someone has taken a torch to the metal and severed it at the hinge line. They came back last night, Mateo says, after I sent you the photograph. Cut the gate down, left it in the yard. Ynez touches the cut edge. The metal is still warm. The police? I did not call them. Why not? Mateo's jaw tightens. Because the officer who patrols this district asked me yesterday if the yard was finally closing. He already knew. The wind picks up. The tarp shifts. Ynez lets the fabric fall. She returns to the glass house and finds Sabine in the hallway, tablet in hand, expression unreadable. 3 calls this morning, Sabine says. The Harbor Club has suspended your guest privileges pending the investigation. The Port Authority Women's League has uninvited you from the autumn benefit, and the Mendizabal family has declined the dinner invitation for next week. Ynez does not react. The Mendizabals hosted us 3 weeks ago, she says. Yes, and now I am a liability. Sabine's silence is answer enough. By noon, the glass house feels smaller. Ynez moves through the rooms past the staff who do not meet her eyes. The housekeeper who used to smile in the mornings now pretends to be busy when Ynez passes. 2 of the junior aides find reasons to work from the Renvoss tower instead. She does not blame them. She is the story. The heir to a fortune built on dead men. The woman who married up to save a name that was never clean. The phone in her pocket buzzes. A text from an unknown number. You are still eating his food. How long before he realizes the cost? She does not respond. Kallias finds her in the studio, standing at the drafting table, staring at a set of lines she drew for a hull repair that no one will pay for now. Edmund is here, he says. I know. I heard his car. He wants to talk to both of us. The bodies acted. A roan habis sherry sexastic turnals environt lutter back through the day. The orisory, basting. He can work out to the sleeve. Your math master sinks together to say this picture for the plan. I know, I heard his car. He wants to talk to both of us. Ynez turns from the table. Does he have a plan, or does he just have a knife? Kallias holds her gaze. He has a plan. A clean exit. A pause. Yes, and you want me to hear it. Edmund Falca stands in the study with the posture of a man who has already won the argument and is merely waiting for the other side to admit it. He does not sit. Mrs. Renvoss, he says, I will be direct. I expect nothing else. The Charter Board will not restore the Almava designation. Not this year. Not next. The evidence Cosima Poloni has filed is comprehensive, and the second anonymous complaint creates an appearance of systemic fraud that no heritage committee will touch. The name is burned. Ynez says nothing. Kallias's empire is not burned, Edmund continues, but it is bleeding. 3 investors have called to express concern. 2 financing lines are being reviewed. If the Association of Maritime Lenders issues a risk note, the damage will compound across every Renvoss holding. I know what exposure is, Ynez says. Then you understand why I am here. You want a separation. Edmund's pale eyes do not blink. I want a clean legal partition, a formal, documented separation that establishes sufficient distance between your reputational liability and the Renvoss corporate structure. It does not require dissolution of the marriage. It does not require you to leave the residence immediately, but it creates a firewall that protects the empire while the investigation runs its course. And if Kallias refuses? Edmund's gaze shifts to Kallias. Then I will advise the board to invoke Section 14. The words hang in the air. Ynez has known they were coming, has heard them in every glance the staff avoids, in every invitation that did not arrive, in the photograph of her grandmother's handwriting, adjusting a bulkhead strain so 8 men could die at sea. She looks at Kallias. He stands near the window, light at his back, face unreadable. Edmund, he says, give us the room. Edmund does not argue. He leaves with the silence of a man who has already placed his pieces. The door closes. Ynez and Kallias stand on opposite sides of the study. If you do not separate, she says, you lose the charter and your investors. I know. You built your empire on this charter. I built it on freight routes and acquisitions. The charter was a door. I can find another door. The lenders will not see it that way. Then I will find new lenders. Ynez's throat tightens. She fights it. You cannot keep choosing me over your business, she says. I can. It will ruin you. Let me decide what ruins me. She steps closer, close enough to see the exhaustion in his eyes, the shadow beneath the controlled surface. They are already whispering, she says. Your own staff. They look at me like I am carrying something contagious. Let them. Kallias. He reaches out, takes her hand. His palm is warm, calloused from the years before the empire, and he holds her like she is not falling. I did not marry you to cut you loose when the price arrived, he says. I knew what I was signing. Did you? She says it before she can stop herself. You knew my grandmother told you about the Santa Clara. You knew there was risk. What you did not know it would be this. You did not know I would become the face of a fraud that killed 8 men. He does not flinch. I knew you were not your grandmother. You cannot separate us in the press. I do not need to. I know who you are. Ynez pulls her hand free, not because she wants distance, because she wants to stop shaking. Edmund is right, she says. Statistically, logically, a separation protects your structure. I am not a statistic. Your board will force you. Let them try. She looks at him, the same man who met her at the civil ceremony in a suit with no tie, the same man who restored her grandmother's drafting table, the same man who said, I will burn the contract before I let him use it against you. You are going to lose everything, she whispers. Then I will lose it. The silence stretches, and then her phone buzzes. She looks down. A text from the same unknown number. The customs house, midnight. If you still want to know whose blood is on that manifest. Tick, tick, tick. She shows it to Kallias. He reads it. Then he looks at her, and his expression does not change, but something in his voice goes flat. There is something else. What? Edmund told me before you came in. The second anonymous complaint. The one naming the harbor official. What about it? It was not filed by Cosima. Ynez waits. It was filed from inside the harbor authority itself. Someone with access to the sealed records. Someone who knows exactly where every body is buried. The glass house is silent. On the cliff below, the news van still waits. And somewhere in the city, there is a name on a crew manifest that shares her blood, and the only person who can tell her which one is meeting her at midnight. If she is brave enough to go. Chapter 27. They stand in the study with the weight of Edmund's words still pressing through the closed door. Ynez looks at the phone in her hand. The text glows. The customs house. Midnight. She locks the screen and slides the phone into her pocket. I am going. No, Kallias says. You cannot stop me. I can come with you. You said yourself, someone inside the harbor authority is feeding information. If they see you with me, they will know we are following their trail. Then let them know. Kallias, she says his name like a wall, like the beginning of a door she is already closing. I need to do this alone. He steps toward her, close enough that she can see the muscle in his jaw working, the effort it takes for him not to reach for her. Ynez. Someone killed the inspector's daughter. The same person who cleared the annex files. The same person who has been watching us from inside this house. I know. If you go to that customs house alone, you are walking into a trap. Then I will walk into it. Stop. The word cuts through her. She stops. Stop deciding what I can and cannot bear, he says. Stop deciding that you have to carry this alone because I might break under the weight. She looks at him. Her throat tightens. I am not trying to protect you from the weight, she says. I am trying to protect you from me. From you? From what I carry. Her voice breaks on the last word. From the name. From the dead. From every piece of evidence that says I am exactly what they are calling me. You are not. You do not know that. I know you. Then you should know that I cannot watch you lose everything because of me. She walks past him, out of the study, down the hall, toward the bedroom, toward the cases she has not yet packed. She pulls the first suitcase from the closet. It is leather, expensive, not hers. Kallias had brought for her the week they married, along with clothes she never asked for, shoes that fit perfectly, coats that smelled of new wool. She opens it on the bed. One dress, a second. The charcoal dress she wore to her first board meeting. Her hands are steady. Her breath is not. She is packing to leave before he can tell her to go, before Edmund convinces him, before the board forces his hand. She is leaving so he does not have to choose. It is the only gift she can still give him. The door opens. Kallias stands in the frame. His gray-green eyes move from her face to the open suitcase on the bed. What are you doing? It is not a question. It is a flat statement she is expected to answer. She does not look at him. I am making it easier. Easier for whom? For you. She folds a blouse. Her hands are too deliberate. Each fold a gesture of control she does not feel. Ynez, stop packing. I cannot stay here. You can. I cannot. She turns to face him. You heard Edmund. Separation protects your structure. If I stay, the board will force Section 14. They will dissolve the marriage and trigger penalties you cannot absorb. Let them. Kallias, be practical. I am being practical. I am being practical by keeping the person I want in my house instead of sending her into a city that wants to destroy her. You are being sentimental. Is that what you think this is? She looks at him. He is not wearing armor, no tie, no jacket. His sleeves are rolled, forearms bare, and he is standing in her doorway like a man who has already stopped caring about appearances. You should let me go, she says. I should, logically. Then do it. I cannot. Kallias, do you know why I cannot? The question stops her. He steps into the room, slow, deliberate. Each step, a boundary crossed. Because the marriage is no longer a contract, he says. It stopped being a contract the night you told me you wanted me personally, and I told you the wall was gone, and we both stopped pretending. She remembers that night, the harbor walk, the confession in the dark. "Do you know what I felt?" he says, "when you said you wanted me?" She shakes her head. Hope. The word lands like a stone. "I have not felt hope in years," he says. "I built an empire on leverage and calculation. There was no room for wanting something I could not buy or negotiate. And then you looked at me and said you wanted me. Not the charter, not the money. Me. Kallias, I am not letting that go. I am not letting you go. Not because of a contract, because I chose you." She closes her eyes. The word is there, on her tongue. 3 syllables that would change everything. Love. But she cannot say it, because if she says it, she will stay. And if she stays, she will destroy him. "I cannot be what you need," she whispers. "I do not need you to be anything. You need a wife who does not bring scandal. I need the woman who rebuilt a crane with her bare hands, who stood in a shipyard at dawn and refused to let her family's work die, who looked at me across a funeral and did not flinch." She opens her eyes. He the closer now, close enough to touch. "If you leave," he says, "I will follow you. If you go to that customs house, I will be outside the door. If you try to disappear into this city, I will find you." "Kallias, I mean it. You cannot build a life chasing after me. Then stay." The word hangs between them. Stay. She looks at the open suitcase, at the folded blouse inside, at the dress she wore the day she married him, and she wants to say yes, but the photograph of her grandmother at the dock is burned into her memory. The crew manifest. The 8 dead men. The name she has not yet seen but already fears. One of the names is not a stranger. She zips the suitcase closed. There will be another woman, one whose name does not carry blood. I do not want another woman. You will? She lifts the case off the bed. He does not move to stop her, but his voice stops her at the door. If you walk out of this room, I am coming with you. She turns. You cannot? I can. I will follow you to that customs house. I will stand in the rain and wait until you come out. And if you do not come out, I will go in. Why? He looks at her, raw, unshielded. Because I love you. The words hit her like a wave. She cannot breathe. I have never said that to anyone, he says. I have never wanted to. I am saying it now because you are about to leave, and I need you to know that if you go knowing exactly what you are leaving behind. The suitcase is heavy in her hand. The word is still on her tongue. She opens her mouth to say it, to finally say it back. And her phone buzzes. She looks down. The same unknown number. 1 hour to midnight. Come alone, or the manifest burns, and so does the truth about your mother. Chapter 28. Ynez stares at the phone. The screen glows in her palm. The words do not change. The truth about your mother. That is what you are looking at. She looks up. Kallias stands in the bedroom doorway, arms loose at his sides. No armor, no distance. I know the name, she says. The one on the manifest. The texter claims they know who it is. They say I will recognize it. Do you believe them? I believe they know something. They have been right about everything else. She sets the phone on the dresser. The suitcase is still in her hand. Your mother, he says. What do you remember about her? Nothing. She left when I was small. Abuela never spoke of her. The only photograph in the house was burned before I was old enough to ask questions. She closes her eyes. I do not even know if she is alive. Would you want to know? The question is careful, gentle, as if he is asking something dangerous. I do not know, she says. I do not know if I want to know, or if I only need to know because someone is holding it over my head. The phone buzzes again. She does not look at it. He cannot be answered now, Kallias says. But if you go to that customs house, he will be there. I know. If you go alone, and something happens, I will not forgive myself. If you come with me, and something happens, I will not forgive myself. They stand in the silence, the suitcases cutting into her palm, and then a voice comes from the hallway. Neither of you should be alone tonight. Nia turns. Sabine Katari stands in the corridor, not in her usual pressed blouse and tailored skirt. She is in a dark dressing gown, hair loose around her shoulders. She looks older, with her face bare. Sabine, Kallias says, you should not be... I should not be what? Her voice is quiet. I should not be concerned about the woman who has been living in this house for weeks. The woman who is about to walk into a trap because she believes she is protecting everyone by leaving. She steps forward. Mrs. Renvoss, may I speak with you, alone, for a moment? Ynez looks at Kallias. He nods, slow, reluctant, but he leaves the room. Sabine closes the door behind him. Before you say anything, Ynez says, I know what you are going to tell me. That I am being foolish. That staying would hurt him more than leaving. That the board will not wait forever. Sabine does not answer. She looks at the suitcase. If you leave, she says, you will carry that with you for the rest of your life. I do not mean the physical weight. Ynez waits. I have worked for Kallias Renvoss for 11 years, Sabine says. I have seen him close deals that would have broken lesser men. I have watched him walk into rooms where the money in the room despised him for his origins, and walk out with everything he came for. I have never, in 11 years, seen him follow a woman to a doorway and beg her to stay. He did not beg. He does not have to. He showed you his face. That is begging for a man like him. Ynez turns away. You do not understand. Then explain it to me. The words come out before Ynez can stop them. If I stay, they will use me to destroy him. The board, the press, Cosima. They will say he knew about the Santa Clara, that he married into a criminal family for the charter, that he is complicit, and they will bleed him until there is nothing left of the empire he built. And if you leave, then he has a clean break. He can distance himself. He can say he was deceived, that the marriage was a mistake, that he was a victim of the Almava fraud, not an accomplice. The being does not move, and you believe that will protect him? Legally, yes. Legally. Sabine's voice is flat. I am not a lawyer. I am the person who watches what happens in this house when the lawyers leave, and I can tell you what will happen if you walk out that door. She steps closer. He will not distance himself. He will not claim deception. He will spend the next 5 years tearing apart every institution that tried to destroy you. He will fight the board. He will fight the harbor authority. He will fight Cosima alone in open court if she forces his hand. Then he will lose. Then he will lose. Sabine does not blink, but he will lose fighting for you, and he would rather lose that way than win without you. Ynez closes her eyes. You sound like you are trying to convince me to stay. I am trying to tell you the truth. Sabine's voice drops. I have been watching you both for weeks, the way he looks at you when you are not looking, the way he reads your work, the way he checks the time when you are late. Ynez opens her eyes. That is not the man who signed a contract for a bloodline. That is a man who is already gone. The words sit in the air. Do you know what he did this morning? Sabine says. He was on the phone with Edmund. He was, but before that, before dawn, he made 3 calls. One to his private banker, one to a lender in Barcelona, one to a credit facility he has not used in 7 years. Ynez frowns. What for? He is trying to float the shipyard's debt while the investigation freezes your credit lines. The secondary loan that was called for review. He is trying to buy it. Ynez feels the floor tilt. He is doing that? He has been doing it for days, ever since the scandal broke. He has not told you because he does not want you to feel indebted. He does not. He moved 1/3 of his liquid assets into a holding account this morning. He is prepared to lose them if the board triggers a penalty clause. Ynez stares at her. Why are you telling me this? Because he will not. Sabine's voice is not accusing, it is simply tired. And because I have watched him absorb blows in silence for 11 years, and I am tired of watching him do it alone. She turns toward the door. You said you cannot be what he needs, Sabine says, but he is not asking you to be anything except the woman he chose. She opens the door. If you leave, he will survive. He is a survivor. But he will not be whole. She steps into the hallway. The door clicks shut. Ynez stands alone. The suitcase is still in her hand. The phone is still on the dresser. And somewhere in the city, the anonymous texter is waiting. Chapter 29. The shipyard gate is gone. Ynez pulls up to the empty opening where steel and paint used to frame the entrance. The posts stand naked, torch-cut edges still bright where Mateo's truck carried the ruined gate away. Beyond them, the yard stretches silent under morning light. Cranes locked at odd angles, sheds closed, the whole place breathing salt and waiting. She parks where the security car used to sit. No one watches now. The walk to the main shed takes her past the dry dock. Water sits flat and gray. A hull she inspected 2 weeks ago still waits on the blocks, half stripped, its plates exposed like ribs. She stops at the edge, runs her palm along the corroded steel where the old coating has failed. The metal answers, grain under her skin, temperature, the faint vibration of the city beyond the harbor wall. She came here to remember something, to let the yard tell her what the glass house can, that you might show. Mateo's voice comes from behind her. She turns. He stands at the shed door, welding leathers draped over one shoulder, his face carved deeper by the morning shadows. I did not know where else to go. Good. He does not move. Because I have something that will not keep. He disappears into the shed. She follows. Inside, the light is dimmer, cut by high windows that filter everything gray. Tools hang on pegboard walls. A half-disassembled winch sits on the workbench, gears spread in oiled order. Mateo has been at it since dawn. He pulls a metal box from beneath the bench, not the ledger, something older, dented, the paint worn to bare metal at the corners. What is that? Your grandmother's maintenance notes. He sets the box on the bench. She kept them from the 1,980 seconds. Every repair, every inspection, every time a plate was replaced or a weld was tested. She kept a separate set, in her own hand. Mateo's eyes meet hers. The official logs were for the harbor authority. These were for her. Ynez steps forward. The box lid creaks when she lifts it. Inside, bowed notebooks stack in chronological order, spines cracked, pages yellowed at the edges. She pulls the earliest one. Black cover, gold lettering worn to ghosts. She opens it. The handwriting is her grandmother's, the same sloping script from the confession note, the same pressure on the page. February 1984, frame 44 port side. Hairline crack above the bilge keel, repaired with double revat patch. Estimated life, 4 years. She turns pages. Each entry is precise. Dates, locations, decisions. Some repairs her grandmother authorized against the foreman's advice. Others she delayed, noting cost constraints in the margin. How did you get these? I kept them. Mateo's voice is quiet. She gave them to me in 2001. Said to hold them until someone needed to know. Know what? Know the truth. He nods at the notebook in her hands. Keep going. She turns to 1987. The entries are fuller here, more frequent. The Santa Clara appears in March, listed for a routine hull survey. The notes track inspections through April and May. Minor work, nothing flagged as critical. Then June, frame 72. Inspection reveals 14-inch vertical crack below waterline. Probable cause, grounding stress at Manta. Recommend dry dock for full plate replacement. Nieta reads it twice. The crack her grandmother knew about. Documented, recorded. And then, in July, the next entry. Frame 72 patch approved as temporary. Cost of dry dock exceeds current operating margins. Will reinforce and monitor. She looks up. She knew it was temporary. She knew. Mateo does not look away. But the Santa Clara was scheduled for a paying charter in August. The owner needed it on the water. So she ordered a patch, not a repair. She ordered what the yard could afford. His voice hardens. The yard was bleeding money in 1987, same as now. She made a calculation. Ynez turns back to the notebook. August comes. The Santa Clara loads cargo in Malaga. Her grandmother's notes stop referencing the ship. There is a gap. 3 weeks of silence. Then, in September, a single line. Santa Clara declared total loss. 8 crew. Harbor investigation opened. I will carry this until I die. Below it, in smaller script, different ink. The Poloni boy was on that manifest. I knew his mother. I did not stop it. Ynez stops breathing. The Poloni boy. Cosima Poloni's younger brother. Mateo says it like he has been holding the words for years. He was 21. Signed on as deck crew 3 days before the Santa Clara sailed. His mother begged your grandmother to take him off the manifest. Begged. And she refused. She said the berth was already assigned. Mateo's jaw tightens. But the truth is she could have canceled it. She had the authority. She chose not to. The notebook's pages feel heavier. Cosima's vendetta, not abstract justice, not harbor politics. Her brother, 18 years old, dead on a ship Marina Almava sent out with a cracked hull and an overloaded cargo. Why did she keep this? Because she could not burn it. Mateo's voice drops. She told me once that the worst thing she ever did was not the repair decision. It was looking at Violetta Pellona's face at the memorial and saying nothing. Ynez closes the notebook. The yard feels different now. Smaller. The air thicker with ghosts she never knew were here. Why are you showing me this now? Because you needed to know who you were standing for. Mateo holds her gaze. The name you are trying to save. It is not clean. It was never clean. But it is yours to carry or put down. She looks at the box. How much more is in there? Everything. He opens the lid wider. Every repair she delayed. Every inspection she fudged. Every corner she cut to keep this yard breathing. And you kept them for 23 years? I kept them because I knew you would come back one day. He closes the box. And I knew you would need the truth before you could decide what to do with it. Ynez touches the box lid. Outside, the dry dock waits. The half-stripped hull. The corroded plates. The work that needs doing whether the charter exists or not. Is there any way to fix what she did? Not the past. Mateo turns toward the door. But the steel is still here. The yard is still here. And you are still here. He pauses. That is more than most people get. She follows him out into the light. The cranes cast long shadows across the water. The shipyard breathes around her. Salt and oil. Rust and waiting. And somewhere in the city, the anonymous texter waits for midnight. But here, now, there is work. Show me the dry dock leak, she says. The one you mentioned last week. Mateo almost smiles. The morning stretches ahead of them, measured in steel and quiet, while the weight of what she carries settles deeper into her bones. By noon, she has her hands on a grinding tool. By 1, she has stripped corroded paint from a patch of hull plate, watching the metal emerge beneath the labor. Her arms ache. Her shoulders burn. The noise drowns everything. It is the most honest she has felt in days. At 2, she stops for water. Mateo sits on a crate, watching her. Your grandmother was not a monster, he says. She was a woman who made terrible choices because she believed the alternative was worse. Is that supposed to comfort me? No, he shakes his head. It is supposed to remind you that monsters do not keep records of their sins. She wanted someone to know. Ynez looks at the hull. The box sits in the shed, notebooks full of calculations and guilt. I need to see the rest of them. Tonight? After. She thinks of the customs house, of the text, of the name that might be her mother's. Before I decide anything. Mateo nods. He does not ask what she is deciding. He does not need to. She works until the light changes. By the time she sets the tool down, her hands are raw and the hull patch is clean, ready for assessment. The yard has given her nothing but muscle fatigue and a deeper understanding of damage. It is enough. She washes at the outdoor tap, the water running cold over her wrists, and watches the harbor darken. Ynez. Mateo's voice pulls her back. He stands at the shed door, phone in hand. That meeting tonight, the customs house. She straightens. What about it? He just sent another text. She crosses to him, takes the phone. On the screen, the anonymous number. A single line. She knew the manifest was false. She wrote the adjustment herself. And before you decide who to blame, ask Mateo what your mother was doing at the yard the night it sailed. The phone feels heavier than it should. She looks up. Mateo's face has gone still. What does that mean? He does not answer. Mateo, what does it mean? He looks past her, at the water, at the darkening sky. It means, he says slowly, that there are things your grandmother took to her grave that I promised I would never tell you. The tide turns somewhere below. And now? He meets her eyes. And now I think the dead have held the truth long enough. The customs house waits. The anonymous texter waits. And somewhere in the city, a name on a manifest is waiting to be spoken aloud. Ynez puts the phone in her pocket. "Tell me," she says. "Before I walk into that room blind." Mateo does not move for a long moment. Then he turns, reaches into the shed, and pulls out a folded photograph from beneath the workbench. He hands it to her. A woman stands in front of the Santa Clara, arm raised to shield her eyes from the sun. Young, dark hair, familiar lines around the jaw. Ynez's own face stares back at her from 30 years ago. "Who is this?" Mateo's voice is quiet. "That is your mother, the night she signed the crew manifest." Chapter 30. The glass house glows against the darkening harbor when Ynez reaches the top of the cliff road. Her hands are still raw from the grinding tool, the photograph folded in her jacket pocket, the weight of Mateo's words pressing against her ribs. She finds Kallias in the study. He stands at the floor-to-ceiling glass, phone loose in his hand, the city lights scattering below him. He does not turn when she enters, but she watches his shoulders shift, a subtle relaxation, as if he has been holding tension waiting for her to walk through that door. "You worked late." Mateo needed help with the hall assessment. She stops at the edge of the carpet. "He told you." Not a question. He knows Mateo. He knows the shape of this day. "Yes." Kallias turns. His face is harder than she has seen it since the morning after the scandal broke, the corporate mask sliding back into place. But his eyes catch on her hands, the raw knuckles, the flecks of paint still caught beneath her nails. "He should have told you years ago. He promised my grandmother he would not." "And you are defending him?" "Not defending." She moves closer. "Understanding." The study feels smaller tonight, the glass walls pressing in. Outside, the harbor stretches dark and indifferent. Inside, the air is thick with everything neither of them has said. Kallias sets his phone on the desk. 3 calls since noon. Edmund, the board chair, the lead counsel for the harbor authority. He ticks them off like cargo manifests. The first wanted to know if I had reconsidered the separation. The second wanted to know when I would. The third wanted to inform me that the Renvoss subsidiary handling port logistics in Valdera has had its line of credit frozen pending the investigation. Ynez's chest tightens. "That is because of me." "No." His voice is flat. "That is because of a fraud investigation into a company whose name happens to be connected to mine by marriage. The freeze is procedure. It will be lifted when the investigation closes." "Unless it does not close." "Unless it does not close." He says it without evasion. No softening, no attempt to protect her from the shape of the damage. Ynez looks at the phone on the desk, the calls he has taken, the ones he has not mentioned. "Edmund still wants the separation." He has drafted 3 versions: clean severance, financial firewall, full public statement. He has also drafted a 4th option that dissolves the marriage entirely and returns the debt to your name. He calls it the nuclear option. I believe he is proud of it. And the board? Watching. She thinks of the news vans at the bottom of the cliff, the severed gate, the anonymous texter waiting for midnight. "You should take the separation." The words leave her mouth before she has fully decided to say them. Kallias goes very still. "What did you say?" "The separation. Edmund's first version. The clean severance with the financial firewall." She keeps her voice steady. "It preserves your legitimacy. It gives the board room to maneuver. It proves you are not complicit in what my grandmother did." "I know what it proves." "Then take it." He does not move, but something shifts in his face, a crack in the corporate mask so small she almost misses it. "And you?" "I go to the customs house tonight. I find out whose name is on that manifest. I face whatever comes after." "And then?" She has no answer for that. Kallias takes a step toward her, then another. He stops close enough that she can see the tension in his jaw, the barely contained force of a man who has spent his life building structures that cannot fall. "Edmund walked me through every version this afternoon. Each one, he explained, would preserve something. The charter path, the board confidence, the Renvoss reputation. Each one, he said, would cost me something else. Freedom of action, future leverage, you." He says the last word like it costs him something to name it. I told him I would think about it. Ynez feels the photograph in her jacket pocket. The face of a mother she never knew, standing on a dock 30 years ago, signing a death warrant for 8 men. You cannot protect me from this. I know. And you cannot let me destroy what you have built. I know that too. He is not arguing. That is what makes it unbearable. Then why are we still having this conversation? Kallias reaches out. His hand stops an inch from her arm, not quite touching, a question in the space between. Because I have not asked you to go. She looks at his hand, at the distance he refuses to close. Edmund asked me 3 times today whether I wanted you gone. The board chair asked once. The council asked in the form of a recommendation. His voice drops. Not one of them asked whether I could imagine wanting you gone. Kallias, do you know what I imagined? She shakes her head. He lets his hand fall. I imagined this room without you in it. The study, the kitchen, the harbor without your silhouette in the window. I imagined waking up tomorrow and knowing you had decided to burn yourself alone because you thought it was the only way to save me from the fire. His voice breaks on the last word. I have survived worse than a frozen credit line. I have survived worse than losing the charter, but I do not know how to survive the silence you left behind. She cannot move. The photograph presses against her ribs like accusation. Edmund has a path, she says, the world spokening a peerage kind of completely in countenance at Daling. My pries roses out there willing to strape the shoals that they bless the puffs of my subitance that did not a prousfessing his enosis cocher skeep. Meaning the phases remind is until his postic on anything, like the usus verbs, are the pericle for the happiless of the shark, are, I acknowted, cherry is a clang a waif tidy flash. I need to connect the definitions for the clackles, but it's not the smay for you completely. He feels allied. The mictoral rules by location and keying. One where you keep something. He does, and you have not taken it. No, because you cannot imagine wanting me gone. The words land like a blow, not because they are hard, but because they are so simple, stripped of strategy, stripped of calculation. Just a man telling a woman he does not know how to stop wanting her near. Ynez pulls the photograph from her pocket. She does not unfold it. She holds it where he can see the yellowed edge, the curled corner, the promise of a truth she has not yet examined. Then you need to know what I am carrying into that customs house tonight. Kallias looks at the photograph, at her face, at the raw honesty she has never offered him before. Tell me. She unfolds it. The woman looks back at her. Dark hair, familiar jaw, standing in front of the Santa Clara, arm raised to shield her eyes, signing a manifest that would send 8 men to the bottom of the sea. That is my mother. The night she signed the crew manifest. The silence stretches. Kallias looks at the photograph for a long time. Then he raises his eyes to hers. And you are going to the customs house to find out who she really was. No. Ynez's voice is steady. I am going to the customs house to find out who I really am. Whether I can live with it. Whether I deserve to be loved by a man who might have survived cleaner without me. His hand finds hers, not the raw, paint-stained hand, the other one, the one holding the photograph. You are going to the customs house, he says, but you are not going alone. Kallias, I am not asking permission. She looks at their hands, at the photograph between them, at the man who could have let her go and chose not to. Then do not ask. The night presses against the glass. Somewhere, midnight waits. And for the first time since she learned her mother's face, Ynez does not feel like she is walking into the dark, alone. Chapter 31. The customs house waits at the end of the South Pier, a limestone carcass gutted by salt and neglect. Ynez watches it grow larger through the windshield, the photograph still burning in her jacket pocket, Kallias's presence solid beside her. Neither of them has spoken since they left the glass house. The city slides past in broken light. News vans cluster at intersections. A reporter's silhouette stands against a floodlit background, mouth moving, broadcasting the Almava name into the dark. Kallias parks 2 blocks away, where the pier road narrows past abandoned freight offices and rusted container chassis. He kills the engine. The silence rushes in. You do not have to come in, Ynez says. I know. Whatever is waiting in there, it changes nothing for you. It is my blood, my debt. He turns to her. The harbor light catches the gray-green of his eyes, the line of his jaw, the controlled stillness of a man who has learned to hide everything except what he refuses to hide from her. It changed the moment you showed me the photograph. Kallias, I am not doing this to protect you. I am doing this because I will not let you face a truth about yourself alone and then expect me to pretend I did not witness it. His voice drops. That is not marriage. That is polite distance. She looks at his hands on the steering wheel, the knuckles white, the grip of a man holding himself in place. Then let us go find out who I am. They walk the remaining distance through the salt wind and the sound of rigging slapping against aluminum masts. The customs house door hangs loose on its hinges, padlock broken, the brass plate reading Puerto Calais Customs Authority 1924 nearly worn smooth. Someone has been here before them. Inside, the air is thick with dust and the chemical sweetness of dry rot. A single bulb burns at the far end of the main hall, casting long shadows across abandoned counters and filing cabinets left to rust. The floor tiles are cracked, the plaster peeling in sheets. A figure stands beneath the light. Lucien Batra. Not the texter, not the witness. Lucien. He looks worse than the last time she saw him. His shirt is crumpled, his jaw shadowed with stubble, and the controlled energy of an investigative journalist has been replaced by something rawer. A man who has seen too much in too few hours. You are not the one who texted me, Ynez says. No, but I know who did. Where is the manifest? Lucien holds up a folded sheaf of papers, yellowed, water-stained, the edges soft with age. I pulled it from the backup archive at the regional office before someone could clear that too. The inspector's daughter was not the only copy. Kallias steps forward. What did you find? Lucien looks at Ynez. Not at Kallias, at Ynez. Your grandmother signed the cargo adjustment, yes, but she was not the only one who made the Santa Clara sail that night. He pauses. Your mother signed the crew manifest. We knew that. What I did not find until tonight is that she also signed the clearance waiver. Ynez's blood goes cold. A clearance waiver means she certified the vessel seaworthy. She knew the hull was cracked. She knew the cargo was overloaded. And she signed it anyway. The words land like a blade. Ynez does not move, does not breathe. The photograph in her pocket presses against her ribs. A mother she never knew. A mother who sent 8 men to the bottom of the sea with a signature. How do you know she knew? Because I found someone who was there. Lucien's voice drops. The cargo inspector's daughter was not the only witness. There was a dock clerk, 17 years old at the time. He saw your mother go over the repair log with a flashlight, saw her argue with the harbor master, saw her sign the waiver after the harbor master threatened to report the yard for operating an unsafe vessel. Where is this clerk now? He is the anonymous texter. The room tilts. Ynez feels Kallias's hand find her elbow, steadying her. She does not pull away. He has been watching me, she says. The texts, the warnings, the photograph of my mother. He wanted you to know the truth before Cosima buried it under her own narrative. Where is he? Lucien's face tightens. Gone. He sent me a message 2 hours ago. Said he cashed in what he knew to someone who paid him to vanish. Said he was sorry, but he had a family and he could not afford to be the next witness who died in a car accident. Ynez thinks of the inspector's daughter, dead 40 minutes after she spoke to Lucien's. Who paid him? He did not say, but I have a guess. They turn at the sound of footsteps on the broken tile. Dahlia Vergil stands in the doorway, silhouetted against the sodium light of the pier. She is dressed for travel, a duffel slung over one shoulder, and there is something loose in the set of her jaw that was not there 2 days ago. Before you ask, I did not pay him. Then why are you here? Nita's voice is flat. Because I am leaving, and I wanted you to hear it from me before you found out from Cosima's next filing. Leaving where? Does it matter? Dahlia takes a step closer. The light catches her face. She looks tired, not triumphant. Tired. I got what I came for. A seat at the table, a payday, enough to walk away from the Almava name and never look back. You sold the clerk's testimony. I sold what I knew to Cosima Poloni. She paid better than you ever could have. Ynez feels the words like a physical blow. You fed her the evidence, the dock supervisor testimonies, the clerk, everything. I gave her what she already had half of. I just filled in the gaps. Why? Dahlia's composure cracks, just for a second. Because our grandmother erased me. Because your mother got to be the golden child while mine was hidden in the margins of a family tree that never acknowledged her. Because I spent 30 years watching you inherit a name I was not allowed to carry. She steadies herself. And because Cosima Poloni has been the only person in this city who offered me a price instead of a pity. Ynez steps forward. Dahlia, say it. You are running. I am surviving. There is a difference. Dahlia looks at Kallias, then back at Ynez. Something shifts in her expression, regret or warning, too quick to read. If I were you, I would not go home tonight. Cosima pushed the revocation hearing up. It is tomorrow morning, and she has something bigger than the waiver. Something bigger than my mother's signature on a death sentence? Dahlia's face goes unreadable. The survivor testimony. Nia's stomach drops. There were 3 survivors from the Santa Clara. 1 died last year. 1 is in a hospice in Malagaga, unreachable, and 1 has been living in Puerto Calais for 30 years, working the docks under a different name. Cosima found him this morning. Kallias speaks for the first time. What does he remember? Everything. The word hangs in the salt air like a held breath. Dahlia looks at Ynez one last time. Something passes between them, half a heartbeat of recognition neither of them has earned. You deserved better than this family. She turns and walks out into the dark. The door swings shut. Lucien holds the manifest out to Ynez. She takes it without looking. Her hands are steady. That surprises her. Where is this survivor? Kallias asks. I do not know, but Cosima does, and she will put him in that hearing room tomorrow if it costs her every favor she has. Kallias pulls out his phone, already moving. Then we have until morning. Ynez does not move. She holds the manifest. She holds her mother's photograph. She holds the truth that has been waiting 30 years to find her. She looks up at the man who chose to stand beside her. Call Edmund. Tell him I'm not running. Kallias's hand finds hers. Tell him yourself. And underneath the single bulb of the gutted customs house, with the harbor breathing against the pier, Ynez realizes the choice is already made. She is going to that hearing. She is going to face Cosima Poloni and every truth her family buried. And she is not going alone. The night is not over. But something has already shifted. The question is whether morning will come in time. Chapter 32. They meet Edmund in the tower conference room at 1 o'clock a.m., glass walls overlooking the dark harbor and the scattered lights of the anchored freighters. Edmund's suit is crisp, unwrinkled, as if he dresses for war at any hour. He has 2 tablets waiting on the table, a printed agenda, and the calm of a man who is already prepared for every outcome. Ynez sits with her back to the window. Kallias stands behind her chair. He does not sit. The gesture is not ceremonial, it is territorial. Edmund notes it, says nothing, and slides the first tablet across the polished surface. The revocation hearing opens at 9. The board will read the complaint, review the evidence, and hear testimony. Standard procedure except that Cosima has front-loaded everything she has. Ynez's eyes stay on the tablet. What is the procedure? Edmund looks at her directly for the first time. Mrs. Renvoss, the board does not treat your appearance as neutral. You will be allowed to speak. They will listen, confirm your identity, record your statement, and then evaluate whether the Almava heritage designation should be revoked immediately or suspended pending a full investigation. The press will be in the chamber. Lucien Batra will be in the press gallery. Every word you say will be quoted within the hour. I understand. Forgive me, you do not. Edmund taps the tablet. I have prepared 3 tracks. Track 1. Kallias claims incomplete knowledge of the Santa Clara investigation before the marriage. He produces correspondence showing he relied on the official weather-related finding, not the buried evidence. He distances the Renvoss name from the Almava scandal without disavowing you personally. The board accepts this, the charter survives, and you remain married without active board hostility. Ynez feels the words like a physical weight. And what do I say during this track? You say nothing. You attend, you confirm you were unaware of the fraud until Cosima's filing. You express regret, and you defer to the board's judgment. You do not defend your grandmother. You do not mention your mother. You do not challenge Cosima's narrative. And track 2? Track 2 assumes the evidence is too damaging for distancing language. In that scenario, you acknowledge the historical facts, accept responsibility for the family's actions without admitting criminal liability, and offer to voluntarily withdraw the Almava heritage designation pending a transparent audit. The charter is postponed, not revoked. It buys time. Ynez's hands are still. And track 3. Edmund's eyes flick to Kallias. He does not need to answer. Ynez knows track 3. It is the nuclear option he has already drafted. Complete separation, dissolution of the marriage, return of the debt to her name. Kallias walks away clean, and the charter survives, because he severed the alliance before the board could force him. I have already rejected track 3. Kallias's voice is low. We are here to discuss 1 and 2. Then you understand the cost of 1 and 2. Edmund does not raise his voice. If you use distancing language, the press will call it cowardice. If you withdraw the designation voluntarily, the charter is postponed indefinitely, and Cosima will use that time to find every witness she can. The survivor she found is already a problem. If he testifies before a full investigation, track 2 collapses into track 3 by default. Ynez speaks. What does the survivor actually remember? He was the last man off the Santa Clara. He saw the cargo being loaded. He saw the dock supervisor sign the clearance waiver. Edmund pauses, and he saw a woman matching your mother's description standing at the manifest table while the cargo was still being adjusted. The room goes quiet. Your mother signed the waiver under the harbor master's direction. That is what the dock clerk witnessed. But the survivor may testify he saw her reading the cargo adjustment before she signed it. If he says that, there is no distance. Your mother becomes an active participant, not a coerced signature. Ynez does not look away. Then I need to hear his testimony before he gives it. That is not how the process works. I am not asking for the process. She stands. The chair scrapes against the polished floor. I am asking whether you have found him yet. Edmund's jaw tightens. Cosima controls his location. She will produce him at the hearing. I have people trying to locate him independently, but we have 8 hours and no leverage. Kallias moves to Ynez's side. Then we prepare for the hearing without knowing what he will say. We prepare for the hearing assuming the worst. Edmund's voice is flat, professional, stripped of comfort. I will draft your statement on track 1. If the survivor gives testimony that contradicts the distancing language, we shift to track 2 in real time. You will not have time to consult. You will trust the structure I build. Ynez looks at the harbor lights beyond the glass. The anchored freighters sway at their moorings. The water is black, flat, indifferent. Mrs. Renvoss, Edmund's voice pulls her back. Do you agree to the strategy? She does not answer immediately. Her mind is not on the strategy. It is on her mother, standing at a manifest table, reading a cargo adjustment, while a ship with a cracked hull groaned against the pier. I agree to present myself at the hearing. That is not what I asked. It is what you are getting. Edmund looks at Kallias. The silence between them is a negotiation. Kallias says nothing. Edmund collects both tablets. Then we proceed on track 1 with a track 2 fallback. Pray the survivor cannot place your mother at the manifest table before the loading was complete, because if he can, no distance will save you. He turns to leave. Edmund. He stops. Kallias speaks without raising his voice. She is not a risk I am managing. She is my wife. If the charter depends on making her small, then the charter is not what I thought it was. Edmund does not turn around. You have 8 hours to decide what you are willing to lose. He walks out. The door clicks shut. Ynez stands at the window with her reflection overlaying the dark harbor. Kallias is beside her, but the distance between them feels both infinite and absolutely necessary. Is track 1 cowardice? He does not hesitate. Track 1 is survival. Track 2 is integrity. Track 3 is surrender. And which one do you want to choose? He looks at her in the glass. I want to choose the one where you do not have to carry this alone. The first light of morning is not yet visible, but somewhere in the city, Cosima Poloni is already awake, preparing her witnesses, building her case, writing the testimony that will strip the Almava name down to the bone. And Ynez has 8 hours to decide what she is willing to say when the board asks her to speak for the dead. Chapter 33. The harbor at 3 in the morning is a different body of water. Ynez stands at the railing where the stone pier meets the public walk, watching the anchored freighters sway on black water. The city lights smear across the surface in long yellow streaks, broken only by the dark hulls of ships at rest. The air smells of salt, diesel, rust, the same smell that has followed her since childhood, the same smell that clung to her grandmother's coat. She hears Kallias before she sees him. Not his footsteps, he walks too quietly for that, but the shift in the air behind her, the way his presence changes the pressure around her back. You found me. I followed the harbor smell. He stops beside her, close but not touching. You have been standing here for 40 minutes. Sabine texted me the coordinates. She knows where I am? She always knows where everyone is. It is her profession. Ynez does not smile, but the corner of her mouth moves, and that is enough. The water laps against the pier pilings. A gull cries somewhere in the dark, the sound swallowed by the open bay. I keep thinking about what Edmund said. She does not look at him. About the survivor, about what he saw. We do not know what he saw. We know what Cosima will say he saw. Kallias says nothing. The silence is not evasion, it is agreement. Ynez grips the railing. The cold metal bites into her palms. I cannot promise innocence for the dead, Kallias. I cannot stand in front of that board and swear my grandmother did not know what she was doing. She knew. She wrote it down. She carried it until she died. She draws a breath. And my mother. If the survivor testifies she read the adjustment before signing, I cannot promise that is a lie either. The words hang in the salt air. I do not need your promises. She turns to face him. Kallias' face is half in shadow, half in the yellow glow of a distant pier lamp. His gray-green eyes are steady, not calculating, not protective, just present. I do not need you to promise innocence, he says again, each word deliberate. I need you to promise that you will not disappear into guilt before I can reach you. That is not a fair trade. It is the only one I am offering. She looks at his hands. They are still. No restless movement, no attempt to bridge the space between them. He is waiting. He has learned to wait, learned that she needs room to find her own way to the edge of the words she cannot say. The wind lifts the loose strands of hair from her neck. The cold settles into her bones. And yet she does not want to leave this spot, because leaving means walking toward the hearing, toward the testimony, toward the moment when the Almava name is stripped down to its steel bones. Edmund told me I have 8 hours, she says. 8 hours to decide what I am willing to say when the board asks me to speak for the dead. But the dead do not need me to speak for them. They are beyond needing anything. What do you need? The question hits her like a wave. She has spent her entire adult life asking what the family needed, what the yard needed, what the contract required. She has never once stopped to ask what she needed from any of it. I need to know that if I tell the truth tomorrow, the truth will not destroy you too. Kallias steps closer. His hand rises, stops, waits for her permission. She gives it with her eyes. He places his palm against her cheek. The warmth shocks her. She's been standing in the cold so long she forgot what warmth felt like. I have already told you what I am willing to lose, he says. The charter, the legitimacy, the name I spent 15 years building. None of it is worth more than the woman standing beside me when the glass breaks. You cannot know that. I can, I do. You do not know what I am going to say tomorrow. No, I know who you are tonight. She closes her eyes. His hand is still against her cheek. The harbor breathes around them, dark and restless. Kallias, say it. She opens her eyes. I want a future with you. The words are quiet. They are not dramatic. They are not the grand confession of a woman who has found love in a storm. They are a woman who has spent her entire life being traded between obligations, finally choosing something for herself. I did not know I could say that, she continues. I did not know I could want something and ask for it instead of waiting to see if someone offers. But I want a future with you, even if it is a small one, even if it is a ruined one. even if the harbor charter is gone and the Almava name is ash. Klaas's thumb creases the line of her cheekbone. His voice, when it comes, is low and raw. You just gave me the only thing I have ever needed. She does not know who moves first, maybe both of them. But her lips find his in the dark, and the kiss is not hungry or desperate. It is tender. It is the taste of relief after a long climb. They hold each other at the edge of the harbor, with the city sleeping on the hills above them and the water lapping at the pier below. The world narrows to the circle of his arms and the steady beat of his heart under her ear. Her phone buzzes. She ignores it. It buzzes again. Kallias pulls back, his hand still on her shoulder. Check. She does not want to. She wants to stay in this moment, in the warmth, in the dark, in the suspended space where the hearing does not exist. But she pulls the phone from her coat pocket. The message is from Sabine. Hearing accelerated. Board called emergency session. 48 hours, not 8. The car will pick you up at 6. Ynez reads the words 3 times. 48 hours, not 8. The board's own timeline just collapsed by a full day. She looks up at Kallias. His face has not changed. The tenderness is still there. But something else flickers behind his eyes, something that looks like the beginning of a battle. Sabine says we have less time, Ynez says. The board accelerated the hearing. Kallias takes her phone, reads the message, hands it back. Then we do not have 48 hours to decide what to say, he says. We have 48 hours to become the people who can say it. Ynez looks back at the harbor. The water is black, flat, indifferent. But standing beside her, Kallias is not indifferent. And she is not alone. Tomorrow, or the day after, she will face Cosima Peloni and a room full of people who want to see the Almava name burned to the waterline. But tonight, she has chosen a future, and she will fight for it. Chapter 34. Sabine meets them in the foyer before they have cleared the threshold. Her face tells Ynez everything before she speaks. 3 investors called in the last hour, Sabine says. 2 want reassurance. 1 wants out before the hearing starts. Kallias does not slow down. Which one wants out? Valdera Capital. They are claiming material risk exposure. Valdera has 7% of the port logistics line. They are not material. They are nervous. They are the first, Sabine says. The others will watch how you handle them. Kallias stops at the base of the stairs and turns. Ynez watches the shift happen, the private warmth from the harbor draining out of his face, replaced by something flat and functional. The mask slides on like a door closing. Tell Valdera I will call them at 8, he says. Schedule a conference at 9 with the full credit group and get Edmund on the line. Edmund is already here. Kallias' jaw tightens. Where? Your study. He let himself in. Ynez watches Kallias climb the stairs without looking back. The private tenderness from the harbor is gone, buried under the weight of what is coming. She follows Sabine into the kitchen, where a pot of coffee sits untouched and a stack of papers covers the island counter. He does this, Sabine says, pouring herself a cup. When pressure builds, he goes cold. It is not rejection, it is survival. I know. Do you? Ynez meets her eyes. I watched him turn from a man who kissed me at the harbor into a CEO in the time it took him to climb a flight of stairs. I know the difference. Sabine looks at her for a long moment, then she nods, almost imperceptibly. Good, because the next 48 hours will test whether you can hold both versions of him without breaking. Ynez takes the coffee Sabine offers. The mug is warm in her hands. She wraps her fingers around it and tries to remember how to feel steady. The study door is closed when she reaches the second floor. She can hear voices through the wood. Edmund's clipped and precise. Kallias is lower and harder. She does not knock. She waits. The voices stop. The door opens. Edmund stands there with a tablet in one hand and a look that calculates her presence like an obstacle to be measured. Mrs. Renvoss. Edmund? He steps past her into the hallway without another word. She watches him disappear toward the east wing before she turns into the study. Kallias is standing at his desk, both palms flat on the surface, head down. He does not look up when she enters. I do not want you to see this part, he says. Which part? The part where I have to be the man who freezes credit lines and tells investors they will survive even when I am not sure I will. She walks to the other side of the desk. The papers spread across it are a battlefield of figures and deadlines and legal language she recognizes from her own exhausted nights at the shipyard. I have been watching Almava die for 3 years, she says. I know what this part looks like. He lifts his head. His eyes are gray-green and tired. It is different when it is your own name bleeding. I know that too. He holds her gaze for a moment, then he straightens, pulling the mask back into place. Edmund wants me to publicly distance us before the hearing. A statement, something he can show the board to prove I am still thinking strategically. What did you tell him? I told him I would think about it. Ynez feels the words land like a stone in her chest. You told him you would think about it, she repeats. I told him I would think about the timing, not the substance. There is a difference. Is there? He rounds the desk and stops in front of her. His hand finds her chin, tilts her face up. I am not going to distance myself from you, Ynez, but I need them to believe I might. It buys us time. Time for what? To find the survivor before Cosima puts him on the stand. She searches his face for the lie. She does not find one. But she also does not find the man who kissed her at the harbor. That man is somewhere beneath the surface, buried under strategy and survival. She pulls away gently. I will be in the studio. He does not stop her. The drafting studio is dark when she enters. She does not turn on the light. She stands at the window and watches the harbor lights flicker across the black water. The same water she stood beside an hour ago. The same water that does not care what happens tomorrow. She is still standing there when she notices the edge of a paper peeking out from under a leather portfolio on the desk. She does not want to touch it. She touches it anyway. The pages are crisp, uncrumpled, untouched. The header reads, Formal Separation of Interests, Renvoss Maritime Holdings and Almava Estate. Edmund's signature is at the bottom. The space for Kallias' signature is blank. She reads the first page, then the second. The language is clean, clinical, precise. A clean break, a firewall, a path back to the charter if Kallias walks away now, before the hearing, before Cosima's survivor takes the stand. The pen is still clipped to the top page. He could have signed it in the hour between Edmund's arrival and her return. He did not, but he kept the papers. She stares at the blank signature line, and she does not know whether the papers sitting on his desk mean he was tempted or he refused. Chapter 35. She holds the papers for a long time. The words blur. Formal separation of interests. Renvoss Maritime Holdings. Almava Estate. Clean language for a clean cut. Edmund's signature sits at the bottom like a period at the end of a sentence he finished before she even walked in. The space for Kallias' name is white, empty, uncommitted. She does not know if that is hope or delay. A sound from the hallway makes her turn. Footsteps. Not Edmund's precise stride. Heavier, slower. She hears them stop outside the studio door and waits for the knock that does not come. Instead, the handle turns. Kallias fills the doorway. His jacket is gone, sleeves rolled to the elbow. He looks like a man who has been fighting with numbers and losing. I did not want you to find those here, he says. Then why are they here? He does not answer immediately. He crosses to the desk and looks down at the papers she is holding, his jaw tight. Edmund left them this morning, before I came down. You kept them. I did not throw them away. He meets her eyes. That is not the same as keeping them. She sets the papers down on the desk, her hand flat on the cover page. Then tell me what it means. The study smells like coffee and cold air from the open terrace door. Edmund is already inside. He stands by the window with his tablet held against his chest like a shield. Ynez sits in the chair across from the desk. She does not want to be here. She stays because running would mean she already lost. Edmund begins without preamble. Tomorrow you will walk into a room full of people who have already decided the Almava name is synonymous with fraud. The press will publish every word before the hearing ends. The board will rule based on what they can afford to defend, not what is true. I know what is at stake, Ynez says. Do you? He turns to face her. Because I have spent 30 years watching families like yours destroy men like Kallias. Not through malice, through affection, through loyalty to blood that does not deserve it. Kallias stands behind the desk. His hands are still, his face is unreadable. Empires are built by knowing when to cut, Edmund says. The charter board does not care about your grandmother's intentions. They care about optics. They care about whether Kallias can survive association with a name that the Puerto Callis Tribune has already called a liability. Ynez is not look away. You want me to withdraw the Almava designation voluntarily. I want you to consider that sometimes protection looks like distance. He gestures toward the papers on the desk. That document does not dissolve the marriage. It creates a legal firewall. Kallias can refile for the charter in 6 months with a clean slate. You can rebuild the shipyards without the scandal strangling every loan application. And what happens to me under this firewall? You survive. You keep the yard. You keep your freedom. His pale eyes hold hers. You keep him. Silence settles over the room. Nina looks at Kallias. He has not moved. He has not spoken. Say something, she tells him. He lifts his head. Edmund has made his argument. And I have heard it. Edmund exhales. A long, controlled breath. Kallias, I have served you for 15 years. I've never steered you wrong. This is not about winning a board vote. This is about keeping the empire you built so you have something left to protect when the scandal passes. Kallias looks at him. The silence stretches until it becomes its own answer. I think we are finished for tonight, he says. Edmund holds his gaze a moment longer. Then he gathers his tablet and walks to the door. He pauses with his hand on the frame. The testimony is at 9. I will have a car at 7:30. Regardless of what you decide, I will be there. He leaves. The door clicks shut. Ynez does not move. Neither does Kallias. The room feels smaller now, emptied of Edmund's certainty. He is not wrong, she says quietly. About optics, about the board, about what survival looks like. I know. Then why did you not sign the papers? Kallias walks around the desk. He stops in front of her, close enough that she can smell the coffee on his breath, the salt from the harbor that still clings to his skin. Because I have spent 15 years doing what Edmund tells me is necessary. His voice is low, and I am tired of necessary. He reaches into his jacket pocket and pulls out a folded piece of paper. It is not the separation document. It is something else. A single page covered in clean, typewritten lines. What is that? The script Edmund wrote for tomorrow. The distancing language. The version where I tell the board I was misled about the extent of the Almava liability. He holds it up between them. I am supposed to read this in the chamber. It makes me look careful, reasonable, like a man who was deceived by a beautiful woman in her dying grandmother's lies. And if you read it? The board gives me 6 months to refile the charter application. She looks at the paper. Are you going to read it? Kallias holds her gaze. Then he takes the edge of the page between his fingers and tears it down the middle. Once. Twice. He drops the pieces on the desk beside the separation papers. No. Ynez watches the torn script fall. The fragments scatter across the polished wood like snow on stone. She does not know what to say. He reaches for her hand. His palm is warm, calloused, steady. I do not know how much tomorrow will cost, he says, but I know I do not want to face it without you beside me, if you can bear it. She looks down at their hands. She thinks about the papers, the script, the firewalls Edmund built, the empire that could survive if Kallias walked away clean, and she thinks about the blank signature line, the choice he made by not filling it. Yes, she says. I can bear it. She stays in the studio after he leaves. The torn script sits on the desk beside the separation papers. 2 documents, 2 futures, both of them rejected. She picks up the pieces and holds them in her palm. Then she finds a matchbook in the desk drawer, opens the glass door to the terrace, and watches the paper burn. The flame eats the typewritten words, liability, misled, reasonable distance, until they are ash and nothing. When the last ember dies, she turns and sees him standing in the doorway. He does not say anything. He doesn't need to. Her phone buzzes in her pocket, a text from an unknown number. He will not walk away clean. Neither will you. See you at dawn, CP Cosima. The hearing is hours away, and somewhere in the city a survivor is waiting to testify. Chapter 36. The Saint Brigid chamber smells of old wood and trapped salt. Ynez stands in the corridor with Kallias, his hand at the small of her back, her pulse a steady drum against her ribs. The doors are 15 feet away. Beyond them, she can hear the murmur of voices, the scrape of chairs, the thin buzz of anticipation that precedes a public execution. A clerk appears, dark suit, face empty of recognition. Mrs. Renvoss, the board is ready. Kallias does not move. His palm presses warm through the silk of her dress. You do not have to walk in beside me, he says quietly. There is still time to enter through the side door. Edmund has it arranged. She looks at him. Is that what you want? No. Then stop offering me escape routes I did not ask for. His mouth tightens, almost a smile. He offers his arm. She takes it. The doors swing open. Light spills into the corridor, harsh and fluorescent, the cold illumination of institutions that have never needed warmth to function. The chamber is a half-circle of dark wood, raised dais, high windows that face the harbor but show nothing but gray morning. The board sits behind a long oak table, 7 men and women in dark clothing, their faces arranged in expressions of careful neutrality. Behind them, the Saint Brigid crest hangs in gold thread, a ship, an anchor, a cross. The press gallery is packed. Cameras click before she has taken her third step. Lucien sits in the front row, notebook open, pen already moving. She feels the weight of every eye. Kallias walks beside her, unhurried, his face unreadable. He has worn a dark suit without a tie, the collar open, deliberate. A small defiance, a signal that he does not intend to beg. They take their seats at the respondents' table. Edmund is already there, folder arranged, laptop open. His face betrays nothing. On the opposite side of the chamber, Cosima sits alone at the petitioner's table. She wears a charcoal jacket. Her silver-black hair is cut in that precise bob. The anchor ring glints on her finger as she arranges a single sheet of paper before her. She does not look at Ynez. The board chair clears his throat. He is a heavy man, with a voice that has spent decades telling people what to do. This hearing is called to review evidence submitted by Mrs. Cosima regarding the historical conduct of Almava Shipyards and its principals, and to determine whether the Saint Brigid Harbor Charter application submitted by Renvoss Maritime Holdings is affected by material reputational risk under Section 14 of the marriage contract. Mrs. Poloni has the floor. Cosima rises. She does not walk to a podium. She stands where she is, hands resting on the table, her voice carrying without effort into the silence. 23 years ago, my brother signed on to a ship called the Santa Clara. He was 21 years old. He had never worked a freighter before. He needed the money. The chamber holds still. The ship sailed from Malaga with a 14-inch crack in the hull, a patched repair, and cargo 17% over the legal limit. The Almava family authorized every one of those violations. She pauses. 8 men died. Their names are on record. Their families received settlements that were less than the cost of a dry dock repair. Ynez does not look away. She has read the names. She has seen the ledger. She knows what her grandmother approved. My mother went to Marina Almava, Cosima continues. She begged her to remove my brother from the manifest. Martina refused. She said the berth was assigned and the sailing would not wait. Cosima's voice is quiet. 3 days later, my mother was informed that her son had drowned in the Punta Negra current. The official finding blamed weather. The Almava family paid for a funeral and returned to business. She picks up the single sheet of paper from the table. I have submitted to this board sworn testimonies, financial records, maintenance logs, and a photograph placing Marina Almava at the dock the night the cargo was adjusted. I have also located a survivor of the Santa Clara voyage. He is prepared to give his account under oath. The chamber murmurs. Cosima turns, finally, and looks at Ynez. I am not here to destroy a marriage. I am here to tell the board that the Almava name was never clean, and that any application built on that name is built on sand. She sits. The board chair turns to Ynez. Mrs. Renvoss, would you like to make a statement before we proceed with testimony? Ynez feels Kallias' hand brush her wrist beneath the table. A question. A check. She stands. The cameras shift, pens hover. She has no script, no Edmund Falca strategy, no grandmother's confession to read. She has the truth, which is partial and stained and hers. My grandmother made choices that killed people, she says. The words land in the silence like stones. I did not know about them until 3 days ago. But I am not here to claim ignorance as innocence. I am here to say that I will not defend what cannot be defended. She looks at Cosima. I cannot bring your brother back. I cannot undo what my grandmother authorized, or what my mother signed, or what the Almava name was used to bury. Her voice does not shake. But I can stand here and say it aloud, and I can tell this board that I will not hide behind heritage while the dead remain unacknowledged. She sits. The silence stretches. Then the side door opens. A man walks in. Older, gray hair, sunken eyes, a body that has been worn down by years of labor and silence. He wears a clean shirt that is not quite fit, as if he has not worn formal clothes in a long time. He does not look at Cosima. He looks at Ynez. The board chair frowns. Mrs. Poloni, is this your witness? Cosima turns. A flicker of something crosses her face. Surprise. Recognition. Yes, she says slowly. This is the survivor. The man steps forward, and Ynez sees it, the way he looks at her. Not with accusation, not with hatred, with something worse. Recognition. Chapter 37. The survivor stands at the center of the chamber, and Ynez feels the weight of his gaze like a hand pressed against her chest. The board chair shifts in his seat. Mr. Renvoss, you have heard Mrs. Poloni's statement. You have heard your wife's acknowledgement. The board would like to hear from you before we proceed to witness testimony. Kallias does not stand immediately. He sits with his hands flat on the table, palms down, as if anchoring himself to the wood. The chamber waits. Cameras track his stillness. When he rises, he does not look at Edmund Falca. He does not look at the press gallery where Lucien Batra's pen hovers. He looks at Cosima Poloni. Mrs. Poloni lost her brother, Kallias says. That loss is real. It deserves acknowledgement, not deflection. I will not stand here and tell you that I knew about the Santa Clara before 3 days ago, because I did not. I will not tell you that I would have married Ynez Almava if I had known, because I cannot say for certain what I would have done with information I did not possess. A pause. But I can tell you this. His voice does not rise. My wife did not author those crimes. She was not at the dock in 1987. She was not in the room when the cargo adjustment was signed. She was a child when her grandmother made choices that should never have been made. Cosima's jaw tightens. Kallias continues. If this board's definition of legitimacy requires that I abandon a woman who had no hand in the deaths you are mourning, then I do not want the legitimacy this board offers. The chamber holds its breath. Mrs. Poloni is right that the Almava name carried blood money. She is right that families should not be permitted to bury accountability beneath ceremony. But she is wrong if she believes that holding Ynez Almava responsible for her grandmother's sins is justice. He turns to the board chair. I will not sign separation papers. I will not claim I was misled. I will not perform distance to protect my charter application. If the Saint Brigid Harbor Charter requires me to abandon my wife to protect my name, then the charter is not worth the paper it is printed on. He sits. The silence is absolute. The board chair clears his throat. Mr. Renvoss, you understand that this statement will be recorded in the official findings. You understand that the charter board may interpret your refusal to distance yourself from the Almava liability as a material risk factor. I understand, Kallias says. Edmund Falca's pen has stopped moving. His face betrays nothing, but there is a stillness in his shoulders that suggests a man who has watched his best argument collapse and is already calculating the next move. The board chair nods slowly. Then we will proceed to witness testimony. Cosima rises again. She walks to the survivor, who is not moved from where he stands near the side door. Up close, Ynez can see the tremor in his hands, the way his fingers curl against his thighs, as if he does not know what to do with them. This man, Cosima says, worked the Santa Clara's deck crew for 3 months before the final voyage. He was 19 years old. He survived because he was thrown clear when the hull split. The survivor does not look at Cosima. He looks at Ynez. His name is Hector Munoz, Cosima continues. He has been living in Puerto Calles under a different name for 30 years. He came forward because he heard that the Almava name was being submitted for the charter, and he could not remain silent. Hector Munoz steps forward. His voice, when it comes, is rough, a voice that has not been used for testimony in a long time. "I was on the deck when she signed," he says. Ynez a breath catches. "The women," Hector says. "The one in the photograph. She was at the table with the harbor master. She read the cargo adjustment. She asked if the hull was sound." He pauses. "The harbor master told her it had been patched. She asked if the patch would hold for the crossing. He said it should." Ynez feels the floor shift beneath her. "The woman signed anyway," Hector says. Cosima steps forward. "And do you see that woman in this room today?" Hector's eyes find Ynez. He looks at her for a very long time. "No," he says. "That woman is not here." Cosima frowns. "The woman who signed the manifest," Hector says, "was older. Dark hair, dark eyes. She looked like the one sitting at that table." He points at Ynez. "She looks like her. But she is not the same woman." A murmur ripples through the chamber. Cosima's jaw tightens. "The woman who signed," Hector says, "was Ynez Almava. I did not know her name then. I know it now because Mrs. Polono showed me the photograph." The chamber goes still. Ynez feels Kallias' hand find hers beneath the table. The grandmother, not the mother. Ynez Almava signed the manifest herself, using her daughter's name, or alongside it, and the survivor has just placed her at the table reading the cargo adjustment before giving approval. Ynez looks at Hector Munoz, and she sees it clearly now. The recognition in his eyes was not for her. It was for the woman she resembles. The grandmother is dead. The grandmother signed, and Ynez is the only Almava left in this room to answer for it. The board chair leans forward. "Mr. Munoz, are you prepared to testify under oath that Marina Almava personally read and approved the cargo adjustment for the Santa Clara's final voyage?" Hector Munoz nods slowly. "Yes." The board chair turns to Ynez. "Mrs. Renvoss, do you wish to cross-examine the witness?" Ynez looks at Hector Munoz, a man who has carried this truth for 30 years, hiding under a different name, waiting for someone to ask the right question. "No," she says quietly. "He has told the truth." Cosima stands frozen. This was not the testimony she prepared for. She brought a survivor who would implicate Ynez's mother, or the family collectively. Instead, he has put Marina Almava at the table, alone, and cleared Ynez's mother of active participation. The chamber waits. Ynez realizes that the truth Hector Munoz has just delivered changes nothing about the board's verdict. The grandmother signed. The deaths are still on the Almava name. The charter is still compromised. But it shifts something inside her. She is not defending innocence. She is not hiding behind heritage. She is standing in the wreckage of her grandmother's choices, and the only way forward is through. The board chair raises his hand. This hearing will recess for 1 hour while the board considers the testimony delivered today. Council will reconvene at the stroke of 11. He stands. The chamber erupts into movement, voices, the scrape of chairs. Lucien Batra is already on his phone, disappearing toward the corridor. Cosima remains at her table, staring at Hector Munoz as if she does not recognize the witness she brought, and Ynez sits beside Kallias, her hand still in his, watching the old survivor walk slowly toward the side door, a man who has told his truth and is now free of it. The hook, sharp as a blade, comes when Edmund Falca leans toward them and says, very quietly, "She will not stop here." The board's verdict is only the first fight. Cosima already has the next filing ready, and it names your mother directly. Ynez looks up. Edmund's pale eyes hold hers. She has been waiting to use it. Chapter 38. The chamber erupts into movement before the board chair has finished speaking. Voices layer over each other, reporters pushing toward the aisles, council tables shuffling papers into leather cases, the scrape of chairs against marble. A camera flash catches Ynez's face, and she blinks against it, still holding Kallias's hand beneath the table. Sabine appears at the side door, phone pressed to her ear, her face unreadable. Lucien is already in the corridor, speaking rapidly into his own device, his notebook tucked beneath his arm like a weapon he has already used. Cosima remains standing at her table, staring at the empty chair where Hector Munoz sat. Her jaw is tight. Her hands are flat on the wood as if she is holding herself upright by the pressure of her palms. Edmund leans close to Ynez. The board will reconvene in 1 hour. That hour will decide whether the charter survives in any form. He pauses. It will not. Kallias turns to him. You do not know that. Edmund's pale eyes do not waver. I know that a board which recesses after survivor testimony that clears the mother but confirms the grandmother is not preparing to grant anything. They are preparing to distance themselves. He straightens his jacket. I will be in the north corridor if you need me. He walks away without waiting for a response. The side chamber is small, windowless, furnished with a single table and 4 chairs that look like they were salvaged from a decommissioned government office. Ynez sits. Kallias stands by the door. She stares at the grain of the wood table, tracing the lines with her finger. She has another filing. Kallias does not answer. Edmund said she has another filing, one that names my mother directly. I know. Ynez looks up. What is in it? Because he does not trust me. Because he does not trust anyone. Kallias moves toward her, pulls out the chair beside her, sits. He has been burned by too many clients who wanted protection and called it interference. Ynez looks at him. And you? Are you burned? He reaches for her hand. His fingers are warm, steady. I am sitting beside my wife in a room that smells like old carpet and bad decisions, he says. I am not burned. She almost laughs. Almost. The hour passes in fragments. Sabine brings coffee and paper cups. Edmund returns once to say the board is still debating, then leaves again. A clerk knocks and says the press has tripled in the courtyard, including 2 national networks. Ynez drinks the coffee, though it is bitter and too hot. Then the knock comes. The clerk opens the door. The board is ready, Mrs. Renvoss. They walk back into the chamber together. The room is changed. The air is heavier. The press gallery is full. Cameras angled down at the respondents' table like guns trained on a target. The board chair stands at the dais, the 6 other members seated behind him in a row, their faces arranged in practiced neutrality. Mrs. Renvoss, Mr. Renvoss, please be seated. They sit. The board chair looks at them for a long moment. After reviewing the testimony delivered today, including the sworn statement of Hector Munoz and the historical evidence submitted by Mrs. Pallone, the board has reached a decision regarding the applicant's qualification for the Saint Brigid Harbor Charter. He pauses. The board finds that the Almava heritage designation, as submitted by the applicant, is compromised by the documented actions of Marina Almava in knowingly authorizing the departure of an unseaworthy vessel, resulting in the deaths of 8 crew members. Ynez feels the words land like stones. Therefore, the board denies the application for the Saint Brigid Harbor Charter under the current heritage filing. He looks directly at Kallias. The applicant may refile if the Almava heritage designation is withdrawn from the application and alternative lineage verification is provided. However, the board recommends the applicant consider whether continued pursuit of the charter under the current circumstances serves the interests of the port, the board, or the applicant himself. The chair sets down his papers. This hearing is concluded. The chamber erupts again, louder this time. Cameras flash, reporters shout over each other. The board members rise and file out through a side door without looking back. Cosima remains seated at her table, her back straight, her face unreadable. Ynez sits motionless beside Kallias. The charter is gone. The marriage contract is still intact. Kallias did not sign the separation papers. He stood beside her. He lost the charter because of it. The weight of that choice settles over her like a second skin. Kallias turns to her. Are you ready to leave? She looks at him. There is a press courtyard. They will not let us walk to the car without questions. I know. Then we should walk together. He holds her gaze. Together. he says. The courtyard is chaos. Cameras press against the barrier ropes. Reporters call out from every direction, their voices layering into a wall of sound. Mrs. Renvoss, do you accept responsibility for your grandmother's actions? Mr. Renvoss, will Renvoss Maritime survive the charter denial? Mrs. Renvoss, is your marriage over now that the charter is lost? Ynez stops at the bottom of the steps. Kallias turns to her. We can keep walking. We do not have to answer. She looks at the cameras, at the faces behind them, hungry for a headline, a soundbite, a confession. She steps forward before she knows she is going to do it. I will answer. The voices fall into a stunned silence. She stands at the edge of the barrier, her hands at her sides, her spine straight. My grandmother authorized the departure of a ship she knew was unsafe. 8 men died because of that choice. I cannot undo it. I will not defend it. A reporter calls out, Do you believe your family's name is worth saving? Ynez holds the woman's gaze. The name does not matter, she says. The men who died matter. The families who buried them matter. If the Almava name survives, it will not be because we buried the truth. It will be because we stopped hiding. She steps back. Kallias takes her hand. They walk the rest of the way to the car without stopping. The car doors close. The noise of the courtyard cuts off like a switch. Sabine is in the front seat, her phone already ringing. She answers, listens, and turns to look at Ynez. Renvoss Maritime's share price has dropped 4% since the hearing adjourned. 3 more investors are calling to discuss their positions. Kallias does not react. Drive, he says. The car moves. Ynez watches the harbor slide past the tinted glass, the freighters at anchor, the container cranes tall against the late morning sky. The charter is gone. The marriage is intact, and somewhere in Puerto Calais, Cosima Peloni is already reaching for her next filing. Edmund's warning repeats in Ynez's mind. She has been waiting to use it. The hook, sharp and cold, comes when Sabine's phone rings again, and Sabine's voice is low and tight as she answers, then turns to Kallias. It is the board chair. He wants to speak with you privately. He says the matter is not closed. Kallias's hand tightens on Ynez. The car keeps moving, the harbor keeps shining, and everything they have lost is still only the first wave. Chapter 39. The car does not take them to the glass house. Kallias gives the address before Ynez can ask. The driver nods and turns south along the coastal road, away from the towers and the press vans, toward the industrial belt where the harbor smell thickens and the buildings grow older. Ynez watches the city slide past. Streets she has known her whole life. The Limestone courthouse where she signed the contract. The corner where the news vendor used to wave at her grandmother's car. All of it still standing, still breathing, and already rearranged around the absence of what they tried to become. Sabine's phone rings again in the front seat. She answers, listens, and her jaw tightens. Valdera Capital has formally exited, she says without turning. They issued a statement. Reputational risk exceeds tolerance threshold. The share price has dropped another 2 points since we left the courtyard. Kallias says nothing. Ynez feels the words settle into her chest like ballast. Valdera Capital was the first investor to blink before the hearing. Now they are gone. The others will follow. She knows how capital moves, like water through a breached hull, always toward the path of least resistance. The investors who were calling, Ynez says. What did they want? Sabine hesitates. Tell her, Kallias says. 3 asked whether the marriage is stable. 2 asked whether you will withdraw the Almava designation so Kallias can refile. 1 asked whether you are still living in the same residence. Ynez lets the questions sit. They are not about the charter. They are not about the shipyards. They are about whether the marriage still functions as an asset, or whether it has become a liability they need to cut loose. We are still living in the same residence, she says. Sabine meets her eyes in the rearview mirror. I told them the same thing. The car stops at the edge of the industrial district. Ynez steps out into salt wind and diesel fumes, and the low groan of freighters shifting against their moorings. The Almava Shipyards gate is still down, the severed metal lying where Mateo left it, the name painted in black and crossed out in the same angry hand. She walks toward the yard without waiting. Kallias follows. The gravel crunches under their shoes. The office building stands silent, its windows dark, its roof patched with tar and rust. The dry dock is empty. The slipways are bare. The whole place feels like a body that stopped breathing but has not been buried yet. Ynez stops at the edge of the dock and looks out at the water. The board chair said the matter is not closed, she says. He is right. What does that mean? Kallias stands beside her. His hands are in his pockets. His face is unreadable, but his voice is steady. It means Cosima's next filing will name your mother. It means the board will hold a second hearing if she submits sufficient evidence. It means the charter is dead for now, but the investigation is not. And the investors? They will wait to see what Cosima files. If she proves your mother was complicit, the scandal deepens. If she cannot, the pressure eases. Ynez turns to face him. And if it deepens? Kallias meets her gaze. Then we face it together. She searches his face for hesitation, for calculation, for the cold pragmatism she saw in the study when he talked about bluffing distance. But there is none. Just the gray-green eyes, the controlled mouth, the set of his jaw that has not softened since the hearing. You lost the charter for me, she says. I lost the charter for us. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have. They walk the perimeter of the yard together, the vandalized gate, the empty sheds, the office where Mateo keeps the old notebooks, the ones that documented every cut corner, every patch job, every decision that led to the Santa Clara sliding under black water with 8 men inside. Ynez stops at the office door. I want to refile the yard's operating license, she says. Kallias looks at her. The license expires in 6 months. Without it, the yard cannot accept commercial contracts. I want to renew it under a new structure. Transparent ownership, public inspection records, no more hidden debt, no more buried reports. That will require capital. I know. And a legal framework. I know. And a board that trusts you. Ynez turns the office key in her palm. Then I will earn it. Kallias is quiet for a long moment. Then he says, I will have Sabine pull the current license terms. I will have Edmund draft the new filing structure. No. He stops. Ynez faces him. Not Edmund. He advised you to cut me loose. He drafted the separation papers. I will not let him draft the documents that decide whether this yard survives. He is the best corporate lawyer in Puerto Calais. Then find me the second best. Kallias holds her gaze. Something shifts in his expression. Not coldness, not refusal, but a kind of recognition, as if he is seeing her differently. I will find someone, he says. They are still standing at the office door when the truck pulls up. Mateo climbs out. His face is weathered and tight, the same face he wore when he showed her the notebooks, when he told her about her mother signing the manifest, when he stood beside her at the hearing with his hands shoved deep in his pockets and his jaw locked. He walks toward them without greeting. She is back, he says. Ynez feels the words land before she understands them. Who? Dalia. The name hits like a wave. Dalia Vergi, the half-sister who sold the evidence to Cosima. The one who admitted to feeding the scandal from the inside. The one who vanished after the customs house meeting, leaving behind nothing but a farewell and a trail of wreckage. Where? Ynez says. Mateo pulls a folded piece of paper from his jacket pocket. She left this at the yard gate this morning, before the hearing, before anyone knew how it would end. Ynez takes the paper, opens it. Handwritten, short, in Dalia's looping, impatient script. I have documents no one has seen. Not Cosima, not the board, not your husband. They change everything about who signed what and who paid whom. Come alone if you want to see them before I decide what to do. Ynez stares at the words. Kallias reads over her shoulder. His hand finds hers, steady and warm. Where does she want to meet? Ynez looks at the bottom of the page. No address, no time, just single line. I will find you when you are ready to hear the truth. Below it, a postscript. Ask your husband about the hush payments, the ones that did not come from Almava. Ynez turns to Kallias. His face has gone still, not controlled, not calculating, still, as if the air has been knocked out of him and he is waiting to see if he can breathe again. What does she mean? He does not answer. Kallias, what does she mean? The harbor wind rises between them, and the silence is louder than the waves. Chapter 40. The glass house is dark when they arrive. No lights on the terrace, no Sabine waiting at the door. just the harbor spread below like black glass, the distant container cranes standing silent against the sky. Ynez steps out of the car and feels the wind lift her hair. The salt is sharp tonight, heavy with the smell of working water, of ships that do not care who owns them. Kallias walks beside her to the entrance. His hand finds the small of her back, light and steady, and she does not pull away. Inside, the house feels different. Not hostile, not cold, just empty of the tension that has lived in every corner since the first night. The contract papers are gone from the study. The script ashes have been swept from the terrace. The separation documents are still in the studio drawer, but they feel like artifacts now, not threats. Ynez stops in the center of the living room and looks out at the bay. The harbor towers glow against the dark. The Saint Brigid chamber is a dark silhouette at the south end, its windows blind, its hearing rooms empty. The charter is gone. The fantasy of clean inheritance, of heritage that costs nothing, of names that protect instead of accuse, all of it has slid under the same black water that took the Santa Clara. She should feel hollow. Instead, she feels light. Bruised, but light. As if the weight she has been carrying since the funeral, since the civil ceremony, since the first night in this house, has finally been set down. Kallias comes up behind her. She does not turn. "I should hate this house," she says. "Should you?" "The first night, I locked the bedroom door. I checked the windows. I thought I was a prisoner in someone else's fortress. And now?" She turns to face him. "Now I think I was a prisoner of my own fear. Not of you, not of this place." Kallias watches her with those gray-green eyes, the ones that have softened since the hearing, since the shipyards, since the note from Dahlia turned his face still and his voice quiet. "You could still leave," he says. "The contract does not hold you, not anymore. I lost the charter. The Almava name is damaged. There is no strategic reason for you to stay." Neda feels the words land like stones. "You are offering me an exit." "I am telling you that you have one. So that when you choose to stay, I know it is because you want to." The silence stretches between them. The harbor wind presses against the glass. Neda steps closer. "I am not leaving." "Because of the contract?" "Because of you." She sees something crack in his composure, a flicker of relief, of hunger, of fear. The same fear she saw in the study when he admitted he was tired of necessary. The same fear she heard in his voice when he said he lost the charter for us. "I do not know what comes next," she says. "I do not know if Cosima's filing will destroy what is left of my mother's name. I do not know if the yard can survive without the charter. I do not know if the marriage can survive the truth Dahlia is carrying. Neither do I." "Then why are we still standing here?" Kallias reaches out. His hand cups her jaw, thumb tracing the line of her cheekbone, and the touch is so careful it hurts. "Because I have never wanted anything the way I want you to stay." Ynez feels the tears before she knows they are coming. They slide down her cheeks, hot and silent, and she does not wipe them away. She lets him see them, lets him see the crack in her armor, the place where duty has finally given way to desire, where obligation has become something she does not want to survive without. "Then I am staying," she says. He kisses her. It is not the angry kiss from the study, not the tender kiss from the harbor, not the desperate kiss from the night before the hearing. It is something new, a kiss that tastes like choice, like the end of pretense, like two people who have stopped performing for each other and are finally, simply, together. When they break apart, the harbor is still there. The towers are still glowing. The dark water is still moving. But something has shifted. They stand on the terrace with coffee that has gone cold, watching the lights of a container ship slide past the breakwater. "I should have told you about the hush payments," Kallias says. Ynez goes still. Dahlia's note said, "I know what it said." He sets his coffee down. The ceramic clinks against the stone railing. "When I bought the Almava debt, I did a deep search on every financial trace linked to the Santa Clara. I found a series of payments made to the harbormaster's office in the year after the sinking. Monthly, precise, routed through a shell company that merged into a Renvoss subsidiary in 2004. Ynez stares at him. "Before you owned it." "Before I owned it," The subsidiary was part of a larger acquisition. I did not know about the payments until my forensic team flagged them last month. And you did not tell me. I wanted to confirm the chain first. I wanted to know if the payments continued after the acquisition, if my company was still paying hush money I did not authorize. Was it? Kallias shakes his head. The payments stopped in 2005, the same year the harbor master died. But the shell company's records show a single withdrawal 6 months after his death, a lump sum, large enough to make someone disappear. Ynez turns to face the harbor. Who took it? That is what I have been trying to find out. The wind pulls at her hair. The container ship is gone now, swallowed by the dark. Dahlia knows, Ynez says. Yes. She wants me to meet her alone. Yes. Are you going to stop me? Kallias turns to face her. The harbor light catches the sharp line of his jaw, the controlled set of his mouth. No, I am going to stand beside you, whatever you decide. Ynez looks at him, the man who bought her debt, the man who married her for a charter, the man who lost everything and stayed. Then I am going to meet her. Her phone buzzes. She pulls it from her pocket, a text from an unknown number. No greeting, no signature, just a line of text that makes her breath catch. Tomorrow, La Ribeta dock, noon. Come alone or the documents go to Cosima before sunset. She shows Kallias. He reads it, jaw tightening, but he does not argue. He does not tell her to stay. He does not offer to send security. When do we leave? He asks. Nenana looks at the harbor, the dark water, the towers that have already begun to circle, to distance themselves, to prepare for the next filing. At dawn, she puts the phone away. The marriage is not a contract anymore, but the bloodline mystery is still rising, and Dahlia Vergel is holding the key. Chapter 41. The waterfront bars smells of spilled beer and salt. Rusted anchor chains hang from the rafters, and the windows are fogged from the heat of bodies packed shoulder to shoulder at noon. Ynez scans the room twice before she spots Dahlia in a back booth, a half-empty glass of something amber in front of her, sunglasses pushed into her hair. Kallias is a step behind Ynez, close enough that she feels the heat of him, but not close enough to make the meeting look like a siege. Dahlia watches them approach. She looks thinner than she did at the customs house. The sharpness in her face has deepened, the hunger more visible. You brought him? Dahlia says. Not an accusation, a calculation. I bring who I choose, Ynez says. She slides into the booth across from Dahlia. Kallias takes the seat beside her, positioning himself where he can see the door, the windows, the bartender, every exit. Dahlia laughs. It is a dry sound, almost admiring. You really did fall for him. That is not part of the plan I wrote for you. There was never a plan you wrote for me. No, but I wrote one for myself, and you keep rewriting it. Dahlia pushes her glass aside. She has a manila envelope on the bench beside her, stained at the corners, thick with paper. I have what I said I have. Documents, signatures, payment records. Enough to prove that the Santa Clara was not an Almava operation from start to finish. Ynez keeps her hands still on the table. Who else was involved? Dahlia taps the envelope. Money first, terms second. What do you want? 50,000. A wire transfer to an account that cannot be traced, and a signed statement that I provided the documents voluntarily, that I am not a witness, that I have no liability for anything contained in them. Kallias speaks for the first time. 50,000 is cheap for documents that change everything. Dahlia's eyes flick to him. I am not greedy. I am practical. I want to disappear. This is my exit price. You sold evidence to Cosima once already, Ynez says. What stops you from selling what I buy to her next? Dahlia smiles. It does not reach her eyes. Because once you have these, Cosima's filing becomes useless. She will have named your mother based on incomplete records. These show the full chain. They show who else signed, who else paid, who else knew. Ynez feels the weight of the envelope. Show me something first. Dahlia hesitates. Then she pulls a single page from the envelope and slides it across the table. The paper is yellowed, water-stained at the edges. Typewriter ink. A signature at the bottom that Ynez recognizes before her brain catches up with her eyes. Her father's signature. Not Martina's, not her mother's, her father's. The name of the company on the letterhead is one she has never heard, a shell entity. dated 6 months before the Santa Clara sailed. What is this? Ynez's voice is steady. She is proud of that. It is a guarantee agreement. Your father guaranteed the cargo load against insurance fraud. If the ship went down, he would collect, but only if the cargo was adjusted above legal limits. Ynez stares at the signature. He was dead before the Santa Clara sailed. No, he died 3 months after. The air in the bars changes. Kallias shifts beside her. She feels his hand find her knee under the table, a point of pressure, an anchor. He had a heart attack, Ynez says. That is what I was told. Dahlia tilts her head. I am sure he did. But he also had a life insurance policy that paid out 6 weeks before he died. A policy that covered the value of the cargo he guaranteed. The clatter of glasses, the murmur of voices, the crack of pool balls at the back table. All of it recedes into a single point of silence where Ynez sits with her father's signature in front of her. Why are you only showing me this now? Because I did not have it until last month. Someone kept it hidden. Someone who wanted your father's name clean. Who? Dahlia pulls the page back, slides it into the envelope. That is the part you have to buy to learn. Ynez looks at Kallias. His face is unreadable, but his hand is still on her knee, steady, present. The worst name on the documents is still missing, Dahlia says. The person who structured the insurance, the person who paid the harbor master, the person who cleared the file before you could read it. That name is not in this envelope. Where is it? Dahlia picks up her glass, drains it. I know where it is, but I am not giving you everything for 50,000. That gets you the proof that your father was involved. The name of the architect gets you the truth. Ynez feels the trap closing. If she buys the envelope, she damns her father. If she does not, Dahlia takes the documents to Cosima, and Cosima uses them to destroy whatever is left of the Almava name. Who cleared the harbor master's files? Ynez asks. Dahlia's smile widens. Now you are asking the right question. She stands. The envelope stays on the bench. You have until sunset. 50,000, the immunity statement, and I give you the envelope. After that, I walk it to Cosima myself. She steps past Ynez, close enough that her sleeve brushes Ynez's shoulder. And Ynez, the worst name is not your father. It is someone you trust. Dahlia disappears into the crowd. The envelope sits on the bench, yellowed, stained, waiting. Ynez does not reach for it. Chapter 42. The envelope sits between them on the bench like a live thing. Ynez does not touch it. Her hand rests on the worn wood beside it, fingers spread, as if the paper might burn her through proximity alone. Kallias is already moving. He pulls out his phone, types a message, sets it face down on the table. Sabine is tracing the chain. She will not find anything. Dahlia is not careless. No, but she is impatient, and impatient people make mistakes. Ynez looks at the envelope. Her father's signature is inside it. Her father's signature on a guarantee for a ship that killed 8 men. He did not die before she sailed. The words come out flat. She is testing them, seeing how they feel in her mouth. No, he had a heart attack. Yes. 6 weeks after his insurance paid out. Kallias does not answer. His silence is answer enough. The bars hums around them. A glass shatters somewhere near the taps. Someone laughs. The world keeps turning while Ynez sits with the shape of her father's hand on paper. A hand she remembers holding hers when she was small. A hand that signed a document that made death profitable. He covered the cargo load, she says. He guaranteed it. If the ship went down, he collected. We do not know the full structure yet. No, we know enough to know he was part of it. Kallias' phone vibrates. He picks it up, reads, sets it down. Sabine found the shell company. It was dissolved in 1998, but the registration address is a mailbox in a business center on Calle del Prado, the same business center where Almava Shipyards kept its secondary filing cabinet before the yard moved offices in 1990. Ynez's throat tightens. He hid it in plain sight, in the family business. It looks that way. She reaches for the envelope. Her fingers touch the yellowed edge, and she feels the texture of water damage. the way the paper has buckled and dried, the years that have passed since someone first sealed this document away. "Do not open it," Kallias says. She stops. "Not here. Not without a chain of custody that protects you." "Protects me from what?" "From whatever Dahlia has not told you, from whatever she is holding back." Ynez pulls her hand back. She knows he is right. The envelope is a weapon, and she almost picked it up blind. "He was trying to save the yard," she says. "That is why he did it. The yard was drowning, and he thought he could fix it with one gamble." "Then he should have told you, not hidden the loss in a shell company and died without facing the truth." The words are hard, but they are honest. Ynez looks at him. His face is controlled, but his hand is still on her knee, a steady pressure that has not moved since Dahlia walked away. "What if the architect is you?" The question comes from somewhere deep, from the place that still does not fully trust, that remembers the unsigned separation papers on his desk, the secrets he kept about the hush payments, the way he went still when Dahlia mentioned them. Kallias meets her eyes. He does not flinch. "Then I will face it with you." That is not an answer. It is the only one I have. I do not know what Dahlia's documents contain. I know what I did and did not do, and I am standing beside you while we find out. Ynez wants to believe him. She wants it so badly that she can feel the shape of wanting in her chest, a hollow space that needs filling. His phone vibrates again. He reads the message. His expression shifts, a flicker of something she cannot name. What? Sabine found something else. The shell company's dissolution filing was signed by Edmund Falke. The air between them changes. Edmund knew about this? He signed the dissolution. That does not mean he knew the purpose. Edmund signed everything for your father's generation. He was corporate counsel for the Harbor families before he worked for you. Kallias is already typing a response. His jaw is tight. I am asking him. The phone buzzes again, but it is not his, it is hers. A text from Dahlia. You did not take the envelope. Smart. The documents are not the only things I have. Ynez reads the message aloud. Kallias looks at her phone. His hand moves to cover hers on the table. What else does she have? The phone buzzes again. A location stamp, coordinates, and a name. Old Almava Records Warehouse, Sector 4. The one your grandmother told you was demolished in 1995. Ynez's blood goes cold. The warehouse does not exist. It was demolished 29 years ago. She passed an empty lot 100 times, a vacant concrete slab behind chain-link fencing, nothing but weeds and broken glass. She types back. That lot has been empty for 30 years. Dahlia's reply comes immediately. The lot is empty. The basement is not. The phone goes dark. Ynez looks at Kallias. His face is hard, calculating, already mapping the location. The basement. Demolitions seal basements, he says. They do not always clear them. Someone kept access. Someone knew it was there. Ynez stands. The envelope stays on the bench, untouched. We need to go before she moves whatever is down there. Kallias rises beside her. He pulls cash from his wallet, drops enough to cover the tab and more. We need to go with people who know how to enter a sealed building without leaving a trail. Sabine. And Mateo. He knows the yard layout better than anyone. If there is a way in from the shipyard side, he will find it. Ynez is already walking toward the door, the bar's noise falling behind her, the harbor air hitting her face as she steps into the late afternoon light. Her phone buzzes one more time in her hand. She looks down. Dahlia again. The worst name is waiting in that basement, Ynez. But so is the proof that he did not act alone. Come alone, or I seal it again with everything inside. Ynez stops at the car door. She looks at Kallias. He is watching her, waiting, his gray-green eyes holding hers. She thinks of her father's signature, of the insurance payout 6 weeks before his heart, of Edmund Falke signing the dissolution, of the warehouse basement that should not exist. Someone you trust. She gets in the car. She does not reply to Dahlia's message, but she also does not tell Kallias what the final text said. Chapter 43. The car eats the coastal road in silence, harbor light bleeding into the darkening sky through salt-sprayed windows. Kallias drives with one hand on the wheel, the other braced against the center console. His jaw is locked. He has not asked why she did not reply to Dahlia's final text. Ynez watches the empty lot approach through the windshield. A concrete slab, chain-link fencing rusted at the seams, weeds pushing through cracked pavement where a building stood 29 years ago. Nothing. She gets out before the car stops. The air smells of dry rot and salt, the harbor close enough to taste on her tongue. Mateo is already there. His pickup is parked at the far corner, engine ticking in the cooling air. He stands by the fence with bolt cutters in his hand, weathered face unreadable. "You sure about this?" "No," Ynez says. "But I am going anyway." Kallias walks past them both. He tests the chain link with one hand, finds the weak point near the bottom where rust has eaten through the wire. Mateo. They work together, cutting and peeling the fence back like skin from a wound. The metal screeches. Ynez ducks through, her coat catching on a torn edge. The concrete slab is exactly what she remembers. Gray, cracked, covered in shattered glass and cigarette butts. Nothing marks the spot where the warehouse used to stand. "Basement entrance," Kallias says. "It will be under the slab. There has to be a hatch or a stairwell access they did not seal." Mateo walks the perimeter, counting steps, his lips moving silently. He stops at a section near the harbor side where the concrete has settled differently, sloping inward instead of out. "Here, the foundation shifted. There is a void underneath." Kallias kneels. He runs his fingers along a seam in the concrete, a hairline crack that traces a square perimeter. "Not a hatch. They poured over it." "Then we dig," Ynez says. Mateo goes back to his truck. He returns with a sledgehammer and a crowbar, his movements economical, practiced. 40 years of shipyard work has taught him exactly how force meets resistance. He hands Kallias the crowbar, takes the sledgehammer himself. "Stand back." The first swing cracks the concrete. The second opens a fissure. The third breaks through into darkness. Ynez drops to her knees at the edge. Cold air rises from the gap, damp and mineral, the smell of sealed spaces and old paper. She pulls out her phone, aims the light down. A staircase. Concrete steps descending into black water. "Someone kept this dry," Kallias says, crouching beside her. "That is not standing water. That is recent rain seeping through the cracks. The drainage beneath is still functioning." Meaning someone has been maintaining access. For years. Ynez swings her legs over the edge. Kallias catches her arm. "Wait for the air to clear. Basement seal gases." "I am not waiting." She lowers herself onto the first step. The concrete holds. She descends, phone light cutting a narrow path through the dark. Kallias follows. Then Mateo, heavier, his boots echoing on the stairs. The basement is larger than she expected. A single chamber, low-ceilinged, the walls damp with mineral bloom. Metal shelving units line the walls, row after row, loaded with banker's boxes and ledgers. The smell of wet paper and rust fills her lungs. Ynez moves to the nearest shelf. She pulls a box open, shines the light inside. Santa Clara manifests. Copies. The same cargo figures she saw in her grandmother's notebooks. The same overloaded weight calculations. The same falsified stability estimates. She pulls another box. Maintenance logs. Hull inspection records. A photograph of the Santa Clara dock. The crack at frame 72 visible even in the grainy image. "It is all here," she breathes. "Every record they did not submit to the harbor authority." Mateo is at the far wall. He lifts a box, reads the label, puts it back. "These go back to the late 70s. Not just Santa Clara, every Almava ship that sailed with a problem." Kallias checks the dates. His face is hard, calculating. Someone preserved these, kept them out of the official archive. Why keep evidence that could destroy you? "Insurance?" Ynez says. "My grandmother cut them as leverage. If anyone tried to move against the yard, she had proof that every family on the board had sailed unseaworthy vessels too. Then why did she not use them when Cosima came for her?" The question hangs in the damp air. Ynez looks at the shelves, the water-stained boxes, the years of buried truth. Because the proof cuts both ways. She could destroy them, but they could destroy her first. She keeps moving. The shelves grow denser toward the back, boxes stacked too deep. Her phone light sweeps across the labels. Years and ship names, a catalog of maritime negligence. Then she sees it. A gap. A space on the shelf where the dust has been disturbed. A rectangular outline clean against the grime. A box was here. It is gone. Nia stops. Someone removed a box. Kallias is beside her in 2 steps. He looks at the gap, the clean edges, the absence of settled dust. When? She crouches, runs her finger along the shelf surface. The wood is dry. The dust that remains is undisturbed except for the clean rectangle. Recently, the dust has not had time to settle back. Mateo approaches. He studies the shelf, the gap, the surrounding boxes. What was in it? Ynez checks the neighboring labels. The chronology jumps. 1986, then 1988. The missing box covered 1987, the year the Santa Clara sailed. Casualty records, she says. The full file for the Santa Clara. Kallias pulls out his phone. No signal this deep. Who knew this basement existed besides your grandmother? Mateo, maybe Dahlia, maybe. She stops. Her phone light catches something on the floor. A small fleck of ash near the shelf leg. White. Recent. She kneels. Touches it. The ash crumbles against her fingertip. This is fresh. Someone was here. Today. Within hours. Kallias crouches beside her. He studies the ash, the shelf gap, the undisturbed dust around the rectangle. They took the Santa Clara box. They knew we were coming. Ynez looks at the empty space where the evidence should be. The cigarette burn on the floor. The sealed basement that should not exist. Or they knew Dahlia would tell us. She stands. Her knees ache from the cold concrete. There is another name here. Someone who knew about this basement. Someone who has been maintaining access. Someone who took that box before we could reach it. Kallias meets her eyes in the dim light. Edmund. He signed the dissolution of the shell company. He was corporate counsel for the harbor families. He knew about the Santa Clara payments. Then why would he take the evidence? To protect himself, or to destroy it before it could be used against someone he is protecting. The words hang between them. Mateo breaks the silence. His voice is low, roughened by years of salt air and silence. There is another door. Ynez turns. Mateo points to the far wall, where a sheet of plywood is bolted over what looks like a secondary entrance. The bolts are newer than the wall. The plywood is undamaged. They sealed this one from the outside. Someone wanted to make sure nothing came through here. Kallias is already walking toward it. He tests the plywood, finds the bolts solid. We need tools. I have an angle grinder in the truck, Mateo says. The air in the basement shifts. A draft moves through the sealed space, cold and sharp. Ynez looks at the gap where the Santa Clara box should be. Fresh ash on the floor, a sealed door, a missing file. The worst name is someone you trust. She thinks of Edmund's pale eyes, his careful hands, the way he signed the dissolution without asking questions. But she also thinks of the way Kallias went still when Dahlia mentioned the hush payments, the way he has been running this investigation alongside her, always a step ahead, always finding the next thread. I want that box back, she says, and I want to know who took it. Kallias pulls out his phone again, holds it up, still no signal. We get out. We trace the box. We find out who else knew this basement existed. And Edmund? Sabine is watching his office. If he took the box, there will be evidence. Ynez looks at the sealed door once more before turning toward the stairs. She has been trusting the wrong people her whole life. The thought is cold, sharp, final. She climbs the steps behind Kallias and Mateo, the basement darkness pressing against her back, and she does not look back. Chapter 44. The morning light hits Ynez's face as she climbs out of the basement, and the world above looks the same as it did an hour ago. Same sky, same salt wind off the harbor, same gulls circling the container yard. But the ground beneath her has shifted again. She stands at the edge of the concrete slab, watching Kallias and Mateo secure the plywood cover over the basement entrance. The missing box sits in her mind like a wound that will not close. Someone took it. Someone knew. Her phone buzzes in her pocket. She pulls it out. Lucien Batra's name on the screen. Tell me you found something, she says. I found everything. His voice is tight, wired. The basement records, the falsified manifests, The way Almava was not the only family running unseaworthy ships through the 70s and 80s. Ynez's hand tightens on the phone. What are you talking about? 3 other harbor families, the Valderas, the old Carzo line, and a shell operation registered to the Poloni family holding company, running cargo through the same routes with the same patched hulls. She stares at the concrete at her feet. The wind pulls at her hair. The Polonis? Cosima's family? Her father's company. 3 ships in 4 years, all with falsified safety declarations. One of them sank taking contraband cargo. No lives lost because the crew abandoned early, but the records were buried the same way Almava buried Santa Clara. Kallias is beside her now. She lowers the phone enough to speak. Lucien has the records. He is publishing. Kallias's jaw tightens. All of them? Enough to show the pattern was not just Almava. She brings the phone back up. When is it running? 1 hour, Lucien says. I wanted you to know before the rest of the city does. The other families are going to come apart. They have been pretending the Santa Clara was an isolated crime. This proves it was standard practice for the old harbor elite. Ynez looks across the coastal lot toward the container yard, where workers are moving between stacks of rusted boxes. The ordinary rhythm of the working harbor continues. Unaware of what is about to hit it. Send me the link when it goes live. She ends the call. Kallias is watching her with that unreadable expression she has learned to read anyway. Lucien is naming the other families. Valdera, Corzo, Poloni. His eyebrows lift. Cosima's own family. The records trace a shell company to her father's holding operation. 3 ships with falsified declarations. 1 sunk. Kallias is silent for a long moment. Then he does something she did not expect. He almost smiles. This changes the board's calculation. If Cosima's own family was running the same play, she loses the moral high ground. The charter board cannot condemn 1 family for what 3 were doing. Ynez studies his face. The calculation is cold and precise, a chess move he was not expecting but will use. Her brother died on the Santa Clara because her father's ships were also unseaworthy, Ynez says slowly. She has been hunting my family for 30 years while her own blood was running the same game. Does Lucien have proof her father knew? Kallias, I do not know yet. He nods once, then pulls out his own phone. I need to call Sabine. The article will hit investor confidence in the other harbor families. Renvoss has holdings tied to Valdera's port leases. He walks a few steps away, phone pressed to his ear, voice low and urgent. Ynez stands alone at the edge of the lot, the morning sun climbing over the harbor, and waits for the wave to break. The article drops at 9:47. Now he waits as it loads on her phone in the passenger seat of Kallias's car as they drive back toward the glass house. The headline is surgical. The buried standard. 4 harbor families and the ships that should never have sailed. Lucien's byline. The text is dense with scanned documents, hull inspection discrepancies, overloaded cargo calculations, and the names of the ships. Santa Clara, Estrella del Sur, Corzo Pride, Valdera Runner. Each entry carries a citation from the basement records. By 10:15, the first denial is published. Don Emilio Valdera, patriarch, issues a statement through his lawyer calling the documents forgeries planted by a disgruntled competitor. By 10:32, the second denial arrives from the Corzo estate, with legal threats against the newspaper. By 11, Cosima Poloni has not responded. Ynez watches the silence and knows it means more than any denial. Cosima is not the type to go quiet when attacked. She's calculating. Ynez's phone rings again. Lucien, you are watching the denials? They are predictable. The interesting one is the 4th party I did not name. Which 4th party? The one whose name was redacted from the Polone Shell Company records. Someone higher up the chain. Someone who had authority to sign off on cargo loads and safety waivers across multiple family operations. Ynez's stomach tightens. You are telling me there was a coordinator. I am telling you someone was running the harbor's unseaworthy fleet like a shared asset pool. Ships that were too damaged to sail under one family's name got transferred to another family's shell company and sent out anyway. The pattern repeats across all 4 lines. And the coordinator's name is missing from the records you have. Your grandmother knew who it was. That is why she kept those records. Not just leverage. A map to the person running the whole network. Ynez presses her palm against the car window. The city moves past her, clean, ordinary, unaware. I need to find that name. Then you need to get to the surviving crew family while I still have their contact off the record. She straightens. Someone will speak to me? One family. The daughter of a deck mechanic who died on the Estrella del Sur, the Poloni Shell Company's sinking. She has been holding a sealed correspondence from her father for 25 years. Letters describing pressure to sail under falsified assurances. When can I meet her? She will only speak to you. No lawyers, no security, not even your husband. Ynez is quiet for a moment. And if I bring him anyway? Then she will not open the door. Lucien's voice is flat, final. She has been watching your story. She knows who you married. She does not trust billionaires, yours or anyone else's. Kallias glances at her from the driver's seat. She keeps her voice even. Where and when? I will text you the address. Come alone, Ynez. She is terrified enough as it is. The line goes dead. Ynez looks at her reflection in the glass, the city moving behind it like a blur of salt and concrete. She does not tell Kallias about the no security condition. She does not tell him the woman will not open the door if he is there. She puts the phone in her lap and watches the harbor slide past and wonders how many more secrets she will have to carry before this is over. Chapter 45. The address Lucien sends is not in Sector 4 or near the harbor. It is a residential block in the North District, where the streets narrow and the buildings huddle together like ships lashed for a storm. Ynez parks the car 2 blocks away, as instructed, and walks the rest through a neighborhood that does not see many women in tailored coats. The apartment building is yellow plaster with rusted balconies and a front door that does not lock. She climbs 3 flights of stairs that smell of cooking oil and old paint. The door at the end of the hall opens before she knocks. The woman is maybe 50, maybe older, with hands that have spent decades in salt air and the kind of eyes that have learned to measure people before letting them in. You are her, the woman says, not a question. I am. The woman steps back. Ynez enters a kitchen that doubles as a living room, a crucifix above the stove, photographs on a shelf, a man in his 20s with a wide smile and the same eyes as the woman. My father, the woman says, following Ynez's gaze. Before he took the Estrella del Sur posting? I am sorry for your loss. Are you? The woman's voice is flat, not hostile, just tired. Your grandmother kept records of every unseaworthy ship that sailed. She knew my father was on a vessel that should have been scrapped. She never said a word. Ynez does not look away. I cannot defend her. I can only tell you I am here to find the truth. The woman studies her for a long moment. Then she pulls out a kitchen chair and sits. I am Carmen Revolta. I have been waiting 25 years for someone from one of those families to come through that door and not lie to me. Ynez sits across from her. The table is worn laminate, covered with a cheap lace cloth. A kettle sits on the stove, unused. You have letters, Ynez says. I have letters my father wrote to my mother during his last 3 years on the water. He knew something was wrong long before the Estrella del Sur went down. He wrote it down because he was afraid he would not survive to say it in person. May I see them? Carmen does not move. Lucien told me you would ask. He also told me you married Renvoss to save your family's yard, that you lost the charter because you would not throw your grandmother's crimes at the board to save yourself. I did not know about the crimes when I married him, but you know now, and you are still here. I am still here. Carmen reaches into the pocket of her cardigan and pulls out a bundle of envelopes tied with kitchen twine. The paper is yellowed, the ink faded to the color of dried blood. She slides them across the table. Ynez does not open them immediately. She looks at Carmen instead. Why now, after 25 years? Carmen's jaw tightens. Because someone came to my door 3 weeks ago offering to buy these letters. Cash. Enough to send my grandson to university. Ynez's pulse ticks up. Who? A man. Suit. No name. He knew exactly what my father had written. He knew the dates. He knew the names of the officers who pressured him. Ynez's fingers rest on the envelopes. You did not sell. I told him I needed to think about it. Carmen's voice hardens. Then I called Lucien Bathra. I have been watching the news. I know what happens to people who sell their silence in this city. The weight of the letters presses through Ynez's fingertips. Someone is still cleaning the trail. Someone paid off the dock clerk. Someone cleared the harbor master's annex. Someone pulled the Santa Clara box from the basement hours before she arrived. And someone is now trying to buy back the dead mechanic's testimony. Did he threaten you? He did not have to. Carmen looks past Ynez, toward the window. He knew where I live. He knew my grandson's name. That is enough threat for a woman alone. Ynez unties the twine. The first envelope is dated March 1986. She slides out the letter, careful not to tear the fold. The handwriting is tight, cramped, the letters pressing into each other as if the writer had limited time and too much to say. They are asking us to sail with the portside ballast tank showing stress fractures. The engineer flagged it. The captain logged it. This morning a man from the office came down to the dock and told us the report would be amended. He said the ship was cleared by someone high up. He did not say who. Ynez reads the second letter. June 1986. Another ship went out last week with a hull patch the crew said would not hold through a squall. She made it back. They are treating that as proof the standards are fine, but the standards were written by the same men who own the ships. The third letter, November 1986. I have been told if I keep asking questions, I will be reassigned to a permanent layoff roster. The word from the dispatch office is that there are 10 men waiting for every berth on a safe vessel. I have a wife. I have a daughter. I do not know how to feed them on principle. The fourth letter, February 1987, 2 months before the Estrella del Sur sailed for the last time. The cargo is being loaded under a different manifest than the one the inspector saw. I watched them swap the papers in the harbor master's office. The load exceeds the hull rating by 15%, I told the first mate. He told me to forget what I saw. He said the ship would make it or it would not, and either way the insurance was already written. Ynez lowers the letter. Her hands are steady, but something inside her has gone cold. The swap, she says, the fake manifest. That is what killed my grandmother's crew on the Santa Clara, the same pattern. Your grandmother's crew, my father's crew, every family in the harbor was running the same scheme. The only difference is whose names got into the record and whose got burned. Ynez looks at the remaining letters. Is there a name in any of these? The man from the office, the person who cleared the falsified load. Carmen's face tightens. There is a name. In the last letter, a name my father wrote in code because he was afraid the letter would be intercepted. Can you read it? Carmen pulls the final envelope from the bundle. She does not hand it to Ynez. She opens it herself, pulls out a single page and reads aloud. The man who signs off on the swapped manifests is the same man who sits on the harbor board. I saw him at the Saint Brigid reception last month, shaking hands with the same officers who told me to forget what I saw. His name is Carmen Stops. What? Carmen's eyes lift from the page. Her face has gone pale. The name is crossed out. Someone inked over it after my father mailed this letter. There is only a first initial visible. E. Ninny's mind snaps to a face, silver at the temples, pale, washed-out eyes. A signature on a shell company dissolution. E. Ninny repeats. Edmund Falca. But it is not Falca who appears in her mind. It is someone else. Someone with the same initial who has been in every room where decisions were made, who has access to every file, who has been watching her since the marriage began. She thinks of the missing Santa Clara box, the fresh cigarette ash on the basement floor, the sealed secondary entrance bolted from the outside. E, she says again, and the syllable tastes like ash. Carmen folds the letter. You know who it is. I know someone it could be. I need to be certain. Certainty is what gets people killed in this city. Carmen's voice drops. The man who came to buy these letters 3 weeks ago knew about the crossed-out initial. He offered me double if I could tell him whether I had ever decoded the name. Did you? No, but I have a guess. Who? Carmen looks at Ynez with something between pity and warning. Someone who has been in the harbor's orbit longer than any of us realize. Someone who was already old when my father was young. She pauses. Your grandmother trusted him. I know because my father's last letter mentions your grandmother's name. He wrote that she went to someone for help after the Santa Clara sank. Someone she believed could bury the truth forever. Inez's chest tightens. Who did she go to? Carmen does not answer. She slides the final letter back into the envelope and holds it out to Ynez. Take it. Read it yourself. Then decide if you can trust anyone whose first initial is E. Ynez takes the envelope. Her fingers close around the yellowed paper. She thinks of Kallias's gray-green eyes. She thinks of the way he held her in the basement. She thinks of the fact that she has hidden the no-security condition from him and wonders if he is hiding something too. The kitchen is quiet. The city hums beyond the window, indifferent. Ynez stands. If someone comes back, I will call Lucien, not the police, not your husband. Carmen's voice is steel. The police have been bought before, and your husband is connected to every family that profited from those ships. He is not. I do not care what he is. Carmen's eyes are hard. I care what his money touched. And until I know the full map, I trust no one. Ynez nods. She cannot argue. She walks to the door, the letter in her pocket. Thank you, she says. Do not thank me yet. Carmen's voice follows her into the hallway. The man who came to buy these letters knew your husband's security patterns. He knew when you were in the basement. He knew everything. Ynez stops. If you want to know who he is, Carmen says, start with who knew you were coming. The door closes. Ynez stands in the dim hallway, the letter burning against her hip, and realizes she does not have an answer. She walks down the 3 flights of stairs and steps into the afternoon light, phone in hand, thumb hovering over Kallias's name. She does not call. She walks toward the car and feels the silence around her shift. Not empty anymore. Watched. Chapter 46. The letter burns against Nina's hip as she drives. She should turn toward the glass house. She should call Kallias. She should sit with the crossed-out initial and the knowledge that someone she trusts may be the architect of the entire cover-up. Instead, she pulls over at a gas station 2 blocks from Carmen's building and types an address into her phone. The Santa Clara Memorial, a bronze plaque on the South Pier where the families gathered 29 years ago and where, according to the article Lucien published, 3 widows still live in the same public housing complex built for the survivors. She does not think. She drives. The complex is 4 low concrete buildings facing the harbor, paint peeling from the balconies, laundry strung between railings. Ynez parks at the curb and walks to the building marked with the brass number Lucien provided in an earlier message. She knocks on the first door. A woman in her 70s opens it, gray hair pulled back, eyes that have been scanning faces for decades. I am Ynez Almava. The woman's hand tightens on the frame. I know who you are. I need to say something. Ynez's voice holds. I am not here to defend my grandmother. I am not here to explain what she did. I am here because my family authorized a ship that should never have sailed, and 8 men did not come home, and I have never said that aloud to someone who lost one of them. The woman stares at her. The salt air moves between them. My husband was the 2nd engineer, the woman says. He wrote me a letter before they sailed. He said the hull made sounds he had never heard on a freighter. He said he was scared. Ynez's throat closes. I am sorry, she says. The words are bare, no qualifier, no explanation. I am sorry that my grandmother knew the hull was cracked and let that ship leave the dock. I am sorry that my father signed guarantees that made your husband's death profitable for this family. I am sorry that I have spent 29 years not knowing their names. The woman's eyes glisten. I did not come here to ask for forgiveness, Ynez says. I came here to say the truth without a lawyer standing next to me. The woman is silent for a long moment. Then she steps back. You want to see his photograph? Ynez nods. She steps inside. 20 minutes later, Ynez walks out of the apartment building with 3 names written on a scrap of paper. Gregorio Revolta, Emilio Sandoval, Nestor Fuentes. The 3 mechanics whose families she promised to visit before the week ends. Her hands are shaking. She gets in the car and sits with the engine off. Then her phone buzzes. A text from Lucien. Word is already moving. The widow's daughter posted about your visit on social media. Port Press is picking it up. Nia stares at the screen. She did not think about social media. She did not think about press. She only thought about the woman in the doorway and the photograph of a man she never met, whose death made her family rich. The phone buzzes again. Kallias. Where are you? She types back. South Pier. I went to the Santa Clara families. A pause. Then, alone. It is not a question. He knows. She does not answer. The Renvoss headquarters lobby is empty when she walks in. Sabine meets her at the elevator, face unreadable. He wants to see you in the East conference room. Edmund? Already there. Sabine's voice drops. He saw the press pickup. He is not happy. The elevator doors open. Ynez steps inside. Sabine follows. An envelope came for you, Sabine said. Courier, hand delivery. I intercepted it before it reached his office. Ynez turns. Sabine holds out a thick manila envelope. No return address, but the handwriting on the front is familiar. Dahlia. Ynez takes it. The paper is warm from Sabine's hands. There is more, Sabine says. The elevator stops. The doors open onto the East conference room where Kallias stands at the window and Edmund is already pacing. But Ynez does not step out. She looks at the envelope in her hands and thinks of Dahlia's warning from the bars. The worst name is someone you trust. She opens the flap. Inside is a single sheet of paper. Not a document, not a ledger, a photograph. A man in his 60s standing beside a freighter, arm around a younger woman with a familiar face. Dahlia. And in the background, half obscured by the gangway, a man she recognizes with sickening certainty. Silver at the temples, pale eyes. A signature she has seen on a shell company dissolution. Edmund Falke. Ynez looks up. Edmund stops pacing. Kallias turns from the window. The room goes silent, and Ynez realizes the envelope has not told her who the worst name is. It has told her she has been looking at the wrong person. Chapter 47. The envelope is warm in her hands. Sabine has not moved from the elevator door. Her face gives nothing, but her stillness says everything. She saw the photograph before handing it over. She knows. Ynez pulls the sheet out fully. The man in his 60s has Dahlia's jawline, Dahlia's sharp cheekbones, Dahlia's way of leaning into a camera like the frame owes him something. Her father, the one who died before Ynez ever knew Dahlia existed. And behind them, half turned toward the gangway, Edmund Falke. Younger, thinner at the temples, but unmistakable. The photograph is dated 1992, 5 years after the Santa Clara sank. Ynez looks up. Edmund has stopped pacing. His pale eyes are fixed on her hand, on the photograph she is holding. Where did you get that? His voice is flat. From the same person who sent me your signature on a shell company dissolution. Ynez steps out of the elevator. You want to tell me what you were doing beside a freighter with Dahlia Vergol's father 5 years after the Santa Clara went down? Edmund's jaw tightens. Kallias turns from the window. He has not spoken yet, but Ynez feels his attention land on her like a hand on her spine. Edmund. His voice is low. Answer her. I was representing Renvoss Maritime in a port acquisition negotiation. Edmund's words come out measured. The Vergol family owned a small cargo operation out of the South Dock. I did not know Dahlia existed. I did not know the man in the photograph was connected to the Santa Clara until recently. You signed the dissolution of the shell company that paid the hush money, Ynez says. The one that kept the harbor master quiet. The one that made the Santa Clara's losses disappear from public record. Edmund's pale eyes hold hers. I signed the dissolution of a company I was instructed to dissolve, he says. I did not know what it had been used for. I was not the one who structured the payments. Who did? Silence. The room ticks. Kallias moves. One step toward Edmund, then another. You told me, Kallias says slowly, that you had no connection to the Santa Clara beyond my marriage to Ynez. You told me that when you drafted the prenuptial. You told me that when you advised me to sign the separation papers. Kallias, you told me that. Edmund's face is stone. Ynez watches the exchange and feels the ground shift beneath her feet. Kallias did not know. He is finding out now, in this room, at the same moment she is. The betrayal is not his. But the photograph is not all the envelope contains. Ynez reaches back into the manila envelope. Her fingers find another sheet, thinner, folded twice. She pulls it out. A ledger copy. Handwritten entries, faded ink, dates from 1988 to 1992. Quarterly payments, a column for amounts. A column marked Harbor Master Leon, and at the bottom of each page, a routing number. The routing number of a shell company. The same shell company Sabine traced to a Renvoss subsidiary. Nina reads the entry for 1990, a payment of $12,000, signed off by initials she does not recognize. She turns the page. The next entry has a name in the margin. E. Falca, approved. Nina's hand goes cold. She holds the ledger copy up. Edmund sees it. His face drains. "Where did she get that?" he says, and his voice cracks for the first time. "Dahlia has been collecting evidence for a decade," Nina says. "You knew her father. You approved payments from the shell company to the harbor master. You signed the dissolution when the payments stopped, and you told Kallias you had no connection to any of it." Edmund's pale eyes flick to Kallias. "I can explain." "Then explain." Kallias's voice is quiet, the kind of quiet that comes before something breaks. "I was following instructions." Edmund's jaw works. "Your predecessor, the man who ran Renvoss before you bought it. He told me the shell company was a legitimate operational cost. I did not know what it was funding until after the harbor master died. You approved a payment labeled Harbor Master Leon for 4 years and did not ask what it was for?" Edmund says nothing. Ynez watches Kallias's face, the control that never slips, the mask he wears through board meetings, press conferences, crisis calls. It cracks. Not visibly, not in a way anyone who did not know him would see, but Ynez sees it. The flicker at the corner of his jaw, the stillness in his chest where the breath stops for half a second. He trusted Edmund. He trusted him more than anyone. And the ledger copy says that trust was built on a lie that has been running for 30 years. "Get out," Kallias says. Edmund does not move. "Kallias, get out of this room. Get out of this building. If I see you before tomorrow, I will hand this photograph and this ledger to the board myself." Edmund's pale eyes hold for a moment. Then he walks. The door closes behind him. Ynez stands alone with Kallias, the ledger copy still in her hand, and the silence hits like the air before a storm. She looks down at the page, at the routing number, at the initials. At the bottom, a note she almost missed, written in the margin by a different hand, dated 1993. Account merged into Renvoss Maritime Holdings. No paper trail forward. Her breath catches, because the merger happened in 2004. Before Kallias owned the company. But the money path does not end at the merger. It ends wherever the subsidiary lives now, inside the empire he built, inside the accounts he controls. She looks up. Kallias is staring at the wall. His hands are at his sides. He does not speak. And Ynez realizes she is holding proof that the hush payments, the cover-up, the money that kept the Santa Clara buried for 3 decades, all of it eventually fed into the machine he now owns. He did not know. But the ledger says the trail does not care what he knew. The trail says his empire swallowed the poison before he inherited it, and now it is inside the walls. Chapter 48. The ledger sits between them on the study desk like an unexploded device. Ynez's hand still holds the page, the routing number, the initials, the marginal note that says, "No paper trail forward," written in 1993 by someone who thought they were closing a door forever. Kallias has not moved since Edmund walked out. His hands are at his sides. His breathing is even. But the stillness is different now. It is the quiet of a man counting damage instead of denying it. "Say it," Ynez says. "I did not know." "I know you did not know." She sets the ledger down. "But the money path ends inside your company. The subsidiary still exists, the accounts still exist, and someone inside Renvoss Maritime has been maintaining access to that sealed basement for years." Kallias turns. His gray-green eyes meet hers. "You think I am protecting someone? I think you have an empire full of people who were here before you, and one of them has been feeding information to a buyer who knew my movements, knew your security patterns, and knew exactly when I would reach the basement." The silence stretches. Then Kallias pulls out his phone. He does not call Sabine. He types a message, short, and sets the phone face down on the desk. I asked for a forensic review of every subsidiary acquisition in the 2004 merger. Full chain. Every executive, every accountant, every assistant who touched the files. Sabine will have the names within the hour. Ynez watches him. And then we find out who knew. He looks at the ledger. And we find out who told Edmund to approve those payments. He said it was your predecessor, Martinez. Kallias says the name like it tastes sour. Rafael Martinez. He ran Renvoss Maritime for 20 years before I bought it. Died in a boating accident 6 months after the merger. Ynez's stomach tightens. Convenient. Very. The phone buzzes. Kallias picks it up, reads the screen, and his jaw tightens. Sabine already had a list. She has been running parallel research since you showed her the photograph. He holds the phone so Ynez can see. A name. Gerardo Ruiz. Former vice president, subsidiary integration. Oversaw the merger of the shell company into Renvoss Maritime Holdings. Left the company 3 months after the merger. Disappeared from Puerto Calais entirely. Last known address, a residential listing in Marbella, Spain, from 11 years ago. Sabine says his employment file was purged from the system in 2005. The only reason she found his name is because he left a signature on a routing authorization form that was misfiled in a different department. A ghost, Ynez says. A ghost who knew exactly where the money went. Kallias sets the phone down. He is the one who merged the shell company into Renvoss. He is the one who knew the payments were going to the harbor master. And he is the one who disappeared when the trail went cold. Ynez looks at the ledger again, at the note in the margin. No paper trail forward. Someone told him to write that note, she says. Someone told him to make sure the money path ended before Kallias Renvoss ever touched the accounts. That someone is still alive, and they have been watching us. Kallias's phone buzzes again. He reads the message. His face changes. Sabine found a credit card charge from Gerardo Ruiz's personal account, dated 4 days ago, at a fuel dock south of the city. Ynez's pulse quickens. He is here? Puerto Calais is not a place people return to by accident. Kallias is already reaching for his jacket. He is here because someone called him back, and I want to know who. The drive to the South Marina takes 20 minutes through winding coastal roads. Ynez watches the harbor lights slide past, the container trains silhouetted against the dark sky, the freighters anchored in the channel like sleeping iron beasts. Kallias drives in silence. His hands are steady on the wheel, but she sees the tension in his shoulders, the controlled anger that has not found its release. The marina is small, private, hidden behind a sandstone wall and a security gate. Kallias gives his name through the intercom. The gate opens. They park beside a row of dry-docked boats, their hulls gleaming under floodlights. A fuel dock extends into the dark water, and beside it, a single cabin cruiser, lights on, engine humming. Kallias kills the ignition. Stay behind me. I am not staying behind you. He looks at her. The harbor light catches his face. Ynez, I have been hiding behind your name, your money, your lawyers for 2 months. I am done. She opens the door. If Gerardo Ruiz is on that boat, I want to see his face when he realizes the past is caught up with him. Kallias holds her gaze. Then he nods. They walk down the dock together. The cabin cruiser rocks gently against the mooring lines. A man sits on the aft deck, a glass in his hand, staring at the water. He is older than Ynez expected, 70 at least. Thin, gray-haired, with the hollowed-out look of someone who has been running for a long time. He does not turn when they approach. Mr. Ruiz, Kallias says. The man takes a slow drink. I wondered when you would find me. You have been hiding for 19 years. Not hiding, waiting. Ruiz sets the glass down, waiting for someone to ask the right questions. And watching the news. He turns. His eyes land on Ynez. Almava. Ynez, I know who you are. Ruiz's voice is rough, tired. You have been busy. Opening basements, visiting widows, making yourself a target. Someone tried to buy those widows' letters, Ynez says. Someone who knew my movements. Someone who knew Kallias' security patterns. Someone who has been maintaining access to a sealed basement for years. Ruiz does not flinch. That would be me. Kallias steps forward. You have been inside the basement. Not for 15 years. But I paid someone to keep it sealed, to make sure no one broke through the concrete and found what was underneath. Ruiz looks at the dark water. I did not know the Santa Clara box had been taken. I only found out when I read Lucien Batra's article. Who told you to merge the shell company into Renvoss? Ynez says. Ruiz is quiet for a long moment. Then he reaches into his jacket. Kallias moves, ready, but Ruiz only pulls out a folded envelope. He holds it out to Ynez. The answer to your question is inside, along with a list of names, the people who knew, the people who approved, the people who told me to disappear. Ynez takes the envelope. Her fingers are steady. She opens it. A single photograph. A group of men at a harborside table, a celebration, bottles of wine, cigarette smoke curling in the light. She recognizes her grandmother's face, grim, unsmiling, present. Beside Ynez Almava, a man with a weathered jaw and sharp eyes, the same eyes she saw in Dalia Virgil's photograph of the man in the harbor master's office, the man who orchestrated the cover-up, the man who told Edmund Falke what to approve, the man who sat on the Saint Brigid Charter board, the man who is still alive. Ynez looks up. Ruiz is watching her. The harbor wind shifts, and the marina lights flicker, once, as if the sky itself is holding its breath. Chapter 49. The photograph sits in Ynez's hand, the harbor celebration frozen in cheap chemical paper. Her grandmother's face, the orchestrator beside her, the same jaw she saw in Dahlia's photograph, the same eyes that still sit on the St. Brigid Charter board. Kallias takes the photograph from her fingers, studies it. His jaw tightens. Who is he? Ruiz does not answer. The harbor wind shifts again, salt and diesel in the creak of mooring lines. The cabin cruiser rocks gently beneath them. Ynez turns the photograph over. A date stamped to the back. September 1987, 3 months after the Santa Clara sank, and a name written in faded ink. Joaquin Alavetra. The name sits on her tongue like ash. He is still alive, Ynez says. It is not a question. 78 years old, Ruiz says. Lives in the hills above the old port, still attends every board meeting, still signs every approval. Kallias' voice is flat. He is the one who told you to merge the shell company. I did not know what it was at first. I was 42. I had a family. I did what I was told. Ruiz's hands are shaking now, just slightly. By the time I understood, I was already inside it. The payments, the basement, the men who made sure no one talked. Alavetra. The name does not belong to any of the old harbor families Ynez knows. No Alavetra on the charter board roster she studied before the wedding. No Alavetra in the Port Society columns or the Maritime Foundation donor lists. He is invisible, deliberately. Tell me everything, Kallias says. Ruiz looks at the dark water. The Santa Clara was not the first ship Alavetra ran with falsified declarations. He had been doing it for 20 years. The Estrella del Sur was his too, and the Mar de Fondo, and 3 others I never learned the names of. He did not own them on paper. He never owned anything on paper. Ynez's throat is dry. My grandmother knew. Your grandmother was the only person he trusted. She kept the records he could not keep himself. The manifests, the inspection logs, the photographs. Ruiz's voice drops. She was the one who promised him the truth would stay buried until she died, and when she died, he assumed the secret died with her. But she passed the records to me. She passed them to your father first. The words land like a blow. Ynez's father. The man who signed the cargo guarantee. The man who died 3 months after the Santa Clara sailed, 6 weeks after the insurance paid out. The man whose face she has been trying to reconcile with the evidence for 3 days. What did my father know? Ruiz meets her eyes. Everything. He was the one who told Lalabreta the records existed. He was the one who tried to use them as leverage. The cabin cruiser's engine hummed beneath them. The marina lights flicker again. Kallias steps closer to Ynez, his shoulder brushing hers. What kind of leverage? Your father wanted control of Almava Shipyards, full control. He did not want to wait for your grandmother to die. Ruiz's voice is tired. worn smooth by years of carrying the secret. He went to Alavetra and said he had copies of the records. He said if Alavetra did not help him push your grandmother out, he would release them. Ynez's stomach turns. And Alavetra? Alavetra told your grandmother what your father was doing. She confronted him. They fought. Ruiz looks down at his hands. 3 months later, your father was dead. The insurance paid out, and your grandmother sealed the basement and never spoke of it again. The air feels thin. Ynez's father did not die because of the Santa Clara. He died because he tried to use the dead for profit, and her grandmother buried the truth to protect a name that was already stained. Kallias' hand finds hers. She does not pull away. There is more, Ruiz says. He reaches into his jacket again, pulls out a second envelope. This one is thinner, yellowed at the edges. I was supposed to destroy this. Alavedra paid me to burn it 19 years ago. Why did not you? Ruiz is quiet for a long moment. Because I have a daughter, and I wanted her to know that somewhere in the world there was proof of what her father was paid to hide, in case she ever needed it. He holds out the envelope. Ynez takes it. Her fingers are steady. She opens it. A single sheet of paper. A list of names. The Saint Brigid Charter Board donor roll from 1987 to 1992. 27 names. Corporate entities, shell companies, trusts, and beside each one, a handwritten amount. Quarterly payments to Joaquin Alavedra. The members of the charter board did not just know. They funded him for 5 years. Ynez stares at the list. Her grandmother's name is not on it, but she recognizes the names of the other harbor families. Valderas, Corzos, Pelonos, Cosima Pelonos family. The families who ran the same unseaworthy ships. The families who paid Alavedra to keep the system running. Cosima has been pursuing the wrong target, Ynez says slowly. She thinks the Almava name is the rot, but the rot is the board she sits on. Kallias takes the list. His face is unreadable. This list ends in 1992. What happened in 1992? Alavedra retired from active management. The payments shifted to a different account, a cleaner account, one that could not be traced back to the board. Who controlled that account? Ruiz opens his mouth and stops. A sound from the deck above. Footsteps. Heavy, deliberate. 3 people on the dock, from the rhythm of the steps. Ynez slams. Kallias moves, positioning himself between her and the cabin stairs. The footsteps stop. A voice calls down, low and unhurried. Mr. Ruiz, the harbor master sent us to check your mooring lines. Open up. Ruiz's face goes gray. He shakes his head once. No, the harbor master does not send crews to check mooring lines at this hour. Kallias reaches into his jacket. His hand emerges with a phone already dialing. The voice calls again, harder this time. Mr. Ruiz, open the hatch. Do not make us come down. Ynez looks at the envelope in her hand, the donor list, the photograph of her father and Alavedra. She shoves them both into her coat. Kallias grabs her wrist. Stay behind me. Do not move unless I tell you. The cabin hatch rattles. Someone is trying to force it open. Ruiz presses a button on the cabin console, and the boat's interior lights go dark. The hum of the engine cuts. Silence. The footsteps move across the deck, circling. Nan breathes in the dark, salt and diesel and the metallic taste of fear. The hatch rattles again, and then a voice from the dock, distant but clear. Kallias Renvoss, step out with your hands visible. We know you are on board. Chapter 50. The voice from the dock cuts through the dark like a blade. Kallias does not move. His body stays between Ynez and the hatch, one hand still gripping her wrist, the other holding the phone to his ear. Whoever he called is still ringing. Ruiz crouches at the console, his breathing ragged and too loud in the sudden silence. The footsteps circle above. 3 people, maybe 4. The deck planks creak in sequence. Kallias Renvoss, last warning. Step out or we come down. Kallias lowers the phone. The call did not connect. He turns his head, just enough for Ynez to see the line of his jaw in the dark. When I move, he breathes. You go to the stern locker, and you stay there until I say otherwise. Kallias, Do not argue. Not now. The hatch rattles harder. Someone is working a tool into the seam. Ruiz presses something on the console. A low electronic hum starts beneath them. The bilge pump, he whispers. If I trigger the emergency alarm, it draws the Marina security boat in about 4 minutes. Can they get here faster? No, not at this hour. The hatch gives. A crack of light splits the cabin, then widens. Ynez sees a hand, a sleeve, the glint of something metal. She moves before she thinks. Her hand finds the envelope Ruiz gave her, the donor list, the photograph. She shoves them deeper into her coat. Her fingers brush something else, the corner of the letter from Carmen's apartment, still in her inner pocket. She has proof of too much to lose it now. The hatch swings open fully. A man drops into the cabin. Broad-shouldered, shaved head, eyes scanning the dark. Behind him, a second figure, leaner, holding a flashlight. The light sweeps the cabin, finds Ruiz first, finds Kallias, finds Ynez. Mr. Renvoss. The broad man's voice is almost pleasant. You are making this difficult. Kallias steps forward, putting himself in the beam. Who sent you? Someone who wants the envelopes back. Tell them to come get them themselves. The man smiles. It does not reach his eyes. Mr. Ruiz. The flashlight shifts. You have been holding on to things you should have let go. Ruiz says nothing. His hand is still on the console. The second man moves, fast, around the cabin edge toward Kallias's flank. Kallias pivots, and then the dark explodes. Ynez does not see the first swing, only hears it. A wet crack, a grunt. Kallias's body collides with the cabin wall. She screams his name. The flashlight spins. Shadows lurch. Ruiz slams his paw on the console. A siren rips through the night, deafening, pulsing. The broad man swears and turns. Kallias is already moving again. His fist connects with the second man's jaw, a sound like splitting wood. The man staggers. Kallias's knuckle splits open, dark blood slicking his hand. Ynez's throat tightens. The broad man grabs her arm. She does not think. She twists, drops her weight, the way Mateo taught her on the deck of a listing trawler when she was 15, and a drunk crewman would not let go. Her elbow connects with his ribs. He grunts. His grip loosens. She tears free. The siren pulses. Lights start flashing through the cabin windows, a security boat rounding the far pier. The broad man looks at the window, looks at her. Next time, he says, we will not ask. He grabs the second man, half dragging him up through the hatch. They are gone. The cabin door slams against the hull, footsteps running, an engine starting. Silence. Ynez stands in the dark, shaking. Kallias is against the wall, blood dripping from his hand, his chest heaving. Ruiz is staring at the open hatch like he has seen a ghost. 4 minutes, he says. We have 4 minutes before the security boat asks questions we cannot answer. Kallias pushes off the wall. Then we leave now. He reaches for Ynez. His split knuckle is bleeding freely. She grabs his wrist, presses her scarf against the wound. You are bleeding. I am fine. You are not fine. He looks at her. In the strobing light of the siren, his eyes are dark, focused, something raw at the edge. I am fine, he says again. Let us go. She does not let go of his wrist. Ruiz is already moving, gathering papers from the console, shoving them into his coat. There is a back ladder to the pier. If we go now, we reach the car before they circle back. He stops, looks at the shelf above the navigation table. A notebook, thin, dark cover, tucked behind a logbook. He hesitates, then he pulls it out. I was supposed to destroy this too. His voice is barely audible over the siren. Alavidras, personal accounts, payouts, dates. He holds it out to Ynez. She takes it, opens it. The pages are covered in a code she does not recognize. Symbols, numbers, dates. But one entry catches her eye. A date, 3 months before her grandmother's death, a payout amount, and a single initial beside it. Ynez's blood freezes. Martina. Her grandmother was still making payments 3 months before she died, which means she was still protecting Alavedra, or someone else. Kallias is watching her face. What? She closes the notebook. I do not know yet. The siren pulses. A voice calls from the water. Boat in distress. Identify yourselves. Ruiz moves. Ladder. Now. They go. Ynez climbs first. the notebook pressed against her ribs, the donor list and photograph and letter burning against her skin. The metal rungs are cold and wet. The pier is empty when she reaches the top. Kallias comes up behind her, hands still bleeding. Rize's last. They run. The car is where they left it, dark and waiting under the flickering Marina lights. Kallias drives. Ynez sits in the passenger seat, the notebook open on her lap. Ruiz is in the back, silent. The coded entries blur as the streetlights pass. Ynez traces her finger down the page. 27 entries, 27 payouts, spanning 15 years. The last one is dated 3 months before her grandmother's death. She turns the page and stops. A name, written in full, not in code. Eduardo Melgar, the man who delivered her grandmother's funeral terms, the man who handed her the marriage contract, the man who has handled Almava legal affairs for 30 years. Ynez's hand goes still. Kallias glances at her. Ynez, she does not answer. The notebook says Eduardo Melgar received quarterly payments, starting the same year the Santa Clara sank, and stopping the same month her grandmother died. The car hums through the dark. Ynez stares at the name. The man who delivered her to Kallias. The man her grandmother trusted with everything. The man who may have known all of it. The notebook slips from her fingers. Kallias' voice again, sharper now. Ynez, what did you find? She looks at the name, at the dates, at the years of payments, and she does not know if Eduardo Melgar is the architect Dahlia warned her about, or if he is another layer of rot. The car turns onto the coast road. The harbor lights fall away behind them, and Ynez holds the truth in her hands and cannot speak it yet. Chapter 51. They drive in silence. The coast road unspools beyond the windshield, dark water on one side, dark hills on the other. Kallias keeps both hands on the wheel, his split knuckles still seeping through the scarf Ynez pressed against it. The blood has dried brown at the edges. Ruiz sits in the back, motionless. The notebook lies open on Ynez's lap. Eduardo Melgar. The name stares up at her, ink on paper, impossible to unsee. Quarterly payments, 27 entries, 15 years. Starting the year the Santa Clara sank, stopping the month her grandmother died. The same man who handed her the marriage contract at the funeral. The same man who stood in her grandmother's house, solemn and careful, explaining the terms of her own sale. He knew. All of it. The car climbs the hill toward the glass house. The harbor spreads below them, a carpet of lights on black water. Ynez has seen this view 100 times. Tonight it looks like a different city. Kallias pulls through the gate. The security lights sweep the driveway. He kills the engine. Silence. He turns to her. His face is hard to read in the dark, but his voice is not hard at all. Ynez. She does not answer. I need to know what you found. She closes the notebook. I need to look at this alone first. Something flickers in his eyes. Not offense, recognition. He knows she is not shutting him out. She is holding herself together by a thread, and the thread requires focus, not explanation. Studio, he says. I will bring you coffee. She nods. She gets out of the car. Ruiz does not move from the back seat. When she glances back, he is staring at his own hands like they belong to someone else. Stay, Kallias says to him. We are not done. Ruiz nods once. Ynez walks into the house. The studio is dark. She does not turn on the overhead light. She crosses to the drafting table, the one Kallias restored for her, the one that made her believe for a moment that this house might hold something other than transaction. She sets the notebook under the task lamp, pulls the chain. Yellow light spills across the coded pages. The symbols blur at first. Her eyes are tired. Her hands are still shaking from the Marina. She presses her palms flat on the table, feels the cool wood, waits for the tremor to pass. Then she looks again. The code is not random. She has seen these symbols before. Lines, dots, angled marks, a crosshatch next to a number, yard inventory notation. Her grandmother's system. She used it in the old ledgers, the ones Ynez studied as a girl, learning how to read the life of a ship through handwritten records. A marking for steel plate thickness, a marking for weld integrity, a marking for cargo weight distribution. This is the same language, applied to money, applied to people. Ynez traces her finger down the first column. The symbols resolve. Entry 1, 1987, Q4, recipient initial EM, amount coded in ship tonnage shorthand. Entry 2, 1988, Q1, EM, same amount. She translates the crosshatch. It means confidential transfer, no paper. The angled mark following each date means approved at source. Her grandmother approved every payment, all 15 years. Ynez sits back, the chair creaks. The truth is not what she expected. She came here expecting to find her grandmother's complicity, and she found it. But she also found something else, a record, not a hiding of the truth, a preservation of it. The notebook is not a confession, it is a map. She turns to the last page, the final entry, 3 months before Marina Almava died. Same recipient, same amount, but the crosshatch is different here. 2 lines instead of 1, double confirmed, and beneath it, a symbol Ynez does not recognize, a square with a dot in the center. She stares at it. The square could mean a building, a room, a container. The dot could mean something inside it, something hidden. She flips back through the earlier pages, looking for the same symbol, finds it 4 times, 3 times in the first year. Once in 1992, the year the payments shifted to the cleaner account. She runs her finger along the margin beside the 1992 entry. A word is written there, in her grandmother's hand, not in code. Brigid. Ynez's blood goes cold. Saint Brigid, the charter board, the chapel beneath the old Harbor Authority building. Not the boardroom where the hearings happen. The chapel, the one that predates the modern port, the one sealed off during the 1972 renovations, the one Sabine mentioned once in passing. A room full of old records no one has touched in decades. Her grandmother left a marker there, a lockbox. The door opens. Kallias stands in the doorway, a cup of coffee in each hand. His knuckle has been wrapped, white gauze against his skin. He does not ask. He sets the coffee on the edge of the desk and waits. Ynez looks at him. "Saint Brigid," she says. "There is a lockbox in the old chapel. My grandmother put it there." He absorbs it. "Containing what?" "I do not know, but she coded it the same way she coded yard inventory. She wanted it found. By you. By someone who could read her language." Kallias looks at the notebook, then at her. "Then we go." Ynez shakes her head. "Not yet. The chapel is sealed. Sabine said no one has opened it in 30 years. We need access, and we need it without the board knowing." Kallias's jaw tightens. "Cosima, after what she did to you, after what I found about her family." Ynez holds up the donor list from Ruiz. She does not know her own name is on this. Yet. Kallias studies her. The silence stretches. "You are asking me to trust Cosima Palono. I am asking you to let me decide who to trust." He holds her gaze, then he nods, one slow movement. "Tomorrow morning." Ynez looks down at the notebook, at the square with the dot, at the word Brigid in her grandmother's hand. The old woman who sold her into marriage, the old woman who also left her a key. Ynez closes the notebook. Her hand is steady now. "Tomorrow morning," she repeats. Chapter 52. The glass house is silent at 6:47 a.m. Ynez stands at the kitchen island with the coded notebook open, a cup of coffee cooling beside her hand. She has been awake since 4, tracing the symbols, memorizing the entries, letting the weight of what she carries settle into her bones. Kallias appears in the doorway, dressed in a dark gray shirt, sleeves rolled. His wrapped knuckle catches the morning light. "You did not sleep. Neither did you." He does not deny it. Sabine confirmed Cosima is at her house in the old quarter. She has no public appearances until noon. He pauses. "I can have the car ready in 10 minutes. Ynez closes the notebook. Alone. It is not a question. She is telling him. Kallias's jaw shifts, a muscle working beneath the skin. He holds her gaze for 3 full seconds. Then he nods. "I will be at the yards with Mateo. Call me when you are done." No argument, no protest. He trusts her. The realization lands somewhere beneath her ribs, warm and sharp at the same time. The old quarter is limestone and shadow, narrow streets where the morning sun barely reaches the cobblestones. Cosima Poloni's house is a converted carriage house at the end of a cul-de-sac, its front door painted the color of dried blood. Ynez lifts the brass knocker. The sound echoes inside. A maid opens the door, dark hair swept back, expression unreadable. She recognizes Ynez. The recognition does not soften her face. "Mrs. Renvoss, I need to speak with Cosima. She is not receiving visitors. Tell her I have the notebook." The maid hesitates. Then she steps aside. Cosima sits in a back room that opens onto a small, walled garden, morning light filtering through bougainvillea. She is dressed in a plain white blouse, no jewelry, her silver-black hair loose instead of its usual precise bob. She looks smaller than Ynez remembers, older. There is a coffee cup on the table beside her, half empty, a letter opener beside it, a stack of mail unopened. She does not stand. "You have 15 minutes, and I am giving you those because Sabine Katuri called me at 6:15 and asked me to listen before I refused." Ynez sits in the chair across from her. She places the notebook on the table between them. Cosima looks at it. Her face does not change. "What is that?" "My grandmother's coded ledger. It maps every payment she made to Edardo Melgar for 15 years. It also contains a reference to a lockbox she placed in the sealed Saint Brigid Chapel beneath the old Harbor Authority building." Cosima goes still, the kind of stillness that is not calm. She reaches for the notebook, opens it, studies the symbols. Her fingers trace the margin where the word Brigid appears in Martina's handwriting. She looks up. "You expect me to believe your grandmother left a lockbox in a room that has been sealed for 30 years? I expect you to recognize her handwriting." Cosima's jaw tightens. She turns another page, then another. She stops at the 1992 entry, the square with the dot, the word Brigid beside it. "Your grandmother had access to Saint Brigid before it was sealed. She served on the building committee for the 1972 renovations. She knew every room, every corridor, every alcove." Nina holds still. "You knew her?" "Everyone knew Marina Almava. She made sure of it." Cosima closes the notebook. "I did not know she left something behind." "Now you do." Cosima's eyes lift. "What do you want, Una?" "Access. The chapel is sealed. You are on the board. You can get me in without a public record." "And if I refuse?" "Then I go to the press and tell them your family name appears on the donor list that funded Joaquin Alabetra's unseaworthy ship operation for 5 years. Cosima's face does not change, but her hand moves, a fraction, a muscle twitch at the edge of her jaw. "You are bluffing." Ynez pulls the donor list from her coat pocket, slides it across the table. Cosima reads. Her eyes move down the column of names. Stop at Polone. She stares at it for a long time. Then she sets the paper down and looks at Ynez with something that is not anger, something closer to exhaustion. "You came here to blackmail me." "I came here because there is a lockbox in a sealed room that contains the truth about what happened to the Santa Clara, and I believe you want the truth as much as I do." Cosima laughs. It is a dry sound, no humor in it. "I have spent 4 years trying to expose what your family buried. You think I would help you open a door that might exonerate them?" "I think you would help me open a door that might prove your own family paid to keep those ships sailing." The silence stretches. A bird galls from the garden. Water drips somewhere. Cosima looks down at her hands. "I knew," she says quietly. "I knew about the payments before you showed me that list. I found the records 3 years ago. I did nothing with them." Ynez waits. "Because my father was dying. Because my mother begged me to let the past stay buried. Because I told myself that exposing the cover-up was enough, that I did not need to name my own blood to make the truth stick." She looks up. "I was wrong." Ynez does not speak. Cosima leans back in her chair. "The sealed chapel. You are right that it can be opened. I have the key. I have always had the key." She pauses. "But there is a reason no one has opened it in 30 years. The last person who tried to enter that room was a junior harbor records clerk in 1994. He was found dead in his apartment 3 days later. Heart failure, 29 years old." Ynez's chest goes cold. Who blocked access? Cosima meets her eyes. Someone on the board. I do not know who. I only know that every time I tried to open an inquiry into the sealed rooms, the motion was tabled. Every time I pushed for an inventory of stored records, the file was lost. There is someone inside Saint Brigid who does not want that door opened. She holds Ynez's gaze. And if your grandmother left something in that room, she left it knowing that opening it would wake that person up. Ynez feels the weight of the notebook in her hands, feels the square with the dot burning behind her eyes. Then we do it quietly, she says, before they know we are coming. Cosima studies her. You are willing to walk into a room someone has killed to keep sealed. I am willing to walk into a room my grandmother left a key for. Cosima is silent for a long moment. Then she stands, walks to a cabinet near the garden door, and pulls out a small brass key on a leather cord. She holds it out. Ynez takes it. The metal is warm. The chapel entrance is through the old Harbor Authority maintenance tunnels. There is a door marked with a cross of Saint Brigid. The key will open it. If the lock has been changed, I do not know. Ynez closes her fingers around the key. When can you go? Now, Cosima says, before I change my mind. Ynez walks out of the carriage house with the key pressed into her palm. The morning sun is higher now, cutting between the limestone walls, painting the cobblestones in gold and shadow. She pulls out her phone. I have the key. I am going in. 3 dots appear. Then Kallias' reply. I am on my way. She looks at the screen. Then she turns toward the harbor. She is halfway down the street when her phone vibrates again. Not Kallias. An unknown number. A single line. You should not have taken that key. Ynez stops. The street is empty. The windows above her are dark. She turns slowly, scanning the rooftops, the balconies, the slivers of shadow between buildings. Nothing moves. She looks at the message again. Then she types, Who is this? The reply comes instantly. The person who has been watching you sleep. Chapter 53. The phone is still in her hand when a car rounds the corner. Dark sedan, tinted windows. Ynez steps back against the wall, fingers closing around the key until the teeth bite into her palm. The sedan slows, passes, continues down the narrow street. She lets out a breath she did not know she was holding and types a reply to the unknown number. You do not know what I have taken. No answer comes. She walks faster. The harbor opens ahead of her, salt wind lifting the loose strands of hair from her braid. The old Harbor Authority building squats at the edge of the pier, limestone weathered to the color of bone, its upper floors converted to charter board offices while the lower levels remain sealed, forgotten, waiting. Kallias is already there. He stands by the iron gate to the maintenance tunnel, phone in hand, gray-green eyes scanning the street. His knuckles are still wrapped in fresh bandages from the Marina fight. You got the message. Not a question. She holds up the key on its leather cord. I got more than that. She tells him about the text as they descend the maintenance tunnel stairs. The watcher who has been inside the glass house, the threat that arrived before she reached the chapel. Kallias stops mid-step. Someone has been inside the house. While we were sleeping. His jaw tightens. He pulls out his phone, types quickly, pockets it again. Sabine is rerouting the security footage. I will have answers by tonight. They keep moving. The tunnel smells of wet stone and rust and something older, the sealed breath of decades no one has disturbed. Corroded pipes line the ceiling. A single bulb burns at the far end, casting shadows that stretch and contract with each step. Cosima is waiting at the chapel door. She stands with her back to them, silver-black bob sharp against the dim light, hands clasped at her waist. The anchor signet ring catches the bulb's glow. You are late. Ynez does not answer. She holds up the key. Cosima nods once and steps aside. The door is plain, unmarked except for a small cross of Saint Brigid carved into the stone lintel above the frame. The carving is worn, nearly invisible, the kind of detail meant to be noticed only by those who already know where to look. Ynez inserts the key. It turns without resistance. The lock mechanism clicks with the sound of something that has not moved in a very long time. She pushes the door open. The air that escapes is dry and cold, the sealed atmosphere of a room that has been holding its breath for decades. The chapel is not large. It is a square chamber with a low vaulted ceiling, stone walls stained with salt seepage, a single small window set high in the east wall that lets in a sliver of gray afternoon light. The room has been stripped of religious furniture. No altar, no pews, no icons, just shelves. Metal shelving units line 3 walls, each loaded with archival boxes, ledgers, and ring binders. Dust coats everything in a fine gray film. The air tastes of old paper and silence. Cosima stops at the threshold. I have never been inside this room. Kallias steps past her, runs a finger along the nearest shelf, examines the dust. These records predate the charter board. They are Harbor Authority files from before the building was consolidated. He pulls a binder from the shelf, flips through it. Import Manifests, 1963. Ynez moves deeper into the room. Her eyes search for the symbol. The mug her grandmother left as a map for someone who could read her language. She finds it on the 3rd shelf from the bottom, carved into the metal frame with what looks like the tip of a knife. She kneels. The shelf holds a single box. No label, no date. Just the gray archival cardboard, sealed with tape that has yellowed and curled at the edges. She pulls it out. The box is lighter than she expected. She sets it on the stone floor and looks at Kallias. His face is unreadable, but his hand moves to her shoulder, a touch that says, I am here. Open it. She breaks the tape. Inside, a single ledger, identical in size and binding to the one Ruiz retrieved from the boat, and beneath the ledger, a sealed envelope. The envelope is marked with a name, Marguerite Ynez Almava, Ynez's mother's maiden name. Her hands go still. This is my mother's packet. Cosima steps closer. Your grandmother left it. Ynez picks up the envelope. It is not thick, a few pages, perhaps. The seal is intact, a red wax circle stamped with the Almava crest. She does not open it yet. She sets it aside and opens the ledger. The first page is dated 1985. The handwriting is her grandmother's, the same sharp vertical strokes Ynez learned to read as a girl in the shipyard offices. But these entries are different. They are not inventory codes. They are confessions. 1985, September. Almava instructed me to certify the Mar de Fondo for full cargo despite the hull fractures. Said the insurance would cover any loss. Said the crew knew the risks. 1986, January. I signed the falsified inspection report for the Estrella del Sur. I knew the stress tolerances were exceeded. I signed anyway. 1986, November. The Estrella del Sur went down off the Cape. 38 men. I received a payment from Almavetra's account the next week. I deposited it in the yard reserve. I told myself the money would save jobs. Ynez's vision blurs. She turns the page. 1987, March. The Santa Clara is scheduled. Almavetra wants the same arrangement. I told him no. He said I had no choice, that I was already responsible for the Estrella del Sur, that refusing would expose everything I had helped bury. 1987, April. I went to Marguerite, my daughter. I told her what I had done. She wept. She asked me how many men had died for my silence. 1987, May. Marguerite told me she was going to the Port Authority. She said she would rather see the yard burn than let another ship sail unsafe. I begged her to wait. She refused. 1987, June. The Santa Clara sailed. I did not stop it. I did not warn the crew. I watched from my office window as it cleared the breakwater. 1987, June. 3 days later. The Santa Clara is gone. All hands. Ynez stops reading. Her hand is shaking. She knew, Ynez whispers. She knew the Santa Clara was unsafe. She let it sail anyway. Kallias' hand tightens on her shoulder. Cosima is very still. There is more, he says quietly. Ynez turns the next page. The handwriting changes, looser, unsteady. 1991. Marguerite has not spoken to me in 4 years. She visits the yard once a month to sign her name and leave. She will not meet my eyes. I have lost my daughter, and there is no recompense that will bring the dead back or return the living to me. 1992. I am old. I am tired. I have kept Almavetra's records for years, telling myself I would use them when the time was right. but the time is never right. The men who profit will always find a way to bury the truth. I am one of them. 1992, November. I placed a lockbox in the sealed chapel. I do not know who will find it. I do not know if anyone will. But if someone is reading this, you are the person I left the map for. You are the one who can end what I began. The final entry is dated the week before her grandmother's death. I am dying. I will tell no one where the box is. I will let the secret die with me unless someone who matters comes looking. Ynez, if you are reading this, I am sorry. I was too afraid to tell you while I was alive. I wanted you to inherit the yard, not the guilt. But the guilt is yours anyway. It is part of the name I gave you. There is one more thing, a truth I buried deeper than the rest. Marguerite did not go to the Port Authority. She went to Almava. She offered herself in my place. She said she would take the blame, that she would disappear, that she would never speak of what she knew if he let me live long enough to see Ynez grown. He agreed, and she kept her word. She kept it so well that she never came home. Ynez looks up. Cosima's face is pale. Your mother took the fall, Cosima says. She traded her freedom for your grandmother's life. Ynez cannot speak. She looks down at the envelope bearing her mother's name. The wax seal is still intact. She breaks it with her thumb. Inside, a single sheet of paper, folded once, a handwritten letter, and a photograph. The photograph shows a woman Ynez barely recognizes. Young, dark hair falling loose, standing beside a man in a dark suit on a dock. The man is Joaquin Almava. The woman is Ynez's mother. And across the back of the photograph, in Almava's hand, Marguerite Ynez Almava. She chose silence over the grave. I chose to let her live. Ynez reads the letter. Her face changes. Kallias sees it happen, the color draining, the stillness taking hold. Ynez? She does not answer. She holds the letter out to him. He takes it, reads it. His jaw tightens. The letter is dated 3 months before Ynez's mother died. It is addressed to Ynez, and it begins. My darling daughter, if you are reading this, I am already gone, but I need you to know the truth before you decide whether to hate me. I did not take the blame to save your grandmother. I took the blame to save you. Chapter 54. The letter shakes in her hands. The paper is thin, aged to the color of old bone, the ink faded but legible. Her mother's handwriting. Looped, hurried, the press of the pen deep in places where emotion overtook control. My darling daughter, if you are reading this, I am already gone. But I need you to know the truth before you decide whether to hate me. I did not take the blame to save your grandmother. I took the blame to save you. Ynez reads the line again. Her vision blurs at the edges. I discovered what your grandmother had done in 1985, 2 years before the Santa Clara. I found the falsified inspection reports for the Estrella del Sur in her private cabinet. 38 men dead, and she had certified the hull knowing the stress fractures were there. I went to your father first. I told him we had to go to the authorities, that the yard could not be built on buried bodies. He agreed. He said he would handle it. He did not handle it. He went to your grandfather. They made a decision together. They decided that the Almava name mattered more than the truth, that I was a woman who did not understand how business worked, that I would be grateful for the life they gave me and learn to keep quiet. I did not keep quiet. I went to the Port Authority myself in 1986. I brought copies of the reports. I waited in the reception hall for 3 hours before a clerk told me the files had been sealed by board order and I should go home to my husband. Your father found out. He was furious, not because I had tried to expose the truth, but because I had embarrassed him in front of the men who mattered. He told me that if I tried again, he would have me declared unfit, that he would take you from me, that I would never see you grow up. I believed him, so I stopped fighting. I signed the papers they put in front of me. I smiled at the harbor dinners. I watched your grandmother certify another ship, and I said nothing. And then the Santa Clara sailed, and then the Santa Clara sank. I do not sleep anymore, Ynez. I cannot close my eyes without seeing the water take them. But I can do one thing. I can make sure you are not destroyed by the name they gave you. I am going to Alevrija. I am going to offer him a deal. I will take the blame for everything. I will disappear. I will never speak of what I know. In exchange, he will let your grandmother live long enough to see you grown, and he will leave you out of the ledger. He will agree. He is a practical man, and when he does, I need you to remember one thing. I am not doing this for the Almava name. I am doing it for you, because you are the only good thing I ever made, and I will not let them bury you in the same grave they dug for themselves. If you are reading this, you have found the box. You have found the truth. What you do with it is your choice. But know this, you are not them. You never were. I love you. I have always loved you. I loved you more than I hated them, and that is how I survived. Your mother, Marguerite Ynez, hands lower. The chapel is silent. Kallias is watching her. His face is stripped of all control, raw in a way she has never seen. Ynez, he says. She shakes her head. She cannot speak yet. She looks down at the box. There is more inside. A smaller envelope, unsealed. She pulls it out. More correspondence. Letters between her mother and her father, dated 1986. She reads the first one. Marguerite, I have spoken to the board. The matter is closed. If you raise it again, I will have no choice but to pursue legal separation and full custody of Ynez. I am trying to protect our family. I need you to understand that. Jorge, her father's handwriting. Clinical. Control. A man who believed he could bury anything with enough paper. She reads the next. Jorge, there are 38 dead men on the floor of the harbor. Their families do not know why the ship sank. You are not protecting our family. You are protecting your father's reputation and your access to the charter board's capital. Do not pretend otherwise. Marguerite. She turns the page. Her father's reply, shorter this time. Marguerite, I am warning you one last time. Drop this, or I will make sure you never see her again. Jorge P.S. Your mother's medical file has been flagged. If anything happens to her, the inquiry will begin with you. Ynez stops. Her father threatened her mother with her own grandmother's life. She puts the letters down carefully, as if they might burn her. There is one more piece of paper at the bottom of the box, folded once. No signature. She unfolds it. To whoever finds this. There was a witness to the Santa Clara cargo loading, a dock foreman named Elias Peralta. He saw the holds being filled past tolerance. He saw the Almava superintendent wave the inspection through. He tried to report it to the harbor master. He was paid to disappear. The payment came from an account controlled by Sylvia Virgil. She was Dahlia's mother. She was also your grandfather's mistress. The bloodline fracture runs through both sides of your family. There is no clean hand in this story. Not one. The note is unsigned. Ynez stares at the words until they blur. Dahlia's mother. Her grandfather's mistress. A paid witness. A conspiracy that reaches from the Almava boardroom through the Virgil family and into the very marrow of her bloodline. Cosima speaks from the doorway. Her voice is low, stripped of its usual edge. What does it say? Ynez cannot answer. She holds the note out. Cosima takes it, reads it. Her face goes gray. Sylvia Virgil, Cosima says. I knew her. She worked in the harbor master's annex. She died 3 years after the Santa Clara. Official cause was pneumonia. Ynez looks up. Was it? Cosima's silence is answer enough. Kallias steps forward. He takes the note from Cosima, reads it, and his jaw hardens into granite. Sylvia Virgil was Dahlia's mother, he says, and your grandfather's mistress. That means Dahlia's claim on the Almava inheritance is not just a half-sister's grievance. Ynez feels the ground shift beneath her feet. It means Dahlia has a legal claim, she whispers, through her mother's connection to my grandfather, through the payments, through the witness she helped bury. Kallias nods slowly. And if Dahlia knows she has that claim, he says, then she has not been feeding evidence to the press for justice. Cosima finishes the thought. She has been feeding evidence to clear the way for her own inheritance. Ynez looks down at the box, at her mother's letter, at the stack of correspondence that proves her father and grandfather chose silence over truth, at the unsigned note that ties Dahlia's mother to the cover-up. The bloodline fracture runs through both sides. There is no clean hand, not one. She looks up at Kallias. Dahlia is not an informant, she says. Dahlia is a claimant, and she has been playing us all along. The chapel feels smaller now. The shelves of old records press in from every side. The dust she disturbed when she opened the box still hangs in the shaft of light from the maintenance tunnel. Her phone vibrates. She pulls it out. A text from an unknown number. You found the note. Now find the witness. Elias Peralta is still alive. He has been waiting 30 years to tell the truth. Come alone. Chapter 55. Ynez does not decide to find Dahlia. She moves. The chapel door swings shut behind her, the brass key still warm in her palm. Kallias catches up at the maintenance tunnel entrance, his footsteps sharp on concrete. Where are you going? To find her? Ynez. She stops, turns. The overhead light catches the lines around his eyes, the exhaustion he is too controlled to show. Dahlia has been playing us since she walked into that bars. Ynez. She knew about Sylvia. She knew about the payments. She knew her mother was paid to bury Elias Peralta, and she let me believe she was just a half-sister with a grievance. Then let me call Sabine. We bring her in properly. She will not come if we bring an army. Kallias holds her gaze. His hand moves to his phone. Then I drive you. No arguments. She wants to say she needs to do this alone. The text told her to come alone, but the text also told her to find Elias Peralta, and she is not going to walk into another trap with sealed lips. Yes, she says. They find Dahlia in a motel room off the coastal highway, 30 minutes south of Puerto Calais, a place with peeling stucco and a neon sign missing 3 letters. The door opens a crack before Ynez knocks, Dahlia's face emerging through the gap, sharp, wary, unsurprised. I wondered when you would figure it out, Dahlia says. She opens the door wider, sees Kallias behind Ynez. Her mouth tightens, but she steps back. The room smells of stale coffee and sea salt. A laptop sits open on the bed. Papers cover the nightstand. Dahlia wears the same leather jacket from the bars, like she has not taken it off in days. Ynez drops the unsigned note onto the bed between them. Your mother, Sylvia Virgil. She controlled the account that paid Elias Peralta to disappear. She was our grandfather's mistress, and she died 3 years after the Santa Clara, officially of pneumonia. Dahlia does not pick up the note. She looks at it, then up at Ynez. You found that in the chapel. You knew. I knew my mother died because she knew too much. Dahlia's voice is flat, not cold, hollow. I did not know about the account until I pulled the harbor master's old disbursement logs 6 months ago. But I knew she was afraid. She spent her last years afraid. And when she died, no one asked questions because she was just a mistress who worked in the annex. Ynez feels the floor tilt beneath her. You kept this from me. I kept what I needed to survive. Dahlia's jaw tightens. You grew up in the big house with the drafting table and the private dock and the Almava name. I grew up in a 2-room apartment above a bakery, watching my mother flatten herself into silence so your grandfather's wife would not demand her job be terminated. So do not walk in here with your chapel discoveries and expect me to kneel for absolution. Ynez steps closer. I am not asking for absolution. I am asking why you pretended to be an informant when you were clearing a path for your own inheritance. Dahlia laughs. It is a dry, splintered sound. You think I want Almava money? I think you want something. I want to not be killed. Dahlia holds Ynez's eyes. I want the people who killed my mother to know that someone remembers. I want to walk down a street without checking every rearview mirror. I want to stop being a loose end that someone is still trying to tie off. The room goes silent. Kallias speaks from the door. Who is hunting you? Dahlia looks at him. For a moment her composure cracks and Ynez sees the exhaustion she has been hiding. The same exhaustion that hollows out her own face in the glass house mirrors. The same people who have been hunting your wife, Dahlia says. Alavidra's network, the Board families, the men who sent the armed retrieval team to the Marina. They know I have the original survivor affidavit from the Santa Clara. They know I have not surrendered it, and they know that once I do, the names on it cannot be buried again. Ynez's breath catches. You have the affidavit. I have always had it. Dahlia reaches under the mattress, pulls out a sealed plastic sleeve holding yellowed paper. The survivor who wrote this was my mother's cousin. He gave it to her the night before he left Puerto Calais. She kept it hidden until she died. I have been keeping it since. She holds it out. I will give it to you on one condition. Ynez waits. Protection, Dahlia says. Real protection. Not a motel room with a flimsy lock. I want a secured property with guards who report to someone I trust. I want a new identity file ready to activate the moment I need it. I want to walk away from Kallias alive and invisible. Kallias moves to stand beside Ynez. You have my word. Your word is worth less than a paper contract if the board decides to cut you loose. Dahlia's eyes do not leave his. I want it in writing, signed, with Sabine Kateri as witness. Ynez looks at her husband. His jaw is set. He does not hesitate. Done. Dahlia holds the affidavit out for a long moment. Then she places it in Ynez's hands. Read it, she says, and then burn the copy I gave you. The original goes into evidence the moment I am safe, not before. Ynez pulls the plastic sleeve open. The paper inside is brittle, the handwriting cramped and uneven, written by a man who was still shaking when he set it to paper. She reads the first line. My name is Elias Peralta. I worked the Santa Clara's cargo load on the night of June 14, 1987. I saw what they put in the holds. The next word is scratched out so hard the pen tore through. Below it, a new sentence begins. I saw who ordered it. Ynez looks up. The room feels like it has stopped breathing. Her phone vibrates against her ribs. She pulls it out. The same unknown number. You were supposed to come alone. Your husband just cost you your witness. The light in the motel room flickers. The neon sign outside buzzes once and dies. And in the silence that follows, Ynez goes times into the house. Ynez hears footsteps on the gravel outside the door. Chapter 56. The footsteps stop. Ynez's hand closes around the affidavit. The paper is brittle against her palm, old blood and older salt held in the fibers. She does not look at the door. She looks at Kallias. He is already moving. He crosses the room in 3 strides and puts himself between the door and the women. His voice is low, controlled, the voice he uses when a deal is breaking and he needs seconds to decide the next move. Back wall, both of you, stay low. Dahlia is already there. She has a knife in her hand, a short blade she pulls from under the mattress, and Ynez does not ask where she learned to keep it. The motel room has one window, a rusted casement above the sink, and one door with a chain lock that would hold against a child. The gravel outside shifts again. A knock. 3 beats. Deliberate. The knock of someone who knows exactly where to stand. Señorita Vergil, a man's voice. Unhurried. We are not here for trouble. We are here to offer you a better arrangement than the one you just made. Dahlia's knife hand does not tremble. I am not interested in your arrangement. You have not heard the terms. I know your terms. Dahlia's voice is flat. I have been running from your terms for 6 months. Silence. Then the voice again, softer now. Then you know we will keep coming. Kallias pulls out his phone, types one-handed. Ynez sees the screen, a single word sent to Sabine Kateri. Now. The man outside speaks again. The affidavit does not leave this room unless we say so. You can walk out with us unharmed, and we will discuss a fair exchange. Or we can wait. We have time. Do you? Ynez looks at the door, the chain lock, the thin wood. She looks at the affidavit in her hands. Then she hears it. An engine, low and approaching fast, tires on gravel. The voice outside goes quiet. A car door opens. Another. Then Sabine Kateri's voice, calm and precise, cutting through the coastal dark. Step away from the door. This property is under Renvoss maritime security jurisdiction. You are not authorized to be here. Ynez does not hear the response, but she hears the gravel shift again, retreating this time. Then a car engine starting, pulling away. Sabine knocks. 3 beats. It is clear. Kallias opens the door. Sabine stands alone in the motel lot, her dark coat pulled tight against the wind. Behind her, a black SUV idles with its doors open. They are gone, she says, but they will not stay gone. We have maybe 30 minutes before they regroup. Kallias turns to Dahlia. We are leaving. Now, you are coming with us. Dahlia does not lower the knife. Where? A secured property. Guards reporting to Sabine. New identity file ready by morning. Edmund will object. Sabine says quietly. Edmund will object to everything from now until I fire him. Kallias' voice is iron. I do not care what he objects to. The secured property is a limestone townhouse in the old merchant district, 3 streets from the harbor but invisible from the water. Sabine has already cleared the street. 2 guards stand at the entrance, men Ynez does not recognize, but Sabine nods at them once and they step aside. Dahlia walks through the front door like she has been expecting it her whole life. She does not look around. She does not ask where her room is. She walks to the narrow staircase at the back and stops with one hand on the rail. The affidavit stays with Ynez, she says. Not in a safe, not in a lockbox, with her. If I wake up and it is gone, the deal is off. Kallias nods. Dahlia climbs the stairs without looking back. Ynez stands in the foyer, the yellowed paper still pressed against her chest. The townhouse is cold, clean. It smells of wax and salt and the particular stillness of a space that has been waiting for someone who never comes. Kallias takes her elbow. You should read the rest of it. I know, but not tonight. She looks at him. His face is drawn, the line of his jaw tight with exhaustion he will not admit. Tonight, he says, you sleep. I will take first watch. Ynez wants to argue. She wants to tell him she cannot sleep while Dahlia is 3 rooms away and the men who came to the motel are somewhere in the city, regrouping, planning their next approach. But her body does not wait for permission. The adrenaline drains, and the weight of the night settles into her bones. She lets him lead her to a room on the 2nd floor. She does not remember closing her eyes. She wakes to shouting. It is not loud. It is controlled, the sharp edge of a voice trying to stay professional. Sabine's voice. Ynez on her feet before she is fully awake. The affidavit is still in her hand. She slept with it pressed against her ribs. She shoves it into her coat pocket and moves to the door. The hallway is empty. She descends the stairs. Sabine is standing in the foyer, phone pressed to her ear. Her face is pale. The front door is open, and through it Ynez can see the coastal dawn, gray and cold, and one of the guards sitting on the step with his head in his hands. Kallias comes in from the back of the house. His shirt is untucked. His eyes find Ynez immediately. Dahlia's room is empty. The words do not land at first. Ynez repeats them in her head, shapes them into meaning. Empty how? Window open. Guard unconscious in the garden. She is gone. Ynez's hand goes to her coat pocket. The affidavit is still there, but Dahlia who had the key to the names. Dahlia who knew the chain from Alavetra to the Virgil account. Dahlia who was the only living witness who could confirm the affidavit in court. Dahlia is gone. Sabine lowers the phone. Her voice is flat. The guard says he did not see anyone enter or leave. He was struck from behind. He does not know who hit him. Kallias stands very still. Ynez looks past him, through the open back door, to the garden where the window hangs open and the salt wind blows in off the harbor. The sea wind is empty. Dahlia is gone. And the question is not who took her. The question is whether she went willingly. Chapter 57. Dawn comes gray over the merchant district, the light thin and cold through the townhouse windows. Ynez stands in the foyer with the affidavit still inside her coat. She has not put it down since she woke. The paper feels heavier than it should, as if the ink has weight. Sabine is on the phone again, voice low and clipped. She ends the call and turns. Last ping from Dahlia's phone was 30 minutes ago. Coastal Highway North, then a turn onto the old seawall access road. Kallias is already reaching for his keys. The seawall does not go anywhere. It ends at the collapsed pier. The maintenance tunnels do not end, Sabine says. They run under the wall and connect to the old customs house basement. Smugglers used them for decades. Ynez remembers the map in her grandmother's notebook. Square with dot symbols. 4 of them. One was the chapel. One was the basement. She has not decoded the other 2. She is running toward the tunnels because she knows someone is inside the security cordon, Ynez says. Kallias stops with his hand on the door. You do not know that. She knocked a guard unconscious and climbed out a window. She did not run toward the highway. She ran toward the one place a tracker cannot follow. Ynez meets his eyes. She does not trust your people. Something flickers across his face. Hurt, denial, then acceptance. Then we go without them. They take his car, a black sedan with tinted windows and no tracker visible, but Kallias drives with his phone face down on the console and his eyes on the rearview mirror. The coastal highway is empty at this hour. Sea mist clings to the asphalt, and the salt air seeps through the vents. Ynez holds the edges of the affidavit in her coat pocket and counts the turns. The seawall appears as a dark line against the sky, a concrete spine, cracked and stained, running parallel to the shore where the old pier rotted and collapsed 30 years ago. No one maintains it. No one patrols it. It is a dead zone between the city and the water. Kallias pulls off the road onto gravel. The car stops beside a rusted barrier and they get out. The access road ends at a gap in the concrete where a gate used to hang. Beyond it, the seawall stretches north, pitted with erosion and spray. And at the base of the wall, where the concrete meets the tide-worn rock, a dark opening. A maintenance tunnel, its entrance half hidden by a slab of collapsed wall. She went in there, Ynez says. Kallias pulls a flashlight from the trunk. Stay behind me. The tunnel mouth swallows them. The air changes instantly. Cool, damp, thick with the smell of seawater and rust and something organic, rotting kelp or rodent nests. The floor is slick underfoot. Ynez's boots slip on the grit. She keeps one hand on the wall, feeling the rough concrete scrape her palm. The beam from Kallias' flashlight cuts a narrow path through the dark. 20 meters in, the tunnel splits. Left continues straight, rubble piled at the far end. Right curves downward into a deeper darkness, and the air grows colder. Which way? Kallias asks. Ynez closes her eyes. She thinks of the square with dot symbols. The chapel was underground. The basement was underground. The seawall tunnels connect to the old customs house. The customs house basement holds something. Right. They descend. The tunnel curves twice, then opens into a wider chamber, an old loading bay built for cargo transfer when the seawall was still active. Rusted iron rings line the walls. The floor is cracked, and water pools in the low spots. And in the far corner, pressed against the wall with a broken pipe clutched in both hands, is Dahlia. She looks up when the light hits her. Her face is pale, her hair plastered with sweat and sea spray. Her eyes are wide, but she does not drop the pipe. You came, she says. Her voice cracks. You actually came. Ynez did not drop the pipe. Who hit the guard? Dahlia's grip on the pipe does not loosen. One of your husband's men. Kallias is very still. Which one? I do not know his name. Tall, dark hair. He was not at the towel house when we arrived. He came later, after the shift change. Dahlia's voice shakes but stays steady. He said Sabine sent him to check the perimeter. I believed him. He asked to see the affidavit. And you gave it to him? No. Dahlia's eyes flash. I hid it under the mattress before I opened the door. He searched the room. When he did not find it, he told me to call Ynez and tell her to bring the affidavit to the seawall. He said if I did not cooperate, he would make sure I never saw the inside of a courtroom. Ynez's stomach tightens. You called him? I hit him with the lamp. Dahlia's laugh is bitter. He went down. I went out the window. I ran until I could not breathe. Then I kept running. She lowers the pipe. Her hands are shaking now. I do not know who sent him, but he knew the password protocol. He knew the shift schedule. He knew my room. She looks at Kallias. Your security is compromised. Not at the edges, at the center. Kallias stands in the beam of his own flashlight, face unreadable. The silence stretches. Then he says, We need to move. Where? Dahlia asks. Somewhere your phone ping did not lead them. He pulls out his own phone. For a moment he stares at the screen. Then he turns it off entirely. No calls, no texts, no digital trail until we know who else knows the password protocol. Dahlia nods slowly. She hands the pipe to Ynez. You carry this. I have the affidavit. Ynez takes the pipe. The metal is cold and wet. They move back through the tunnel in silence. Kallias leads, Dahlia in the middle, Ynez at the rear. The pipe feels absurd in her hand, a weapon from another century, but she does not drop it. They emerge into the gray dawn. The car is still there. The road is still empty. But as they cross the gravel toward the sedan, Ynez sees something that makes her stop. A single set of footprints in the damp gravel, leading from the car toward the tunnel entrance. Fresh, unmistakable. Someone was here while they were inside. Someone went into the tunnel before them and did not come out. Ynez turns to look back at the black mouth of the maintenance tunnel. The dark waits, and somewhere inside it, someone else is listening. Chapter 58. The gravel crunches under Ynez's boots as she turns from the tunnel mouth. The footprints are clear in the damp ground. Fresh. Someone went in while they were inside. Kallias follows her gaze. His jaw tightens. We need to move. Now. He steers Dahlia toward the sedan. Ynez follows, the broken pipe still in her hand. She drops it into the trunk before she gets in. The metal clangs against the empty floor. Kallias drives without headlights for the first kilometer, navigating by memory and the pale dawn filter. The road hugs the seawall, then curves inland through warehouse district streets. Empty. Silent. The city is not yet awake to the fact that 3 women and a disgraced billionaire are running through its underbelly. Dahlia sits in the back, knees pulled up, arms wrapped around her shins. She does not speak. Ynez watches the side mirror. No headlights behind them. Kallias takes 3 turns, then pulls into an underground parking structure beneath a commercial building. The sign above the entrance reads, Porta Kallias Cold Storage, authorized vehicles only. He has a card for the gate. Sabine's secondary office, he says. She keeps a terminal here for backup security routing. The elevator takes them to a mezzanine level. Sabine is already there, standing at a metal desk with 3 monitors arranged in a crescent. Her dark hair is loose, falling past her shoulders. Ynez has never seen it down. It makes Sabine look younger, more tired. You found her, Sabine says. Dahlia hit the mole with a lamp and climbed out a window, Ynez says. The mole used your name. Sabine's face does not change, but her hand stops moving over the keyboard. Tall, dark hair, knew the password protocol and the shift schedule, Dahlia says from behind Ynez. He said you sent to check the perimeter. I did not send anyone to check the perimeter. Sabine's voice is flat, clinical. I was at the East Tower from 2200 until Kallias called me. There are time-stamped security logs. I have already pulled them. She turns to the monitors. A list of names scrolls across the center screen. I have been running the guard roster against contractor access logs since you went into the tunnels. She points at a highlighted name. Marco Villanueva, contracted through Portside Protection Services, started 4 weeks ago. His file lists a previous employer in Santa Clara Province. The name sinks into Ynez's chest like cold water. Portside Protection, Sabine continues, is a subsidiary of Valdera Security Holdings. Valdera Capital is one of the 3 board families who funded Alavedra's operation. Kallias steps closer to the screen. The same Valdera whose name appeared on the donor list Ruiz recovered. The same. Sabine pulls up a second document. I also traced the consultant payments from the South Marina retreat. The man who led the retrieval team, the one who disappeared after the shooting. His last employment record shows a retainer from a shell company registered in Valdera's portfolio. She pauses. There is more. The shell company's signatory is the current Saint Brigid Charter Board treasurer. Nina's breath catches. The treasurer. Alberto Mendez. He has served on the board for 11 years. Publicly, he is Cosima Pelloni's most reliable ally on charter discipline. Privately, his signature authorizes payments to a shell company that paid the men who came for us at the Marina. Ynez stares at the name on the screen. Alberto Mendez. She has seen him at board briefings. Silver-haired, quiet, always nodding at Cosima's statements. She never looked at him twice. How deep does it go? She asks. Sabine pulls up a third document, a list of dates and amounts, quarterly payments, spanning 8 years, ending 3 months ago. The payments stopped when Cosima filed her evidence against Almava. Mendez knew the scandal was coming. He cut the line before it could be traced back to him. Kallias is very still. Where is Ynez now? Sabine checks a fourth screen. Her face goes pale. He called an emergency press conference 15 minutes ago. It starts in 20. Ynez feels the floor drop. A press conference? About what? The Saint Brigid Charter Board's official response to the Almava investigation. Sabine reads from the screen. Ynez is expected to issue a statement on behalf of the board. He is positioned as the reformer who discovered the corruption and is cleaning house. He is going to bury the trail by pointing at us, Ynez says. He is going to make the board look clean by making Almava look like the only guilty party. Kallias is already moving toward the door. Sabine, get me everything you have on Ynez. Personal accounts, the shell company, the payment dates, every document that connects him to that retainer. There is not enough time, Sabine says. 20 minutes. The press will be live by the time we reach the chamber. Kallias stops at the door. He looks at Ynez. Then we go anyway. We walk into that press conference and tell them what Ynez has been hiding. Ynez looks at the monitors, at the name on the screen, Alberto Ynez, the man who signed for the money that sent armed men to retrieve the notebook, the man who has been sitting on the same board as Cosima, smiling at her crusade while funding the very network she is trying to expose. If we do this, she says, we are walking into a room full of cameras with nothing but accusations. We do not have the paper trail. Not yet. I know. Everything we say would be live. There is no second take. I know. She meets his eyes. The gray-green is steady, unblinking. Then let us go before he rewrites the story without us. Chapter 59. The press conference room is packed. 3 rows of cameras on tripods. Reporters shoulder to shoulder along the walls. The Saint Brigid Charter Board seal hangs behind the podium like a gavel waiting to fall. Alberto Ynez stands at the microphone, silver hair catching the broadcast lights. He wears a dark suit, a silk tie the color of harbor fog. His hands rest flat on the lectern, palms down, the posture of a man who has nothing to hide. I called you here because the board believes in transparency, he says. The Almava investigation has revealed failures that span decades, failures I am committed to addressing fully. Ynez stands at the back of the room, pressed against the wall beside Kallias. She watches Ynez's face, the calm authority, the slight furrow of concern between his brows, every gesture polished by years of boardroom performance. We have traced the original cover-up to a shell company operated by the Almava family. Ynez continues. Quarterly payments, falsified records, a coordinated effort to bury the truth about the Santa Clara disaster. He pauses, lets the weight settle. The responsible parties are deceased: Marina Almava, Jorge Almava, the grandfather who enabled the scheme. But the board will not let death be the final word. We are pursuing financial restitution from the Almava estate. We are opening our own records for independent audit. A reporter near the front raises her hand. The Almava heiress, Ynez Renvoss, was she aware of these payments? Ynez shakes his head slowly. We have found no evidence directly implicating Mrs. Renvoss, but the marriage to Kallias Renvoss raises obvious questions about whether the Almava surname was being traded for charter access while the family concealed its criminal history. Ynez feels the words land like stones. He is not accusing her. He is smearing her by association. Clean enough for the cameras, dirty enough to ruin her. He did not discover the rot, she thinks. He funded it. Kallias's hand finds her elbow. Not yet, he murmurs. Let him speak long enough to hang himself. Ynez is still talking. Board reforms, new transparency protocols, a special committee to review all charter applications with heritage requirements. Every sentence builds the same story. He is the reformer. The Almava name is the poison. The board is clean because he is cleaning it. Ynez scans the room. Cosima Polone is not here. She was supposed to be here. Sabine confirmed Cosima had been invited to the emergency press conference as a board member, but the front row is empty where Cosima should be sitting, her silver bob and anchor-shaped signet ring absent from the broadcast frame. Where is Cosima? Kallias's jaw tightens. Ynez may have kept her out, or she chose not to come. He wants her absent so she cannot correct his narrative. Ynez steps away from the wall before Kallias can stop her. She walks down the center aisle, heels clicking on the polished floor, past the camera tripods, past the reporters who turn to watch her approach. Ynez sees her. His hands tighten on the lectern. "Mrs. Renvoss, I was not aware you would be attending. I was not invited." She stops at the edge of the stage. "But I heard you were speaking about my family. I thought I should listen." A murmur ripples through the room. Cameras swing toward her. Ynez recovers quickly. "I understand this is difficult. The board has no desire to ambush anyone, but the truth must come out." The truth. Ynez lets the word hang. "You mentioned a shell company operated by the Almava family. Which shell company?" "The records show a holding entity registered in the name of the Almava estate. Quarterly payments to a harbor master's account from 1988 to 1992. "That shell company," Ynez says, "was merged into Renvoss Maritime Holdings in 2004, before Kallias Renvoss owned the company, by a VP who was following orders from the previous owner." Ynez's face flickers a fraction of a second, then smooth again. "These are complex financial trails. We are still tracing them." "You are still tracing them." Ynez reaches into her coat. "Then perhaps you can explain why the consultant payments from the South Marina retrieval team trace to a shell company registered in Valdera's portfolio." She pulls out a folded document, Sabine's printout, the payment dates, the signatory line. "Signed by you, Alberto Ynez. Quarterly payments spanning 8 years, ending 3 months ago when Cosima filed her evidence against the Almava name." The room goes silent. Cameras zoom in on the paper in her hand. Ynez's composure cracks. A flush spreads up his neck. "That document is taken out of context. Those payments were for legitimate board operations." "Then explain them," Ynez says. "Explain why your signature appears on approvals tied to witness suppression. Explain why the payments stopped the same month Cosima's evidence went public." He steps back from the lectern. "This is not the appropriate forum for—" "You called it the appropriate forum," Ynez says. "You stood here and told the public you were the reformer. You pointed at dead people and called them guilty. Now answer the question." The reporters are writing. Phones are recording. The silence is absolute. And then the door at the side of the stage opens. Cosima walks in. Her silver-black hair is perfect. Her signet ring catches the light as she takes her place beside Ynez, her chin high, her eyes fixed on Ynez. "I was told this press conference was postponed," Cosima says. "I see it was not." Ynez's face goes gray. "Cosima, I can explain." "You can explain." Cosima turns to the cameras. "Alberto Ynez has served on the Saint Brigid Charter board for 11 years. I trusted him as my ally in cleaning up the harbor's legacy. I did not know he was funding the very network I was trying to expose." She pulls a second document from her jacket. "This is the shell company registration. Alberto Ynez's signature appears on every disbursement for 8 years. I have verified it myself." The room erupts. Reporters shouting, camera shutters firing. Ynez backs away from the lectern, his face pale, his hands raised. "This is a distortion," he says. "A misreading of financial records. I demand a legal recess to review the documents before any further claims are made." He lunges for the side door, but Ynez is already blocking it. Chapter 60. Ynez's face drains as Ynez holds the door. The cameras are still rolling. Reporters are shouting over each other. He is trapped between her and the stage, with Cosima standing at the lectern holding the shell company registration like a blade. "Let me pass," Ynez says. His voice is low, shaking. "No." Ynez does not move. "You called this press conference to bury my family. You stood here and lied. You will answer for it." "Mrs. Renvoss." The police lieutenant steps forward. "We will take him into custody for questioning. Stand aside." She holds the door for 2 more seconds, long enough for every camera to capture Ynez's face, his collapsed composure, the sweat on his collar. Then she steps back and lets them take him. The room explodes. Reporters swarm the stage. Cosima stands at the lectern with her document still raised, her silver bob catching the light, her signet ring glinting like a weapon she never had to use. Ynez walks past the chaos. Her hands are shaking now that it is over. She finds Kallias at the back, standing exactly where she left him, his gray-green eyes fixed on her face. "You did it," he says. "We did it." She lets out a breath she did not know she was holding. Cosima did the rest. They find a side corridor away from the cameras. Dahlia is waiting near the exit with her arms crossed, her face pale but steady. She has been watching through the glass. "Your testimony killed him," Dahlia says. There is no satisfaction in her voice. "The affidavit is yours now. All of it." Ynez's throat tightens. "All of it?" Elias Peralta wrote the full account. What they put in the holds, who ordered the equipment removed, who signed the cargo adjustment. Dahlia holds her gaze. "Your father's signature is on the cargo approval. Your mother's name is on the crew manifest, but she was trying to stop the sailing." Nana feels the words land like blows. Her father, her mother, the same two names that have haunted her since the sealed chapel. "I will show you the whole document somewhere quiet, not here." Dahlia glances at the chaos behind them. Too many years. Kallias leads them to a private conference room down the hall. Small, windowless, a single table with 4 chairs. Sabine is already there, her laptop open, a burner phone beside it. "I called Lucien Batra," Sabine says. "He is 3 blocks away. I told him to wait until you verify the affidavit, then he can publish simultaneously with your statement." Nana sits down. Her legs feel hollow. Dahlia places the folded affidavit on the table between them. 8 pages. Handwritten. The paper is yellowed and brittle at the edges, the ink faded to a worn brown. "Elias Peralta wrote this 2 days before he left Kallias," Dahlia says. "He gave it to my mother with instructions to keep it hidden until someone from the Almava bloodline came looking for the truth." Ynez's hand hovers over the paper. "Your mother kept it. She was paid to keep it." Dahlia's voice drops. "She was paid to keep you away from the archives after the funeral. The same payment that covered Elias's disappearance." The room goes still. "Paid by whom?" Ynez asks. "Alavetra, through the same shell company signed by Mendez." Dahlia's jaw tightens. "My mother knew where the archives were. She worked in the harbor master's annex for 15 years. After your grandmother died, someone needed to make sure you did not find the records before the board could seal them." Ynez's stomach turns. The Watcher, the anonymous texts, the surveillance, all of it. Dahlia meets her eyes. "My mother did not know what she was guarding. She thought it was a personnel file that could destroy her. She never read the affidavit she was keeping. But you read it, after she died." Dahlia's voice is barely a whisper. "I found it in her lockbox with a note that said, 'If the Almava girl comes looking, give her this and run.' My mother knew I would be next if I stayed." Ynez looks down at the affidavit. The first page is covered in small, tight handwriting. The ink is faded but legible. She begins to read. "I, Elias Peralta, former dock foreman at Almava Shipyards, state the following under oath. On the morning of June 14, 1987, I was ordered to supervise the final loading of the cargo vessel Santa Clara. The loading had already been approved by the yard superintendent Jorge Almava, who initialed the cargo adjustment himself. The holds were filled beyond tolerance. I protested. The superintendent told me to follow orders or find other employment." Ynez's hand presses flat against the page. The Santa Clara was carrying 53 tons over the design limit. The bulkhead strain readings were altered to show W2 standard. This was done on the written authority of Jorge Almava, who stated the vessel needed to clear port before the maritime inspector arrived for a scheduled audit. She keeps reading. The words blur and sharpen again. 12 hours before the Santa Clara was scheduled to sail, the superintendent's wife, Margaret Ynez Almava, came to the dock office. She asked to see the cargo manifest. She read the loading numbers and went pale. I heard her arguing with her husband through the office wall. She said the ship would not survive open water. He told her to stay out of yard business. She left. Ynez's throat closes. The Santa Clara sailed at dawn on June 15. It went down 37 nautical miles southwest of Calais in moderate seas. The official inquiry said the hull failed due to undetected stress fractures. I know the hull failed because the bulkheads were not designed for the cargo they carried. I am writing this because I cannot carry it any longer. I will leave Calais tonight, and I will not return. If you are reading this, you are the one Marguerite trusted to find the truth. The signature is firm. Clear. Elias Peralta, dock foreman, Almava Shipyards, 1987. 1987. Nia sets the paper down. Her hands are steady now, but her chest feels hollowed out, scraped clean of everything she thought she knew. Your father ordered the overload? Dahlia says quietly. Your mother tried to stop it. Elias watched both of them make their choices and wrote it down so someone would know the difference. Nia's nods. She cannot speak yet. Kallias's hand covers hers on the table. Warm, solid. She feels the pressure of his fingers and holds on to it. Lucien needs to see this before publication, Sabine says. I can have him here in 5 minutes. Bring him. Nina's voice is hoarse. He will have the exclusive, but I want to read it once more before anyone else touches it. Sabine leaves the room. Dahlia stays seated, watching Nina with something that looks almost like tenderness. There is one more thing, Dahlia says. Nina looks up. The payment my mother received to keep you away from the archives was deposited monthly for 6 months after the funeral. It came from an account controlled by someone still on the board, not Mendez, someone who did not want you finding the affidavit before the legacy designation was settled. Nina's blood turns cold. Who? Dahlia pulls out a folded bank record from her jacket. The signatory on the account is listed as a trust administrator, but the trust name traces to a single family. The same family that funded Alabreit's operation for 30 years. She slides the paper across the table. Ynez reads the name at the top of the document. The world tilts. The door opens. Lucien Batra steps in, breathless, his notebook already in his hand. I heard Mendez was arrested. Tell me everything. Ynez looks up from the paper. Her face is pale. Her voice is steady. The affidavit confirms my father signed the cargo adjustment and my mother tried to stop the sailing. It is publishable now. She pauses. But Dahlia just told me the monthly payments to keep me away from the archives came from a trust. A trust controlled by someone still sitting on the charter board. Lucien's pen stops moving. Who? Ynez holds up the bank record. The name at the top of the document is not Mendez. It is not Valdera. It is one of the names Ynez has known since childhood. One of the families she grew up believing was untouchable. She tells Lucien the name. The room goes silent. Chapter 61. The room holds its silence like a held breath. Lucien's pen hovers above his notebook. Sabine stands frozen by the door. Dahlia watches Ynez with something between relief and grief. The name sits in the air between them, heavy as harbor fog. Kallias is the first to move. His hand tightens over Ynez on the table, not pulling her away, anchoring her. Say it again, he says quietly, so everyone in this room understands what we are facing. Ynez looks at the bank record. The name has not changed. It is still there, printed in clean ledger type, the same surname she learned to write in primary school, the same family that sent flowers when her grandmother died, the same people who sat 2 rows behind her at every charter board dinner. Corzo, she says. The trust is registered to the Corzo family. Sabine exhales, slow, controlled. Matias Corzo has been on the charter board for 22 years. He leads the Heritage Committee. He was at my grandmother's funeral, Ynez says. Her voice does not sound like her own. He held my hand and told me the yards would survive because the Almava name meant something. Lucien writes it down. His face is unreadable. The Corzo family funded Alavedra for 30 years, paid Dahlia's mother to keep Miedek away from the archives, and still controls a trust account that was making monthly deposits 6 months after Martina died. That is not passive complicity. That is active investment in the cover-up. Matias Corzo is the trusted name, Nita says. Her voice is raw. The one no one suspected because he always played the ally. He voted for the marriage contract. He supported Kallias's charter application in committee. He was positioning himself close enough to control what surfaced and what stayed buried. Nina's hand presses flat against the affidavit. The paper is warm now from her skin. He knew about the Santa Clara. He knew my father signed the cargo adjustment. He knew my mother tried to stop it, and he paid to make sure no one found out. Until now, Kallias says. The words land like a hammer stroke. The night passes in fragments. Sabine coordinates the handoff of the affidavit to Lucien, who files a preliminary story before dawn. Dahlia is moved to a second safe house, this one secured by Sabine's personal team, no Renvoss contractors involved. Ynez does not sleep. She sits in the conference room with the bank record in her hands and watches the first editions go live. The headline reads, Santa Clara Dock Foreman's Affidavit names Jorge Almava in fatal overload. But the subheading is what catches the city's throat. Marguerite Ynez Almava tried to stop the sailing, Affidavit states. By morning, the story has split in two. The Almava name is still damaged. The father signed the order. That stain does not wash off. But the mother's attempt to intervene, her argument with her husband, her failed effort to save the crew, changes the shape of the scandal. Ynez is no longer the sole inheritor of a monolithic crime. She is the daughter of two opposing choices, and the public does not know which one to hold against her. The glass house feels different when she returns. Kallias stands at the kitchen counter, his phone face up beside a half-empty cup of coffee, dark circles beneath his eyes. His tie is loose, jacket abandoned somewhere between the car and the door. You should sleep, he says. I should be at the yards. There will be cameras at the gate. Good. Ynez picks up her keys from the bowl by the door. Let them see me show up. He does not argue. He takes his jacket from the chair and follows. The Almava Shipyards look raw in the morning light. Flood debris still scattered along the west line. The memorial buoy sits propped against the dry dock wall, wrapped in tarps. The protest banner from 2 days ago has been cut down, but the chain-link fence still holds strips of frayed fabric. Mateo is already at the gate. He watches Nanny step out of the car, reads her face for a long moment, then nods once. You look like someone who has been through a flood and come out the other side. Something like that. The affidavit is good, he says. It shows your mother's side. That matters to the families who lost men on that ship. They want to know someone inside the house tried to stop it. The house still signed the order. Yes. Mateo's voice is steady. But the house also produced someone who fought against it. That is what you carry now. Not vindication. A choice. Nanny looks at the dry dock, the buoy, the names of the dead crew still waiting to be read aloud. What do you want me to do? She asks. Mateo steps closer. His eyes are tired but clear. Announce a rebuild, not a Renvoss rebuild, an Almava Shipyards rebuild, transparent, worker-led, with the crew families at the table. Use the momentum before it curdles into another headline. Tell them you are not your father and not your grandmother. Tell them you are the one who opened the gate. She feels the weight of it, the risk, the exposure. If I announce that, Corso will move against me before the week ends. Then he moves. Mateo's jaw tightens. But he moves in the open, with cameras already rolling, instead of in a sealed room where he can bury the next witness. Ynez is quiet for a long moment. Then she hears tires on gravel. A black sedan pulls up outside the gate. The window rolls down, revealing a face she recognizes. A junior partner from Valdera Capital, the investment firm that pulled out of Renvoss after the scandal broke. He holds up a business card. Mrs. Renvoss, I have a proposal from partners who would like to discuss the shipyard's future. They are eager to speak with you directly. Kallias steps forward, his stance shifting into something defensive. Valdera pulled their Renvoss credit line 3 weeks ago. Why would they want a meeting now? The junior partner's smile is smooth. Because the affidavit changes who owns the narrative, and narrative drives valuation. He hands the card to Ynez. She reads the name embossed on the paper. Matias Corso, Managing Partner, Corso Family Trust. Chapter 62. The black sedan pulls away, leaving Ynez standing at the gate with Matias Corso's card in her hand. The name burns against her palm. Matias Corso, 22 years on the charter board, chair of the Heritage Committee. The man who hosted her at charity dinners when she was 16, who sent flowers to her grandmother's funeral, who shook her hand at the civil ceremony and called her a credit to the Almava line. All of it paid for with the same money that funded Alivatra. Ynez folds the card without looking at it and slides it into her coat pocket. We are not taking that meeting, Kallias says. Not yet. She turns toward the yard gate. But I want to know what he is afraid of before I decide. Mateo watches her with something between approval and concern. You will need a lawyer before you talk to Corso. A good one, not Falca. Falca is still Kallias's counsel. Falca is Falca. Mateo's voice is flat. He will protect the Renvoss balance sheet before he protects you. Kallias does not argue. He stands beside her at the gate, hands in his pockets, jaw tight, watching the road where the sedan disappeared. "Come inside," Ynez says. "Both of you." The yard office smells like damp wood and rust. Ynez clears the drafting table, pushing aside old blueprints and a coffee cup that has been sitting for 3 days. She sits down. Kallias leans against the wall. Mateo stands by the door with his arms crossed. She pulls out the marriage contract. It is still the same document she signed on the morning of her grandmother's funeral, 29 pages of legal language with the prenuptial appended beneath it. She has read it exactly once, the night before the civil ceremony, alone in Eduardo Melgar's office while her grandmother's body was still warm. "I want to rewrite the financial structures," she says, "the ones that tie the shipyards to the marriage." Kallias's face does not change. "Explain." "The yard loan from Renvoss Maritime is secured against my continued compliance with the contract. If I leave, the debt accelerates. If the marriage is dissolved for any reason, including the reputational clause, the shipyards revert to corporate holdings. That was my grandmother's design. She wanted the yard protected by making it impossible for me to walk away from you." "I know. Then you also know I cannot announce a transparent rebuild while the shipyards are still collateral for a marriage I signed under duress." She meets his eyes. "I need the yard on separate terms, independent of the contract, independent of whether I stay or go." The room goes still. Kallias pushes off the wall. He crosses to the drafting table and looks down at the contract without touching it. "If I agree," he says slowly, "the yard becomes yours. Renvoss keeps no claim. The debt is converted into a grant with no repayment tied to your marital status." "That is what I am asking. And in return?" Ynez hesitates. She had not expected him to ask. "I am not bargaining," she says. "I am telling you what I need to move forward." "I know." His voice is quiet. "I am asking whether this is about protecting the yard or about preparing to leave." The question lands between them like a dropped wrench. Mateo shifts by the door but does not speak. Ynez looks at Kallias's face, the dark circles beneath his eyes, the line of his jaw, tight and holding. He is not accusing her. He is asking because he needs to know, and she realizes with a lurch that she does not have an answer. "I am not leaving," she says. "That is not the same as staying. It is the same for now." He holds her gaze for a long moment, then he nods once and pulls out his phone. "I will have Sabine draw up the papers tonight. No Renvoss legal team. Her personal solicitor. Independent." He pauses. "The yard will be yours, Ynez. Free and clear. Whatever you decide after that." She feels something crack open in her chest, a seam she has been holding closed for weeks. "Thank you," she says. "Don't thank me. I should have done it the day you signed." The meeting dissolves into practical arrangements. Kallias calls Sabine. Ynez sketches a timeline for the rebuild announcement with Mateo, mapping which suppliers can be approached before Corzo has time to apply pressure. The work feels solid, real, the kind of thing she knows how to do. She is marking the 3rd dry dock for structural reinforcement when the yard gate rattles. A car engine. Then footsteps on gravel. Mateo looks through the window and goes still. "Falke," he says. Edmund Falke steps into the office without knocking. His suit is pressed, his tie straight, but his face is the color of old paper. He looks at Kallias first, then at Ynez, and she sees something in his eyes she has never seen before. Apprehension. "Kallias, a word in private." "Say it here." Falke's jaw tightens. He sets a legal folder on the drafting table, flipping it open with precise, controlled movements. "Civil claims have been filed against both households." He reads from the first page. "The Santa Clara crew family's estates are suing Renvoss Maritime Holdings for complicity in the cover-up through the shell company merger. The Almava Shipyards estate is being named as a co-respondent for the cargo adjustment signed by Jorge Almava." Ynez stares at the document. "My father signed the order. He was the one who overloaded the ship." The families do not distinguish. The yard bore the Almava name when the cargo was loaded. They are arguing corporate continuity. "And my mother's affidavit? The one that proves she tried to stop it? It is admissible. It is not dispositive." Falke turns the page. "There is a second claim, filed 40 minutes ago by the Valdera Family Trust. They are petitioning for an injunction against any transfer of shipyard assets until the court determines whether the Corso family trust holds a prior financial claim through the hush payment account. Ynez feels the room tilt. They are trying to freeze the yard before I can restructure it, she says. They are trying to force you to negotiate with Corso from a position of weakness. Falca closes the folder. The injunction hearing is in 72 hours. If you lose, the yard is locked. No transfers, no rebuild, no independent financing. Kallias is already on his phone calling Sabine. Ynez looks at the marriage contract still lying open on the drafting table. 72 hours. She picks up Corso's card from her pocket and reads the name again. Mattias Corso. He does not want to meet her. He wants to corner her. And she just handed him the opening. Chapter 63. The rain starts before dawn. Not the slow, hesitant drizzle that settles over Porto Callis like a held breath, but the hard, driving kind that turns streets into runnels and pounds against corrugated roofs like artillery. Ynez hears it first as a distant drumming against the yard office windows, then as a rising roar that swallows all other sound. She is still standing at the drafting table where Falchi left the legal folder. The injunction papers lie open beside the marriage contract. 72 hours. The number keeps repeating in her skull like a pulse. Mateo appears in the doorway with a flashlight in one hand and a rain slicker in the other. Lower docks are flooding, he says. The old drainage line collapsed overnight. We have maybe an hour before water reaches the storage containers. Ynez looks at the papers, at the clock, at the rain. She grabs the slicker from his hand. The yacht transforms in the gray downpour light. Men she has not seen in weeks emerge from workshop doorways and storage sheds, pulling on boots and oilskins. Someone hands her a pair of work gloves. She recognizes the stitching, the worn leather at the thumb, her own pair, left in the office months ago and preserved by habit. She pulls them on without thinking. The lower docks are already submerging. Water laps at the concrete edge where the old maintenance shed sits, creeping toward the temporary storage container where Mateo moved the historical records after the basement flooded. Ninetta calculates the angle, the slope, the time. We need sandbags at the west line, she calls out, and a pump at the container corner before the seal breaches. Mateo nods and starts directing. Nida moves into the rain. The first hour is pure physical work. She hauls sandbags beside men twice her age, stacking them along the drainage channel where the collapse opened a gap wide enough to swallow a truck tire. The rain drives into her face, cold and relentless, plastering her hair to her skull and running down her collar. Her hands burn where the gloves are still wet inside. She does not stop. Kallias appears beside her at the sandbag line, jacketless, sleeves rolled to the elbow, his white shirt darkening to gray in the downpour. He does not say anything. He just picks up the next bag and stacks it where she points. She watches him for a second, water streaming off his jaw. "You should be on the phone with Sabine," she says. "I am." He gestures with his chin toward the yard office. "She is diverting portable pumps from the North Depot. They will be here within the hour." "Falco will have a stroke. You are spending corporate resources on a yard that might be frozen in 3 days, the Lellman who cries involved. "Then Falca can have a stroke in the rain." He hauls another bag into place. "Where do you want the next line?" She feels something shift in her chest, small and sharp and unwanted. Gratitude, maybe, or fear that she is starting to depend on him being here. She points to the container seal. "There, before the water lifts the floor plates." The protest forms at the gate just before the pumps arrive. Ynez hears them before she sees them, a low murmur of voices rising above the rain, then the rhythm of something being chanted. Names, she realizes, a litany of names repeated in sequence like a prayer or an indictment. Mateo straightens beside her. "I will handle it." "No." She wipes water from her face. "They came here for a reason. I need to hear it." She walks toward the gate. The rain has not slowed. It sheets across the yard, turning the gravel path into a shallow stream that pools against her boots. The crowd at the gate is not large. Maybe 20 people, huddled under umbrellas and plastic ponchos, their faces half hidden in the gray light. They carry signs, wet cardboard and marker ink bleeding in the rain, but the names are still legible. Euskrela de Sor. 38 names alphabetized. Santa Clara. 12 names, including the ones from Elias Peralta's affidavit. Ynez stops at the chain-link gate. The rain drives between the diamonds, beating on the metal like tears. One of the protesters steps forward. An older woman, her hair pulled back under a sodden scarf, her face lined with years Ynez cannot date. She holds a sign with a single name printed across it. Gregorio Revuelta. Carmen's father, Ynez realizes. The deck mechanic who died on the Estrella del Sur. "I am Ynez Almava," she says through the gate. "We know who you are." The woman's voice is steady, worn down by weather and grief. "We know your father signed the order that killed our people. We know your grandmother buried the truth under ceremonies and charity galas." Ynez does not look away. "I cannot undo what they did," she says. "I cannot bring back the dead." "No, but you can stop building on their bones." The rain drums against the yard, against the gate, against the names on the signs, running the ink in thin, dark rivulets that drip onto the wet ground. Ynez looks at the woman's face, at the other faces behind her. Some are angry, some are hollow. One or two look simply tired, as if they have been standing at gates like this for 30 years and will keep standing until the ground swallows them. She makes a decision. She pulls the gate open. The crowd does not move at first. They stare at her, uncertain, as if the gate opening is a trap, a trick, a lawyer's maneuver. Ynez steps aside and holds the gate. "I cannot give you the years back," she says. "I cannot give you the men who died, but I can give you the truth. My father signed the cargo adjustment. My grandmother falsified the inspection reports. Their names are on the record now, and I am not going to bury them again." The woman with the scarf steps forward, then another, then the rest, slow and wary, their wet shoes squelching on the gravel as they pass through the gate and into the yard. They stop in a loose semicircle around Ynez. The rain continues, indifferent, soaking everyone equally. "Where is your security?" the woman asks. "I did not call them." "Your husband, the billionaire who bought your name?" Ynez looks toward the sandbag line. Kallias has stopped working. He is watching her, his face unreadable in the gray light. He does not move toward the gate. "He is letting me decide," she says. The woman follows her gaze. Something flickers in her expression. Not trust, but maybe the beginning of curiosity. "Gregorio Revuelta was my husband's father," the woman says. "He died on the Estrella del Sur because someone certified a bulkhead that was already cracking. His son works in this yard now. He has been working here for 12 years under Mateo's sons, and he has never told anyone whose bloodline he carries." Ynez feels the weight of that. A grandson of a dead man working in the same yard that sent his grandfather to the bottom of the harbor, silent for 12 years because the Almava name still carried more power than the dead. "What is his name?" Ynez asks. The woman hesitates. Then she says, "Diego. Tell Diego he does not have to carry that silence anymore. The yard is changing. I am changing it." The woman studies her for a long moment. The rain runs off the edge of her scarf, dripping onto the soaked ground between them. "We will see," she says. "Promises cost nothing. Steel costs everything." She turns and walks back through the gate. The others follow, one by one, their wet signs drooping in the rain. Ynez stands alone in the yard as the last of them disappears down the road. A shout goes up from the west line. She turns. Mateo is running toward the storage container, his arm raised, pointing at something she cannot see. The water has breached the sandbag line where she and Kallias were working, pouring through a gap in the old drainage channel they missed. The container is already surrounded. Kallias is already moving. He grabs a coil of rope from the workshop wall and throws it over his shoulder, heading for the water line. Ynez runs. She reaches the container just as the water lifts its corner, tilting the metal box sideways. The seal groans. The door buckles. Inside are the records Mateo salvaged from the basement, the historical ledgers, the crew manifests, the documents that prove which ships were falsified and which inspectors were paid. The proof is about to drown. Kallias wades into the surge, the rope around his waist, and throws his weight against the container door. Mateo joins him. Then two of the yard hands. Ynez grabs the anchor point on the far side and holds. The rope goes taut. Her feet slide on the wet concrete. The rain is in her eyes, in her mouth, in the marrow of her bones. She feels the container shift. The water is winning. Then a hand closes over hers on the rope. Diego Revola, the grandson, his face streaming, his jaw set, pulling beside her. They hold together. The container does not tip. Chapter 64. The rope burns against her palms. The container groans. For a long breath, everything hangs in the balance of water and will. Then the container settles. Ynez feels the shift through her feet first. The weight redistributes. The metal box finds solid ground beneath the surge and holds. She keeps pulling for another 3 seconds before her body understands the crisis is past. Diego Revelta releases the rope at the same moment she does. They stand in the rain, both breathing hard, neither speaking. His face is young under the water streaming down it, younger than she expected for a man who has carried 12 years of silence. His hands are raw from the rope, like hers. The water around them is still rising, but slower now. The sandbag line has held where Kallias and the crew reinforced it. The container doors are sealed. Ynez turns toward the gate. The protesters are still there. Some have moved closer. Others remain at the chain link, watching, their signs drooping in the rain. The woman with the scarf stands at the front of the group, her face unreadable. Ynez walks toward her. The rain soaks through her clothes, through her work gloves, through the layers she thought would protect her. She does not feel any of it. She feels only the weight of the names on those signs, names she has known since childhood as footnotes in harbor records, never as men who had families who still carry them. She reaches the gate. The woman with the scarf does not step back. "You stayed," Ynez says. "The yard is still here." The woman's voice is flat. "The rain is still falling. We wanted to see if your promise would last longer than the storm." Ynez looks at the signs. The names are hand-painted, some in careful script, others in rough block letters. Estrella del Sur, Gregorio Revuelta. The names continue down the list, 38 of them, each one a man who trusted a hull that was already failing. She reaches out and touches the sign with Gregorio Revuelta's name. "He was your husband's father." Manuel never talked about him, not for 20 years. Then Diego took the job here, and Manuel started talking again, about the yard, about the ships, about what it meant to work in the same place that took his father. "Why did Diego come here?" The woman is silent for a long moment. Rain runs off the edge of her scarf onto the chain link between them. "Because someone had to remember," she says. The words settle into Ynez's chest like a stone. "Someone had to stand inside the yard and know what the walls had seen," the woman continues. "Diego wanted to leave twice in the first year. Manuel told him to stay, to watch, to wait for the day when the name on the gate meant something different than silence." Ynez looks back at the yard. The rain has turned the gravel into mud. The storage containers stand like sentinels against the gray sky. In the distance, she can see Kallias still at the waterline, coiling the rope, his white shirt plastered to his back. She looks at Diego. He is standing where she left him, near the container, his hands at his sides. He is watching her. He does not look away. "Diego does not have to watch anymore," Ynez says. "I am not going to bury the truth again." The woman studies her. Then she reaches into her coat and pulls out a folded piece of paper, yellowed at the edges, the creases so deep the paper is almost splitting. "This is the list my husband kept," she says. "Every name from the Estrella del Sur, every name from the Santa Clara, every man who died because someone certified a hull that could not hold." She holds it out. Ynez takes it. The paper is thin in her hands. The names are handwritten, cramped, in ink that is faded to brown. She recognizes some of them from Elias Peralta's affidavit. Others are unfamiliar. "How long have you been carrying this?" 25 years, since the day Manuel showed it to me and told me his father's name was on it." Ynez folds the paper carefully and tucks it inside her coat, next to the affidavit. "I will put this where it belongs," she says, "on the record, in the light, with the truth of who signed what and who ordered what." The woman's expression does not change, but something in her posture shifts, a fraction of a degree, as if she has been holding herself rigid for so long she has forgotten how to relax. "Promises cost nothing," she says again, but this time her voice is quieter. Steel costs everything. Ynez folds the paper carefully and tucks it inside her coat next to the affidavit. I will put this where it belongs, she says. On the record, in the light, with the truth of who signed what and who know what it costs to let one fail. She looks at the signs on the gate. The rain has smeared some of the paint. The names are still legible. Let me tie these to the gate, she says. All of them. So every person who walks into this yard from now on sees them first. The woman hesitates, then she nods. Ynez takes the first sign. The chain link is cold and wet under her fingers. She loops the wire through the holes in the sign's frame, twists it tight, and ties it to the gate. She ties Gregorio Revilta's name first, then the next, and the next. The rain falls. The names go up one by one. By the time she ties the last sign, her fingers are numb and her arms ache, and the gate is covered in the names of the dead. She steps back. The protesters are watching. The woman with the scarf is watching. Diego is watching from the yard. Ynez does not speak. She does not need to. A shout cuts through the rain. Ynez turns. Mateo is running toward the west line, his arm raised, pointing at something beyond the storage container. The water has found a new path through the old drainage channel, a gap they missed because the concrete was hidden under debris. The water is pouring into the workshop. The main workshop, the one with the original blueprints, the one with the hull templates from every ship the yard has ever built, the one with the records that predate the charter board, predate the Santa Clara, predate everything the families have tried to bury. Ynez runs. The water is already knee-deep inside the workshop when she reaches the door. The blueprints are on the lower shelves. The templates are propped against the back wall. The box of pre-charter records is on the floor, exactly where Mateo left it when the first breach pulled him away. Ynez wades in. The water is cold. The current pulls at her legs. She reaches the box first, lifts it, feels the soaked cardboard threatening to split. The records inside are wrapped in oilcloth, old harbor manifests, crew logs, inspection certificates from before the charter family's consolidated control. She turns. The door is filling with figures. Kallias, Mateo, Diego, yard hands. They move past her, grabbing blueprints from the lower shelves, lifting templates onto workbenches, throwing anything salvageable above the waterline. The rain pounds on the roof. The water keeps rising. Ynez carries the box to the door and hands it to a yard hand she does not recognize. Get this to the office, she says. The top floor. Do not stop until it is dry. The man takes the box and runs. She turns back to the workshop. The water is at the workbench level now. The templates are floating. The blueprints are gone, the ones they could not reach in time. Kallias appears beside her, his face cut with exhaustion and rain. The drainage line is completely collapsed, he says. The entire west side is flooding. If we do not divert the water soon, the whole yard will be under by morning. Ynez looks at the water, at the workshop, at the gate covered in names. Then we divert it, she says. What do you need? Kallias looks at her. There is something in his eyes that she has not seen before. Not pride, not admiration, something rawer, something that looks like the beginning of belief. Everyone, he says, everyone who is willing to stand in the water with us. Chapter 65. The west drainage line has become a river. Ynez sees it the moment she rounds the corner of the main workshop, a wall of brown water pouring through a gap in the concrete where the old pipe used to run. The ground is already gone beneath it, a sinkhole opening where the retaining wall failed, gravel and rebar and broken asphalt sliding into the dark. Kallias is already moving. He does not shout orders. He grabs a coil of rope from the tool shed wall, throws it over his shoulder, and begins hauling sandbags from the stack the crew abandoned when the first breach pulled them away. Ynez follows. The water is at her ankles, then her calves, then her knees by the time she reaches him. The rain has not stopped. It pounds against her back, against the corrugated roof of the open-sided storage bay where the records container sits, tilting, its base already submerged. Get the chains, Kallias says. She does not ask which chains. She knows. The ones that anchor the gantry crane to the concrete pad, the only thing heavy enough to hold the container against the current. She wades to the crane base. The chains are padlocked, but the lock is old and rusted, and she picks up a length of rebar and slams it against the hasp once, twice, 3 times until the metal gives. "Coming down!" she shouts. Kallias is at the container, threading the rope through the lifting eye on the corner nearest the tilt. Diego's beside him, his face a mask of rain and concentration, hands working the knots like he has been doing this his whole life. Ynez drags the chains across the flooded concrete. The weight pulls at her shoulders. The water fights her, pushing against her legs, trying to unbalance her. She reaches the container and wraps the chain around the frame, once, twice, 3 times, and locks it through the gantry anchor. Kallias pulls the rope tight. The container shudders. The water pulls. The chain holds. Ynez lets herself breathe. "About time," Diego says, and there is something like a smile on his face, the first she has seen from him. The water keeps rising. They work through the rain, hauling boxes from the lower storage bays, passing them down a human chain of yard hands who appear out of the dark like ghosts, men and women Ynez has known since childhood, faces blurred by weather and exhaustion. The records are heavy. The pre-charter ones, the ones that survived the flood because of her, are wrapped in oilcloth and passed from hand to hand like living things. Each box that reaches the dry floor of the maintenance shed is a small victory. Kallias does not stop. She watches him between trips, his sleeves rolled to the elbows, his shirt soaked through and clinging to his back. He does not look like a billionaire. He looks like a man who has been standing in water for hours, who has not eaten since morning, who will keep standing until the work is done because the alternative is letting the yard drown. She has never wanted him more than she does in this moment. The thought arrives without warning, without permission, and she shoves it down because there is no time for it, because Mateo is shouting again, because the west wall is groaning under the pressure of the flood. "Move the last of the templates," Ynez shouts. "Everything above the waterline, now!" The crew moves. She moves with them. The hours dissolve into rhythm. Lift, carry, stack, return. The rain does not stop. The water does not recede. The work does not end. Then the catwalk groans. It is the old inspection catwalk, the one that runs along the west wall above the dry dock, rusted bolts and corroded beams that should have been replaced years ago. It has been taking water all night, the supports weakening, the metal fatiguing under the pressure of the flood. Mateo is on it. He is standing at the midpoint, tying a rope around the last bundle of blueprints that someone propped against the railing instead of carrying to safety. He is talking to one of the younger yard hands, his voice calm, his movements patient, as if they have all the time in the world. Ynez sees it happen before she can scream. A bolt gives. The catwalk drops 6 inches on the left side. Mateo grabs the railing. The railing does not hold. He falls. The water takes him before she can reach the edge. One moment he is there, a shape against the dark, and the next he is gone, swallowed by the brown surge where the drainage line used to be. Ynez is already running. "Line!" Kallias is shouting, already stripping the rope from his own shoulder, tying it around his waist, moving toward the sinkhole where Mateo disappeared. Ynez grabs the rope before he can jump. "I hold the anchor point," she says. He looks at her. There is no time for argument. He nods once, adjusts the knot, and jumps into the dark. The rope goes taut. Ynez plants her feet on the concrete pad, wraps the rope around her burnt forearm, and holds. The water pulls. The rope bites. The rain keeps falling. And somewhere beneath the surface, Kallias is looking for Mateo in the dark. She does not let go. Chapter 66. The rope burns. Ynez wraps another loop around her forearm, the wet fibers biting into the crescent scar, the old burn, every inch of skin she has. The water pulls at her legs, tries to unbalance her, but she plants her boots on the concrete pad and leans back and does not let go. Beneath the surface, the flood is brown and blind. She cannot see Kallias, cannot see Mateo, cannot see anything but the rope cutting into the gantry corner where it angles down into the sinkhole, vibrating with every movement he makes below. The rain keeps falling. Diego is beside her. He has grabbed the rope too, his hands locking over hers, adding his weight to the anchor. The younger yard hands form a chain behind them, passing the rope back, spreading the load across shoulders and hips, and the raw will of people who refuse to watch another man drown in this yard. "How long?" Ynez asks. 30 seconds, Diego says. "Maybe 40. It feels like an hour." The rope goes slack. Nenny's heart stops, then it jerks once, twice, 3 times, the signal. The one they did not agree on, but that her body understands before her mind catches up. Pull. She pulls. The weight on the other end is dead and heavy, 2 men and the current and the mud that wants to keep them. Ynez digs her heels into the concrete and hauls. The rope shifts an inch, then another. Diego matches her rhythm, and the chain behind them finds the same pulse. Hand over hand. The water churns at the edge of the sinkhole. Kallias breaks the surface first, one arm hooked through the rope, the other locked around Mateo's chest. Mateo's head lolls back. His eyes are closed. Water streams from his mouth. No, Ynez breathes. She pulls harder. The crew surges forward. Hands grab Kallias' shoulders, haul him over the lip of the hole. He does not let go of Mateo. They come out together, tangled in rope and mud and the terrible weight of a man who might already be gone. Kallias rolls Mateo onto his side. Water spills from Mateo's lungs. He coughs, a weak, wet sound that is the most beautiful thing Ynez has ever heard. Give him room, Kallias says, already turning Mateo onto his back, tilting his head, checking for breath. Someone get the first aid kit from the shed. Blankets. Now. 2 yard hands break away and run. Ynez kneels in the mud beside them. Her hands are shaking. Her forearms are raw where the rope stripped the skin. She does not care. Mateo coughs again. His eyes flutter open. They find Ynez first, and something in his face relaxes. You, he rasps. Always you. Shut up, Ynez says, and her voice breaks. Shut up, you old fool. Mateo tries to smile. The attempt turns into another cough, and Kallias turns him on his side again, letting the water drain. When the coughing subsides, Mateo's hand finds Ynez's wrist. His grip is weak but insistent. The buoy, he says. What? The buoy, from the Santa Clara. The memorial buoy. His voice is barely a whisper, a thread of sound against the rain. It was never lost. Ynez leans closer. Rain runs down her face, mixes with the mud on Mateo's skin. Where is it? Mateo's eyes drift closed, then open again. The effort of staying conscious is visible in every line of his face. Dry dock 7, he says. Under the floor. Your grandmother had it bricked in when they tried to remove it, said no one would erase those men from the water. Ynez goes still. Dry dock 7, the oldest part of the yard, the one that has been sealed for decades because the foundation was supposedly unstable. Martina? Kallias says, and it is not a question. Martina, Mateo confirms. She told me the night before she died, said if anyone ever came looking for the truth, the buoy would tell them what the paperwork could not. His grip on Ynez's wrist tightens. The names on that buoy, Ynez. Every name from the Santa Clara, cast by the crew themselves before they sailed. The families never got to see it. The board had it removed from the harbor memorial, and Martina stole it before they could melt it down. Ynez's chest constricts. 38 names, 12 names. The list Manuel Revolta kept for 25 years, the signs tied to the gate, the families who have been waiting for decades. Where in dry dock 7? She asks. Center plate, 3rd seam from the bow end. Mateo's voice fades. There is a false floor. You will know it when you see it. His eyes close. Mateo. Tired, he murmurs. Let me rest. Kallias presses 2 fingers to Mateo's neck. His eyes meet Ynez's over the old man's head. Pulse is steady. He needs a hospital, but he will make it. The yard hands arrive with blankets and the first aid kit. They wrap Mateo in thermal foil, lift him onto a makeshift stretcher, carry him toward the dry ground where a truck is waiting to take him to the clinic on the North Road. Ynez stays on her knees in the mud. The buoy, hidden for 30 years. 10 feet beneath the concrete she has walked across 1,000 times. Kallias crouches beside her. His hand finds hers, turns it over, examines the raw flesh where the rope bit through. He says nothing. He does not have to. The flood, Ynez says. If the water keeps rising, dry dock 7 will be underwater by morning. Then we have until morning. She looks at him. His face is streaked with mud and exhaustion, his eyes hollow with the effort of the rescue, but there is steel in his voice. "What are you thinking?" he asks. Ynez rises. Her knees ache. Her arms burn. The rain does not stop. "I am thinking," she says, "that the board stole that buoy once. They will not get the chance to steal it again." She turns toward the yard. Diego is waiting at the edge of the light, his face unreadable. He has heard. Everyone has heard. Mateo's voice carried in the silence between rain showers. "Dry dock 7, Diego says. "Dry dock 7. He nods once. Then he turns and walks with her, matching her stride. Two people who have spent their whole lives in this yard and are about to discover what it has been hiding beneath their feet. Behind them, Kallias speaks into his phone. "Sabine, I need a records team at the Yad by dawn, and I need a jackhammer." Chapter 67. The jackhammer bites into concrete at 4:47 a.m. Ynez stands at the edge of dry dock 7, her raw hands wrapped in strips of torn shirt, watching sparks jump from the drill bit, the oldest part of the yard, the part her grandfather sealed when she was 3 years old, claiming the foundation had shifted after a storm, that the dock was unstable, that it would cost more to repair than the yard could afford. She believed him. Everyone believed him. Diego works beside the operator, directing the cut with hand signals. He knows this dock the way a man knows the rooms he grew up in. 12 years of walking past it, wondering. 12 years of silence. Kallias stands behind her. She feels his presence without turning, the weight of his silence, the steadiness of his breath. He has not slept. Neither has she. The rain has softened to a drizzle, gray and endless, the kind of dawn that never quite becomes morning. The jackhammer stops. "Third seam," Diego says. He is crouched at the far end of the cut, his hand resting on the concrete. "Center plate," just like Mateo said. Nia walks toward him. Her boots echo on the wet concrete. The smell of cut stone and rust fills her lungs, metal and water and time. Diego looks up at her. "You want to do this?" She nods. He steps back. The concrete plate is loose now, its edges separated from the floor by a thin line of fractured stone. Nia crouches beside it. She does not know what she expects to find. A cavity, a sealed chamber, a steel box wrapped in oilcloth. Her hands find the edge of the plate. It moves. Not a concrete slab, but a steel plate disguised as one, painted to match the floor, its edges feathered with decades of dust and grime. Kallias moves to help her. She shakes her head. She lifts the plate alone. The effort tears through her arms, through the raw flesh of her palms, through the exhaustion that has settled into her bones like lead. The plate rises, tilts, and falls backward with a clang that echoes through the empty dock. The cavity beneath is dark, dry. The false floor has held. Ynez kneels at the edge and sees it. The buoy is wrapped in tarpaulins, layers of them cracked and stiff with age. The shape beneath is unmistakable. A sphere. A tower. The silhouette of a harbor buoy, the kind that marks channels and graves. She reaches in. Her fingers find the tarp, pull. The fabric flakes apart, brittle as paper, and beneath it the bronze glows faintly in the gray morning light. "Help me," she says. Kallias and Diego drop to their knees beside her. Together they peel the tarps away, layer by layer, the fabric crumbling under their hands. The buoy emerges. It is beautiful, corroded green in patches, pitted with salt and time, but the lettering is still legible. Names, dozens of them. Cast into the bronze by hand, the letters uneven, some deeper than others, as if different men had taken turns with the chisel. Ynez traces the first name with her fingertip. Gurogio Revolata. Diego goes still beside her. The names continue. 38 of them. 12 more, the Santa Clara crew, including names Elias Peralta had listed in his affidavit. Each one a man Mateo had known, had worked beside, had carried in his memory for 30 years. Ynez's throat closes. "This is what she saved," she whispers. "This is what she hid." The buoy sits in the cavity like a buried bell, waiting to ring again. The harbor light through the open dock door catches the bronze, and for a moment the names seem to glow, lifted out of darkness by the simple act of being seen. "We need to lift it," Diego says. His voice is rough. "We need to bring it up." Kallias moves to find straps and a pulley. Diego follows. Ynez stays at the edge, her hand still resting on Gregorio Revuelta's name. She shifts the buoy slightly, trying to see the underside, and her fingers brush against something hard. A second plaque, smaller, tucked beneath the buoy, wrapped in a separate strip of oilcloth. She pulls it free. The cloth is sealed with wax, a red seal that cracks when she bends it. The plaque beneath is bronze, like the buoy, but polished, cared for. The engraving is precise, professional, the work of a master. In memory of the lost, Harbor Families Donation Fund, Estrella del Sur and Santa Clara. Below the text, a list of names. Donors. The families who contributed to the memorial fund, the families who paid for the buoy that the board later tried to destroy. Ynez scans the names. She recognizes most of them. Charter board families. Old harbor names, the same names that appear on the donor list in her grandmother's notebook. Then her eyes catch on a name near the bottom. Peloni, Mateo, in memoriam. Ynez's breath stops. Mateo Peloni, Cosima Peloni's brother. She stares at the name, her mind racing. Mateo Peloni, a donor to the memorial fund, a name she has never heard, never seen in any document Cosima has produced. The brother Cosima has never mentioned. The brother whose death Ynez now understands. Cosima has been avenging for decades. Ynez, Kallias is beside her. She does not know how long she has been kneeling, how long she has been staring at the plaque. She hands it to him without a word. He reads it. His jaw tightens. Peloni, he says. Peloni. Diego returns with straps. He sees their faces, sees the plaque in Kallias's hands, and stops. What is it? Cosima Pelono donated to this memorial, Ynez says. Her brother's name is on the donor list. Diego's eyes narrow. She has been hunting the Almava name for years, and her brother was part of the memorial fund? Ynez stands. Her knees ache, her hands burn, but her mind is clear. She has never told me, Ynez says. She has had every opportunity to say her brother was connected to the disaster. She did not. Kallias hands the plaque back to her. She is hiding something, or protecting something. Ynez looks at the buoy, the names, the truth cast in bronze, and beneath it, this second truth, hidden like a splinter beneath the skin. Cosima's war against the Almava name has felt personal because it is personal. But the wound may be more complicated than Ynez ever imagined. A sound cuts through the morning, a car door. Ynez turns. At the edge of the dock where the rain still falls, a figure steps out of the driver's seat. Cosima Peloni. She stands in the drizzle, silver hair damp, chin-length bob, perfect despite the weather. Her eyes are fixed on the buoy. She has been watching. She has been waiting. And Ynez holds the proof that Cosima's crusade began long before she ever set foot in a boardroom. Chapter 68. The rain has stopped. The dock air settles into that gray quiet that comes before full dawn, heavy with salt and the smell of wet concrete. Cosima Peloni stands at the edge of the dry dock, silver black hair flattened against her jaw, her hands clasped loose at her waist. She does not move closer. She does not look away from the buoy. Ynez stays where she is, the donor plaque still in her hands. The bronze edge bites into her palm. She waits. The silence stretches long enough that Ynez hears her own pulse. Then Cosima speaks. I was 22 when he went to sea. Her voice is different here. No boardroom edge, no polished attack. Just tired, like the words have been waiting 40 years to be said out loud. He told me the ship was sound. He showed me the inspection certificate. He said the Almava family had never lost a cargo vessel in 100 years of operation. Cosima's eyes stay on the buoy, on the names. I told him to be careful anyway. That is what sisters say. Ynez's throat locks. She wants to say something. She has no words that fit. They recovered his body 3 days after the sinking, Cosima says. He was still holding the bulkhead door open so other men could get through. That is what they told me. I do not know if it is true. I choose to believe it is true. Cosima looks at Ynez for the first time. Your grandmother sent a wreath to the funeral. White lilies. The card said, with deepest sympathy from the Almava family. I threw it in the harbor. Ynez feels the words like a physical weight. She does not flinch. I understand. Do you? I am holding a plaque that lists your brother as a donor to a memorial fund, Ynez says. A memorial your family paid for, that the board tried to destroy. That my grandmother hid under a false floor and never told anyone. Not even me. Not even on her deathbed. Cosima's jaw tightens. I did not know about the buoy, Cosima says. I did not know it still existed. Your grandmother and I had very different ideas about what constituted justice. And yet you pursued the Almava name for years without ever mentioning your brother. Would it have changed anything? Cosima's voice sharpens. Would you have trusted me more or less if I had told you my brother died because a naval architect signed off on a ship that should never have left port? Ynez holds her gaze. It would have changed what I thought about you. Good, Cosima says. Then I was right to keep it hidden. The truth of who I am is not a bargaining chip for your sympathy. The words land like a slap, but there is no cruelty in them. Only the same iron control Ynez has seen in every boardroom, every gala, every public appearance. The control of a woman who has spent decades building armor because the world took the one person she loved. Ynez looks down at the plaque. Mateo Pellone, in memoriam. How did he die? The Estrella del Sur, Cosima says. He was a junior engineering officer, 24 years old. He had been on the crew for 8 months. The Estrella del Sur, the first sinking. The one that killed Gregorio Revolta and 37 others. The one that made the Almava name a promise of safety that was never real. Ynez's knees feel weak. She does not sit. Your grandmother's falsified inspection reports, Cosima continues. They were in the file for the Estrella del Sur. The same pattern as the Santa Clara, same forged signatures, same overlicked bulkhead strain. The only difference was the ship that sank first did not have a whistleblower willing to testify. Cosima takes a step forward. Just one. I have been sitting on that board for 20 years, waiting for the moment when I could prove what your family did. I collected evidence, I filed motions, I built alliances. I watched your grandmother die and wondered if the truth would die with her. Her voice catches, just barely, a hairline fracture in the iron. And then you married Kallias Renvoss, and the charter process forced the board to examine your lineage. And I realized I had one more chance. Cosima stops, looks at the buoy again. I did not expect to find this. Ynez follows her gaze. The bronze gleams in the gray light. 50 names, 50 men whose families never got the truth. Neither did I. Another silence, longer this time. The harbor sounds start to build. A gull somewhere. The creak of a mooring line. The first rumble of a truck engine on the access road. Ynez breaks it first. What happens now? Cosima's expression shifts. The iron returns. The board treasurer is preparing criminal defenses, she says. He will argue that the Santa Clara overload was standard practice at the time, that your father was following industry norms, that the Almava family cannot be held responsible for decisions made 30 years ago under different regulatory standards. He signed the cargo adjustment, yes, and his lawyers will claim he did not understand the technical implications of the bulkhead strain calculations, that he deferred to the chief engineer's judgment. Ynez's hands tighten around the plaque. That is a lie. Of course it is a lie. Cosima's voice is flat. The question is whether the court will believe it. The treasurer has already retained 3 former maritime judges as expert witnesses. He has documents that show other shipyards in Portucalis routinely operated at similar overload margins. He will argue that the Almava family was singled out because of the marriage, because of the charter dispute, because of politics. Ynez stares at her. You are telling me he might win. I am telling you he has prepared a defense that will make your father look like a scapegoat rather than a criminal, Cosima says. That does not mean he will win. It means the fight will be ugly and public, and the press will print every accusation on the front page for weeks. She pauses. I am also telling you that if you want to fight him, you need evidence that cannot be dismissed as political. You need physical proof that the overload was deliberate, that your father knew exactly what he was doing, that the cover-up was organized at the highest level of the charter board. Cosima gestures toward the buoy. That is your proof. 50 names cast in bronze by the men who sailed on ships your family certified as seaworthy. No lawyer can argue with that. No expert witness can explain it away. Ynez looks at the buoy, at Gregorio Revolta's name, at the 12 Santa Clara crew names beneath it. You want me to make it visible. I want you to hold a public memorial, Cosima says. I want you to stand in front of the families and the press and the board and admit that your family is responsible for every name on that buoy. And I want you to do it before the treasurer's legal team can frame the narrative their way. The words hang in the air. Ynez feels the weight of them, the weight of the buoy, the weight of the names. You would stand with me. Cosima's eyes meet hers. I will stand beside you at that memorial. I will tell the press that my brother died on the Estrella del Sur. I will tell them that the Poloni family has known for 30 years that the Almava name carried blood, and that I chose to sit on the board and wait for justice instead of exposing the truth earlier because I was afraid of what it would cost. Her voice drops. I am no longer afraid. The dock falls silent again. Ynez looks at Cosima, at the woman she has spent months hating, fearing, fighting. The woman who has spent decades hating the Almava name, and she sees, for the first time, not an enemy, a sister in grief. Tomorrow, Ynez says, I will hold the memorial tomorrow. Cosima nods, a single, sharp motion. I will be there. She turns, walks back toward her car. The gravel crunches under her heels. At the door, she stops. One more thing. Ynez waits. The treasurer is not the only one preparing defenses. There is another board member who has been quietly moving assets out of reach. I do not know who, but the pattern is there. Cosima looks back over her shoulder. Someone else is planning to run, and when they do, they will take the evidence with them. She gets into the car. The door closes. The engine starts. Ynez stands alone at the edge of Dry Dock 7, the donor plaque still in her hands, the buoy still waiting to be lifted into the light. And she realizes that she has asked the wrong question. Not what happens now. Who else is running? Chapter 69. Edmund arrives without knocking. The glass house is still dark when his car cuts through the gate sensors, headlights sweeping across the living room windows where Ynez sits with the donor plaque still in her lap. She has not slept, has not moved from the chair since Cosima drove away. Kallias comes down the stairs before Edmund reaches the door. He is still in the same clothes from the dock, salt drying in the seams of his shirt. Tell me you did not come here to argue about strategy. Edmund steps inside. He carries a leather portfolio, thinner than the one he brought on the first morning. His face is stripped of its usual composure. I came to give you a clean cut. He sets the portfolio on the low table between them, opens it, reveals 3 pages of dense legal text, each one marked with red tabs. Ynez looks at the pages, looks at Edmund. What is that? A separation of infinites, Edmund says. Not a divorce, not an annulment. A full severance of every remaining strategic clause in the marriage contract. He turns the first page toward her. The reputational clause, the charter eligibility requirement, the Renvoss debt conversion, the board's right to dissolve the marriage under Section 14, all of it. Ynez stares at the text. The words blur. Why now? Edmund's jaw tightens. Because the board treasurer is preparing to argue that the Almava marriage was a fraudulent vehicle designed to protect Renvoss assets from the Santa Clara liability. Because if they can prove the marriage was strategic rather than genuine, they can pierce the corporate veil and go after the entire Renvoss portfolio. He taps the page. These papers prove otherwise. They show that the marriage was voluntarily restructured after the scandal, that Kallias waived every strategic benefit the contract gave him, that you chose to stay when staying cost you everything. Kallias does not look at the papers. You drafted this. I drafted it at 4 this morning, Edmund says. I drafted it because if we wait until the treasurer's legal team files their motion, it will look like a defensive maneuver. It needs to be signed now, before the memorial, before they can argue it was strategic. The room goes quiet. Kallias picks up the pen, reads the first page, the second, the third. Then he signs. No hesitation, no bargaining, no last-minute condition. The pen scratches across the line. He closes the portfolio and slides it across the table toward Ynez. Your turn. Ynez's hand does not move. If I sign this, what remains? Kallias holds her gaze. Whatever we choose to build. Edmund clears his throat. The papers also insulate Almava Shipyards from any Renvoss corporate liability exposure. If the treasurer's team comes after Renvoss assets, the yard will not be frozen. Ynez' rebuild will move forward regardless of what happens to my portfolio. Ynez looks at him. You are giving me the yard. I am giving you the yard, Kallias says. I am giving you the freedom to rebuild without my name attached to it. I am giving you a clean line between your work and my risk. He pauses. And I am asking you to sign only if you still want a wife's freedom more than a husband's future. The words land like stone. Ynez feels every layer of them. The freedom to leave, the freedom to stay, the freedom to choose without obligation, without debt, without the weight of what he has already cost himself. She picks up the pen. Her hand trembles. Not from fear, from the sheer weight of the choice. She looks at the signature line, at the blank space where her name would go, at the contract that has bound her for months, that has protected and imprisoned her in equal measure. The pen touches paper. Her phone rings. Ynez freezes. The screen lights up. Dahlia's name. She answers. Dahlia's voice is not a voice. It is a scream, raw and wet, the sound of someone who has stopped pretending she is not terrified. Ynez. Ynez, they found me. They found the safe house. Someone is coming for me. Someone is coming right now. The line goes dead. Ynez drops the phone. The pen skids across the table. Kallias is already on his feet. Where is she? Ynez stares at the dead screen, the address, the last safe house, the one Sabine moved her to after the tunnel. She cannot remember the address. She cannot remember anything except Dahlia's voice screaming through the speaker. I don't know. Her own voice sounds hollow. She said someone is coming. She said they found her. Kallias grabs his keys. Sabine will know. Sabine has the location. Ynez is already moving, the unsigned papers forgotten on the table, the pen still rolling toward the edge. Edmund calls after them. The papers, Ynez, you need to sign before the filing. But she is already out the door, running toward the car, Dahlia's screams still ringing in her ears like water through a broken hull. Chapter 70. Kallias drives like a man who has already calculated every second. The glass house disappears behind them. The cliff road drops into the coastal darkness. Yrda grips the door handle with one hand and the dead phone with the other, Dahlia's scream still vibrating through her palm. Sabine, she says. Call Sabine. Kallias already has the phone pressed to his ear. Where? His voice is flat, controlled, the voice he uses when something is already burning and he needs the exact location before the flames spread. He listens. Then he hangs up and accelerates. Old Merchant District, the limestone house after the tunnel. Sabine moved her there 4 hours ago. She did not tell me. She did not tell anyone. She used her personal team, no Renvoss contractors. The car eats the coastal road. Streetlights blur into a continuous yellow ribbon. Ynez's hands are shaking, and she does not notice until she looks down and sees her knuckles white against the seat. She thinks of the unsigned papers on the table, the pen rolling toward the edge. Edmund's voice calling after them. You need to sign before the filing. None of it matters now. Dahlia's voice in her ear. Raw, wet. The sound of someone who has stopped pretending she is not terrified. They found me. The old merchant district is a maze of narrow streets and limestone walls built before cars existed. Kallias takes the corners too fast. The tires complain but hold. Third house from the corner, he says. Blue door. No lights. Ynez sees it before he finishes speaking. The blue door, the dark windows, the second floor shutter hanging at an angle that means it was broken open. The car stops. Kallias kills the engine and the night rushes in. No sound, no movement, just the hollow silence of a street that knows something happened here minutes ago and is still holding its breath. Ynez out of the car before he tells her to stay. She does not look back. The blue door is not locked. She pushes it open, and the smell hits her first. Splintered wood, broken glass, the chemical edge of someone's spent pepper spray still hanging in the air. Dahlia! No answer. The ground floor is a disaster. A chair turned over, curtains pulled half off the rod, a lamp lying on its side with the bulb still glowing against the floorboards, casting strange shadows across the walls. Ynez steps over the lamp. Dahlia! A sound from above, a scrape. the kind of sound a body makes when it is trying not to make a sound. Ynez takes the stairs 2 at a time. The second-floor bedroom looks like a storm passed through it. The window is shattered. Glass crunches under her shoes. The bed frame is twisted, the mattress half off, the sheet torn in a long diagonal that looks like someone grabbed it while trying not to fall. But no body, no blood, no Dahlia. Ynez stands in the center of the room, turning slowly, scanning every corner, every shadow. Then she sees the wardrobe. The door is not fully closed. A torn piece of fabric, dark blue, caught in the gap. She crosses the room. She opens the door. Dahlia is inside. Curled at the bottom of the wardrobe, knees to her chest, one hand pressed over her mouth, the other wrapped around something small and metallic. Her eyes are wide, animal, unblinking. She looks up at Ynez. Ynez. That is all. Just the name. But the way she says it sounds like a rope thrown across water. Ynez crouches and holds out her hand. Dahlia does not take it at first. She stares at Ynez's palm, at the crescent scar across the center. The scar from a workshop blade. The scar Ynez got at 18 when she was learning to cut steel and slipped. Dahlia has seen that scar before. Ynez can see it in her eyes, the recognition. Then Dahlia takes the hand. Her fingers are cold, shaking. "They came through the window," Ynez says. Her voice is a hoarse whisper, scraped raw from screaming or silence. Ynez cannot tell which. "They knew exactly which window. They knew exactly where I would be." She pulls herself out of the wardrobe. Her legs barely hold. "They took the affidavit." Ynez's chest goes cold. "The original?" Ynez nods. "They did not find the copy. I hid it." She reaches into her waistband and pulls out a folded paper, creased and damp with sweat. "The copy," she says. "The original is gone, but the truth is not." Ynez takes the paper. Her hands are still shaking. She looks at the words. The same words Elias Peralta wrote 8 years ago. The same words that named her father as the man who signed the cargo adjustment. The truth is still here, but the original is gone. That will matter in court. That will matter when the board treasurer's lawyers argue the chain of custody was broken. Ynez folds the paper and presses it into her own coat. "Where did they go?" Dahlia shakes her head. "I do not know. I heard them leave. I heard a car. I did not look." She wraps her arms around herself. "I have been running for 6 months, she says. 6 months of borrowed rooms and locked doors and men who find me anyway." She looks at Ynez. "I always hated you." The words land flat. No accusation, no venom, is just truth. "Not for what you think," Dahlia continues. "Not because you had the name, not because you had the house, but because you were raised by a parent who at least tried to love you." Nana does not move. "Marguerite," Dahlia says. "She tried, she failed, but she tried. My mother never tried. She was paid to keep me away from you, and she took the money, and she died with the secret still in her teeth." Dahlia's voice breaks. "You had someone who stood between you and the worst of it. I had no one." She presses her palm against her own chest. "I do not know how to stop running." Nana looks at her half-sister's face. The same dark eyes, the same sharp jaw, the same line of exhaustion she has seen in her own mirror every morning for months. She reaches out and takes Dahlia's hand again. "You do not have to run tonight." Dahlia laughs. Thin, bitter. "There is no safe house. There is no safe street. There is no safe city. Not while the board member who paid them is still walking free." The sirens start. Dahlia flinches. Nana turns toward the window. The sound is coming from the main road, getting closer. Not 1 car, 2, maybe 3. "Kallias is downstairs," Nina says. "We need to move." Dahlia shakes her head. "They will not stop at the door. They will come up. They will take whatever they did not get the first time." Ynez pulls her toward the door. "We are not staying." They move down the stairs. Kallias meets them at the bottom, phone pressed to his ear, face unreadable. 3 cars, he says, 2 blocks away, coming fast. He looks at Ynez. "Friend or enemy?" Ynez looks at the sirens. The light flickers across the street, blue and red. The wrong color for harbor patrol, the wrong rhythm for city police. She looks at Kallias. I do not know. The sirens stop, right outside the blue door. Dahlia grips Nia's arm so hard it will bruise. They came back. Ynez holds the copy of the affidavit against her chest. The truth is still here, but the truth has never been enough to stop the people who want to bury it. The car doors open, footsteps on the street. Ynez looks at Kallias. He steps in front of both of them. Chapter 71. The three cars sit dark at the curb, engines ticking in the wet air. No lights flash, no sirens wind down. The blue and red flicker Ynez saw through the shutter was not police lights. It was something else, mounted on a grill. A strobe sold at any security supply shop for $50 and a cash receipt. Kallias sees it too. His hand comes up, palm flat, telling both women to stay behind him. They are not police, he says. The car doors open in unison. 4 men step out. Dark jackets, no badges on belts, no shoulder mics. One of them carries a tablet with a flashing screen, and he holds it up like a shield as he walks toward the blue door. Mr. Renvoss, the voice is calm, professional. We have a warrant for the seizure of property linked to the Santa Clara investigation. Open the door. Kallias does not move. Show me the warrant. The man holds up the tablet. A document glows on the screen. Seal at the top. Text too small to read from this distance. Remote filing, the man says. Signed by the Charter Board's emergency magistrate. You can verify through your counsel. Collier's sins are already in his hand. Sabine, he says into it, low. Tell me you know who these people are. Her voice comes back sharp. I do not, and I did not clear any emergency filing through the harbor court tonight. They are not legitimate. The magistrate's seal? Could be forged, could be real and obtained under false representation. Either way, do not open that door. Kallias lowers the phone. You have 30 seconds to leave the street, he says through the wood. After that, I will treat your presence as a threat to my household and respond accordingly. The man with the tablet does not flinch. We are not here for you, Mr. Renvoss. We are here for Dahlia Vergel and the stolen property in her possession. The buoy plaque from Dry Dock 7, the affidavit copy. Hand them over, and we leave without incident. Dahlia's grip on Yenna's arm tightens. They know about the plaque, she whispers. They knew before we lifted it. Ynez's mind moves cold and fast. The treasurer, the board member Cosima warned was moving assets and preparing to run. He did not wait for the memorial. He sent his people tonight, while the evidence is still in transit, still in private hands, still possible to disappear. The back stairs, she says to Dahlia. Service entrance through the kitchen. Kallias shakes his head without looking at her. Too exposed. They will have the alley covered. He raises his voice. Sabine, how long until real authority arrives? 8 minutes. I routed through the Port Authority commander directly, bypassing the harbor police dispatch. They may have someone inside the station who tipped off the treasurer. 6 minutes, Kallias says. We need 6 minutes. The man at the door speaks again. 2 minutes, Mr. Renvoss. Then we use the breaching tool. Kallias turns. His face is unreadable, but his eyes catch Ynez's and hold. The service stair leads to a basement exit that opens into the old fish market arcade, he says. Covered passage for 3 blocks. You take Dahlia. I hold the door. No. There is no other play. Then we find another play. But Dahlia is already moving, pulling at Ynez's sleeve. There is a crawl space under the kitchen floorboards, she says. Sabine showed me when she brought me here. It connects to the next building's cellar. Ynez looks at Kallias. Can you give us 2 minutes? He almost smiles. I can give you 3. He turns back to the door. Ynez grabs Dahlia's hand and pulls her toward the kitchen. The house is dark, but the street light through the front windows casts enough glow to navigate by. Ynez counts steps. Kitchen, pantry. The loose floorboard, Dahlia kicks it with her heel. It gives. The crawl space is narrow, dirt and stone dust and the smell of old salt. Ynez goes first, lowering herself into the gap, then reaches up for Dahlia. Dahlia's hand finds hers in the dark. They crawl. The space opens into a brick cellar, damp and cold. A rusted boiler exhales warm air against Ynez's cheek. Dahlia points to a door at the far end. The alley. They push through. The night air hits like a slap. Rain has started again, thin and cold, slicking the cobblestones. The arcade arch is 20 feet away. If they reach it, they can move 3 blocks underground, emerge at the harbor master's annex, lose themselves in the warren of old port passages. They do not reach it. A figure steps out of the shadow between 2 parked vans. Silver hair catching the rain, dark suit, eyes that have been watching for a long time. The board treasurer raises a gun. Mrs. Renvoss. His voice is calm, almost kind. I did not want it to come to this. Ynez stops. Dahlia stops behind her, breathing hard. The plaque, the treasurer says. The copy of the affidavit, everything you recovered from Dry Dock 7. You will hand it over, and then you will forget you ever found it. Ynez holds Dahlia's copy of the affidavit against her chest. And if I refuse? The treasurer's smile is patient. Then I will take it from your sister's body instead. Chapter 72. The treasurer's gun does not waver. Rain slicks his silver hair flat against his skull. His dark suit gleams wet under the single alley light, and his eyes have the patience of a man who has waited decades for this moment. The plaque, he says again, and the affidavit, you have 3 seconds. Dahlia's hand moves before Ynez can stop her. The bronze plaque arcs through the alley light, spinning slow and heavy, and hits the floodwater at the treasurer's feet with a sound like a bell dropped into mud. He looks down. Instinct. Half a second. Dahlia grabs Ynez's wrist and yanks her sideways toward the arcade arch. The treasurer's head snaps up. The gun follows. Stop! Ynez stops. Dahlia stops beside her, breathing hard, fingers still locked around Ynez's wrist. You think that buys you anything? The treasurer's voice is calm again, almost gentle. I can have that plaque dredged before the tide turns. I came for you, Mrs. Renvoss, not for bronze. Then why bring the gun? Because you have been harder to reach than I anticipated. He steps forward. Water seeps over the tops of his shoes. He does not look down. Your grandmother thought she could bury the truth in Dry Dock 7. Your mother thought taking the blame would protect you. And you, he tilts his head, you thought the truth would set you free. I thought the truth would set the dead free. The treasurer almost laughs. The dead do not benefit from justice, Mrs. Renvoss. The dead are already gone. Justice is for the living who want to feel righteous while they destroy the people who built this city. Dahlia's voice cuts through the rain. You signed the payments. The treasurer's eyes flick to her. Excuse me? The consultant payments. The shell company. You signed every disbursement for 8 years. I saw the ledgers. I held them. You held copies. I held enough. The treasurer's jaw tightens. For the first time, something shifts behind his eyes. Not fear. Calculation. Those payments were authorized by the board's legal counsel at the time. I was executing policy, not creating it. Policy? Dahlia repeats. You paid off a dock foreman to vanish. You paid an inspector's daughter to keep her father's notes quiet. You paid my mother. Your mother was paid to keep a child out of the archives. That is not a crime. That is a family arrangement. Paid with whose money? The treasurer's smile returns. Does it matter now? Ynez steps forward. It matters to the families who never got answers. It matters to the crew whose names I pulled out of Dry Dock 7. It matters to Cosima Pellone, who has been waiting 40 years for someone to say the name Mateo Pellone out loud in a room where the people who killed him can hear it. The treasurer's face goes still. Mateo Pellone was a junior engineering officer who signed a safety inspection he knew was falsified. He was part of the problem. He was 24 years old. He was complicit. Then why did your name never appear on any safety report? Why did your money never touch a single repair bill? Why did you wait for Cosima to file evidence, and only then start moving assets? The treasurer's hand tightens on the gun. You do not know what you are talking about. I know you are running, Ynez says. I know you have been liquidating holdings for 3 weeks. I know you have a private charter booked out of the South Harbor for tomorrow morning. And I know you came here tonight because you could not risk the memorial happening tomorrow with the buoy on display. The rain is falling harder now. Water streams off the arcade roof, sheets of it hitting the cobblestones, carrying the bronze plaque slowly toward the harbor drain. The treasurer raises the gun higher. You should have signed the separation papers, Mrs. Renvoss. You should have walked away while you still had a name worth keeping. My name was worth keeping before your money touched it. A new voice from the arcade arch. Treasurer, I would stop talking now if I were you. Lucien Batra steps out of the shadow, phone raised, camera light glowing red. The treasurer's head whips around. Recording, Lucien says. Live. Every word you just said about consultant payments, board protection, Mateo Poloni. Streaming directly to 3 editors and a backup server in a jurisdiction that does not honor your harbor court's takedown orders. The treasurer's face drains. You. Me. I have been following Ynez's trail since the press conference. When she ran tonight, I ran with her. The gun drops, not pointing at Ynez, not pointing at Lucien, pointing at the ground. I was protecting the board, the treasurer says. The charter, the families who built this city. I was not. You were not what? Lucien's voice is hard. You were not the one who ordered the overload? You were not the one who paid off the witnesses? You were not the one who sent men to Dahlia's safe house with a forged warrant? The treasurer's silence is the only answer. Ynez watches him, an old man in a wet suit, water pooling at his feet, a gun hanging useless at his side. He has spent his whole life on boards and committees, on the right side of every power line, protected by institutions that never asked where the money came from. And now, he is standing in an alley with rain in his hair and a journalist recording his confession. Mr. Treasurer, Lucien says, put the gun down. The treasurer does not move. The gun, Lucien repeats, on the ground, now. The treasurer's hand opens. The gun hits the water with a flat splash. Lucien steps forward, still recording, and kicks the weapon toward the drain. Ynez, get Dahlia inside. I will hold him until the real police arrive. Ynez nods. She reaches for Dahlia's arm, and then the treasurer lunges. Not at Ynez, not at Dahlia, at the plaque. He dives into the floodwater, hands scrabbling at the drain grate, reaching for the bronze edge, disappearing into the dark. Dahlia screams, "Stop him!" Ynez is already moving. She hits the water beside him, grabbing his collar, pulling. The treasurer's fingers close on the plaque's edge, and he twists, water streaming, and there is a gunshot. Not from the treasurer, from the alley entrance. The treasurer jerks. His grip on the plaque loosens. He topples sideways into the water, and Kallias Renvoss steps out of the dark with a dripping service weapon in his hand, chest heaving, eyes locked on Ynez. You are hit. Nana shakes her head. Where did you... Heard the shot from inside the house. Came through the service tunnel. He is already beside her, pulling her up, water streaming from both of them. We need to move. More of them are coming. Lucien lowers his phone. The recording? Send it. Now. Lucien's fingers move across the screen. Nana looks down at the treasurer. He is still breathing. Face down in the water, one hand still reaching for the plaque that has disappeared into the drain. Leave him, Kallias says. The police will find him. Dahlia is standing at the arcade arch, pale, shaking, holding herself. The plaque is in the harbor, Nana says, and so is his confession. She takes Dahlia's hand. Let us go. Kallias leads them into the dark. Behind them, the treasurer's body lies still in the rain, and the alley light flickers once, twice, before it dies. Chapter 73. They move through the dark. Kallias leads, one hand clamped over his side where the bullet grazed him, the other gripping Ynez's wrist. Dahlia follows close behind, breath ragged. Lucien brings up the rear, phone still raised, the recording light dead but the file already sent. The service tunnel opens onto a maintenance staircase. Concrete steps spiral down into a lower passage that smells of salt, rust, and decades of standing water. Kallias's footsteps leave wet prints on the stone. You are bleeding, Ynez says. Graze. It missed the artery. Kallias. I know what a graze feels like. Keep moving. They emerge through a storm grate onto a side street 2 blocks from the arcade. The rain has thinned to a steady drizzle. Streetlights cast yellow pools on wet cobblestones. No sirens, no running footsteps. Kallias stops, bends forward, braces his hands on his knees. Blood seeps through his fingers where they press against his shirt. Ynez is at his side before she decides to move. Let me see. I told you I do not care what you told me. Let me see. He straightens slowly. She lifts his shirt. The bullet has cut a shallow trench across his ribs, just below the last one. Bleeding steadily but not pumping, not arterial. She presses the heel of her hand against the wound. We need a hospital. The police will be looking for us. Mendez's people will be looking for us. A hospital is the first place. Then we find one that does not ask questions. She turns to Lucien. You know this city. Where? Lucien's face is hard, calculating. There is a private clinic in the old medical district. Harbor workers use it. They do not report to the port authority. Take us there. Kallias does not argue. The clinic is a 3-story limestone building wedged between a shuttered fishmonger and a marine supply store. A single light burns behind the ground floor window. Lucien knocks in a pattern, 3 quick, 2 slow, and the door opens to reveal a woman in her 60s with gray-streaked hair and steady hands. She takes one look at Kallias and says, "Bring him inside." The examination room is small. Metal cabinets, a single cot, the smell of antiseptic and old gauze. The woman works in silence, cleaning the wound, stitching it closed with precise movements. Kallias sits on the cot with his jaw tight, his breath measured, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. Ynez stands in the corner with her arms crossed, watching. Dahlia waits in the hallway, sitting on a plastic chair with her head in her hands. Lucien stands by the front window, watching the street. The woman finishes. She tapes a fresh bandage over the stitches. 24 hours of rest. No lifting, no stress on the wound. If the bleeding starts again, you come back immediately. Kallias nods. The woman looks at Nanny. He should not have been walking on that. Who pulled him through the tunnel? His wife, Kallias says before Nanny can answer. The woman's eyes move between them. Then keep him still for a day. Even stubborn men listen to wives. She leaves the room. Kallias sits on the edge of the cot, shirt still open, bandage white against his skin. His face is pale beneath the harbor tan. His hands rest on his knees, steady now, but still holding the tremor of adrenaline. Nanny steps forward. You should lie down. In a minute. You said you knew how a graze felt. I do. Then you know it still hurts. He looks at her. His gray-green eyes are dark in the low light, the harbor color gone to storm. It hurts less than the alternative. She does not ask what alternative. She knows. She sits on the cot beside him, not touching, close enough that she can feel the heat of his skin through the space between them. Lucien sent the recording, she says. Good. By morning, every editor in the city will have it. Mendez's confession, the payments, the plaque, the entire city will know. Good. And the memorial is still set for tomorrow. He turns to face her. Are you still going through with it? Yes. Then I will be there. She looks at the bandage, the fresh stitches, the blood already starting to seep through the edge. You will be in a bed. I will be at the memorial. Kallias. Ynez. His voice is quiet, but hard. I did not stand through a flood, jump into a sinkhole, sign away everything I had and take a bullet in an alley so I could miss the moment you finally tell the truth about your family's name. She holds his gaze. I am not asking you to miss it. I am asking you to survive it. Then we have the same concern. The door opens. The woman returns with a folded stack of gauze and a roll of medical tape. There is a recovery room upstairs, 2 beds. You can stay until dawn. After that, you are on your own. Ynez nods. The woman leaves again. Kallias stands, slowly, one hand pressed to his side. I need air, he says. Kallias, I need air. I will be in the hallway. He walks out, his steps measured, his back straight, the pride holding him upright even now. Ynez sits alone in the examination room. The antiseptic smell fills her lungs. The cot is still warm where he sat. The blood on the floor is already drying, a dark stain on white tile. She closes her eyes. She can still feel his hand on her wrist in the tunnel, his voice in the alley, asking if she was hit, his body moving between her and the gun before the bullet ever left the chamber. She has been rationing the words for months, keeping them locked behind her ribs like cargo she was not ready to unload. He nearly died for you. The thought sits in her chest, heavy and hot. She opens her eyes. The door is still open. She can see the hallway. Dahlia is standing now, talking to Lucien in low voices. Kallias is leaning against the wall near the front door, his profile turned toward the dark street. She stands. She walks to the door. She is 3 steps into the hallway when the front door of the clinic swings open and a man in a harbor police uniform steps inside. Ynez stops. The officer looks at her, at Kallias, at the bandage visible through his open shirt. "I am looking for a woman named Ynez Almava." "I am Ynez Almava." The officer pulls an envelope from his coat. Service of process. "The charter board has filed an emergency motion to seal the buoy and all testimony related to the Estrella del Sur and Santa Clara memorials. You are ordered to appear before the board at 8 a.m. tomorrow." Ynez takes the envelope. Her hand is steady. "Thank you. I will be there." The officer leaves. The door clicks shut. Ynez holds the envelope in her hands. The weight of it. The seal. Kallias pushes off the wall. "What does it say?" She opens the envelope, reads the first line. Then she looks up. "They are trying to bury the buoy before the memorial can happen. They are arguing it contains evidence that could prejudice the pending criminal investigation and must be secured by the court until the trial is resolved." "Can they do that?" "Edmund will know." Kallias reaches for his phone. Then he stops. His hand goes to his side. His face tightens. "Kallias, fine. I am fine. You are not fine. You are standing in a clinic with stitches in your ribs and blood on your shirt." "I am standing." She takes a step toward him. "Tomorrow, we fight the board. Tomorrow, we raise the buoy for the families who have waited 40 years. Tomorrow, we tell the truth." She stops in front of him. "But tonight, you rest. That is not negotiation." He looks at her. The storm in his eyes is fading into something quieter, something she has not seen before. "Are you giving me orders, Mrs. Renvoss?" "Yes, I am." A beat. Then he says, very softly, "I will rest on one condition." "What?" "When this is over, when the buoy is raised and the truth is told, I want to hear you say it." "Say what?" "The thing you have been holding back since the alley." The air between them goes still. She knows what he is asking. She is not ready, but she also knows she will not leave this clinic without giving him something. She reaches up and touches his face, her palm against his jaw, her thumb brushing the line of his cheekbone. "Stay alive," she says, "and I will say it at the memorial, in front of everyone." His breath catches. "Ynez?" "Not tonight, but soon." She drops her hand. "Now rest." He looks at her for a long moment, then he nods. She turns and walks toward the recovery room stairs. Behind her, she hears his footsteps. Slower now, heavier, following. At the top of the stairs, the surgeon emerges from the recovery room door, blood on her gloves, eyes finding Ynez. "Mrs. Renvoss." Ynez stops. "There is a complication. The bullet may have nicked a lower lobe. We need to open him." Ynez's chest goes hollow. "Open him?" "I need authority to operate if the internal bleeding progresses. Who has medical authority for your husband?" The question hangs in the antiseptic air. Ynez looks past the surgeon, sees Kallias at the bottom of the stairs, one hand braced on the railing, his face pale, his eyes locked on hers. She looks back at the surgeon. "I have authority. Are you his legal next of kin?" The word catches in her throat. "Yes," she says. "I am his wife." The surgeon nods. "Then come with me." Ynez does not look back. She follows the surgeon through the recovery room door into the white light beyond. Chapter 74. The surgery takes 2 hours and 47 minutes. Ynez counts every one of them in a plastic chair outside the recovery room, her hands folded in her lap, her spine straight, her eyes fixed on the crack beneath the door where light bleeds through. Dahlia brings her coffee she does not drink. Lucien brings her news she does not hear. The surgeon comes out at 2:13 a.m. with her mask hanging loose around her neck and says, "He is stable. The lobe is intact. We repaired the tear." Ynez nods. Her hands stay folded. She does not ask to see him. The surgeon watches her for a moment, then says, "You can sit with him if you want." The recovery room is small. Machines beep in rhythm. Kallias lies on the narrow bed with his chest bandaged and his face the color of old paper. His eyes are closed. His hand rests on the blanket, palm up, fingers loose. Ynez pulls the plastic chair to the bedside. She sits. She takes his hand. His fingers are warm. His pulse beats beneath the skin, steady and real. She does not let go. She tells herself she will close her eyes for 1 minute. She wakes to light. Not the white glare of the recovery room, but the pale gray of early morning filtering through a high window. Her neck aches. Her hand is still locked around his. His thumb is moving across her knuckles. She opens her eyes. Kallias is watching her. His gray-green eyes are hazy from the drugs, but they are open. They are seeing her. "Hello?" he says. His voice is rough, scraped. "Hello? You stayed." "I stayed." He looks at their hands. His thumb keeps moving, slow and gentle, across the ridges of her knuckles. "How long was I out?" "A few hours. They fixed the tier. You were going to be fine." "The memorial is still happening." He tries to push himself up. His face goes white and his breath catches, and Yenna presses him back down with her free hand against his shoulder. "You are not going anywhere." The board, the buoy. Edmund is handling the emergency motion. Sabine is coordinating with the families. The memorial goes forward at 8 a.m. whether the board seals the buoy or not. He looks at her. The haziness in his eyes sharpens slightly. "And you? What about me? Are you going?" She holds his gaze. "I am going to tell the truth. About the Estrella del Sur, about the Santa Clara, about what my family did and what I intend to do about it." He is quiet for a long moment. Then he says, "You can still leave." The words hit her like cold water. "What?" "After the memorial. After the truth is told. The separation papers are still on the table. You can walk away clean. No contract, no debt, no liability. You almost died tonight." "I know. And you are lying in a hospital bed offering me an exit. I told you I would not hold you to a contract that no longer serves you." She looks at his face, the pale skin, the dark circles she has memorized over the months, the stubborn line of his jaw even now, even broken and bandaged and barely conscious. She leans forward. "Listen to me." He does. "I have spent my entire life treating devotion like debt, counting what I owe, measuring what I am worth, waiting for someone to decide I am no longer useful and walk away." He says nothing. "I told myself this marriage was a transaction because that was safer than admitting I wanted it to be real. I told myself I could walk away clean because that was easier than admitting I do not want to walk away at all. Ynez, I am done treating love like a ledger." She lifts his hand and presses her lips to his knuckles. "I am staying, not because the contract says I have to, because I want to." His breath shudders out of him. "You are sure?" "I have never been more sure of anything in my life." He closes his eyes. She feels his fingers tighten around hers. "Then I will stay too." She smiles. It feels strange on her face, like a muscle she has not used in months. "Good, because I already told the surgeon I am your wife, and I am not walking that back." A sound escapes him, almost a laugh. "That is my Ynez." "Your Ynez? All right. The Ynez who commandeered my house, my schedule, and my entire life plan. That Ynez. That Ynez." He opens his eyes again. The haziness is fading. Something clearer is rising behind it. "What time is it?" She checks her phone. 5:47. "The memorial is at 8. "Yes. I need to be there." "No, I need to—" "What you need is to stay alive. I will handle the board. I will handle the families. I will handle the truth." He looks at her for a long moment. "I believe you." The words land somewhere deep in her chest. "And when I am done, I will come back here," she says. "And I will tell you what I said." "What you said?" "The thing I have been holding back since the alley." His eyes sharpen. "You promised you would say it at the memorial." "I will say it to you first, when I come back." "That is not the deal." "That is the deal now." She stands. His hand is still locked in hers. She does not let go. "I will be back. The city will be watching. Let them watch." She releases his hand. His fingers linger against hers for a fraction of a second longer. Then she turns and walks toward the door. Her phone buzzes in her pocket. She pulls it out. Lucien Batra. One line. His confession hit every outlet. City wants a statement by morning. Press is already gathering at the harbor gate. She stops. The hallway stretches ahead of her. The air is antiseptic and still. She types back. Tell them I will speak at the memorial. 8 a.m. at the yard. She sends it. Then she adds, and tell them I will be bringing my husband's name with me. Not the contract, the choice. Lucien's reply comes in under 10 seconds. That is going to break the internet. She pockets the phone. Behind her, she hears Kallias' voice, faint but steady. Ynez. She turns. He is propped on one elbow, white-faced, bandaged, determined. Bring the buoy home. She looks at him. She does not say yes. She does not say anything. She holds his gaze for one breath, two, and lets him see the answer in her face. Then she walks out the door. Chapter 75. The air outside the clinic is gray and salt-thick, dawn bleeding pale across the harbor. Ynez stops at the edge of the steps. The press has already found her. Camera lights bloom in the half-dark like startled eyes. Reporters press against the temporary barrier Sabine's people have thrown up on the sidewalk, phones raised, voices overlapping. She does not look at them. She looks at the harbor instead. The water is flat and silver, the anchored freighters motionless. And somewhere beyond the container cranes and the rusting dry docks, the ships that carried her grandmother's name are still being built, still being launched, still sailing. She thinks of the buoy. 50 names cast in bronze by men who knew the truth and chose to carve it into metal instead of paper. 50 names that survived because one woman hid them. A hand touches her elbow. She turns. Kallias is standing in the clinic doorway, pale under the bandages, the hospital gown replaced with a dark coat Sabine must have brought. His face is tight with pain, but his eyes are clear. You should be inside, she says. I should be beside my wife. The words land like a second pulse. Kallias, I am not watching you face them alone. Not today. She wants to argue. She wants to push him back into the clinic, into the bed, into safety. But she sees the set of his jaw, the same stubborn lines she has watched soften over months of shared nights and quiet mornings, and she knows he will not move. Sabine brought me a statement draft, he says, but I told her I would not read it. Why not? Because it was written by a lawyer, and the truth does not need a lawyer. He holds out his hand. She looks at it. The hand that signed away every strategic clause without hesitation. The hand that pulled her through the service tunnel. The hand that held hers while a surgeon cut into his chest. She takes it. They turn together toward the cameras. The press surges. Questions collide. Names, accusations, demands. Ynez does not raise her voice. She stands at the top of the clinic steps with Kallias' hand locked in hers and waits for the noise to thin. It takes 30 seconds. Then the silence clicks into place. I am Ynez Almava Renvoss, she says, and I am here to tell you the truth. She tells them about the Estrella del Sur, 38 crew, forged inspection reports, a junior engineering officer named Mateo who signed a falsified safety certificate before dying on the Santa Clara 2 years later. She tells them about the memorial buoy, how her grandmother hid it in Dry Dock 7, how the crew cast the names with their own hands, how it took 25 years for the truth to reach the surface. She tells them about Alberto Mendez, how he signed the consultant payments for 8 years, how he liquidated his holdings 3 weeks before the alley, how he threatened to take what he needed from my sister's body if I refused to hand over the evidence. The cameras do not blink. The recording of his confession is public. Every editor in the city has it. You can hear him name the payments himself. A reporter calls out, "And your husband's role in all this?" Ynez looks at Kallias. He is watching her with an expression she has never seen before. Not guarded, not calculating, naked. Kallias Renvoss signed the separation papers 2 hours after the board warned him he could be sued into bankruptcy if he stayed married to me. He gave up the charter. He gave up the contract. He gave up every legal protection his lawyers could build, and he did it without asking for anything in return. She turns back to the cameras. I am not standing here because the contract requires it. I am standing here because I choose to. The silence stretches. Then Kallias speaks. His voice is rougher than usual, the words pulled through a throat still raw from the breathing tube. but it carries. I spent my life building an empire so I would never need to depend on anyone. I believed that was strength. I was wrong. He looks at Ynez. I was wrong about a great many things, but I was not wrong about her. A camera shutter fires. Another. A dozen. You can keep your charter, he says. I will keep my wife. The questions erupt again, louder this time. A voice from the back cuts through. Will the marriages survive the criminal investigation? Ynez does not answer right away. She feels Kallias' thumb move across her knuckles. A question. An anchor. Our marriage survived the truth, she says. It will survive whatever comes next. She steps back from the microphone. Kallias does not release her hand. They walk down the clinic steps together, past the cameras, past the reporters still shouting questions, past the barrier where Sabine's team clears a path to the waiting car. The city watches, and as they slide into the back seat, Ynez's phone buzzes. She looks at the screen. Cosima Poloni. She answers. I saw the statement, Cosima says. No greeting, no preamble. You handled it better than I expected. Is there a point to this call? The point is that the criminal investigation is accelerating. The district attorney has subpoenaed every estate record connected to the Almava family, including the ones you do not know exist. Ynez's hand tightens in the phone. What records? The ones your mother sealed in the harbor registry vault the year she died. The ones your grandmother never told you about. The ones that will tell you who really authorized the Santa Clara cargo. The car pulls away from the curb. The glass house rises on the hill ahead. Kallias watches her face, reading the shift in her expression. Why are you telling me this? Ynez asks. Because I want you to find them before the board's lawyers do. Cosima pauses. And because your mother did not hide them to protect the family. She hid them to protect you. The line goes silent. Ynez stares at the phone. The harbor registry vault. A vault she never knew existed. A vault her mother sealed. She looks at Kallias. Change of plans, she says. Where are we going? She does not answer. The car turns toward the harbor. Chapter 76. The car pulls through the shipyard gate at 7:43. The yard has been transformed. From someone, Sabine probably, has strung lights along the dry dock rails and placed folding chairs in rows facing the water where the memorial buoy rests on a steel cradle draped in white. The chairs are filling. Harbor workers in clean shirts, women in dark dresses, children who do not yet understand why they are here. Ynez steps out of the car and the salt air hits her face, familiar and raw at once. Kallias moves beside her, slower than usual, one hand pressed to his ribs where the bandage shifts beneath his jacket. She does not tell him to go back to the clinic. She knows better. The buoy sits at the center of everything. 50 names cast in bronze by men who are also dead now. The letters uneven, some deeper than others, as though different hands took turns with the chisel in the dark, working by lantern light because they could not let the names disappear. Ynez walks toward it. The families are watching. She feels their gazes like weight on her shoulders, the weight of 38 Estrella del Sur families and 12 Santa Clara families who never got to stand where she is standing now. Cosima Poloni is already there. She stands at the edge of the cradle, silver-black hair precise, anchor signet catching the early light. She does not turn when Ynez approaches, but she speaks. I thought about this day for 40 years. Ynez stops beside her. And now it is here. Cosima's jaw tightens. I imagined I would feel victorious, standing over the wreckage of the name that took my brother. But you do not. I feel tired. Cosima turns. Her dark eyes are dry, but the skin around them is red, and I feel grateful that I do not have to stand here alone. Ynez does not know what to say to that, so she does not say anything. They stand together in the salt air, the buoy between them and the harbor, and the families keep arriving. Dahlia appears at Ynez's elbow just before 8. She looks different, softer. The sharp edges of the alley have been washed away, replaced by something quieter, a wariness that does not look like armor for once. Sabine found me a dress, she says. It is dark blue, simple. She has no coat, and her arms are bare, the bruises from the crawl space visible on her forearms. Thank you for coming, Ynez says. Dahlia's mouth twists. I am not sure I belong here. None of us are sure we belong here. Ynez looks at the buoy, but we are here anyway. A hand touches Ynez's shoulder. Mateo. He is pale, still moving carefully after the sinkhole, but he is standing. He is wearing his good shirt, the one he keeps in the office for when the yard has visitors, and his eyes are wet. You ready? He asks. No, he nods. Good. Ready means you have done this before. This is the first time. Should not feel ready. He steps past her and takes his place beside the cradle, facing the chairs. The families fall silent. Mateo clears his throat. His voice carries across the yard, rough and low and steady. My name is Mateo Sands. I have worked at Almava Shipyards for 43 years. I knew every man on this buoy. He looks at the names. I knew Gregorio Revolta. He taught me how to weld a seam that would hold under pressure. He died on the Estrella del Sur because the ship was overloaded, and the inspection was falsified, and the men who did it knew better. A woman in the front row presses a handkerchief to her mouth. I knew Mateo Pelani. Mateo's voice catches. He was 24 years old. He signed a safety certificate he did not believe in, because his supervisor told him it was standard practice. 2 years later, he died on the Santa Clara for the same reason. He looks up. I knew every name on this list, and I failed to tell their story for 25 years. The silence holds. Today we tell it. He steps back, and Ynez steps forward. She faces the families, the harbor workers, the press gathered at the far edge of the yard, cameras raised, waiting. She does not have notes. She does not need them. The Estrella del Sur sailed from this port on October 14th, 30 years ago. She carried 38 crew and a cargo load that exceeded her certified bulkhead capacity by 17%. Her voice carries. The inspection certificate was signed by a junior engineering officer who had been told not to question procedure. That officer was Mateo Peloni. He signed a lie because he was taught to trust his superiors. And when the ship went down in that squall, he went down with it. She looks at Cosima. Cosima does not blink. 2 years later, the Santa Clara sailed with the same forged inspection pattern, same falsified signatures, same overlooked bulkhead strain. That ship carried 12 crew. None survived. She turns back to the families. My grandmother falsified those inspection reports. My father signed the cargo adjustment order that overloaded both ships. The Almava name built its fortune on the bodies of the men who trusted us to keep them safe. A sound moves through the crowd. Not anger, grief. I cannot undo what they did. I cannot bring back the dead. But I can stand here today and tell you the truth, and I can promise you that this yard will never again put profit above the lives of the people who work it. She steps back, and Cosima steps forward. The board member who spent 4 decades hunting the Almava name stands in front of the families who lost their men to that name, and she speaks. My brother Mateo was 24 years old. He wanted to be a port engineer. He signed a certificate he should not have signed, and he died because the system taught him to obey instead of question. She pauses. I have spent 40 years trying to punish the people who built that system, and I have learned that punishment is not the same as justice. She looks at Ynez. Justice is this. Justice is 50 names spoken aloud. Justice is a girl who married a stranger to save her family and then chose to tell the truth instead of hiding behind the bargain her grandmother made. She turns to the families. I stand with Ynez Almava Renvoss today, not because the past is forgiven, but because the future will not be built on silence. She steps back, and the reading begins. Mateo reads the names, one by one, slow enough for each to land. Gregorio Revolta, Mateo Pilone, Elias Peralta. The names keep coming. 38, then 12. When the last name leaves his mouth, the harbor goes quiet. Ynez feels the tears on her face before she realizes she is crying. Then someone in the crowd starts clapping. Not the press, not the politicians. A woman in the second row, gray-haired, hands worn from decades of work, the widow of a man whose name is on that buoy. The clap spreads. Ynez does not move. She stands beside Cosima, beside the buoy, beside the 50 names, and the families clap until the sound rolls across the yard like tide. And then Dalia is beside her. Her hand slides into Ynez. cold fingers. A small metal object pressed into Ynez's palm. A key. "What is this?" Ynez whispers. Dahlia does not look at her. Her eyes are on the buoy, on the families, on the names. "It was in our mother's things. The things no one told me about until last night." Ynez feels the key's teeth against her skin. Old, brass, worn smooth at the edges. "There is a safe in the harbor registry vault," Dahlia says. "Not the one Cosima told you about. A different one. One our father opened the year before he died." Ynez turns to look at her. Dahlia meets her eyes. "The estate records are not the worst secret he left behind." The crowd is still clapping. The cameras are still rolling. And Ynez closes her fist around the key. Chapter 77. The car pulls up to the glass house just before midnight. Ynez steps out with the brass key still warm in her palm, the memorial buoy still burning behind her eyes. 50 names. The sound of families clapping. Cosima's voice saying she stands with her. Kallias moves beside her, slower than usual, one hand pressed to his ribs where the bandage pulls. He does not complain. He watches the house the way he watched the harbor during the name reading, like he is learning to see it differently. They walk through the door together. The glass house is dark except for the lights Sabine left on over the kitchen island. The harbor spreads below, black and silver, dotted with the running lights of ships Ynez just think of as anonymous. Now she wonders about their crews, their cargo, their names. Kallias stops in the center of the living room. She watches him look at the space, the walls of glass, the polished concrete floors, the cold elegance she once thought of as a cage. "This room," he says. She waits. "The first night you were here, I stood in this spot and calculated how long it would take you to ask for a divorce." The words hit her low in the chest. "I did the same calculation," she says. 5 years. I thought I could last 5 years without wanting anything from you." He turns to face her. The harbor lights catch the gray-green of his eyes. "And now?" She steps toward him. "Now I am standing in this room with a key in my hand that might open something worse than the Santa Clara, and I trust you to stand beside me when I turn it." His jaw tightens. "I am not going anywhere." "I know." She says it simply, without fear, without the old edge of disbelief. The house settles around them. The same architecture that once felt like a negotiation now holds something else. Silence that is not hostile. Space that is not distance. They walk through the rooms together. The study where he signed the separation papers. The hallway where she first learned to read his footsteps. The studio where the restored drafting table sits under the sloped glass ceiling, still holding her sketches of the dry dock rebuild. She stops at the threshold. "I used to think this room was a trap," she says. "A beautiful space meant to make me grateful enough to stay quiet. And now? Now I think you gave me a place to work because you knew I would need one, and you did not say a word about it because you wanted me to take it without owing you." He is quiet for a long moment. "You are not wrong." She turns to look at him. "You could have told me." "I could have, but I needed you to see that the room was yours, not a gift with terms attached." She thinks of all the things he never said, the consortium he killed without telling her, the loan he converted into a grant, the charter he lost without hesitation. "You have a habit of doing things before I can argue with you about them." The corner of his mouth moves. "It is a strategy. It will not work forever." "No," he says, "but I think you have started to notice, and that is enough for now." She reaches for his hand. He takes it. They stand at the glass wall, looking down at the harbor. The same view she stared at the first night here, when she thought she would spend 5 years counting down the days until freedom. "When I was a child," she says, "my mother used to tell me that ships are never truly empty. Even in dry dock, they carry the weight of every voyage they ever made. Every cargo, every crew, every storm." Kallias does not look away from the water. "What is your cargo, Ynez?" The question is soft, not a challenge, an invitation. She considers it. The Almava name, the disaster, the debt, the grandmother who tried to save the yard by selling me, the mother who tried to save me by disappearing. She pauses. "And now? 50 names that I have to carry for the rest of my life." Because I am the one who finally spoke them. He turns to face her fully. That is a heavy cargo. Yes. Are you going to set it down? No. He does not argue. Then I will help you carry it. She looks at him, the man she married in mourning black, the stranger who became something else, the husband who chose her over an empire. Kallias, Ynez, I think I am ready to tell you what I have been holding back. He stills. She opens her mouth, and the door buzzes. They both turn. The security panel lights up. A familiar figure stands at the gate, shoulders squared, tablet in hand. Sabine. Kallias does not move to let her in. He looks at Ynez. Later. Ynez nods. He presses the release. Sabine walks in 3 minutes later, still wearing the same dress from the memorial. Her hair has come loose at the edges. She looks tired in a way Ynez has never seen from her. I am sorry to interrupt. You are not interrupting, Ynez says. Sabine's gaze moves between them. Whatever she sees, she does not comment. The worker cooperative investors have made the decision. Ynez's chest tightens. And they will back the first rebuild phase. Full capital commitment. No equity stake. No board seat. They want a signed partnership agreement tonight, before the board can file another emergency motion to freeze the yard's assets. Sabine holds out her tablet. The document is already open. The terms are clean, transparent. Worker oversight, memorial obligations, profit-sharing ratios. Everything Ynez asked for. She looks at Kallias. He does not touch the tablet, does not lean over her shoulder, does not ask to review the terms. This is your yard, he says. Your rebuild. Sign it if you want to. She takes the tablet. The signature line waits at the bottom. She uncaps the stylus, and the brass key presses against her palm, reminding her that the night is not over. That Dahlia gave her something that might change everything. That the vault is still waiting. She looks at Kallias. After I sign this, I need to tell you something. About the key? Yes. Then sign it. She does. The stylus glides across the screen. Her full name, Ynez Almava Renvoss. The same name she used at the memorial. The same name Cosima Polone said she would stand beside. The document confirms. Sabine takes the tablet back. I will file it with the harbor registry first thing. The board cannot touch it once it is recorded. And the vault? Sabine's expression shifts. Walvute. Ynez holds up the brass key. The one my father opened the year before he died. The one Dahlia says holds a secret worse than the Santa Clara. Sabine's face goes carefully blank. I will make some calls. Ynez shakes her head. You will not. This one, I open myself. Kallias moves to stand beside her. We open it ourselves. Sabine looks between them. For a moment, she looks like she might argue. Then she nods once. I will have a car ready at dawn. She leaves. The glass house falls silent again. Kallias turns to Ynez. You were about to tell me something. She looks at the key in her hand. Then at the man who gave up a charter to keep her. The man who stood in the surgical light and said her name before the anesthesia pulled him under. I was. She steps closer. I love you. The words land between them. No qualification, no escape clause, no ledger. I love you, and I chose you, and I will keep choosing you no matter what we find in that vault. He does not answer with words. He pulls her against him, careful of his ribs, and his mouth meets hers like he has been waiting his entire life to hear her say it. When he breaks the kiss, his voice is rough. I love you too, Ynez. She holds the key against his chest. And tomorrow? He does not let go. Tomorrow we open the vault. Chapter 78. Dawn paints the harbor in shades of gray and gold as Ynez steps into the registry building. The clerk behind the counter recognizes her. Everyone recognizes her now. Mrs. Renvoss. Almava Renvoss. The correction comes softer than she expected. The clerk nods and motions toward the recording office. Sabine is already there, tablet charged, partnership agreement collated and flagged. She has added a single page to the back of the document that Ynez did not see last night. What is this? Memorial Oversight Clause, Section 4. The buoy's permanent placement at the yard shall be protected under the Rebuild Charter. Any future sale or transfer of the shipyard must include binding language preserving public access and annual commemoration. Sabine does not look up from her tablet. I assumed you would want it in the filing. Ynez reads the clause twice. Clean. Enforceable. Written by someone who understood what the buoy means without being told. Thank you. Sabine nods once. The clerk stamps the first page, records the timestamp, files the digital copy to the harbor registry server. The rebuild is official. Kallias stands by the window, hands in his pockets, watching the freighters slide past the channel mouth. He has not touched the agreement, has not asked to see the terms, has not reminded her that his capital made the rebuild possible in the first place. He said he would step back. He is doing it. Ynez walks over to him. It is done. He turns. His eyes move across her face like he is memorizing something. Then we should go to the vault. She looks at the brass key in her palm. The metal is warm from her skin. After I tell the yard. The yard. The workers need to hear it from me, not from a filing, not from a press release. He studies her for a long moment. Then he nods. That I will wait. You do not have to. I know. She holds his gaze. The weight of what they are about to do presses against her ribs. The vault, the key, the secret her father left behind. But first, the yard. The yard needs to know it survived. They drive through streets still damp from last night's fog. The shipyard gate is open. Diego stands by the entrance with a coil of rope over his shoulder, same as every morning. He sees the car and straightens. Ynez steps out. It is official, she says. The rebuild is funded. The partnership agreement is filed. The workers have a seat at every table from now on. Diego's jaw works once. He does not speak, but he nods. And behind him, one by one, the crew emerges from the dry docks. Men and women in coveralls, hands still stained with yesterday's flood residue. They gather in the yard where the buoy sat yesterday, where the names were spoken aloud. Mateo pushes through the group, leaning on a cane, still moving slow from the near drowning. You did it. We did it. He looks at her for a long moment. Then he turns to the crew. Shipyard meeting, 5 minutes. Tell everyone. The word spreads like tide across sand. Ynez stands in the center of the yard, the brass key pressing against her palm, and tells them. The rebuild, the worker cooperative, the memorial obligations written into the charter, the profit-sharing ratios, the full capital commitment. She does not mention Kallias' name, but when she finishes, the crew does not look at her. They look at him, the man in the dark coat standing at the edge of the yard, the man who dove into a sinkhole, the man who lost a charter and did not blink. One of the welders raises a hand. That true? He signed away everything for the yard? Ynez turns. Kallias meets her eyes. He did not sign it away for the yard, she says. He signed it away for me. The welder looks at Kallias again, then he nods. The crew disperses slowly, breaking into clusters of conversation. Ynez watches them go, the shape of their shoulders different from yesterday, lighter, less folded. Mateo stops beside her. The vault. She looks at him. How did you know? I have been watching you hold that key since you walked through the gate. She does not answer. Whatever is in there, Mateo says, you do not have to carry it alone. Not anymore. He walks away before she can respond. Kallias comes up beside her. The workers believe in you. They believe in the yard. Same thing. She looks at him. The man who gave up everything and is still standing here, asking for nothing. I am ready, she says. For the vault? For whatever comes after. He takes her hand. They walk toward the gate, and Edmund Falca steps out of a black sedan parked at the curb. Ynez stops. Edmund looks different. His suit is the same, his posture is the same, but something in his face has shifted. A crack in the marble. Mrs. Renvoss. Mr. Falke. He glances at Kallias, then back at Nana. I came to say I was wrong. The words land like stones. About what? About the separation, about the clean exit, about what makes an empire worth saving. Edmund pauses. His pale eyes meet hers. I have spent 30 years believing that strategy was the only thing that held the structure together. That sentiment was a liability, that the cold move was always the right move. He looks at Kallias. I was wrong. Kallias does not answer. Edmund reaches into his jacket. Ynez tenses, but he pulls out a folded document. Cream paper, official seal. The kind of paper that arrives by process server, not courier. This came to my office 20 minutes ago. A subpoena directed to the estate of your father, Ynez Almava. He holds it out. It is copied to both living daughters, you and Dalia Vergil. Ynez takes the paper. Her hands are steady. She unfolds it. The language is dense, legal boilerplate, but the substance hits her like a wave. The criminal investigation has expanded. The subpoena demands all records held by the estate, all correspondence, all ledgers, all vault contents, including anything her father placed in the harbor registry safe. The brass key burns against her palm. Edmund watches her read. The investigation knows about the vault, he says quietly. They do not know what is inside it, but they have requested a court order to open it before you can access the contents. When? Tomorrow morning. Ynez looks at Kallias. The harbor registry vault is 3 blocks away. The key is in her hand, but the subpoena is already served. And somewhere in the city, the person who tipped off the investigators is watching. Chapter 79. Ynez does not go straight to the vault. She stands at the harbor wall instead, the brass key cutting into her palm, the subpoena folded in her coat pocket. The water is gray and flat this close to evening, the light softening at the edges, and she can see the memorial buoy from here, a dark shape against the fading sky where the crew left it standing. Kallias waits beside her. He has not asked where they are going. He has not asked why she stopped. She turns the key over in her hand. It is old brass, tarnished at the edges, the teeth worn from decades of use. Her father's key, her father's safe. I keep thinking, she says, that if I open it, I will find something that changes everything. It might. She looks at him. It might not. He meets her eyes. The harbor light catches his face, gray-green, the same color as the water below. Either way, he says, I am still here. The words land like stones dropped into still water. She has been holding something back since the recovery room, since before the recovery room, since the night she walked into the glass house in her grandmother's funeral dress and told herself she would survive 5 years without wanting anything. She is tired of holding. I told you I loved you, she says, but I did not say what it cost me to say it. His hand stills on the railing. I have spent my whole life measuring what I am worth, what I can offer, what I can trade. My grandmother taught me that love was a transaction, and my father taught me that transactions were the only thing that lasted. So when I said the words, a part of me was still waiting for the bill. He does not interrupt. I do not know how to stop doing that. I do not know how to want something without calculating what it costs, but I want to learn. She turns the key one more time. Then she stops. I love you, Kallias. Not because you saved the yard, not because you lost the charter, not because you stood beside me when everyone else walked away. I love you because I look at you and I do not feel like I have to earn my place. The wind lifts her hair. The harbor smells of salt and rust and the last heat of the day. Kallias reaches for her hand, not the one holding the key, the other one, the one with the crescent scar from a workshop blade. You think I knew how to want something without measuring the cost? His voice is low. I built an empire because I did not know how to ask for anything else. I bought your family's debt because I did not know how to say I needed you. I stood in that hearing and told them to keep their charter because it was the only way I knew to prove I would not let you go. His thumb moves across her scar. I am still learning too. She looks at him, the man who dove into a sinkhole, the man who signed away everything and did not blink, the man who stood at the edge of her yard and let her lead. We should keep the marriage, she says, the legal one, the paper one. He waits, not because the contract says so, because we choose it every day, even when it is hard, especially when it is hard. Kallias lifts her hand to his mouth. He presses his lips to her scar, the old wound from the workshop blade, the one she got when she was 16 and trying to prove she belonged at the yard. "I choose it," he says. The words are simple, no strategy, no leverage. She kisses him then, on the harbor at dusk, with the memorial buoy behind them and the vault key cold in her palm, and the kiss tastes like salt and grief and something that might be hope. When they break apart, her phone buzzes. She almost ignores it, but it buzzes again, insistent, and she pulls it from her pocket. "Dahlia," 3 words. "Look at this." Then a photograph loads. Ynez stares at the screen. It is a vault door, not the harbor registry vault. A different door, older, set into a stone wall. The metal is pitted with age, the hinges rusted, but the lock plate is clean, recently polished. Stamped into the plate, just above the keyhole, are 2 letters. M.V. Marguerite Velez. Ynez's mother. Her hand goes still. Kallias looks over her shoulder. She feels him read the letters, feels the silence stretch. "Where is this?" he asks. She does not know. But Dahlia is already typing again, followed by address. North District. The old Almava estate annex. The one Ynez's father sealed after her mother died. The one she has never entered. Dahlia sends one more message. "I found it tonight, behind the paneling in the study. The one Dad said was empty." She sends a photograph of the paneling, pulled right from the wall, revealing the door behind it. Then, "I have not opened it. I wanted you here." Ynez looks at Kallias. The harbor is quiet. The buoy gleams in the dying light. The key is warm in her hand. "Change of plans," she says. He takes her hand. "I know." Chapter 80. The shipyard overlook is a rusted platform welded to the old crane tower, accessible by a ladder Ynez climbed 1,000 times as a girl. She climbs it now, with Kallias behind her, his footsteps steady on the rungs, his bandaged ribs hidden beneath his coat. The platform sways when they both stand on it, but the railing holds. It always held. Below them, the yard spreads out like a wound beginning to heal. Floodwater still pools in the low sections. The west wall gapes open where the drainage line burst. Scaffolding climbs the dry dock like exposed bone. But lights are on. The crew's trucks are parked in a neat row. Diego's coil of rope hangs where he left it, a promise of work tomorrow. Ynez breathes the smell of salt and wet concrete and something green pushing through the cracks. "Here," she says. "This is where I decided." Kallias stands beside her. He does not ask what she means. "When I was 12, I climbed up here because my father told me I could not." She touches the railing. The paint is flaking, the metal warm from the day's heat. "He said girls do not belong on the high crane. They belong in the office learning the books." And I sat here for 3 hours, long enough to watch the evening shift come through the gate, long enough to see the harbor turn from gray to black, long enough to know I would rather die on this platform than let him be right. Kallias looks at the yard, the lights, the workers moving between the scaffolds. "You did not die." "No." She turns to face him. "But I spent the next 17 years acting like I was still waiting for permission." The wind lifts her hair. She has not put it up in hours. It falls loose around her face, the way it did on the night of the storm. Kallias reaches for her hand. His palm is warm, calloused from the rope work. Permission from who? She thinks about it. The answer surprises her. Everyone. My grandmother, the board, the press, myself. "You do not need it. I know." She says it and feels the truth of it settle in her chest, heavy and clean. "I know." Below them, someone calls out across the yard. Diego's voice. Another worker answers. The sound carries up, ordinary and alive. Mia pulls the brass key from her pocket. She has been holding it since the memorial. The metal is warm from her skin, the teeth worn smooth by years of use. She turns it over, studying the pattern. It does not look like a harbor registry key. Kallias steps closer. "What does it look like?" She holds it up to the light. The cut is wrong. Harbor registry keys have a standard pin tumbler profile, regulated by the Port Authority. This one is older. The teeth are deeper, the shaft thicker. It looks like a key to a private lock. She runs her thumb along the edge. "Something built before the standard was adopted." "Dahlia said it was in your mother's things." "Yes." and she said it opens a safe in the harbor registry vault. Ynez nods. But the thought has already formed, cold and clear. She looks at the key. Then she looks at the harbor. The old registry building stands on the waterfront, its limestone facade lit by floodlights. The vault is in the basement, behind a steel door that requires 2 keys. Cosima has one, the board has the other. Ynez holds a key that does not match that door. Kallias? He hears something in her voice. He turns fully. Look at the cut. She holds the key up between them. Harbor registry keys have 5 pin positions. This one has 6, and the shoulder is wrong. He takes the key from her, studies it with the same attention he gives a balance sheet. You are sure? My mother designed the original safe system for the Harbor Authority. I found her specifications in the old records. Ynez's throat tightens. She filed a variance for a single custom vault with a 6-pin lock. The board approved it, but then said it was never installed because the contractor went under. But it was installed. That is what Dahlia found. Ynez takes the key back. Behind the paneling, stamped with my mother's initials. Kallias says nothing. He is watching her with the look she has come to know, the one that means he is calculating every angle, every possibility. It was never in the harbor registry vault, Ynez says. That was the misdirection. My mother sealed a room inside the old harbor building. Not a vault, a room. And she used a contractor who went out of business so no one would know. Except the key. Except the key? Ynez holds it tight. She left it for Dahlia. For us. The wind shifts. The harbor lights flicker across the water. Kallias steps closer. His hand finds the small of her back. What do you want to do? She has been waiting for him to ask, waiting to hear if he would say, what should we do, instead? The difference matters. I want to go tonight, before the court order opens the registry vault and everyone assumes that is the only door. He does not hesitate. Then we go. She looks at him. The man who dove into a sinkhole. The man who signed away everything and did not blink. The man who stood on this platform with her, in the dark, and did not demand a plan before he agreed. I love you, she says. It is not the first time she has said it, but it is the first time she says it here, on the platform where she decided she would rather die than surrender. And the words feel different. They feel like an anchor thrown into deep water, not to hold her still, to hold her steady. He kisses her forehead, her cheek, her mouth. I know. Below, Diego's voice rises again. He is laughing. Someone has said something funny. The yard is alive. Ynez puts the key back in her pocket. Let us go before the lawyers wake up. They climb down the ladder. Ynez goes first, her hands finding the rungs by memory. Kallias follows, his steps sure despite his bandaged ribs. When they reach the ground, Mateo is waiting by the gate. He leans on his cane, the other hand holding a thermos of coffee. He watches them approach with the same steady gaze he has worn for 40 years. You going somewhere? Ynez stops. Stash house, Mateo says. That's where Dahlia found the key, down in the North District, your father's old study. How do you know? Mateo takes a slow sip of coffee. Because I was the one who helped your mother move the safe into that wall, 30 years ago, before she died. He looks at her. She told me it was the last thing she would ever hide, and she told me if you ever found the key, I was supposed to tell you something. Ynez waits. Mateo sets down the thermos. His hand trembles. She said, tell Ynez I did not hide the truth. I hid the weapon. The truth is in the room. He nods once, then turns and limps back toward the yard. Ynez stands still. The key is heavy in her pocket. The weight of 30 years. Her mother's voice preserved in a single sentence. Kallias takes her hand. Ready? She looks at the harbor. At the old registry building. At the room her mother built inside the walls. Yes. They walk toward the car. The yard lights glow behind them. The first rebuild shift is already at work, and the sound of hammers on steel rings out across the harbor. But Ynez is looking ahead. At the door her mother left for her. At the weapon hidden inside.